next level.
Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world, and welcome to Online Darts UK Open Special. First of all, I am joined by Emery Deaton. Emery, I'm not going to ask about your cereal just yet, but how are you doing, mate?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. It's one of the great mornings of darts, isn't it? Because anything and everything can and will happen. There'll be 9 darters, 9 scores. There will be big shocks, and there'll be some big names doing some big things.
It's a big thing to promise 9 darters when Charlie's not on the show. We only know that 9 darters done when Charlie is on the show. However, we might be dropping in at some point for it today, so I'm sure we will have one at some point. And
just not
Emery,
an evening session.
We had one last year in the day, and very early on from Sebastian Bialetti, if I remember right. So let's get straight into the action, Emery. We are underway from Minehead. I will be covering boards stage 1 to 4. Emery will be covering stages 5, 6, 7, and 8. We are underway with first round games on stages 2 to 8. PB is Mr. Bars himself. He's in Minehead currently. He will be joining throughout the day to just give us an update of everything that's going on throughout Minehead. Just before we get into the dart, Emery, just want to say a quick hello to everyone who is joining us in the chat room. And just to let you know, we will be running this throughout the whole of today. We'll have a little dap when the session, the first session ends, and then returning this evening will be myself with Jack Darwood, and then we will return to tomorrow afternoon when we have multiple stages. So we will run the 3 sessions for you. So, as Tom has said in the chat, UK Open Friday is the best day of darts in the calendar. So, Emery, I'm going to come straight over to you for your boards and some updates early on in those.
Indeed, because every single one of my boards has got underway. So early stages, Keelan Kay one up on Matt Good, averaging a ton. Lucas Vennig from Germany, he's one up on Adam Warner. As you can tell, early days in these games. Darren Beveridge, someone we saw a lot of in the live league last year. He's one up on Jimi Hendrix early on. And Ricardo Pietresco is one up on Scott Taylor on board 6. As I say, early days. They literally have just got underway. So first couple of legs in the matches, boards 5 to 8. But give it a few minutes, it'll most definitely begin to hot up.
Yeah, on the other stages, stage 3, World Youth Champion Ted Evans has got off to a very good start. 15 dart led, so that 1 up against Nick Fulwell. Fulwell's in control and looking for a break back. And on board 4, George Tillington, as Henry's mentioned about the live lead, another one we'd seen on the live lead quite a bit, comes up against Reece Robinson. Another one, I believe, who appeared on there. We are in the first leg in that one. Bit of change on the screen. Just having a look at, yes, Nick Fulwell has now got double 12 for an early break back against the current World Youth Champion, and that could be down 1 apiece. Fulwell does it in 13. Very high quality start in this one. 15 dart led to win the first leg, then 13 by Fulwell to win the second, and we are 1 apiece on board 2.
You can tell that it's an early morning and it's only just 11 o'clock and they're getting to the hockey, because at the moment, and again, of course, it's still early days, but not one average above 90 thus far. Even when Keelan Kay makes it 2-1 to Matt Good, it's only 89.18. It's one of those, I think, when you're playing first on these sorts of weekends, we got multi-boards, you just want to get yourself through, because no one wants to play darts at 11:30 in the morning. And in some respects, this is probably where the players that may have played in the live league previously are actually going to have a bit of an upper hand if they're playing early, because they're used to playing darts at ridiculously early times. So it'll be interesting to see how that changes throughout the day. Sometimes you maybe want to set yourself into the tournament and perhaps get in there at 11 o'clock and maybe be out by the time lunchtime comes.
Yeah, I think you're right spot on. We was talking about this on Monday as well, because there's a couple of players who have got the bye from the first round as well, due to a couple of playing out. And we was talking about that. As much as having a bye to the next round brings you closer to, then you only got to win that game to get some money. Difference is you could be potentially coming up against players who've already played that first game and have sort of had their warm-up. Obviously, you've got to come through your first one, but the winner in there has had that warm-up. They've been on stage. So is it an advantage if you do get the bye? As much, obviously, you are a round closer to progressing, but you're also in a position where you're the one who's going in there a bit cold, and the other ones are built up. And it's the same, I guess, for all the seeds that come in on Friday night. The majority of those will, when the draw's made, will be coming up against players who have played during the day. And it's a bit of a conundrum around what's better in what round you drop in.
I think it also depends.
Obviously, with the open draw, obviously today's a bit easier. You've got a rough estimation of when you're playing, but the players who are playing tonight will be going to that venue 4 or 5 o'clock, so they're a couple of hours practicing. But you might not be getting on that stage till 10, half 10.
Exactly. I think it also depends on what stage of the competition it is. Say you get a bye for the first round into the second round, or the second round into the third round. I think that's when it becomes really disadvantageous, where you could perhaps have an argument to say that the players in the third round will perhaps want to start early on because they don't want to get caught cold, and maybe, everyone starts from round 1. But I think maybe when it goes into the session tonight, round 4, everyone would have had a break. Okay, some would have been sharp from playing this afternoon, but everyone's had that natural couple of hour break, so that adrenaline and momentum that would have been there in the afternoon session is kind of dovetailed, and then they got to try and pick themselves back up again. So if you've got to buy through to another round this afternoon, I think that's where it definitely gets disadvantageous.
Yeah, it's one of them, and I know it does depend on the player. Each player will react to it slightly differently. Some would have had the experience of being in the UK Open. As always, we have so many new debutants. And just going into the action that is underway, because I was talking about this Ted Everett's Falwell game. Falwell's then held throw to go 2-1 in front, but then in leg 4, both players have started with a 180. Not been able to follow it up with another one, but have done 140, 134 each. So very high scoring game. The quality in this one is getting better and better. And on board 4, George Tillington has done 2-0 up against Reece Robinson. And we are underway on stage 2, which is available on PDC TV, where Kai van Lund playing Fabian Schmertzler, the 16-year-old, on stage 2, and we are in the first leg on that one. Updates from you, Mr. Deaton.
Indeed. So good game between Adam Warner and Lucas Venig. These two have just began to catch life a little bit here. Warner really needs this leg on the throw. He's got double 15 now as we speak, whether he's going straight for it or for 10, double 10. Well, he's gone straight for it because he's hit 15 to lead 15. So Venig here for a second break of throw wants double 8 to make it 4-0 and to give Warner a mountain to climb in this UK Open first round match. He could be out of the tournament as soon as he's in it, but misses 3 at double for the double break. So Warner is back with 15, has got options where to go here, but he's bust the score. He has bust his score. So he's had 6 darts worth of opportunities to win this leg, this crucial leg with the darts. And Venig back now for double 8. Second bite at the cherry for the double break and a 4-0 lead. And he has missed another 3, leaving double 4. So Warner probably didn't think he'd get this opportunity once again at 15. He's made a mess of a leg, which he's hit a 180 and 2 tons in. And now in his 8th visit to the board, wanting 15. It's taken him 9 darts to try and check this out. And gets it last dart in hand. So he makes it 3-1 in that one. Elsewhere, Darren Beveridge and Jimi Hendricks are just beginning to come to the boil. Now 3-2 in Hendricks' favour. He's just won the 5th leg. And Matt Good, he's 3-2 up on Keelan Kay. The average is not really telling much of a guide in that one. Kay averaging 85, good 78, but it is Good who's 3-2 to the Good. Then on board 6, Ricardo Pietresco, I hope that's how you say it. He's 3-0 up on Scott Taylor, who himself, a bit like Adam Warner, is having a slow start to the UK Open.
Just in this one, Everton 4-1 and now 2 apiece. Reece Robinson has got his first leg on the board and finds himself 2-1 behind on the PDC streaming board. So just a few questions in around the TV coverage and the streaming board. So TV coverage on ITV4 starts around 11:45, with the action then around not long after that, probably around the 12 o'clock mark. On the PDC TV, you can stream stage 2, where currently Ty Van Lund and Fabian Smudgler are underway in leg 2. Then boards 3 to 8 are not available to stream, but I will be keeping you up to date on the 2 streaming boards and boards 3 and 4, and Henry will be keeping you updated on the boards 5, 6, 7 and 8, where we have
the steps board
round underway at the moment. We are in for a very, very long day. But while we are in the early stages of these games, Henry, I need to ask you a question about your tweet this morning, my friend. What was happening when you was having your breakfast?
I don't know. One of those moments. So I was having cornflakes for breakfast this morning, and for some reason, tired, most probably, I thought, do you know what? It's a good idea to have it with a fork. Don't know why, but then I realised I'm a couple of cornflakes in. I'm wondering why it's dropping back into the bowl. It's because I've not got a spoon.
I've seen it this morning. I'm not even going to respond on social media. I'm going to wait to speak to him this morning as I knew you was coming on. Only happens on UK Open Day. That's what we'll say. We'll take it as a UK Open Day morning.
Minehead madness. I mean, at least you weren't attacked by a swan, unlike Dan Dawson.
Yes, I did see that. A very good interview to open up the weekend from Dan Dawson. I could see up the window. So back to the darting action. George Tillington is now 3-1 in front against Reece Robinson. Reece Robinson is really struggling to find any consistency in this game. Seen him throwing a couple of 180s, but they've been followed up by quite a few treble-less visits. Ted Evans finds himself 3-2 behind, but he's coming back for double 8. Just want to stay with, see if he can take out this to level things up. A very, very high quality affair in this first round game. Ted Evans time, so full well coming back for 103. Let you know if he can break and let 4-2 in front. But on stage 2, Fabian Schmerzer, the German youngster, is 2-0 in front against Ty Van Lund. That's with a break in the second. He's looking to hold here and finds himself 130 points in front. So could find himself 3-0 in front. Full well to them take the 103. Can Ted Evans level things up for 3 apiece? No, we can't. That's 6 missed by the world youth champion to go 3-3 in the midway stage in this game. Nick Fulwell takes out 56 in 2 and moves in front 4-2. Now, those sits could be massive for Ted Evans. Looking at some of yours, Henry, I can see that Hendricks has just moved one away.
Yes, he is on the hill against Dan Beveridge. I've just been having a look at Matt Good against Keelan Kay. Good against the darts hit at ton 40, but Kay then comes back to take his finish out to lead 4-3. That's been a real nip and tuck game throughout. Neither player have really gone more than a leg up against each other. But as you say, on the hill is Jimi Hendrix, and both players have kicked off this leg ton 40 in the 8th. Beveridge has the darts here to stay in the match, backs up the ton 40 with a score of 96. So Hendricks here with a score of a ton or more will put himself in a very strong position to break the throw and get it done in this leg. Of course, he has the insurance policy. He'll get to throw for the match twice because of the advantage he has over Beveridge, but only a 57 to back up the ton 40. So the ball is very much in Beveridge's court, and he hits a 1-3-3 to leave the champagne shot 1-3-2. So Hendricks here needs to hit a ton 40 to leave an outshot, and it will be a sizable outshot at that. if he can hit it. Only 64. So Beveridge, 6 starts here to save the match and to make it 5-3. He'd then have to break Hendricks in the next. And should it go all the way in the deciding leg, he hits a 104 to leave double 14 with his opponent all the way back on 240. He can only apply the pressure here, Hendricks, but Beveridge leaves himself on 28, double 14. Hendricks back on 145. So double 14 for Darren Beveridge to bring it back to within 2 and to save the match. Goes inside, leaves double 7. Can Hendricks, Jimi Hendrix, finish this in style? He'll be as happy as a fish on the stage if he does. $99 leaves 46, so Beveridge back for double 7 to save his skin. It is just a hold if he gets it, remember, so would have to break in the next, and as I say, in the decider, should we get there. But, he misses all 3. And Jimi Hendrix now is back for 46 to seal the deal, to finish the match in a leg that he was well behind in. He was in a different postcode. He was in Exeter in this leg. But he's now missed darts at double. And Beveridge is back once again for double 7 to get himself back in the match. You sense that this is going to be the last chance he's going to get with Hendricks back on double 4. Gets it, last dart in hand. That's clutch from Darren Beveridge. It's now 5-3 in that one. Just very quickly, Keelan Clay 4-3 up on Matt Good. Lucas Venig 3-2 up on Adam Warner. Not the highest quality in that one. And Ricardo Pietrasco looks as if he's about to seal victory over Scott Taylor. He leads that one by 5 legs to 1.
Cheers, Emery. And then on board 3, Ted Evans got the break straight back to it's now 4-3 behind and started this leg with a 180. So his favourite to level things up and then into this one. Reece Robinson found himself 3-0 behind. It's now 3-2, but Tillington has double 12 for the break back. Just if you update on that, just one point, one of the from you, Emery, is from the UK Open 2 years ago. Obviously, the rankings have now been updated, and as much as Michael van Gerwen will be delighted with his Premier League win last night, he has now dropped from world number 3 to world number 4. He's been replaced by James Wade in the top 3 of darts. With that in mind, how much do you think that could have an impact on MVG this weekend? So the confidence of a win last night, but a dropping in the world rankings down to world number 4.
I think psychologically, I think a lot changes on last night. I think if he went out early last night and he knew he has to defend a lot of prize money, then perhaps there's a little bit of trepidation in his mind going into today. But the fact that he won last night, it doesn't matter what you win. If you win something with the best players in the world, and you get that extra air of confidence, don't you? So for him, I think he'll go in with that more than perhaps trepidation. But the thing with the UK Open is it's not like any other tournament. Say with a match play, you can possibly plot a path to the final. He could get Gowan Price in the 4th round tonight, or Peter Wright in the 4th round tonight. So it's a tough one to really look at because you don't quite know how the draw's going to pan out. You could have a path where you have, say, 2 Riley UK Open qualifiers come in, or you could be playing the world number 1 and number 2 in consecutive games. You don't quite know how it's going to work out. So in a tournament where you need to probably at least get to a final to keep your rankings at a base level, it's not one you want to be defending at because you don't quite know what's going to happen. And for James Wade as well, he's got a bit of a free roll because he didn't do well here 2 years ago. And the other thing as well is because there's $100,000 up for grabs, you're looking at people like Michael Smith and Gary Anderson just in behind. They may not be able, one or two of them may not be able to overtake Michael van Gerwen in the rankings, but what they will do is they'll put themselves in a position with strong tournaments later on in the year to overtake him.
Yeah, very true. And I think after this one, we've got 3 months of darting action where there's only 2 tournaments that impact the rankings from 2 years ago due to COVID, and they were both Pro Tour events, so not big money in that value. So a big few months for MVG. I believe we have our first result, and it's come on one of your boards, Henry, and it was the Damien Hendricks and Beveridge.
Indeed it is. Jimi Hendrix 6-3 winner over Darren Beveridge in the end, and you can tell with the gap in the averages, 10 points between them. Hendricks just had that kind of extra visit in each leg, and that kind of proved to be advantageous to him in the end. So Darren Beveridge is out of the UK Open, the first name to depart from Minehead in 2022. Jimi Hendrix is the first man to win at the UK Open in 2022, 6-3.
Just a few updates. Ted Evans did level it back up. So was 2 apiece. Now we are 4 apiece in this one. George Clinton's just moved 1 away then to Reece Robinson. Reece Robinson was 3-0 behind. 3-0 behind. Put my teeth back in, 1 back-to-back legs. But then Hillington has won 2 himself to move just 1 away. Looking to break here to pick up a win in round 1. On stage 2, Tai Fan Lund found himself 3-2 behind against the German youngster Fabian Schmertzler. But Tai Fan Lund has reeled off 2 legs himself. He's now, I'm just seeing what he can do with these darts. Dud last on treble 19, which has saved him. He's still 25 points behind on throw. So he's looking likely to be broken here if the young German can hold. But he's down into the 5s as well. And Emery Deaton, it's all happening on your boards. We have another result.
Yeah, Ricardo Pietrescu has taken out 72 to win in 15 in 3 to win in 15 to beat Scott Taylor by 6 legs to 2. Taylor did try to come back in the end, but a poor and slow start on his behalf has meant that it's going to be an early exit for him today. And you can in one other game that I'm covering, Matt Good and Keelan Kay are going to provide the first Noble of the UK Open in 2022. We'll get more on that in just a second. Whilst Lucas Venig, he's also on the hill against Adam Warner, a game that's kind of petered out a little bit, if we're being perfectly honest.
On the streaming board, Fabian Schmertzler's just come outside the 25 and hit 11, but he was done for the big fish. What a start that would have been. But he takes out double 18 upon his return. Break a throw. So the young German moves 4-2 in front. And we are edging towards a result on board 3. Ted Evans was 4-2 behind. He's now 5-4 in front. He's done 180 and 140. Fulwell can only respond with a 60 and a 78. Let's see if Everton put in another dud story. He's currently on 181, 65 to leave, 116. So Fulwell on 363. Whatever he does here, can't leave a finish. However, a 140 or 180 would apply a little bit of pressure with Everett's bat on a ton plus check out. So 140 from Fulwell. Leaves 2-2-3. Ted Everett on 116. Can he win it in style with a 12 dart lead? I'm sure he would be happy just to set it up and leave a 1 darter. Not quite a 1 darter, but a 2 darter for Ted Everett to leave 60. Fulwell, 2-2-3. Started the lead poorly, but fired in a 140. Oh, Nick Fulwell, what have you done? Just a score of 55 to leave a bogey number 168. Looks like he's been down to the math stall with Jose de Souza to leave a bogey number on 168. Ted Everett's 5-4 in front, 60 to win the game, 6 darts in hand. Can he do it on this visit? Yes, he does. Not sure if it was a tops or double 10 as he picked it off in 3. But Ted Everett knocks out Nick Fulwell, grilling off 4 leads on the spin to put his place in round 2.
Just heading over to Matt Good against Keelan Kay. Good has just missed 3 darts from the match, but in the 2 visits prior against the darts against Keelan Kay, is at ton 40, ton 36. So Kay here with 116 to win this nip and tuck match in the opening round of the UK Open.
Reece Robinson has just reeled off 2 on the bounce. Now he's 5-4 dot throw. If he can hold here, we will be going to a deciding leg. Back to you, Henry.
Indeed. Just before we see how Matt Good does here, Lucas Venig has beaten Adam Warner by 6 legs to 3 on board 8. So Matt Good now wants tops to seal the deal. He's had 3 at it already. Since he won't come back again and he's missed, he's gone inside. So he'll come back for double 10 if he comes back, because Keelan Kay wants tops to win this real nervy opener in the UK Open.
We could be going to a Noble in ours, but I will stay with you for now, Emery.
Because Keelan Kay has hit tops with the 2nd dart in hand. Matt Good has had 6 starts at double to win the match. They came and went, and he has come and gone from the UK Open. Keelan Kay is through in a real tight nip and tuck encounter by 6 legs to 5.
As I was saying, we could be down to a noble on board 8. Reece Robinson found himself 5-2 behind. In this lead, is it a 180 and 140? The lead probably sums up Reece Robinson a bit what he's been like today, because that 180 and 140, either side of that was an 83 and a 58. But Reece Robinson leaves tops. George Clinton throws in a 140 to leave 73, so applies a bit of pressure. But if Reece Robinson can take out 40 in 3 darts, we will be going to a decider. No, it can't. George Tillington, 73 for the game. Missed match darts 2 legs ago. Will have the opportunity now for 73. You'd expect at least 1 darter to double. No, he doesn't. It's left 39. I can only assume he's left tops and probably pulled it and come inside on the 1 to leave 39, unless he's missed a bid number en route and he's done for the bullseye and then it's 11. But Reece Robinson cannot punish. So that is 6 starts Reece Robinson's had to take this to a decider, and he's been unable to punish. Just aiming to see if Tillington can get this over the line. No, we can't. The drama of the UK Open early on. Reece Robinson's got an opportunity here. He's had 6 starts already to take this lead and take it to a decider. This is on the Reece Robinson throw. And he's missed it then. That's 9 from Robinson. George Tillington will be coming back for double 8. Henry said at the start of the show we'll have drama, we'll have missed darts, low scores, potentially 9 darters. Certainly got early drama in this one. On the final board, George Tillington for the win. He's already missed 1 in this lead. First dart, George Tillington knocks out Reece Robinson. On stage 2, Fabian Schmertzler, he's 5-3 in front against Taifan Lund. But just can't get over the winning line. He's now got a throw, but he finds himself 120 points behind. A break of throw here for Taifan Lund would put pressure on the youngster. And then we have a few games that have just started. One on my boards, which is Ryan Harrington against Rusty Jade Rodriguez. And Henry, I can see a couple have started on yours and a couple are warming up.
And there's some big names about to come on to some of my boards. But before we go there, let's talk about Vladimir Anderson, who, those who've been following darts Twitter over the last few days, has perhaps been the most enthusiastic on social media about playing in the UK Open this week. He's been around the venue for a couple of days. He really has been sampling the atmosphere around Minehead. He's 1-0 down to Steve Clayton at the minute. Elsewhere, Wesley Plezier against Radek Shagansky. I hope again I've got that correct. That's company 1-1, but some big hitters on the outside board warming up. Sean McDonald, we've seen a heck of a lot in the Live League last year. Did very well on the Challenge Tour. We'll see him at the WDF World Championship 2 next month. He takes on Jamie Clark, another one who was successful at Q-School from the Online Darts Live League. Jim Williams, the man who topped the Challenge Tour Order of Merit last time out, he's taking on Ryan Murray. They're both warming up on boards 5 and boards 8, respectively. And you've also got one warming up on board 4, which I've got to be honest, I really like the look of.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. UK Open qualifiers, Portela and Dan Reed. Big opportunity for both players. I think if you'd have offered them that draw, I think they'd have both taken it. And that's not being disrespectful to either player, but looking at some of the names in this first round and not drawing a total holder. However, what it does offer is a big opportunity for both of those to try and get a run with the early draw. Just early on mine, Ryan Harrington has got the first leg. And to answer, I've not seen who it was, sorry, in the chat about Ryan Harrington related to Rod. Yes, it's Rod Harrington's son. Seen him play quite a lot on the BDO. Seen him at a Tortard PD, seen him in a few of the events, seen him on TV a couple of times, but qualified this time through a Riley's qualifier. And he's coming up against one of the Rodriguez brothers, Rusty Jake, who has just missed a couple to break straight back. Ryan Harrington's got 120 here. Just want to stay and see if he can take this one out. Ryan Harrington. No, he doesn't. He misses a dart. Not sure how. He's on 120. He's missed a dart at bull. Don't know if he's blocked the bed with his first dart, then gone for 2 balls because he's left 25. But Rusty Jake Rodriguez comes back and levels things up. On stage 2, Fabian Schmerzer was in full control of this one. 5-2 up against Tai Fan Lund. Tai Fan Lund, we see him breaking the last leg. He's just in front in this one. Just a score of 57 there to leave 192. Schmerzer Labatt on 267. But we could have a noble on board 2. Henry, back to you.
Well, you've got all the excitement of last leg thrillers. The games on my area are just getting underway. Jim Williams, Ryan Murray, Sean McDonald, Jamie Clark. They're in the opening leg. Vladimir Anderson is 2-0 down to Steve Clayson, averaging only 63. Anderson, Clayson 79. Yet to catch fire as of yet, but Radek Shagansky is playing well. 94, just under 95 average against Wesley Plessier. He's 3-1 up and is putting in the best performance, or one of the best performances of the day so far. He's 3-1 up, and just having a quick look at that match. Okay, Plessier has a chance to win leg 5. He's at 10-8 in his leg. Jansky has only hit 260s, but he's been looking quite comfortable in this one. But Plessier, if he brings it back to 3-2 with the darts, could be anyone's game there. That break of throw could prove so crucial, especially with Plessier having a big lead in this specific leg.
3 darts. Sorry, Emery. We have got the decider on board 2. Fabian Schmertzler's got Tai Fan Lund. And when I said what 3 darts, they're not the finish from Tai Fan Lund, but the start to lead 11 from the youngster who fires in a 180 to get the early lead in the noble lead. Tai Fan Lund can only follow up with an 86. So if the young German can find a treble here, he switched and it's only at 58. He's still got a nice lead. However, that 180 only followed up by a 58 isn't what the young German would have wanted. Can Tai Fan Lund apply some pressure? To answer Dan's question just in the chat room about the boards that are showing today, board 1 on PDC TV will only be shown if you are outside UK, Germany, Holland. Correct me if I've missed anywhere, Henry. And board 2 will be shown for everyone. The reason for board 1 only on PDC, not being shown on PDC TV, is because that will be aired on ITV4.
Effectively, any territory that has a TV partner, stage 1 will be on there. If you haven't, it'll be on PDC TV. Usually on the PDC Twitter account, they have a list of territories and broadcast partners. So if you are watching us around the world, I'd recommend maybe going onto that and having a look where they're having broadcast partners. And if you're not in a territory of one of them, then you can head over to PDC TV and watch all the action.
Fabian Schmertzer's just left. Just trying to see what he's just. He left 167. Tai Fan Lund's back on 265. He's done 2 treble 20s because Tai Fan Lund is not on a finish to leave 47. He's then gone to hit a single 11 and he's pulled it and he's ended up in double 8. So it's a big pull by the young German. He's come back now and he's been unable to take it out. But Tai Fan Lund is back on 208. How important was that 180 at the start of the leg? It's Dave in the advantage. Tai Fan Lund applying the pressure now. Back on 208. Those are 140. Very, very close to a 180. Leave 68. Can the young German, Fabian Schmertzler, get the 6-5 win? Win it in the Noble. Just outside on the first and the second. And he's pulled it inside. More missed starts. So Tai Fan Lund, 68. To come back from 5-2 behind, survive match darts. He goes to 12 routes. Just misses the treble. 16 for tops. Just inside the 16. 1 dart at tops for a 6-5 win. Oh, it's on the wire. Python London's just wide tops. Both players have now had match start. It's Fabian Schmerkler who's coming back to double score. And Fabian Schmerkler takes the 6-5 win. Henry, I think there's a bit of noise coming from your mic.
Okay, I'll have a look at that. Yeah,
if there's some with your connection,
might be
I was just seeing where it was from, but it's coming from yours, I believe.
Might be some feedback on my mic, so give me a couple of minutes and I'll try and sort that out.
It's fine. It seems to be fine now. Whatever you've done or stopped doing, it seems to have done now, mate.
I haven't touched anything.
We've just there for 30 seconds. Just talking about it made it disappear.
Gremlins in the system.
I'll let you know if it comes back up. So on board to the young German, goes through a 6-5, survives a match start. Ryan Harrington is 2-2 with Rusty Jate Rodriguez. Rusty Jate averaging around the 90 mark. Ryan Harrington with 95. In the game that intrigued Henry on board 4 with the UK Open qualifiers, it's Dan Reed who has got the early lead. And what a performance so far, averaging 107 to lead Diego Portela 2-0. Portela is back on 7-1. Dan Reed looking in control to go 3-0 in front. Henry, over to your 4 boards that I believe are all in action.
We are all in play, and some games at the start, some games in the middle. So let's go to those that have just begun. Board 5, Ryan Murray's taken a 2-1 lead over Jim Williams. In the Battle of the Scots, Jamie Clark is 2-0 up on Sean McDonald and is in cruise control in that one. Sean McDonald not really playing to his best in that one. Now 3-0 in Jamie Clark's favour. Over on board 6, it's one-way traffic as Steve Clayson leads Vladimir Anderson by 4 legs to 0. Clayson averaging 81 in that one, but decent affair between Wesley Placer and Radek Shigansky. We were talking about this, weren't we, a few minutes ago. It's now 4-3 in Plessier's favour. Shigansky, you may remember the last time we came to this one, was 3-1 up, and he looked in control of this match, if I'm being perfectly honest. But how darts matches can change on moments, and the Dutchman here, Placier, has got himself back in front 4-3. Shigansky 2 tons to kick off leg 8, where he has the darts. So we are back on throw here. Where Shigansky obviously broke early on, so he's obviously lost that. He's lost his advantage. He's in I'd say, spot of bother in a leg that's up in the offing. 2-5-9 plays 2-4-1, but Shigansky does have the darts here.
Just going back to the Ryan Harrington, Rusty Jade, Rodriguez game. Ryan Harrington, who's playing the better. However, Rusty Jade has done 140, 180, 105 against the throw to leave 76 here to level things up. Can't take it out, but Ryan Harrington, we've seen it already a couple of times today. Someone leaving the bowler number. Ryan Harrington has done it here. It's in 140 when he's back on 306, so should have done the 19s route. It's a 97 here to apply a bit of pressure, but Rusty Jade Rodriguez will fancy himself to level things up at 3 apiece. Dan, regarding the question on in the US, if the US are not broadcasting it, then it should be available on stream board 1, but that doesn't start until around the action on ITV4 that's underway at 12. Probably means the first game will be on stage between 5 to 12 and 12 o'clock. So if you are in an area where board 1 is available, that will start showing in around 15 to 20 minutes. Rusty J. Rodriguez missed all 3, and Ryan Harrington come back and took out 69, and it's currently a 4-2 lead from Ryan Harrington. Dan Reed did get the 3-0 lead. Portela looking better in leg 4. So Portela on 88 with Dan Reed back on 2-3-2. What a time to hit a 180. Portela yet to get a lead on the board, sat on 88. Dan Reed fires in a 180 to apply huge pressure on the Brazilian to take it out. And he does. Fair play to Portela. Take it out in 2. So it is 3-1. There is 22 points between the averages in this one. Dan Reed with a 105 and Diego Portela with 83. Just before I come back to you, Henry, just to let people know, on board 2, we have Matt Campbell, one who's a lot of people are tipping to have a good run today. He comes up against last year's 9-dart hero. I think it was about this time that Sebastian Bialetti put in the 9-darter last year. Sebastian Bialetti takes on Matt Campbell on board 2, but we are just underway in that one with Bialetti having the throw. Henry, back to you. And I can see, for someone who's been a friend on the show and been on a few times, Shawnee Matt, it's not going the way of that Scotsman in the All-Scottish affair.
No, it's not. Jamie Clark is in absolute cruise control here, averaging 95, so playing really well. But Sean McDonald, as you say, unfortunately, has not really been at the races today, and he's going to be the most disappointed out of anyone about that. I know how much he was looking forward to playing in the UK Open. We spoke about it a few weeks ago when he was on the Q School live stream about it. Real gutting for him. Jamie Clark looks as if he's going to book his place into the second round. Steve Clayton looks like he's going to be doing similar. He's 5 up on Vladimir Anderson. Bit of a gap in the averages there. And Wesley Placier in that seesaw game now against Radek Sagansky is 5-4 up on the pole. Jim Williams, he's 4-2 up on Ryan Murray on board 5. But as you say, on board 7, Radek Sagansky is throwing to stay in the match now. Kicks off turn 40. We'll keep you posted on that as that leg and that match develops.
On board 3, I was talking about Ryan Harrington a bit at the start of this one. Haven't seen him much recently on our TVs. Obviously, it was pre-pandemic before I can remember Ryan Harrington on our screens. But with performances like this, we might be seeing a bit more of him. He's 5-2 in front against Rusty Jake Rodriguez. He's fighting 180, 140, 135. He's then completed the leg in 13 darts, and a very, very impressive performance by Ryan Harrington to beat Rusty Jake Rodriguez 6-2 with a 95 average. So Ryan Harrington progresses into round 2. On board 4, Dan Reed gets a hold of throw and is now 4-1 in front. And on stage 2, Bialetti's just missed the dart for 68 for the opening leg. Matt Campbell had already missed one in the previous leg. Coming back for 10s, all 3 outside. Sebastian Bialetti will be coming back for double 8 for the first leg on the board. Muzza, thank you very much for your donation in the chat room. You are more than welcome. We are here all day for the session 1. We'll return this evening with Jack Darby Darwood, and then tomorrow afternoon when we move from 8 boards down to 4. But between me and Dob, we will have 2 boards each and have you covered on all the outside boards and everything that's happening on the main stage. It was Bialetti who got the opening leg and is fired 180 against the throw in this one. Henry, back to you, my friend.
Because we have a noble on board 7, Placier Sagansky. It feels like a game that deserves a final leg. Well, Placier has the throws, hit 91. Sagansky's kicked off 57, but the Dutchman has responded to his first visit with just 44. Maybe a bit of edginess, a bit of nerves here in this last leg decider. Big opportunity for both of these players to progress to the second round of the UK Open. 99 from Placier, and I do agree. Bialecki and Campbell have great throws. I've seen more Campbell than I have Bialecki, but seeing Campbell, and obviously in the live league and at the World Championships, it's a solid throw which you think can't really break down to a certain extent.
Yeah, I'm with you. Luckily, that's one of the streaming games today, and both I'm with you. I've seen a lot of Matt Campbell, a lot more than ever of Sebastian Bialetti, who is constantly keeping us updated on social media with his winning in local events and national events, constantly beating his father, I believe, in all the events he seems to be playing in. But looking at the numbers and performances, and how we performed at the UK Open last year, there's a lot of quality there, and it's a very, very nice throw. He's got an opportunity here as well to get an early break. Then to Matt Campbell, who started slow. He does it in 2, 55 out, 2-0 in front, Sebastian Bialetti. I'll come back to your noble leg, Henry.
Just before we go to the noble leg, Jamie Clark has secured a 6-0 victory of 100 average against Sean McDonald. So Sean McDonald out of the UK Open in the first round. But in the noble, Plessier's left 32, but Sagansky is going to have First pop at 47. Can the Pole win it in the final leg? He had led 3-1 in this match. And takes it last dart in hand. So Sagansky seals the win against Plessier. The Pole is through to round 2, but he was made to work for it in the end. He is into the second round. Victor by 6 legs to 5.
Henry, what are the PDC doing putting Richie Burnett on board 3 so we can't see him on a streaming board? We all wanted Burnett Tam. We definitely wanted Rich Tam. Hopefully we'll see it the weekend. Reason I've just mentioned it is because he's warming up against Tony Martinez on board 3. We also have a very interesting game on board 8 warming up, which is one coming to you, Henry, which is Graham Hull against Tevin Burnett. Obviously, qualified for the World Seniors, wasn't able to play because he got his tour card, but in dud form, Tevin Burnett. So should be a dud game on board 8. Just for a thumb to on that one, Dan Reed is now 4-2 in front of Portela. Said there was a huge gap in the average. I believe it was around 23. That's now shortened to 14. Portela back on 85, Dan Reed on 99. Still very impressive, but he finds himself just 4-2 in front, and Portela's left 84 after 12 for a break to throw. So we could be getting closer in that one. But, Emery, before I come to you about the Tevin Burnett game, we have the Paul Holden. I don't know what introduction to give that guy because he always seems to be, he always finds a way to qualify, and he's coming up against a very, very impressive young man in Dom Taylor.
Indeed, Paul Hogan finds a way to qualify for any tournament he can possibly qualify for. He could qualify for the Football World Cup if he tried. But he's playing Dante. Just say another one of those players that I think we'll see a lot more of over the coming months and the coming years. That's going to be a real tight-knit game, I think, that. Kevin Burnett against Graham Hall. I think, I'd say Burnett played so well in the Live League last year, qualified for the seniors, gets his tour card, and I think he's one of those players that we really are looking out for amongst that new tour card pack in 2022. I mean, he's one really good run in a Pro Tour away from really, really kickstarting his PDC career again. I'm just going to stop because Jim Williams has beaten Ryan Murray by 6 legs to 3. Williams was behind in that, has come back. 96 average in the end. Jim Williams is through 6-3. And then just having a look at board 7, Ross Montgomery, the most unlikeliest man to win a PDC tour card in history, is at the UK Open, and he takes on Reece Colley. Now, we've seen 1 or 2 bits of Ross Montgomery this year. It'd be interesting to see him in one of the big PDC TV events. And just to round off a full complement of games warming up on my boards, this should be a cracker. I am really looking forward to this.
I'm really jealous of this one, Henry.
It's a shame that it genuinely isn't on one of the streaming boards. John O'Shea against Nathan Rafferty. The battle of the Republic of Irishmen against the Northern Irishmen. And this could be electric.
It certainly could. I think it was the one that I tipped as my first round game of today. There's just so much that can come from it. We've seen Rafferty a lot more recently on our TV screens and the performances that Ethan put in. But John O'Shea got his tour card this year and should be an absolute cracker. But talking about streaming boards, Sebastian Bialetti's love with the UK Open seems to be continuing. He's now 3-0 in front against Matt Campbell, and he finds himself with sit start at 147 for a 4-0 lead. But the game I want to go to is Dan Reed versus Portela. Portela's just had sit starts at 84, and if I told you, Emery, of those sit starts, he had 1 dart at Bull. I'm not sure what happened, but he didn't end up winning that lead. It's bust 84. She may have had a dart at a double and then missed the run bed, but he then only ended up with a dart at a bullseye. The next visit, Dan Reed come and cleaned up the lead, moved 1 away, 5-2 in front. Portela looking to hold here on 80, and that would be 5-3. And Richard Burnett has got an early lead against Tony Martinez. Just back to the streaming board. Sebastian Bialetti, 4-0 in front against Matt Campbell. That is now looking very, very one-sided. Talking about the throw of both players, every time I've been looking up at the screen, There's been a few wayward ones from Matt Campbell going into the 5. It's not a throw that we expect to see going wayward, but there's been quite a few today. And Bialetti is playing some fantastic stuff. Just a 1-3-4 visit there, looking in control of this 5th leg. And I wouldn't be surprised with a Bialetti win at the start of today. However, what I would be surprised with if Bialetti was to win this one 2-0. But it's looking that way, how the young man is playing at the moment. And I've just seen that the coverage is underway on ITV4, which means we will have all 8 boards up and running very, very shortly.
Which means split screen fans, you're going to be in your absolute element this afternoon. But don't forget to keep us on. Don't forget to keep us on, even if it's on the laptop with the volume on. Make sure you're with us because we're going to have every single board covered this afternoon. Underway in a couple of games. Now, I haven't seen how this first leg developed for us, Montgomery, but he's averaged 115 in the opening leg against Reece Colley on board 7. And he is on fire because I just had a look at the second leg. 2 top 40s, followed by 60 to start the leg. Ross is the boss at Butlins Minehead at the minute. He has come out like a steam train, has the Scotsman against Reece Colley. Just a measly 83 there on his 4th visit to the board. And I'm just want to go back to that Diogo Portela moment. The only way he could have bust 84 I can think of is he's hit the treble 21st dart, gone inside on the double 12, then perhaps hit the double 10 going for double 6.
Yes, yeah, I would think so. However, on these side stages, anything is possible, Henry. We know that anything is possible. But to see that Reed he had 6 starts to do it, and Dan Reed fired in a 180, then cleaned up 68 to win that leg. And it seemed like that had a big impact on Portela because Dan Reed has now wrapped that game up with a 6-3 win, was averaging over 100 for a lot of that game. Dropped off towards the end, but a 92 average in round 1 of the UK Open is still very impressive. And it's Dan Reed who knocks out the Brazilian in round 1 for a 6-3 lead. A 6-3 win, sorry. I'm just having a look at Richie Burnett and Tony Martinez. Good start from both players, both deep in the 90 average. It's Richie Burnett who got the first lead on the board. Tony Martinez got one bat. Strong lead from both players here. Burnett on 80 after 12. Tony Martinez on 120 after 12. But it's Richie Burnett who's coming bat first. And Richie Burnett takes it out in 3. Strong start from both players. We have had 3 holder throws, and it's Richie Burnett who wins 2-1. I've got 2 games now that are warming up. One that is Josh Roth and Damien Moll on board 4. And on board 1, we will be underway very, very shortly, where we will see another Rodriguez brother. It's Roby John Rodriguez this time, who will take on Bradley Brutz.
I bet the PDC are well happy when all 3 of them qualify because it saves them on passes they need for family members.
You'd like to think so. I'm sure they include a few friends and maybe management team in there, but it certainly helps when it's all the same family and all 3 are in it. But we've seen one depart early on, and that tie for Roby John Rodriguez is not one he would have wanted with Bradley Brutz, who's playing some very, very good stuff at the moment, and it's one to watch on the main stage. This Richard Burnett and Tony Martinez game should definitely have been streamed. The actions we'd have loved to have seen, but the performance from both players has been very, very good. So Richard Burnett who has done ton. We are potentially on for our perfect 15 dart lead with the 4 100s and the 101 out, with Richard Burnett going 3 consecutive 100s. Tony Martinez is on 195. Only at 44 for the 151. Then Richard Burnett put in another 100 to leave that 101. Go on, Richie. Not biased. I just love that 15 dart lead of 4 100s and a 101. So nice on the eye. Not to be with just 49.
Should have a 15 on the side of the screen.
Yeah, it should. It should have that. If someone's putting back-to-back 100s, it should start there and build up the excitement of that one. I 100% agree with you on that one, Henry. Back to stage 2, because we are in the potentially the end of this game. Tambol got a lead back in lead 6, but he's 5-1 behind. Sebastian Bialetti is left 1-4-2 on Matt Tambol. Done into the treble one there. So he's back on 2-0-2. Can he finish in style? No, it's just single 1. 21 stored. So 1-2-1. Clever dart down for Bull to leave 96. So a 2-darter for Sebastian Bialetti to wrap up a very, very impressive win against Matt Tambol. Just stay with me to see if we can take this out. 96. Just under the treble 21st start. Just under with a second. So we won't be taking it out of this visit. He does leave tops, but Matt Tambol has got 97. So that he's set and led on the board. No treble. Bialetti is coming back for tops. 3 darts in hand. As we have had plenty of missed darts on board 3. Can we get this wrapped up on stage 2? Bialetti. No, we can't. Over, under, and then inside on the 10s. So Matt Tamble's got 60 to make it 5-2. Can Matt Tamble do it? No, Matt Tamble can't as well. Bialetti's got 5-5 for the win. Just give you a quick update on board 3. Tony Martinez and Richard Burnett missing a handful of darts each, but it's Richard Burnett who gets the break. 3-1 in front, and we have a result on board 2. Sebastian Bialetti. His average would have dropped after all those missed darts at the end, but the Bolt won't mind as he butts his place into round 2. Henry, back to you, my friend.
Well, just a case of games kind of warming up where we are. Ross Montgomery threw it up on Reed's Collie, the most notable one so far. But on board 5, the game we're really looking forward to between John O'Shea and Nathan Rafferty. O'Shea's 2-0 up in that one. He's averaging 88, Rafferty 79 there. Paul Hogan, the amateur professional, he is 1-1 against Don Taylor. Good quality game this, 94 and 90 averages respectively. Hogan's now re-established the lead at 2-1. And Graham Hall 2-0 up on Kevin Burnett. Burnett hasn't quite got out of the traps yet, averaging just 71, which we wouldn't expect from him. So 2-0 down to Graham Hall. He's got a little bit of work to do in that one. So nothing major happening on boards 5 to 8 as of yet, but 1 or 2, especially in the case of the Ross Montgomery game, that's going to come up to the boil very soon.
Early stages on board 4. Josh Roth, very, very impressive youngster. He's top of the Dev Tour currently. Got a couple of wins 2 weekends ago. He's coming up against Damien Moll. Got the opening led with a 14 dart lead to go 1-0 up against Damien Moll. Richard Burnett is looking to take full control in this one. He has left 36 after 15. Martinez is back on 196. This is on the Burnett throw. But can Richard Burnett take out double 18? No real pressure from Martinez. The performance from him has dropped quite significantly, about 10 points in the average from the opening 2 leads. Burnett can't take it out. So a big check out for Tony Martinez, 136. Can he take it? Get that break back that he needs. If not, Richard Burnett will be coming back for double 9. Tony Martinez has just bust 136. I can assume he is done. Obviously, he's done for the 20s. He would have done single 20 to leave 116. Treble 20 to leave 56, and then for another 20 to leave double 18 and hit the treble, and he's bust 136. And Richard Burnett has come back and has taken it out, so finds himself 4-1 in front against Tony Martinez.
Either that, we may have hit the double 16 going for double 8 as well.
Yeah. Normally on those, it is the the treble 20 that we see a lot of it on, but it is Richard Burnett who punishes him. And 4-1 in front now. So total control from the Welshman. Damien Mole level things up against Josh Roth. So we are 1 apiece. And on board 2, Mario van der Bodard against Jules van Doden. I apologise if I've messed up any of those names, but they are just warming up on the streaming board. So we have, that is the penultimate round 1 game on stage 2, and it will be followed by a cracker in Danny Lowbury and Nito Springer. We talked about the throw. One throw I certainly love to see is the one of Danny Lowbury. So I'm looking forward to seeing that after the Van der Bodard and Van Doden game.
Just having a look on a couple of my boards. Ross Montgomery 4-1 up on Reece Colley. Not quite the stratospheric averages that we saw in the first couple of legs, but tidy enough from the boss to put himself in a commanding position in that one. John O'Shea is 3-0 up on Nathan Rafferty on board 5. Board 6, tight, close game between Paul Hogan and Dom Taylor. 2-2 in that one, whilst Kevin Burnett is 3-1 down to Graham Hall, and he's got a lot of work to do. It really hasn't been his day so far as it been for Kevin Burnett. Reece Colley has pulled one back against Ross Montgomery. It's now 4-2 in that one. Can the Englishman put on a charge against the boss?
So just before the action gets underway on stage 1, and we are just in the opening part of stage 2 with Van der Bodard and Van Doden. We are just going to go to a tweet ad break, Henry Deaton, and then we will be back for updates on Richard Burnett, Tony Martinez, and that Ross Montgomery Reece Holiday. Welcome back to the UK Open special from Online Darts. I am joined by Henry Deaton in partnership with Ball Sports to bring you all the action from Minehead. Just quick updates from my boards as we're underway on stage 1 with Rusty Jade, John Rodriguez. Sorry, those 1-0 up against Bradley Brooks. Van der Bodard and Van Doden are just underway on stage 2 in the opening leg. Richard Burnett has just missed started though, 5-2 in front. Tony Martinez has got darts at top to make it 4-3, which he does. And Josh Roth and Damien Mole are 2 apiece. Boards 5-8 throughout the day are brought to you by Henry Deaton. We'll go straight over to Henry now and give us a few updates. That dame on board 5 is not looking good for Rafferty.
It's not. Nathan Rafferty has got a mountain to climb here. Well, he's going to have to win all 6 legs from here because John O'Shea is 5-0 up. Now, we thought this was a game that had 11 legs written all over it. Well, John O'Shea has said no to what we thought the form book would suggest. He's 5-0 up then on Nathan Rafferty. Ross Montgomery, he's 4-2 up on Reece Colley. Montgomery came out the tracks flying in the first couple of legs. The average is around 90 now for Montgomery. So 5-2 to him in that one. Paul Hogan is 3-2 up on Dom Taylor. Hogan, who we know he makes a habit of qualifying for the UK Open every year for the Wiley's qualifiers. He actually qualified last year for the Wiley's qualifiers if he could. So 4-2 to him in that one. Was on board 8. Kevin Burnett is beginning to charge a bit of a comeback against Graham Hall. 3-2 now to Hall in that one. Neither player have quite caught fire in that match as of yet.
Just looking at the early stages of this performance from Robbie John Rodriguez, he's averaging over 100. He's in total control of lead 3 against the thrower. On the thrower against Bradley Brooks. He's left 59. With Bradley Brooks unable to get a visit to the board. We were saying how difficult a game this is for Robbie John Rodriguez, but when he's in this sort of form, which we've seen on the World Championship stage before, we've seen him perform like this in the World Cup for Mensur Suljovic. Bradley Brooks certainly needs to up his game because he finds himself 3-0 behind now. Very, very difficult opening game for the youngsters. It's Bradley Brooks who is 3-0 behind. Richie Burnett is now 4-3. And Josh Rott is 3-2 in front on that one. Van der Bodard is 1-0 up in the opening. In the opening, 1-0 up in the opening stages of that day. However, it's a very, very slow throw from both players. So we could be on stage 2 for a while. We're looking about Laby in the next one, Henry, of how quick that young man can throw his darts. This one, it's a bit slower. So the players might be waiting a little bit longer in this one. Van der Bodard is on 194 here. 2 trebles 20s. Leaves 74. What did he do with his last start? Single 14. Good visit to the board. Potential hold of throw here for a 2-0 lead.
Just to mention, is that the fully developed Josh Rock there on board 4? Just to ask Gob in the chat room.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We all know it is. He's putting in a very good performance here, but he's coming up against Damien Moll, who is firing some great stuff himself. Josh Rock here needs a 109 for a hold of throw. As I say, it's of course he does it. He's fully developed, Henry. That's a 109 check out from Josh Rock. He's 4-2 in front and moves just a couple of legs away. Someone who's even closer to that finish line is Richie Burnett. Richie Burnett is 5-3 in front now against Tony Martinez. Just back to the game on the main stage, Robbie John Rodriguez is currently averaging 108 in currently beating Bradley Brooks 4-0. 108 average from the young Austrian, and he doesn't seem to be going anywhere soon. As I just have a quick look, and he fires in another 140 on throw. He's in complete control and an outstanding performance from the youngster that if he can maintain this throughout the day, there's people who are entering on round 4 will not want to meet that young man, but there is a lot of darts to be thrown before we get to there, Henry.
Oh, there is plenty of darts to be thrown, but none more from Reece Colley because Ross Montgomery has pulled in a 12-dart leg to seal the match against him. Went ton 40, 180, ton 40, 41 in 3. That is some way to seal the deal and to seal your place in the next round of the UK Open. Ross the Boss is here to play.
Sorry to interrupt. We are talking about Robbie John Rodriguez firing in a 108 average, just finding a big fish, just because he can. Robbie John Rodriguez makes it 5-0 with a 170, moves one leg away to now a 112 average. Sorry, Henry, back to you.
Get the fish. Hold on, one way. Get the fishing rods out, everyone. The big fish has arrived. So as I mentioned there, Ross Montgomery playing brilliantly, gets through in the end 6-3 for 12-dart leg. Elsewhere on my board, Paul Hogan's one away from victory against Dom Taylor. He's begun to pull away from him now at 5-2. Graham Hall is still 2 legs up on Kevin Burnett. The score now 4-2, although Burnett has just won the 7th. So 4-3 in that one. And a result on board 3 for you, Lee.
It certainly is. The man Richie Burnett. That's a 6-3 winner then, Tony Martinez. Great start by both players. Just dropped a little bit. However, the 93 average from Richie Burnett done more than enough. Punished a few missed starts. and dot the 6-3 win. So progresses into round 2. Bradley Brooks is looking likely here to get his first lead on the board, leaving 85, but Robbie John back on 244. So a big finish. Very intriguing games are warming up. One on my board and one on one of yours, Henry. Just start with mine, which is Jose Ostida versus Darren Webster. Very, very intriguing game by two experienced players. Very similar on yours with one of those. Mickey Mansell will start on board 5, Henry.
Yeah, Mickey Mansell against Jurgen van der Velde. And Mickey Mansell is one of those players that can, at the UK Open, be one of those players that can kind of come out of nowhere a little bit and then kind of put in a big performance. It'd be interesting to see him in action here against the Dutchman. We've seen a lot of Mickey over the years, but I feel like we're still awaiting that kind of breakthrough performance from him, especially on the televised stage. I don't know what you feel, how you feel about that.
Yeah. I think you've hit the nail on the head there, my friend. It's one of them that we don't seem to see that level that we can see off stage as we see perform on there. But the UK Open gives those opportunities, if not on the main stage, on them board too. If you can progress through a couple of those, obviously by the Saturday, you will be playing on there. So the opportunity may be there. It's not a bad draw for him today, but we'll need to find that sort of off-stage game to then progress. Bradley Brooks has done his first lead on the board, but Robbie John has hit back in lead 7 and Lutz in control here. In the Josh Roth, Damien Muldown, as we were saying, the fully developed Josh Roth Lutz in control early on. It's now 4 apiece. Now, as Damien Moll is firing some good stuff in as well, we are around the mid-90s average from both players. Some very, very good scoring. But Josh Roth here is just edged in front by 95 points against the throw. So if we can see a break in this one, it will be Roth who will then be throwing for the Dame. On board 8, Henry. Graham Hall is just one away. Is that looking likely, or is the fight back on for Kevin Burness?
Well, let's have a look and dip into the leg in that one, and it's been one of those kind of games really for Kevin Burness where it's just not really got going for him, and it's kind of been the same in this leg. Hall's kicked off 40, followed by 38. Burness 81 and 44 respectively. So the low score in second visit's kind of brought him back in the leg, but only a 60 here for Burness, and the scoring power, which we're so used to seeing from him, especially last year in the live league, has just not been there this morning when I've dipped in and out of this game. Graham Hall's just been that little bit more consistent, and that's the reason why he is 5-3 in front. 96 leads him on 2-2-7 after 9. I think it'd be one of those games that both players, after they come off, would just want to put to the back of their mind. You much well want to win that game and kind of use your get out of jail free card early, obviously go out. But both players, let's say 75, 83 average respectively between them. It's just been one of those where they just haven't quite got going, whether that's maybe the early start time, I don't quite know. But we mentioned earlier, the players that would have played in the live league may have an advantage of that. And Kevin Burness is someone that has played a lot of morning darts over the last year or so. So Hall has left 1-3-4 after 12. Burness back on 2-1-6, now 1-5-6. So Hall now 134. This is to break the throw and to win the match and to knock Kevin Burness out of the UK Open in the first round. We wait and see as Dart Connect refreshes.
Just to give you a result from the main stage, Robbie John Rodriguez comes through 6-1, as Dan said there, 108.66 average, and the big fish. Jordan Mathers, if you are in the practice room, I hope you are not looking at the TV, because you are going to be playing him on stage 2 in probably about an hour and a half. And if he comes with that performance then, he's one to watch this afternoon. And Ryan Meatle will then take on the winner of that in round 3. Josh Roth has got the break to throw to go 5-4 in front and looking likely to wrap up the win. And Darren Webster's got the early one. Back to you, Henry.
So Graham Hall wants double 18 to seal the match, but goes inside to leave double 9. So Kevin Burness, to save the match, wants 75. Would have to break in the next and would have the throw in any potential decider. But back here and now, needs this 75. Has scored 69 to leave double 3. So Graham Hall, double 9 to win the match. and to knock Burness out here in Minehead in the opening round of the UK Open. One of those that were quietly fancied for a run in this event, and takes its second dart in hand, and Graham Hall beats Burness by 6 legs to 3. That is a big casualty for the first round. Kevin Burness is out of the UK Open. Good performance from Graham Hall. He is into the second round victor by 6 legs to 3.
We could have another result in coming eras. Josh Roth, oh no, he's missed more. That's 6 match darts he's missed against Damien Mole. Mole's just missed a dart to win the lead, but he's come back and cleaned it up. We have got a no ball between Josh Roth and Damien Mole. Just give you updates on the other board before we come back to us. Darren Webster's 1-0 in front of Ostida. Van der Bodard is 2 apiece with Van Doden. And on board 6, which is one of yours, Henry, Paul Hoden is 1 away against Dom Taylor.
Indeed, but I just want to quickly go back to the Danny Jansen Liam Meek game, because Liam Meek's just taken a 1-3-9 out against Jansen. This is a real quality affair. Jansen's averaging 99, Liam Meek 106 in this one. But as you mentioned in the Paul Hogan game, the amateur qualifier himself, let's quickly find him back on my page up here. 5-4 up on Dom Taylor. As you know, he loves the UK Open, doesn't he? He wants 59 then to win the match and to break the throw. He does have the insurance policy, and he has left 10. So 49 scored there. So Dom Taylor back to take us to a noble. Hogan would have the throw if we go there. Wants double 10. 20 left for Taylor. Can he take it out? Bit of a nervy leg, this one. It's both of their 7th visits back to the board, and Taylor's only hit 15, so he's left 5, so he's gone inside on both the double 10 and double 5. Double 5's the target that Hogan wants, and double 5 is the target that Hogan gets. The amateur qualifier, the amateur professional, that is Paul Hogan, is through. He loves the UK Open. His love affair continues. He is through by 6 legs to 4.
We had a noble as well on board 4. Damien Mole, Josh Roth. Josh Roth was on 108. Damien Mole was on 106. It was Mole who come first. Andy takes it out to 106 to win the Dame and not out. Josh Roth sits 5 in a fantastic noble lead. Very, very good Dame by both Damien Mole and Josh Roth. But it is Damien Mole who hits the ton plus check out to win the Dame 6-5. Lot of noble leads coming through now, Emery. It is starting to brew up quite nicely as Darren Webster takes a 2-1 lead against Ostida, and Van der Bodard takes a 3-2 lead on board 2. Your Dame as well on board 7, I can see. The quality is showing throughout from both Jansen and Liam Meek still.
This really is a quality game. Just delving into this leg alone. The average is 96 and 99 respectively, but just have a listen to the scores in this leg. For Jansen, ton 180, ton 96. Meek, ton 40, ton. They are throwing the kitchen sink at each other, and they can't be separated at 2-2. Although a slip from Meek, because he's only scored 40. So Jansen here, 25. This is for a hold of throw, but when you play this well, holds and breaks almost seem irrelevant. Takes it out last dart in hand. He leads 3-2. This is a quality contest. Dare I say it? Dare I say it? We saw the RJR average, but in terms of both players firing it between each other, this has probably been the best quality contest between both players.
Yeah, hard to disagree in the early stages. Another player who's averaging very well is Jose Ostida, who finds himself 2-1 behind, but he's averaging 102. 2 Riley's qualifiers are just about to get underway on the main stage, where Jelle Klassen takes on Mark Rice in the last round 1 Dame on that stage. And we have a couple of Dames warming up. James Wilson takes on Sean Wilkinson on board 4, and we have a Dame on board 6, Another one that's quite intriguing, Henry. Tony Alton against Prakash Jiwa.
Yeah, I think it's one of those games where you probably toss a coin to decide a winner if you're predicting on paper. It's a really, really tight match here between Tony Alton and Prakash Jiwa. Again, Prakash, one of those players we saw on the live league last year, kind of got better as the week got on in that format. And Tony Alton, you kind of know what you're going to get from him. You're going to get something probably in the region between 81 and 91, and it's going to be quite consistent. He's one of those players you could probably put a mortgage on an average around that area. So it'll be interesting to see how that one progresses. And I know I said the John O'Shea, Nathan Rafferty game would be quite close, and I was unbelievably wrong. But I get a sense that this one might be.
I'm sure we'll be run a few times throughout today. There's an awful lot which is going on. I'm just seeing as well that Yellow Klassen, I'm just seeing the early stages of the Yellow Klassen and Royce game. And I've got a feeling with this one, we won't be here very long. And that's not saying that one player's going to run away with it. But I've not seen much of Royce before. I have of Yellow, but it's certainly being played at a very, very fast pace. 108 here for Royce. Can he take it now? Yellow's coming back for 32 for the first lead on the board. Darren Webster's moved 3-1 in front. Talking about the Ostida average, still averaging 7 points more than Darren Webster, but it's only one lead on the board. Finds himself 3-1 behind. And on that main stage, it was Yellow Klassen who got the first lead. Stage 2, Van der Bodard is 3 apiece. Said that one would be a bit of a slow burner. Both players like to take the time with their throw on this one. Quite the opposite on the main stage, which could see the main stage go in front of that one at some stage. But we are 3 apiece in a dud game on stage 2. James Wilson, Sean Wilkinson are underway. As I can see, all 8 boards are up and running at once, which can only mean mayhem for us, Emery.
Minehead mayhem, but that is how we love the opening session of the UK Open. And it's interesting to think, just going back on Yellow Klassen, that he's an amateur qualifier. Yellow Klassen, ex-world champion, is an amateur qualifier for this event.
It's crazy. It is crazy. It opens up that debate around then amateurs. Are these players actually amateurs? Does Yellow Klassen obviously still is earning his darts? However, Ostida with a 129. However, when you are not a tour card holder, personally, I think it's the right thing that we have this opportunity for those players to come and qualify, and it opens up some great stories along the way. And could we have a former world champion being a qualifier, being the first winner of the UK Open? Surely not happened before that way.
You never know. I mean, and Yellow's one of those players. If he just clicks it for one weekend, and the draw goes your way, this is a tournament where anything can happen. And we're not in this day where we were probably even 2-3 years ago when Nathan Aspinall won this event, and it was a massive shock. You could genuinely say the world number 32 wins this. Yes, it would be a bit of a surprise, but it wouldn't be a major shock. That's how open PDC TV events are these days. That they're genuine cases for dozens of players.
Yeah, and the draw opens that up as well, because we'll see tonight with the 32 coming in. We have the potential of any matchup, and if we can see a number of those favourites, I'd probably say the 8 Premier League players. Just looking at a clutch of players, probably the 8 Premier League players are coming in as favourites. Everyone would probably expect one of those 8 to pick up that trophy this weekend. But come Sunday afternoon, Sunday night, we could be in a situation where we've only got 1 or 2 of those left, and that's not because there's been huge upsets, which I'm sure there will be along the way, but it could be that they've met each other and we've had mini Premier League knockouts throughout the weekend. It can happen and open up those opportunities for players, as we've seen before. People like Barry Lynn put in impressive performance. Luke Humphries has had good runs at the UK Open. So it's certainly an open field in that aspect. And I'm already looking forward to that draw at 5 o'clock, 4:30, 5 o'clock, just to see who those big names there and who the players who have performed very well. And I'm only done off one game. He's only through one round, so I'm not jumping the gun on Roby John. But if he can perform like that throughout the day, people saying you don't want to draw Price or Wright, you also don't want to draw out a player who's performed very well all day and hit those average numbers. So we are in for a very intriguing day. But back to the action now, as we have results on board 7, Emery.
Yes, Danny Jansen is through against Liam Meek. Really good game this. Really enjoyed watching this on Dart Connect. Took 50 out with 2 darts. So he would have maybe either gone 18, double 16 or 10 tops. Don't quite know the MO, but either way, he is through to the next round. Good quality encounter, that one over on board 7. So those in the multi-board area that managed to catch that one most certainly got a treat there. Let's have a look at some of the other games on my boards. Mickey Mansell averaging 92. We said that this weekend could be a big one for Mickey. We want to see him do well on the TV. It's been a while since we've seen a big performance from him on the televised stage. He's feeling up on Jurgen van der Velde. On board 6, now, I said that we could trust Tony Alcinas to average anything between 81 and 91. Well, he's bang in range because he's averaging 90.73. He is 1-1 against Prakash Jiwa on board 6. And on board 8, Luke Peters 2-0 up early on against Paul Marsh there. But I'm just having a look up at one of your boards on board 4. James Wilson started okay, hasn't he, today?
He started okay today, first leg, but you will soon see that number drop on the average from 107 to 84.
Yes.
He's just had 6 starts at a double, and they have all been missed. And Sean Wilkinson won that lead in 22 darts, so it was a very strong opener from James Wilson. But then on that basis, it dropped off significantly with Storing and doubling in that second leg to level things up. Darren Webster's just missed 3 darts at a double for a 4-3 lead. Can we see a 1-6-7 from Jose Estida? No, we can't. So Webster's coming back for single 5. Can he take this out? No, he's busted. And that was a very, very quickly that them up on darts net, which would make me think that he's missed the big one. But Jose Estida 71 here to go in front 4-3 and a break to throw. On board 2, under Bodard, who hasn't been behind in this one, up until now finds himself 4-3 behind. And on the main stage, Jelle Klassen is 2-1 in front of them to Rice. Rice is throwing some very, very good stuff. And it's on throw at the moment. Rice has just left a 1-5-8. I've jinced him there. Klassen's coming back to 1-0-3. Darren Webster, what are you doing? On 5, he has busted twice. Jose Estida doesn't make a mistake the second time round and breaks throw. So Darren Webster, it's the first break in this game. Darren Webster finds himself 4-3 behind. Just stay with me a moment, Henry, just to see if Jelle can take out this 1-0-3. For a break. No, he can't. So Rice is coming back for 24 to level things up at 2 apiece. Can he? Yes, he can. First start. 2-2 on the main stage.
So let's have a look then what is happening between boards 5 to 8. Well, 3-3 in the game between Jurgen van der Velde and Mickey Mansell. Nip and tuck there. Both players averaging mid to late 80s in that one. Board 8, Luke Peters looks as if he is in command against Paul Marsh. 3-0 up. Big gap in the averages there. And on board 6, Prakash Jiwa has taken the lead against Tony Alcinas 2-1 in that one. Just to prove that I'm totally right, I said Tony Alcinas would average between 81 and 91. Last time I came to you, he averaged 91. Now he's averaging 81. And now 88 as he makes it 2-2.
So you said he would average that mark at the end of the game. He's trying to prove a point here by not moving out that average throughout the game as well, Henry. Just to make that point 100% certain that he's not going to shift from the 81 and 91 average. Jelle Klassen is in total control in lead 5 here. We've seen this in the game. No player has had darts against the throw to win the lead. And Jelle Klassen would take that now if that was the way, because he has the throw. Double 12 for a 1-3-5. Oh, comes inside. Rice is back on 2-8-1. So still 2 apiece in that one. On stage 2, another big check out. Van Doden, 107. Yes. Van der Bodard on 80. He takes it out. The Dutch Dragon is leading 5-4 just to hold a throw. But he knows he will have it in the end. Darren Webster we said he'd missed 3 darts at a double, thumb inside on 20s, 10s and 5s. Then he bust 5 twice and was broken in lead 7. He's just lost another lead against the throw and finds himself just 1 away from defeat. He will need to reel off 3 leads on the spin to get through in that one. And James Wilson is now 2-1 in front. But Henry, you really did jinx him, because when you looked at that and he was averaging 107, that has dropped and dropped and dropped down to 79. But in these first rounds of the UK Open, I'm telling you now that the players are not worried about those numbers. As long as they're at that W, it doesn't matter where those numbers are.
Nobody likes first rounds.
Yeah, as we've seen on the main stage, because Yellow had darts for double 12, and he missed those. He's then come inside with a first 3 to leave double 3. He's then missed those as well, and Royce has just missed an opportunity at double 8. First opportunity of a break on the main stage. Yellow Klassen's got double 3. Oh, yellow. That's 12 now missed in this lead. And Royce is coming back for double 4. 2 Riley's qualifiers on main stage. Tan Royce at the break. Smack bang in the middle of the double. Royce leads 3-2 as Darren Webster gets 1 bat to make it 5-4. Henry, over to you. Mickey Mansell, 4-3 down. So we taught in earlier that you wanted to see him perform on the stage, but on stage 5, not going his way at the moment, but an okay performance.
I mean, the average is okay. 90 is nothing to be sniffed at all, but I say it's just, I don't know what it is. Sometimes we see Mickey Mansell play so well on the floor, but maybe not always transpire on the TV stage. And it looks as if he's going to have work to do here, because Van der Velde looks as if he might break in the 8th leg of this match. 3 ton 40s in a row for the Dutchman, with Mansell back on 201. Hits a 105 to lead 96, but Van der Velde has first poke here at 81 for a possible 11, maybe 12 dart leg here in the 8th. He'd break throw, go 5-3 up, but he's hit 75 to leave 6. So Mickey Mansell needs this for hold of throw. That will feel like a break the way that this leg has gone. It feel like a will steal for Mickey Mansell to bring it back to 4 apiece. And takes it out, 96, last dart in hand. So it is 4-4 in that one. Showed a bit of bottle there, Mickey Mansell, and a leg that could have easily gone in Van der Velde's favour. We are back as we are at 4 apiece.
On stage 2, we are 5 apiece. Van der Velde has just taken out 40, but not the route we all know. He went double 1, double 19. Showing off he was with that check out. Now just come inside, just the 1 bet on the first one, but just out double 19 cleanly. So we are 5 apiece in that one. Darren Webster's just left tops after 15. If Jose can't take out 137, Darren Webster will be coming back for tops to potentially take us to another noble. And on yours, Henry, I can see on board 8, we potentially have a Badal incoming. With Luck Peters 5-0 in front.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's been all one-way traffic in this one. Paul Marsh hasn't really got out the starting gate. It's going to be disappointing for him. Luke Peters is at 102 to leave 22, so double 11 should he come back. But Paul Marsh here, 138. Made famous by Keith Dello, of course, but 84 leads 54. So Peters is back for the double 11. An interesting leave there to win the match with a whitewash, with a bagel.
Talking about match results, Darren Webster had darts at tops of them. We've seen in previous leads he come inside. This time he was outside with all 3, and he was punished. And Darren Webster's been knocked out by Jose Ostida, and Yellow Klassen finds himself 4-2 behind. Henry, back to you.
And Luke Peters gets the double 11, third dart in hand. So he served the bagel on toast and with butter in the end. So he is through by 6 legs to 0 in his opening encounter. But we got a couple of games warming up. I like the look of this one on
Jules
board
Van
8.
Dolen. Sorry, Henry. Do apologise. Every time you're in full flow, there's a big check out. We had a 170 earlier, and Jules Van Delden has just hit a 124 with Mario on 130 to win the Dane. So in the last 2 games I've been looking at where we've gone to the Badal, we've had a 109 out, and this time we've had a 124 on the ball. Some outstanding finishing at the UK Open. Sorry, Henry, I apologise, and we are coming back to you, my friend.
Exemplary darts. They just don't want me to talk, so they're going to perform. So board 8, I love the look of this one that's warming up. Adam Gavlas from the Czech Republic taking on George Killington for a top 128 match. That is spicy. And Prakash Jiwa is a leg away from knocking out Tony Alcinas over on board 6. He's hit ton 40, has the darts in this 8th leg. Prakash Jiwa's kicked over ton 40. Alcinas can only reply with a ton. We'll watch that one as it develops in that leg. Elsewhere on some of my boards, Jurgen van der Velde, he's a leg away from beating Mickey Mansell. He's 5-4 up in that one. A good start for Zoran Lurchbacher. He's 2-0 up on Ricardo Pietrescu. Early days, of course, in that, but Lurchbacher getting the better of his German opponent earlier.
On the main stage, I'm not sure if you can call it an upset with 2 Riley's qualifiers. However, one of which being the world champion, maybe you can. But Yellow Klassen finds himself in a bit of trouble here. Was 4-2 behind. Has now held for automatic 4-3. And with 220 left here, if you can find a 180, just a 140 for Yellow, but leaves him on 80 with Rice on 194. But Yellow Klassen in a little bit of trouble on the main stage. Royston firing a big story here to put that pressure on Dutchman, only a 58. So Yellow Klassen coming back for 80, but that will be for 4 apiece. And we will see a best of 3, 18-2 for Yellow. So we will see a best of 3 game between the 2 Riley's qualifiers on the main stage as Yellow Klassen takes on Mark Royce. On stage 4, James Wilson and Sean Wilkinson are 3 apiece. Not a great standard by both. However, as we've seen from this one early on, it's not due to the lack of scoring as Wilson just fires in a 180. It's plenty of missed doubles that we've seen in this game. But James Wilson, if he can hold 3 throws, he will put his place in. And with that 180, he's got control in leg 7. Just going back to the main stage, as a story could be brewing here if Royston keep up the good scoring. Yellow Klassen 305, Royce 304. Yellow's got darts in hand. Yellow can only 95. Be the last treble there from Yellow Klassen. Royce started this game very well, had a 2-leg lead. Oh, there's the post scoring that you mentioned though, Emery, early on. That we might see today. Just a score of 7 from Royce. So Yellow Klassen in control. Only 43 from the Dutchman, but still in control in this one. So Klassen 4 apiece. Yes, Emery.
Just to cut in, because we have had 2 results on the outer boards between 5 and 8. Prakash Jiwa, he is through. He has beaten Tony Alcinas by 6 legs to 2. And then elsewhere in one of the other games that we were watching on board 5, Jurgen van der Velde has beaten Mickey Mansell by 6 legs to 4, tiny 94 average. So he is through to the round of 1-8 at the UK Open.
That board 7 as well, Henry. Zoran Lurchbacher. Player who we've probably expected a bit more of. We've seen him quite a bit recently. Difficult tie, you would believe. However, he's done flying out the blocks in that one and finds himself in control.
Yeah, I think you can almost put him in that Mickey Mansell bracket of players. We know what ability he does have, but perhaps haven't seen it on the big TV stage as often as perhaps we would like to see it from him. But this is a solid performance so far. As you say, he's in command of this one. 95 average for the Austrian, and not really being put under much pressure by Pietrescu at all in these in these early stages of the match. Say Lurchbacher, Tom 40 to start this leg, and and Piotrescu 84.96. And it just always felt like, and Akay's had a slip here with a 42, but when I flicked in and out of this game, Lurchback has always seemed to have been a dart in front. And when you have that sort of advantage, then it gives yourself time when it comes to the doubles and that.
On stage one, Yellow Klassen has moved one lead away and in control of this one. The reason I'm keeping a TI on this one is not because we potentially have the story of Mark Rice coming through, but if it doesn't, what a game we have on stage 4 in just probably less than an hour's time. We could see Yellow Klassen take on Tamara and Menzies. We've talked about the pace of dames, but if them two come head to head, I've got a feeling the other 3 dames might lose a bit of distraction for that time, even though it probably only lasts about 5 minutes, Emery.
Again, another one of those games you think, why couldn't we have had it on the streaming board? That would be something electric. I'm looking forward to watching. I'm over at the commentator at the Isle of Man Open next week, which the Klassen's players. I'm looking forward to seeing that and just to see what he does in 2022, because some players, when they drop off the tour, sometimes maybe take a year away, but Yellow Tasai wants to get straight back on it in 2022, and it'll be interesting to see to what kind of results he gets there. Someone on back and say still 3-0 up on Piotrescu, but getting underway in the round of 1-8 on Borde, Adam Gavlas and George Killington. And I think that's going to be a game that will probably dominate the 5-8 bracket for the next few minutes. Just quickly warming up, Kurt Netches against Jake Jones and Christoph Kachuk against Brett Claydon, as we very much get this second round of the 2022 UK Open underway.
Just before we go to round 2, we've got a very, very good round 1 getting underway in stage 2 with Danny Lowbury and Nito Sprinda. And back to the main stage, because I thought I'd ginge Yellow Klassen. Was in control of lead 10, but Royce found a bid store and then dot the lead. So we're going into a noble, but Yellow Klassen finds himself on 118. Mark Royce is back on 353. Very good performance by Royce. Put pressure on Yellow Klassen throughout. However, just seems to be running out of steam. Yellow Klassen 118. Treble 18. Treble 16. Just outside on double 8. But with Royce back on 253, we look like we could be getting set up for that Klassen Menzies dame on stage 4 in around 45 minutes' time. It's not the next dame, it's the one after. The dame currently on there is James Wilson, who's currently 5-3 in front of then Sean Wilkinson. Yellow Klassen, 2 outside. Third one smack band in the middle. And Yellow Klassen is through to round 2. And he will take on Cameron Menzies. That will be in around 45 minutes' time. That Danny Lowbury action. I've just seen him trotting a 180 in lead 1. I love that Danny Lowbury action. To watch that all day as we're talking about players we'd like to see. Very, very quick, very fast, very good action by Danny Lowbury. And fires in a 180 in lead 1. And is in control. James Wilson has got match darts on board 4. James Wilson take out tops. If not, Wilkinson's also on tops himself. Jamie Dodger slowed right down. Can James Wilson do it? No, he can't. Sean Wilkinson's coming back for tops for a break of throw to close that deficit to just the 1. Can Wilkinson take it out? Wilkinson can, so 5-4. Henry, Lurch back to getting closer? Or is the fight back on?
Yeah, it looks as if it is all one-way traffic at the minute involving Zorn, Lurchbacker. Piotrescu's hit a ton 40 to leave 76 in leg 5, but Lurchbacker here with the darts, leaving 72 to go 5-0 up and to create a real possibility of the second bagel of the UK Open 2022. Takes it with the last dart in hand. So Zorn Lurchbacker 5-0 up, a leg away from the next round here at the UK Open, and in the process, maybe serving up a bagel.
On board 3, Martin Thomas and cleaning the hands is 1 apiece, but Martin Thomas has done 180 with his first start and 140. So strong start by Martin Thomas. On that board 4, where Wilkinson closed the deficit to just 1, but with James Wilson just 1 led away. Both players started with 80. Wilkinson with then 60. And then James Wilson's fired in 100. So we're just seeing if Wilkinson can respond. Next time on the main stage, we'll see round 2 there underway, as we will see David Evans take on Barry Keane. Team Barry to the normal darts fans, Barry Keane to the online darts fans, as we well know. And then that is before another round 2 games. So that people bums off the seats, Henry, with Louis Williams taking on Martin Schindler. What a day that could be on the main stage.
We're getting treated some good games, aren't we, this UK Open very, very early on. And we're talking about the top 32 players not even being in at the minute. This is how good it has been so far in this event. Just having a look at Killington Gavlas, that's been a fantastic game so far. Killington leading that one by a leg to 0. As you say, Lurchbacher is 5-0 up on Pietrescu. We'll just have a quick delve in on that one. Pietrescu has a chance here to actually win his first leg of the match. Does so with a 1-2-1 outshot. That's one way to avoid a bagel. A big ton plus outshot. Hit a ton 80 and a ton 40 as well in that leg. So the German is fighting back. He is not out of this one just yet. But Lurchbacher throwing for the match at 5-1.
We have a result on board 4. James Wilson mismatched darts in lead 9, but not in lead 10 as he comes through 6-4, taking out 90 in 3. So James Wilson progresses through to the second round. Martin Thomas is 2-1 in front, and Danny Levy is 2-0 in front on stage 2, and throwing some very, very good stuff. Danny Levy. He's only a 41 this time. Commentators terse, Emery, as they say. Only a 41 this time, but leaves 161. Sprinter's back on 2-1-2. Lots of very, very good crowd in that room. There's the dames that are going to be coming through on stage 2. We see a lot of youngsters on that board. We've got the Americans in Campbell we've seen earlier. Badish is on there later on. We see World Youth Champion coming on. So it is a very, very good board of action. Can Danny Levy take out a 161? Treble 20. Treble 17. 25. Sprinter's coming back for 78. Sprinter to debt. His first leg on the board. Great first start. Inside on the second. And quite a distance outside on the third. So Levy's coming back to debt a 3-0 lead. Well thrown darts by Levy. Single 1. And then the darts at double 12. I've literally wired them, but either side. One's just outside and one's just come inside. So we could be down 2-1 in that one.
Indeed, we might. Let's just get back into that Lurchbacher against Pietrescu game, because Lurchbacher 190 points away, but Pietrescu back on 210. He's trying his hardest to get his way back into this match, but 60 leads 130 for Lurchbacher. So ton 40 here for the German, and you could possibly make him favourite for the leg here. Let's see how he goes. So 210 playing 130 in this leg, 58 only leads 152. So Lurchbacher now very much strong favourite to get it done and get it won in this leg. Can he finish it in style with a 130 finish? 58 leaves 72. So Pietrescu to save the match with a blockbusting 152. Hit a 1-2-1 in the last leg. We'll need a real roof raiser to stay in this. Of Lurchbacher back on 72, and he takes it out. Survival darts of the highest order from Ricardo Pietrescu. A 1-5-2 to save the match against the darts, where his opponent left on 72. He's only won 2 legs in this match, but he's won it with a 1-2-1 and a 1-5-2. Fantastic darts from the German.
What a day already, Mr. Deaton. What a day, what story. Can we have someone come back from absolutely nowhere? I know it's only a couple of legs, but we do love a story at the UK Open. On stage 2, did 108 checked out by Springer. Labour was back on 204, but that's back-to-back legs for Springer to level things up against Danny Labour. Just about to get underway on the main stage is David Evans and Keane Barry. We'll come back to you, Henry, to see if we are getting to the final stages of that Lurch Battle game, or the fight back is still on. Once we've got a result in that one, we will move to a ad break.
Indeed. Just quickly then on the elsewhere boards, whilst we're in the middle of that leg from the, I'm going to call it the steps boards, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I'm never going to live that one down. Jake Jones.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
I'm not. I know. Jake Jones is 2-up on Gert Nenches on 5. Christoph Kachuk averaging a ton, 2-up on Brett Clay. These are in the 1 to 8 rounds. And board 6, 2-up Kachuk on Claydon. On 8, George Killington, he's 2-up Adam Gavras. But let's delve into Lurchbacher against Pietrescu now. Because, do you know what? It could be on. Lurchbacher back on 2-3-3. Pietrescu had the darts in his leg. 104 he's left. So Lurchbacher, can he leave a finish here? 95 leaves 138. So the German is the favourite to make it 5-3. 104 he wants. Don't want to get overexcited, but could we see a comeback from 5-0 down? 56 leaves 48. Well, Lurchback has seen his opponent hit a 1-2-1 and 1-5-2 in the last 2 legs. Can he seal the match with a big finish of his own? No. 58 leaves 80. So Petrescu, the German, 48 now to bring it back to 5-3 from 5-0 down. Which way does he go? He goes 16 double, or does he go 8 tops? Well, he leaves double 4. So he did go 16 double 16. So Lurchbacher now with his best chance to seal the deal. Wants 80. And takes it last dart in hand. Petrescu tried to complete the most ultimate of comebacks, but in the end, Zoran Lurchbacher's good start has seen him through to the 3rd round of the UK Open. He is through by 6 legs to 2.
Thank you very much. H from Steps, who is keeping you updated on boards 5, 6, 7, and 8. If you're going to start with them, I'm going to get involved as well, Mr.
I don't know which one's worse.
I was ready for that one. I think it's the right time to dive into a quick ad break before we come back, before me and you lose the pot with our
sponsored by Pop World.
Phil's going to be absolutely fuming that he can't throw in his Oasis puns, and we've replaced them with Steps ones. So just going to a quick ad break, and then we will be back to give you updates from all the boards at the UK Open from Minehead. Welcome back to Online Darts UK Open streaming special. I am joined by Henry Deaton, aka H from Steps, who is looking after boards 5, 6, 7, and 8 for us today. The stream is brought to you by Online Darts, sponsored by Boyle Sports. And Henry, we're going to go straight back into the action. Danny Lebe on the streaming board is 3 apiece with Springer. I was just pausing there to see if he could take out a 1-2-1. He couldn't, but he will be coming back for double 9. Danny Neans is 5-2 in front against Martin Thomas and Lutton in control there. And Lutus Vained is 1-0 in front against Teal and Tay on boards 1-4. H, over to you for your updates.
And on 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh no, we've completely lost the plot now. Board 5, Gert Natchez is 3-2 up on Jake Jones. Board 6, Christoph Kachuk looks as if he is in control against Brett Claydon. He is 4-1 up in that one. And on board 8, Adam Gavlas and George Killington is 2-2. Did somebody say Popwell, which is the online darts version of Did Somebody Say Just Eat?
It certainly is. It will be mentioned a few times, I'm sure, this weekend, and it's why, let's be honest, it's why we're not streaming this from Minehead, because if there was a Popwell day, we'd be streaming it from that venue itself. And talking about someone joining us in very shortly, we're down to be joined live from Minehead when Mr. Bars is down to be joining us. I can just see him in the back end, so he will be with us very shortly. Let me see if I can dead him in now. Mr. Bars, can you hear us?
I can hear you, boys. How are you all doing?
Yes, very well. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. It's interesting. It's fast. It's frenetic pace down here. There's stuff going on all over the place. It's genuinely unbelievable as the FA Cup of Darts kicks off.
One thing you'll be probably disappointed to hear, Phil, is that your Oasis puns have been taken over today. Your Oasis puns have been taken over today with our very own H covering 5, 6, 7 and 8 boards. So we have our own Steps puns that have been replacing the Oasis ones.
Look, I'm not one for sorrow, but I love that. Hey!
I knew there was one coming. I gave you enough time. Just then, Phil, as you are in the venue, I've seen you in the background just walking past the Burger King, and now you're walking across the back end of Minehead. Where have you been this morning? What have you seen?
Just been across in the multi-board, and the mighty Richie Burnett, Scorpion Kick and all, played some really, really good stuff. The Joker, John O'Shea, I'm not surprised he beat Nathan Math. He surprised in the scoreline. Also, I was watching board 2, Sebastian Villalecki played some really, really good stuff. I've just left stage 2 as well. Danny Lauby was looking comfortable when I left. I'm not sure what the score is now, but he was looking decent.
Danny Lauby's just taken out double 10 for a 5-4 lead. So he was in total control. Swinder's done back into it, and he's 5-4. So just give a quick update before we then go back to Phil. So on board 1, Evans and Barry are just underway. Lauby's 5-4 in front now on board 2 and watches a very good game. Martin Thomas is just holding on. He was 5-1 behind. It's now 5-3. Made that 5-4. Martin Thomas is coming back to them in the hands. It's 5-4. And Keelan K 1, Lutus Vained 2. H, we'll come over to you for your board updates.
Indeed. So let's go to 5. Gert Netchez, 4-2 up on Jake Jones. Netchez averaging 85 in that one. On 6, Christoph Kachuk is a leg away from victory over Brett Claydon, averaging 95. So impressive performances from the pole. 5 and up on Claydon. And on 8, Adam Gavlas looks as if he's getting the better of George Killington here. He's 4-2 up. It's up the average to 90. This was a bit nip and tuck at the start, but Gavlas is taking the ball by the horns in this one. 4-2 up is the check. Just have a quick check, no pun intended, on Kachuk against Claydon, just to see how that leg is playing out. Kachuk is 5-1 up and has 160 here to win the match against the throw. Claydon back on 120.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Bars, the afternoon, you are going to be round the boards. If there's one bit of advice that I can do for you, after Teal and Tay plays Lutus Vained, on board 4, we have Tamron Menzies taking on Yellow Classic. What a day that could be.
Don't worry, I've already earmarked it on board 4, boys. Don't worry about that.
And when you are back on later this afternoon, we will be asking for you'll probably be able to talk us through the game in about 2 minutes. So if everything's right, that'll probably be done about that stage.
It will be generally blink and you miss it. Literally, there's players wandering around all over the place as well, which is which is good. Just seeing Dobes, he's in good spirits. I'm just going to go back in, and do I still need to move the scoreline for you? Is it all right?
Yes, please. If you can move it once you're batting, just for people who can see on there. And if you want to join us within a couple of hours, just to tell us what's happening as you've seen.
I shall certainly hop back on. I've got my phone on the roaming tripod, so I don't have to be in the press room to speak to you boys.
Very, very good. Cheers for the update, Mr. Bars, and we will see you again very shortly.
Superb work, boys, and I'll see you all later, chat room.
That is Mr. Bars, who is joining us from Minehead throughout the day, and it will be tonight. Just got a result to let you know on as it's all been happening. Kenny Neans comes through 6-4 against Martin Thomas, and on board 2, Danny Lowbury, Nito Springer is now 5 apiece. As Phil was saying, Lowbury looked very strong early on in that one, but we are now all level. Lowbury's got the throw on 3-4-4. But Springer's bat on 4-10. Tanny putting a bid story in now, just a 60. So just 6 points between them in this decider. Henry, come back to you. As I can see that Adam Dorlas is now 4-3 in front of them, George Clinton. And Dirk Nentres is just the one away.
Indeed. But firstly, a result on board 6, because Christoph Kachuk got the job done against Brett Lane in the end, took 60 out to win that one. So that to be a lucky one up on Joe Mann early on there. But as you say, Gert Nenches is one away from victory against Jake Jones. Jones with the darts in leg 9. 99 start. Nenches hitting 96. We'll update you on that leg as it goes on. Adam Gavlas against George Killington. Now, Gavlas here has double 12 with the darts to make it 5-3 and go within one of the match against Killington. I'll just quickly stay with this just to see whether this goes or not. Big passage of play here. Because Killington, if this doesn't go, well, it doesn't go. But Killington's back on 201, so not too much pressure applied here. That'll be frustrating for Killington because, as I say, break down in this match, and it looks as if in a second he might be trying to stay in it. Hits a Tundali 101, but Gavla's back with 3 more at double 12 to go within one of the victory post.
On board.
And does.
Go on, Emery, go on.
And he does. It is 5-3. So Killington trying to stay in the match.
Just to give you the result on the noble leg in board 2, Danny Lowbury come through and wins that one 6-5. Barry Keane is in control. I say that just as David Evans fires in a 1-2-7 to make it 2-1. If not, Barry was coming back for a 108 to go 3-0 in front. But that is now 2-1. Good check out by Evans. Very, very big celebration on the main stage. And on board 4, Luther Sveined is 4-2 in front against Keelan K. We have a couple of dames warming up. All Dutch affair on board 3 as Berry Van Pia will take on Tevin Darts. And on board 6, someone who's in our chat room quite a lot, Martin Luckman, he will be taking on Stocksman Jamie Clark, who got an impressive winning round 1.
Yeah, Jamie Clark's a player that every time you see him play just gets better and better and better, doesn't he? And I think the more he plays on the PDC Pro Tour this year, the better you are actually going to see him get. And I'm just going to stop there because Gert Nenches has hit 88 in 2 to seal the victory. Is Jamie Jones. A 6-3 victor is the Dutchman. He is through to the next round here at the UK Open. But just going back to your point about Jamie Clark, just he gets better and better every time you see him play. And obviously he played in the Live League last year. Well, I think we've seen bits and bobs of him this year on the Pro Tour as well since getting his tour card. And he just gets better every time. It's going to be a big challenge here for Martin Lugman. But he is a player that's up to the task of playing these sorts of players and getting the job done. So he won't be overawed by the occasion, but he'll know he's going to have to do the right things at the right times to get the victory here.
Just looking through the scores, and I believe, Henry, and I'm sure you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that Danny Lowbury win on stage 2 was the last of our first round games. So all the games that are now competing are now moving into round 2. So we've had some new players who are coming in at round 2 stage. we'll see players return to the stage. But coming on stage 2 now will be John Worsley and Neil Zonneveld, who were both got boys into round 2. As I said, on stage, the main stage, David Evans, another big shout out from David Evans, 72. Big shout out to Barry, was sat on a 2-dart finish as well. But we are fully underway. Round 1 is done, and we move into round 2 completely, Henry.
Indeed, what chaos the first couple of hours are at the UK Open. We're 2 hours in, and already we are a round through at the UK Open. And don't worry, it gets faster, it gets more frenetic, it gets more ferocious from here. By the time the clock strikes 5 o'clock, we will be down to the last 64 in this event. The top 32 in the world come into play. So certainly going to be fast and ferocious. I'm just going to quickly cast my own Killington against Gavlas, because Killington has 15 to save the match. It's only hit 7, leaving 8. So Gavlas now has 68 against the darts to win the match. I'll let you get on to your result.
I was Lutus Vinelli double 2 for a 6-1 win. I was being a bit cheeky, Henry, and looking at one of your boards, because the man who's only played at the UK Open twice, Lutus Vinelli, comes through and beats Thielen 6-1. But the man who's only played at the UK Open twice, on his debut last year with a 9-darter, today he's beaten Matt Campbell 6-1. He's currently averaging 113 in Sebastian Bialetti. This young man can throw some darts, Henry.
He loves the multi-board area at the UK Open, doesn't he? Just to bring you up to date with that Gert Nature game, he has now gone through by 6 legs to 3, but he loves the UK Open. There's certain players where certain tournaments just click, and Bialecki and the UK, and considering it's 2 different venues as well, behind closed doors in Milton Keynes last year, and then obviously here at Minehead in 2022. There's just something about it that Bialecki just loves. 3-1 up here against Joe Mernon, who himself isn't playing too badly, but Bialecki just playing the sorts of darts where you just find him unplayable. This leg a bit slower, 60, 99, 59, but you got to say you can't help but be impressed with the way he's played so far in both of his matches.
Yeah, always have a little bit of a soft spot for Bialetti, as it was the first 9-darter that I called on stream, which was his 9-darter. But it peaked for me then, because I think it's the only one I've told since. And it was UK Open last year at around, as we said, about 11:30. It was about half hour into it, if not 11:45 maybe, and it was done. But the young man just looks very, very impressive. On
one more than Gob.
But about 20 less than Charlie, unfortunately. Charlie's the man. That's just why I want Charlie on. And no offense, Charlie, but as soon as you're on the stream, we don't have a 9-darter within like 5-10 minutes. And if we don't, we'll shut him. It's fine.
We should get him to do the world final. We'll have about 10 in that match.
We should. We certainly should. On the main stage, Barry Keane is 3-2 in front of then David Evans. Was 2-0 in front early on in that one. David Evans levelled things up, and Lutz favourite anyway here to level things up. But then, jet out of 127. I say likely, David Evans. Third time we've seen someone bust a bid store. David Evans has just bust 80, 20 with his first dart, and then all you need to do is avoid that other 20. Is smacked straight into that dart, and it's dropped into the treble. Barry Keane has let him off, so David Evans is coming back for 80 once more. This time he hits the treble 20 the first time round. But Henry Deaton, early on we spoke about a player busting a couple of times. Mm-hmm. David Evans has just done the same. So first time was 20, treble 20. This time was treble 20, double 15. So Barry Keane punishes him, and those 4-2 in front. On board 2, John Worsley's 1-0 in front of then Zonneveld, and Joe Mernon, a bit of a mini comeback.
Yeah, 3-2 now in that one. The average of Bialecki has dipped, and when I say dipped, it's 104 in that match. So it's not as if he's got completely down the Swanee. 137 and 44 for Bialecki in this leg. Mernon 96, Tun 40. Mernon has the darts. He's led 165 after 9. Bialecki back on 320. So good chance here for Joe Mernon to bring it back to 3-3. And Mernon's just kind of flatlined his level. He's not really dipped far from that late 80s, early 90s average. So the consistency in terms of the average may just come back to help him here. He's averaging 115 in this leg. 125 leaves tops for 3-3. Bielecki back on 180. So he's definitely going to have darts at this. Some 40 of his own, though, leaves top. So this has to go for Joe Murnan, you feel, with the darts. Does first time. 3-3 in this one. What a quality contest.
If any of you are seeing Darts Connect or looking at our screen right now, you will see why I'm getting very, very excited about board 4. Because Yella Klassen and Cameron Menzies, we know Phil Barsley's going to be probably standing front row at that one as he's just rushed off stream to go and watch it. But what a game we have coming up on board 4. Dan Reed and Ross Montgomery have both won already today. Will play on board 8, which is one of Emery's boards. John Worsley's 1-0 up on Zonneveld. Barry Van Peer has missed, as has Kevin Dotes, a handful of darts early on in the first leg. And Team Barry, I'm just going to say on this one to see if David Evans can take out this 170. If not, Team Barry will be coming back for tops, and he will be returning for tops for a 5-2 lead. And how big that 80 bust for David Evans twice in that one leg could be. As Team Barry, the darts don't lie very well when you're doing for tops, especially that second one. Covering the bed, can he find it? No, he's dropped short. So opportunity here for David Evans, but it's Team Barry who is 4-2 in front. Evans 216s, 4 tops. Oh, it's quite a way away if you are watching it. The camera didn't pick it up. It was closer to the 2 at the top of the 20 on the board than it was to the double itself. And Team Barry moves 1 away.
Indeed, he is. Let's have a quick check then. 5-2-8 here at the UK Open. I like the sound of this match between Radej Sagansky and Scott Waits. The poll leads that one by a leg to 0. On 6, Jamie Clark and Martin Luckman. 2-2 in that one. 90 average plays 88. It's a decent quality affair there. Still 3-3 in Bielecki against Murnan. I'll have a little delve into leg 7 in just a minute. But getting underway on board 8, Ross Montgomery, who was really impressive in his first round victory. He takes on Dan Reed, who is being watched this afternoon by his good friend Luke Humphreys, who of course made the final of this last year. And we'll see later on this evening in the draw for round 4. So some friendly natured action on board 8, whereas on board 7 it's Helen Lever as Joe Murnan goes 4-3 up on Sebastian Bielecki, who's averaging 101. Some contest there and some grit and determination for Murnan.
How is Sebastian Bielecki losing the game that he was 3-0 in front and he's still averaging over 100 is beyond me. And the Yellow Klassen, Cameron Menzies' game is underway, and it's underway in style. Yellow Klassen with a 1-5-4 checkout in the opening lead to get this game underway. Cameron Menzies, we are only in lead 1, but Cameron Menzies is averaging 116 and lost the lead. Just Yellow Klassen finds that big checkout as on stage 2. Zonneveld does back-to-back 180s. It's not for the 9 as it's in the middle of the leg, but Zonneveld looking likely to go 2-1 in front on that one. And there is a result on the main stage as Team Barry wraps up the win 6-2 against David Evans. So coming up next on the main stage is Louis Williams against Martin Schindler in what should be a very, very good, fast-paced game on the main stage.
I can't be the only one confused by the Dark Connect screen here because Sebastian Bielecki is 4-3 down to Joe Murnan, but on Dark Connect, apparently he's warming up in the first round against Matt Campbell.
What I think has happened, and I'm sure there'll be someone who would correct me if they're wrong, but you'll keep seeing board 1 and board 2 warming up. They quickly go into live darts and then a result appears because they haven't been on there all day. So I think they're just playing catch-up so they can get their scores into Darts.net. That's what it looks like is happening. It's not the first one I've seen warming up that I already know the result for. But yeah, I believe they are probably playing catch-up in that one. Yellow Klassen, some of this finishing is just unreal. The big Cheto in the first leg, 86 in 2 darts in this one, currently averaging 104 against Menzies, who hasn't yet done a lead on the board, but he's averaging 102 himself. Fast-paced aim, fantastic performance so far by Yella. Finds himself 2-0 in front.
Well, we said that this could be fireworks, and I'm not sure whether Phil Vars is safe in the front row for that one, is he?
I hope he's made it, because I've got a feeling a lot of people would have seen that board and seen that dame was coming up very, very quickly. And it's certainly one that was picked out as we was reviewing it on Monday, not just from ourselves, but everyone in the chat room, myself included, Henry, who was pitting this one out as a potential if Yella got through that first round tie of how fast-paced, not just fast-paced, I don't want to just talk about it from that entertainment view, but the quality that both of these players possess, even if it can be a little inconsistent at times, the quality that the two players have was always going to bring a drama-filled game, if not high quality. There's certainly going to be drama in there, and it's producing that early on with 2 fantastic finishes by Yella Klassen, and both players here sit on a ton plus Cheto. Yella on 130 and Cameron Menzies on 156. And without watching it, I'll just say if the first start that was in that treble, we're going to be close. And I've told it, Yella Klassen fires in a 130. That is 3-0 to Yella Klassen. The one, was it 154 first one, 130 and an 86 in 2. And Yella Klassen is now 3-0 in front. What a performance from the Dutchman.
Just a reminder, he's an amateur qualifier. It's ridiculous.
We'll use that first word very, very loosely, I think, when it comes to Yella Klassen, that he's an amateur, because the level of performance is just fantastic. Cameron Menzies isn't doing a fat lot wrong. The scoring is there, and finds himself here, starting the lead with a 140 and 95. It is not bad scoring. But Henry, we're going to come to you on a game on board 7. Sebastian Bialetti was in total control of this one early on. Not looking that way now.
Averages are just a guide, aren't they, in darts? And it's certainly proving to be right in this match. Joe Mernon averaging 91 against Sebastian Bialecki, who's averaging a ton. Bialecki was around the realms of 113 early on in this game, around leg 4 time. But Joe Mernon has pulled this run of legs together to go 5-4 in front. He's now throwing to win the match against the pole. 134 ton for Mernon in this leg. Bialecki's kicked off for ton 40. We'll see how he responds now. Remind if it does go all the way, Bialecki will have a throw, but he's only hit a 60 here, has the young pole. Oh, Mernon hit.
Prayed. Few people who are joining us throughout the day. Sorry, and we're just saying hello to a few people in the chat room. As myself and Henry are keeping you up to date. We've also got Dob in the chat room who is keeping you updated. Mernon getting closer, Henry?
Well, 207 plays 161 in this leg. Bialecki will have first go at 161 as Mernon leaves 112 after a 95 after 4 visits to the board. So Bialecki with 2 140s in this leg has first go at 161 to bring us to a noble. 90 leaves 71. So Joe Mernon 112 to win the match. A match that no one can quite scratch their heads together as how he would win. 88 leaves 24. So Bialecki to take us all the way. 71. And it's one of those games where you do scratch your head and wonder how the result is what it is. But 71 leads it to 5-5. So we're going to a noble. And there's more unbelievable action, I believe. Is it board 4 you're looking at and shaking your head?
It's just in total disbelief that PDC have not put this on a streaming board. Yella Klassen has now taken out 3 ton plus checkouts. At 1.5, I think 1.54, 1.13. He's just then. He had 1.57, only at 47, then takes out to 1.10. So it was like he knew that if he left a big one, if he didn't hit it with the first start, I'll still leave another big one, so I can come back and do it then. He's then hit a 1.80 at the start of this leg. Yella Klassen's hit 3 ton plus checkouts, but he's still averaging less than Cameron Menzies, who's averaging 99. The Stocksman isn't doing a lot wrong, but the finishing by Yella is just totally unbelievable. It's another 180 from Yella. It's 2 180s in this leg with a 58 in between it, an 83 from Yella Klassen now to take this out. He's got 6 starts at it, but if he's finishing so far as anything to go by, He should be doing this in 2 or 3. He's set up double 16. Henry will come back to you on that noble lead as Sebastian Bialetti is looking to get the win. Joe Mernon, can he defy the odds of having a lot lower average and getting the winner than Sebastian Bialetti?
Well, it's advantage Bialecki at the minute. Definitely advantage Bialecki now. 115 leads 112 with Mernon back on 260 here. So the pole will get a chance to throw for the match. Ton for Mernon leads 160. So he leaves himself something to be handy. But Bialecki now, a chance at 112 to seal the deal in a head-scratching darts match here. 96 leaves double A. So can Joe Mernon, the man who's been so far behind on the averages, seal a win with a 160? Could you, Joe? No, 67 leaves 93. So Sebastian Bialecki to win the match. Double 8. Takes its second dart, a game which has been mystifying at times, but Bialecki, who's played superbly, gets over the line in the end.
Yella. Last lady went 180. I think it was score 58, then a 180. He ended up winning the lead. He's now in the 7th lead, done 180, 83, 180 to leave 58 after 9. Wraps it up in 2 darts. Yella Klassen beats Tamara Menzies, the dame we was talking about in the round 2, as having quality, having maybe a bit of drama. Drama wasn't there in regards to it being a close-knit one, but for finishing, Yella Klassen was outstanding and beats Tamara Menzies, who didn't do a fat lot run, averaging 94. But Yella Klassen progresses through with a 6-1 win. On board 3, an all-Dutch affair between Barry Van Peer and Tevin Doat. This started well before the Yella Klassen name, but he's only at 3 apiece. That is not because of these 2 players are slow players, just because of the quality of Yella Klassen in that last one, as that at 3 apiece. We are close then underway between Louis Williams and Martin Schindler on the main stage. And another game that is all level is John Worsley and Noel Zonneveld on stage 2. Henry, going back to that Klassen performance, Yella Klassen in round 3 will now take on J-Lo. As we was on about earlier, coming into this tournament, you're coming at different stages. Jason Lowe is now coming up against someone who was put in 2. First performance was inconsistent, but there was still quality at stages from Yella Klassen, come from 4-2 behind and reeled off 4 straight leads. He's just fighting a sensational performance and then Tamara Menzies. Jason Lowe's thoughts right now with the inconsistencies of potentially what Yella Klassen can do, but also the brilliance what it can do. What's J-Lo thinking?
I'd imagine words we probably can't repeat on air. But you have to put Yella Klassen favourite, haven't you, really? I mean, the way he's played so far, okay, you could say a bit of a recency bias because he's played already, but the way he's played so far, you probably put him favourite in a match against probably anyone outside the top 32 and some players inside the top 32. He's probably been the story of the UK Open so far. And just remember, as a Riley's qualifier, someone who's not on the PDC circuit anymore, he's almost taken that frustration out and said, look, this is what I can do. I'm an ex-world champion, ex-Premier League player. This is what I can do. And he is showing it in Minehead this weekend. What worries me is not his form here in Minehead, but what on earth he could do on the amateur circuit if he plays like this.
Yeah, there is that. It's a question with both players. And I think that was why the build-up of that game was so much, is because both of them, their A-games are ridiculous. They are competing potentially with the top 16, maybe, when they are on that A-game. The problem we tend to have with both those players is we don't see a A-game complete. We see maybe 4 legs of phenomenal darts that he's done in 30 seconds, a minute, and it's outrageous what we can see. And then it can peter off, and it's the inconsistencies, which is probably the only thing that Jason Lowe can take going into this game right now, is that there is that potential for Yella Klassen to dip throughout the game, and he's got to punish when that happens, but he certainly didn't in round 2.
Indeed. One game we haven't really spoken about too much on board 5. Scott Waits has put it back to 4-3 against Radek Sagansky of Poland. And Ross Montgomery, 4-1 up on Dan Reed. Been playing consistently so far today. And, well, could he be getting himself through to the third round of the UK Open? Dan Reed being supported by good friend Luke Humphreys here. He's going to need all the support he gets from this position. Just getting underway on board 7. John Brown against Damian Moll. Now, remember last year, John Brown playing at the UK Open meant that his dad, Steve, was timed out of the competition because he couldn't get back in time to play his own match. One of the best stories I think we've heard of the UK Open in recent years. Steve doesn't have to quite worry about that this time round, but I'm sure he'll be supporting his son against Damien this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. What a story. What a lockdown story from last year. Milton Keynes, he was in his hotel room, I believe. From round 1, Louis Williams has just missed so many darts that he ended up on the madhouse. Martin Schindler cleans up 35 after missing a dart ball for an early lead and an early break of throw. On board 2, John Worsley, 4-3 in front. It's another break of throw. We've seen 3 breaks in this game, but he's only 1 lead in front. And Zonneveld, unless Worsley can fire in a big store, Zonneveld will be looking in control. Just had a quick look at the store, John Worsley, because he's on 349, which means he can only leave a bogey number. Is come down the board 127. Not a great last start. So Zonneveld in control of that one. On board 3, Barry Van Peer moves 1 away, then to Tevin Darts. He is on 154 with Tevin Darts on 134. Dudley and potentially a break of throw in coming. Unless Barry Van Peer can take out the 154. What a way it would be to win the match. See a few updates coming through on yours, Henry. We'll be back over to you in just one moment. Let's see if Barry Van Peer can take this out for the Dane to win it in style. Can't take it out, but he sets it up. So 60. Tevin Darts can't take out 76. Barry Van Peer will be coming back for the Dame. Henry, over to you as stop weight levels things up.
Yes, so 4-4 in that one. Sagansky at 4-2 looked quite comfortable, but Waits has clawed his way back into that match. And, well, 2 visits about a treble for the pole means that Waits can get in here, but 58 followed by a ton puts some pressure on, but not really a proper punishment for 2 trebleless visits. Ton 40 followed up by Sagansky, so you sense that he's back in control of this leg unless Waits can hit a ton 40 of his own. Ross Montgomery 4-2 up on Dan Reed. Good start for Montgomery in leg 7, 60 followed by ton 40 for Reed, ton 95. So decent start to leg in that one. Reed follows that up with a 1-3-3. He has the darts here in this 7th leg. So unless Montgomery hits a ton 40, he'll have 6 darts on 173. That is exactly what he's going to have. Only 60 from Montgomery, so 6 darts there for 4-3 for Dan Reed. Elsewhere, John Brown's taken the opener against Damian Moll, and on board 6, Scotty Dog is in action. Scott Mitchell is taking on Danny Janssen, and Janssen leads by a leg to nil early on.
Just our result in on board 3. Tevin Dodds is out as Barry Van Peer averages 97. A very, very good performance by Barry Van Peer. And he comes through with a 6-3 win. On the main stage, Martin Schindler's just held throw after it was Louis Williams missing doubles again, and Schindler punishes to go 2-0 in front. And on stage 2, John Worsley, Noel Zonneveld. Zonneveld gets the break bat. He's now coming to the board for 81 for hold of throw. Single 19. Doesn't need to go for Bolt as Worsley's on 2-1-5. So Zonneveld will be coming back for a 5-4 lead. And we spoke about Phil Bars, haven't we, going to board 4 to watch the Menzies Dame and the Yellow Class and Menzies Yellow Class and Dame. I've got a feeling that man hasn't moved just yet, because Richie Burnett, who we spoke about on stream, has just got underway then to Ryan Harrington. I will add, before Ryan Harrington, a very, very impressive Ryan Harrington after his first round game. And But he's coming up now then to Richard Burnett on board 4, which is a very, very intriguing second round game.
Absolutely. I think Phil Bars has pitched up a tent and is not moving forward from board 4, because probably out of all the outside boards, that's probably been the one that's given us the most drama and probably the best matches on paper. And Richie Burnett, how is he not on the stream? Come on. The most entertaining man in world darts, and we can't get him on the stream. Hopefully we'll see him later on this evening. I don't know about you. I'm going to tempt fate a little bit here. But imagine a Richie Burnett going price draw in round 4.
It'd be nice, wouldn't it? It would be nice. And I've got a feeling that wouldn't be on a stage, off stage board, off stream board, sorry. Just to add to your disappointment though, Henry, Richard Burnett just does 1-0 in front, but just to add to your disappointment, if Richard Burnett does win this one, his round 3 game isn't on stream. However, the good news for you is that he moves onto the steps boards and he would move onto stage 5 and then Steve Lennon in round 3. If he's to that through, and this is a big if because Ryan Harrington's playing some good stuff today, if it's in that through Ryan Harrington, the winner takes on Steve Lennon in round 3. Oh, so many missed starts in this game. Louis Williams finally takes out a lead, but it's so many missed starts by the young Welshman, but that's his first lead on the board. And Zonneveld did move one away, bat on 201. Big store here would put him in prime position 464, just an 85. So Worsley's bat on 144.
Indeed, and Scott Waits has won that game against Steganski in the end by 6 legs to 4. You'll remember the poll was 4-2 up in that one, but Waits gets himself through by 6 legs to 4. The steps board is where you want to be. 5, 6, 7, 8. It's full of drama.
That's why it's all happening on 4, because it's the closest one to it. Right, that is exactly why there's a lot of drama on board 4, and that's only going to continue with Richard Burnett currently on there against Ryan Harrington. But as I said, he got the first leg underway. Ryan Harrington, the amount of times we're going to see this today is just going to bowl my frustrations even more, Henry, because Ryan Harrington leaves 168 by storing 100. So a miscalculation from the young man with Burnett then firing 100. John Worsley does the lead bat. So we are going to a noble on board number 2. John Worsley, Nels Zonneveld, and it's Zonneveld who has got the throw. Just take the opening stores in this lead, and then we'll come over to you, Henry, before I talk in the final stages on this one. Zonneveld fires in a 100. So steady start on throw. Worsley needs a 140 or more relay. Very, very poor first start. Drops into the 1. High 20, followed by an even higher 20 for just 41. So that is 5 apiece. Zonneveld got the advantage. Henry, over to you. I can see you've got a couple of games warming up from players who we've seen today. Astida, Pratesh are all in there. Fancy the chances to progressing?
Yeah, interesting one between him and Heath. Before we go on to that, I just want to quickly update you on the result, because Ross Montgomery is through on board 8. He's beaten Dan Reed by 6 legs to 2. So good start to the UK Open for Ross Montgomery, but some good games warming up then on the outside boards. As you say, Jose Justicia against Eddie Lovely. That has a feel of a nip and tuck affair. Prakash Jiwa against Jason Heaver. Jiwa did the right things at the right times in his opening round match, and just found the gears and needed to find them. So interested to see how that one goes. Jason Heaver, again, a player that we've seen a lot of recently, and it seems that every time we do watch him play, he seems to improve every single time. Board number 7, 2-2 between John Brown and Damien Mole. Quite an even affair in that one. And then elsewhere on, we've mentioned Danny Jansen, Scott Mitchell, 2-1 to Jansen in that one. Jansen broke the darts in the last leg, so has double 8 to make it 3-1, unless Mitchell can break with a 120 outshot. Indeed, he can. Scott Mitchell breaks the throw back. We are at 2-2 in that one, thanks to a magnificent 120 finish.
We have a result on stage 2. It's Niall Zonneveld who comes through on stage 2 in the Noble lead, taking out tops. And just on the main stage, so many missed starts by the youngsters. Storing's been there, but missed starts the law between Louis Williams and Schindler. Schindler has punished the Williams throw numerous times in this one. Schindler's just missed 3. Can Louis Williams punish with a 90 Chet out? Is it treble 20? First start, but both darts outside. The doubling from these players hasn't been good enough. But Martin Schindler steps in, double 8, 4-1 lead, and frustration for the Welshman on the main stage as he finds himself 4-1 behind. Another Welshman who finds himself behind is Richie Burnett. He broke throw early on in this one. Ryan Harrington has then broken back and then held throw to find himself 2-1 in front. On board 3, we are underway between Graham Hall and Andrew Dilding. It is 1-0 in this one with Graham Hall. On the main stage, though, Martin Schindler's just on 180, treble 20. No, we couldn't, and he hasn't. He hasn't, but good start in this lead for Martin Schindler to go 5-1 in front. So stage 2 is just finished with Worsley and Zonneveld. Next day coming up on this board, John Michael versus Danny Badish. Big year for Danny Badish, second year into having his tour card. This is a tournament which should start off his year perfectly, Henry, but it's a difficult opponent against John Michael.
Absolutely, he's one of those players that's always there and thereabouts in these types of events. And a lot of the new cohort of 2021 obviously had that first year with COVID and everything else. And I can imagine a player, especially when you're traveling to and from overseas. I know he based himself in the UK once he won the tour card, but adapting to a new country during these unprecedented times, I can imagine was really, really tough. So perhaps that's why we saw what we saw from Danny Bagg in terms of his brilliance in patches last year, because I say the external circumstances aren't like anything we've ever faced before, but now the world's come to what seems like near enough normality. You just hope that those circumstances away from the hockey kind of gives him the chance to kind of show his real game on the hockey in his second year to keep his tour card, because I think should he keep his tour card beyond the 2 years, I think we're going to have one hell of a player on our hands.
Yeah, the area itself is producing so many top quality standard, even though we haven't really seen it today. North America, we like Matt Campbell, and that. However, we got Danny Lobey, obviously Badish. For Danny Badish, who's committed the interviews he's done, he's committed an awful lot of time, effort, the impact it's had on his family life. We know what happened when he was at the Worlds and he had his good run and the emotion that we saw on stage. So he's certainly one that's followed well and supported well. And I've got a feeling on these side stages, he will have that support on there.
Yeah.
But it is a very, very big day for Danny Badish for me personally. So this is a tournament where a run into, let's say, the Saturday evening, maybe, getting into that sort of stage, would be a good springboard then for him to then push on for the rest of the year. But it's not an easy draw for Badish coming up against John Michael. But he's got it in his powers to have that run. And he's a player we've seen with his last day wins in Q-Stall, stage 1 and stage 2, that he can perform moments of brilliance.
And I think he's a player that prefers the stage, doesn't he, as well? You look at his run at the World Championship. I think the later this tournament goes on, the more likely you are to be playing on either stage 1 or stage 2, the showpiece boards. I think the better it would actually be for him. I think he prefers being in front of those big stages, in front of the big crowds. But we also saw it when he played in the US Masters in Vegas a few years ago. He loves the big stage. He thrives off that atmosphere.
Yeah, I'm with you on it. I know early on he's on stage 2 and stage 6 today. However, the draw, so it says, every player who's in this draw has got the quality there and we know can perform. But when he's got John Michael in round 2 and Ron Meulenkamp in round 3, he will see that as an opportunity to then start and go and push on. You don't know what's going to happen with the draw. And I'm not, once then, not being disrespectful to those two players, as they will think exactly the same. Both of those will think exactly the same because of the form we've seen from Badish. But it's a big opportunity for the Americans to come through. So a very intriguing game coming up on board 2. Just on the main stage, Louis Williams, more darts at a double, more darts missed. But this time, it could have an even bigger impact with Martin Schindler on 60 for the game. Just come inside with his second, double 10 with a third. Martin Schindler beats Louis Williams 6-1. Probably another one. The result I'm not overly surprised with. However, 6-1 scoreline I certainly am.
Indeed, I mean, we've seen a few of them today, haven't we? And we spoke to Varzi about it earlier, didn't we? Obviously, that John O'Shea game we expected, but possibly him to win, but not by the margin that we saw. Let's have a quick check then on some of the steps boards. On 5, it's 1-1 between Jose Justicia and Eddie Lovely. Danny Jansen is now 4-2 up on Scott Mitchell. Damien Mole 4-3 up on John Brown, whilst early days on board 8. But the averages for the early stage on board 8 are exceptional. 113 plays 108, and it's 1-1 between Prakash Shiwa and Jason Heaver.
On board 3, Graham Hall is 2-1 in front against Andrew Dildon and averaging 10 points more, justifies in a 180 as well. Richard Burnett has been unable to get that break back. There was 2 breaks early on in that game, but since then it's all been holds of throw, and Ryan Harrington is 3-2 in front. Just seen on stage 2 that Danny Badish and John Michael are just getting in their practice darts, and can still see there's a big crowd on stage 2. For, as we've mentioned, should be a very, very good game. Just seeing if Graham Halton firing another 180. Just an 81. With Graham Hall in control of this one. Ryan Harrington fires in 100 to then leave 106 with Richard Burnett on 197. Massive hold needed for Richard Burnett here as he's back on 197. Just see if the Welshman can set this up. With Ryan Harrington on 106. 140, yes, he can. So Ryan Harrington, 106. Just see if Ryan Harrington take this out, Henry, and I will come to you around that board 7 down, which is edging closer and closer to victory for a Dutchman. Ryan Harrington just 74. Richard Burnett on 57. Big visit to the board for the Welshman. Can he hit 57? To level things up at 3 apiece? Or will Ryan Harrington be coming back to break and lead 4-2? Richard Burnett tied it out, so we are 3 apiece. So, Henry, over to you on your board, starting on board 7 with Damien Mole.
And Damien Mole, the Dutchman, is running towards the finishing line against John Brown. He's 5-3 up against the darts, but it's hit 3 ton 40s, Mole, in this, the 9th leg, to leave 81 after 9. So potential 11 dart leg to win this match. Brown back on 295, only hits 45, 250. I think he knows that his race in the UK Open has been run for 2022. So Damien Mole, it will not be done in 12. 41 leaves tops. Brown can only apply as much pressure as he possibly can. 250 he has left. 96 leave 154. So he has a finish if this doesn't go. But Damien Mole to win the match wants tops, but leaves double for 5. So the door is just ajar for John Brown. Can he hit a 154 to save his skin? We've seen skin-saving shots earlier of the highest degree, but 64 leaves 90. So Mole back for double 5. Gets it first dart. Gets over the line. He's knocked John Brown out of the UK Open. He's in to the last 64. He is a victor by 6 legs to 3.
Just the early stages on board 2. John Michael has got the opening leg on throw against Danny Badish. Graham all is 3-1 in front against Andrew Dilding, and Richard Burnett and Ryan Harrington are 1 apiece. I'm just going to have a look at that for you, James. So Eddie Lovely against was on board 5, I believe.
Yes, he's on one of mine. He's 2-1 up on Jose Justicia.
David Dale James, Eddie Lovely is 2-1 in front. Andrew Dilding just finds in a 1-2-1 check out for a 12 dart holder throw in a good quality day here with Draymall averaging 99, Andrew Dilding back on 96. Just about then to get underway on the main stage. A guy we've seen quite a lot of in the live lead last year in Tonna Stutt taking on Mario van der Bodard.
Yeah, and Connor Scott probably was the story of the live league last year, how he kind of came to prominence in that and played so well in getting his tour card and his kind of take it to the PDC a little bit like a duck to water, really, hasn't he? So it'd be interesting to see what he does. It's the first time we've really seen him on a big stage as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he acclimatizes to that. Okay, we've seen him on TV or on strings before, but this is a different animal. When you're playing in front of a big stage and you've got 1,000 odd people, I don't know how many people are on the main stage or how packed or it is on there, but when you're playing on that big stage, the attention's on you, the cameras, the lights, everybody's seeing you. There's a different kind of pressure than perhaps playing in the live league studio or playing on the Pro Tour.
Yeah, and to my mistake, it wasn't Van der Bodard who got through, it was Jules Van Doden, who we will be taking on. But yeah, totally agree. It's going to be interesting and experience for Tonna Stutt. But another one who's going to be fancying himself to go on a nice little run at this Open or would like a couple of wins playing at the Open this year. But difficult draw playing someone who's already played, but then going into round 3 would take on William O'Connor. So certainly an opportunity there for him. Just moving on then to board 4, Ryan Harrington. As I said, this is done with the throw since leg 3. Ryan Harrington now jumping on a break opportunity. 140, 134, 140 to leave 87 after 9. Richie Burnett has only found 1 treble in 4 visits. And Ryan Harrington has got 87 for a 5-3 lead and an important break of throw. And he takes it out in 3. So Ryan Harrington has now got the dart in hand. He will have 2 opportunities to hold and a break opportunity in there to get a win over Richie Burnett. Graham Hall is 3-2 in front against Andrew Dilding. And as I said on stream board 2, John Michael is 2-0 in front against Danny Badish, who once then hasn't really started to the levels that we've seen before on that World Championship stage. Really struggling to find that red bit. But still a lot of time in that one as we are only 2 leads in.
Indeed. Well, Eddie Lovely's gone from 2-1 up to 3-2 down against Jose Justicia on board 5. Board 6, Danny Jansen 5-4 up on Scott Mitchell. We'll look at the possible conclusion of that in a second. Steve Clayton and Fabian Schmutzler have got underway on board 7, whilst Jason Heaver 4-1 up on Prakash Jiwa on board 8. But let's see how the conclusion or possible conclusion of Jansen against Mitchell goes. Well, Jansen with the darts leads 88. Mitchell back on 200. So we'll get a go here, Jansen, for the match. Mitchell leads 1-2-2. So 88 for the Dutchman to get himself through to the 3rd round of the 2022 UK Open. Can he take it out? He does with the last dart in hand. So Scotty Dog Mitchell departs. Danny Jansen sees him off. A 6-4 victory for the Dutchman. And he is through to the 3rd round here in Minehead.
Talking about the 3rd round and people progressing to that, Ryan Harrington is just 82 points away from a win over Richie Burnett. Burnett's on 120. So would be coming back for Shandai if Ryan Harrington can't take out the 82. Just want to stay with to see if he can take out the 82. There's been a long wait on that one. In the meantime, Badish has got 76 to get a break of throw, and Raymall is 4-2 in front. And Ryan Harrington does take out the 82. Very, very good performance again from Ryan Harrington. That's 2 strong performances from the Englishman. Fires in a 96 average. And Ryan Harrington progresses to round 3.
Indeed. So the dreamer Burnett against Price unfortunately goes.
For
Another
now.
dream that's been destroyed today.
Just for now. Hopefully we'll see in the rest of the year. There's plenty of opportunities.
Exactly. Maybe on the, can you imagine that on a Euro Tour night? Oh, Saturday night on the Euro Tour. That could be carnage.
Just on board 2. Oh, Andrew Dilding. It's another big finish. A 120. So it was a Shandai for Andrew Dilding, but he still finds himself 4-3 behind. Both players averaging 96. Badish wasn't able to take out that finish on board 2 and finds himself 3-0 behind. Just seeing if that Ryan Harrington win means round 2 is completed on stage 4. So we will then be moving on to round 3 in stage 4. And the first game in that round will see the Dutchman Jeffrey Diswan, who will take on Barry Keane, who won on the main stage not that long ago. So round 3 will be getting underway on stage 4 very, very shortly, as Andrew Dilding is creating a break opportunity for himself with back-to-back 140s. And then Sir Graham Hall throw to level things up at 4 apiece. And just seeing Danny Badish miss a couple of darts at tops, but John Michael's back on 203. The Americans coming back for tops. Missed again, but this time that's his first lead on the board. So it's John Michael 3, Danny Badish 1.
So let's have a little look on the steps board then. So Jersey Justicia 4-2 up at Eddie Lovely. Jason Heaver up by the same scoreline against Prakash Jiwa. Fabian Schmutzler has taken the opener against Steve Clayson. And warming up on board 6, Luke Peters and Het de Vos. Jason Heaver now on the hill against Prakash Jiwa. He leads by 5 legs to 2 in their game.
So the first round 3 game to that underway will be a Jeffrey Diswan against Keane Barry. Still have second round games which are underway and still one warming up. One that's coming to your boards, the steps boards, Henry and Luke Peters and Dirk DeVos. That is just getting underway on board 6.
Indeed, it is. It has got underway now, so it'll be interesting to see how them two get on in that one. And I'll tell you what, I've just seen, Jeffrey Desvar and King Barry get underway on board 4. You're getting to the stage of the day now where the bigger matchups in the middle of the field really are becoming apparent, aren't they?
Yeah, certainly are. Just a quick thing that I'm seeing in the chat room around one's mentioned there about Danny Laby. Thought he'd already played and already played and beaten Nito Springer. If you are seeing the boards on the main screen, the live dart is all correct. The ones warming up, you'll see them keep popping up, which is board 1 and board 2. For whatever reason, they are delayed. So if you are seeing on the right-hand side of the stores, board 1 and board 2, they are the streaming boards or the TV boards. For some reason on Darts.net, they are a little bit delayed. So we will give you the results on those if you are unsure. But in that one, Danny Laby come through a last lead decider to beat Nito Springer, and Laby will be returning on stage 5 after the Eddie Lovely game, which is Eddie Lovely's currently 4-2 behind.
Mm-hmm.
He will be playing on UK Open man himself, Mr. Holden.
Oh, that's some game. That is some game.
So that is to come from Danny Laby, who could play potentially 3 games this afternoon the winner of the Paul Holden, Danny Lobydane would then take on Andy Bolton on stage 3 to end proceedings on that stage. And what an end to that stage that we could have today. Just having a quick look. With J Loeb taking on Yella Klassen, followed by the winner of Lobine Holden taking on Andy Bolton. There's certainly a few stories to come out of stage 3, Henry.
There definitely is. And it's just stories everywhere you look. And that's partly down to the quality of field that we're seeing this year. I mean, Paul Hogan every year always is the story that he's the Blythe Spartans of the UK Open, isn't he? He always seems to do well at this event. And there's obviously Yella Klassen being an amateur qualifier this year. And I mean, you look at players like Danny Lauby, who, I mean, it's ridiculous to even think about the fact they haven't got a tour card at the minute. And I'm just going to stop because Jason Heaver beats Prakash Jiwa by 6 legs to 3. So he is through on board 8. So Heaver through. Justician may not be too far behind. He's 4-2 up on Eddie Lovely. But yeah, there's stories everywhere you look here on this UK Open weekend on this Friday afternoon where it just gets manic in Minehead.
It certainly does. And the story for Danny Badish isn't a dud one. Currently finds himself 5-1 behind. Having troubles with, said early on in this game, it was his trebles that were letting him down. Wasn't letting them opportunities. He's got opportunities in the last 3 legs, and he's only been able to take one of those. So Danny Badish finds himself 5-1 behind. Will need to reel off 5 straight legs to put himself a place into round 3. Connor Stutt is underway on the main stage. Just seeing how that throw is looking. How he's playing early on. He's comfortably in control of leg 1 and will be coming back for 56. High quality game on board 3 has seen Graham Hall currently leading Andrew Dilding 5-4, with both players averaging the back end of 90. So they are in control there. And a very, very fast-paced game. And of course, Henry, if we're having fast-paced games, it has to be on board 4, where we've got Jeffrey Diswan versus Team Barry. Another high-quality, fast-paced game. I don't see. And I say how fast it's being played because I only just noticed it started and we are already 1 apiece between the 2 players. And it's Jeffrey, it's 2 holder throws, but Jeffrey Diswan finds himself a little behind in this one with Team Barry having the opportunity to break at 1-2-4. Someone's definitely tipped the PDC for that board 4 today.
Do you reckon Phil Bars is still pitched there in his tent? I reckon he's probably booked an overnight accommodation on that board.
There's certainly a strong possibility. But yeah, it's we've got as well coming up on the game after. I'm just having a look at the first player on there is Steve Beaton, who, let's be honest, is not really the slowest player. The concern being is that he plays the winner of Graham Hall and Andrew Dilding, which is still ongoing. But that just shows how fast the board stage 4 has been. Graham Hall has just missed the bull for a 170, which would have been our second big fish of the day. Andrew Dilding cleans up 25, and we are going all the way between Graham Hall and Andrew Dilding. It is currently 5 apiece. Henry, coming back to you, the young German, Fabian Schmudler. We saw him earlier on the stream. Has he started well in this one?
It's been a slow start from both, if we're being perfectly honest, but Fabian Schmutzler is 3-1 up on Steve Clayson. It's one of those games we spoke about earlier on with a couple of ties. You just want to get through it. It's not been the highest of quality. We're talking about quality. Luke Peters averaging 104.86 and is 3-0 up on Het de Vos on board 6. So some real quality there from Luke Peters, the Dutchman there on board 6. De Vos himself averaging just under 94. But Peters has been playing well, played well in his last match, playing well again here. And there's always a player that just comes from the field in these opening few rounds. Could it be Luke Peters this year?
We also have a couple of games warming up, one of which we've already spoken about. That one on board 5, but a very interesting one on board 8 as well.
Yeah, Kenny Nayers against Jimi Hendrix, a lowlands battle between two nations in the Benelux region. And you sense that this is going to be quite a tight one. Not much separating them in terms of form, guide and ability. And again, it could be one of those games that just swings on that odd leg or two. But every time I predict that, it goes completely the other way. So it's going to end 6-0 one way or another now.
On the main stage, Thomas has missed a dart at bull, and then he's come back for the 25, not been able to clean it up. So Van Doden has taken it, and we are one apiece in the Beidel, in the noble lead. Sorry, don't confuse with my Beidels and my nobles here. In the noble lead, it's already been a long day. Henry, sure you'll forgive me with that after your breakfast.
Still got another few hours left.
In the noble lead, Graham Hall and Andrew Dilding. Dilding has got the slight advantage here, being on 1-4-7 after 12. Graham Hall's on 2-3-3. Can Graham Hall find a big store of Torsitan? The quality in this game has been there throughout. Started 45.83, he's now done 140, 180 to leave 53. Andrew Dilding. Start 1-4-7 for the match. Can he finish it in style, or will be Graham Hall coming back? He can't finish it in style. So Graham Hall, 53 for the match. Very, very high quality game. And Graham Hall has got 53 to win it. Can he take out the 53? In the meantime, Keane Barry's moved 4-1 in front of them. Jeffrey is one. I said to you, that game is absolutely flying. It's Graham Hall who comes through that one, 6-5. And Graham Hall, for winning that game, will take on Steve Beaton in the next game on stage 4. So there's not much of a rest for Graham Hall. He will be returning very, very shortly. And on stage 2, John Michael was 5-3 in front and totally dominating Danny Badish. Badish has now reeled off 2 leads on the spin to make it 5-3. He's got 96 in hand here. He's got 6 starts. He's set it up perfectly to leave tops. He will be coming back for tops with John Michael on 1-7-8. If Badish can take it, he will be then throwing to take this to a noble lead from absolutely nowhere. Michael can only store 43. So Badish, 4 tops, comes inside. Not really a martyr. He's missed. John Michael, 1-3-5 for the game. Bull first start, so would leave himself 85. Just a single 15 now. So Danny Badish has got more opportunities to get that break bat. Very important break bat. Does as much as John Michael would have the dart in the last leg. The pressure would be on, and it's a big celebration from Danny Badish. It's now 5-4, and he's got the throw in the next leg.
Indeed. Let's have a quick check on the steps board. Not much happening. I've just been having a little look at Scut against Van Dongen in the meantime. Danny Naby's taken the opener against Paul Hogan, so he's 1 up. Kenny Naines and Jimi Hendrix into the opening leg of their game. Luke Peters 4-1 to the good against Gert de Vos, whilst Fabian Schmutzler is 4-2 up on Steve Clayson on board 7. That one really hasn't caught fire as of yet. So that's the latest on board 5-8, where it's a bit quiet at the minute.
Yeah, and Team Barry on board 4 is in a 5-1 lead against Jeffrey Deswan. However, Jeffrey Deswan on throw here has left 44 after 5 visits. Takes it out and cleans that lead up to make it 5-2. Advantage Team Barry. But Jeffrey Deswan does that 1 bat. Can Team Barry see this one out? Started off with a 140. Very good start. Danny Badish on stage 2. Just had a troubleless visit, but he's just in front with John Michael, who started this game very, very strongly. Badish was missing plenty of opportunities, but Michael was there to punish. At the moment, John Michael is just struggling to find any treble and even stay straight with a visit of 45, which followed a visit of 41. Pressure on both of these players is certainly showing. But with the ascendancy in the way of Badish, if he can hold throw here, and take that into the decider. Surely then wrap this up. We'll just return then back to board 4. Team Barry, 164 left after 9. Jeffrey does 1, didn't find a treble visit until he's third to the board with a 137. Team Barry, 164, just wants to set it up. Ote set up to leave 70. Jeffrey does 1, bat on 264. Another poor visit from Jeffrey does 1, only 45. Team Barry, sit starts at 70 to win. But I am struggling, Henry, to take my eyes off what is happening on stage 2 as Badish has now got darts at tops to level things up. And it's a huge roar from Danny Badish. We are all level and going all the way between John Michael and Danny Badish as Team Barry wraps up a win on stage 4 to beat Jeffrey Dizwan 6-2.
Indeed, the results flying in on balls 1 to 4. A bit quieter on 5 to 8, although Fabian Schmutzler could get over the line in this leg. He's 5-2 up on Steve Clayson. Luke Peters 5-1 to the good against De Vos. Jimi Hendricks wins the opener against Kelly Nayens, a 1-0 to the Dutchman. Nayens has just won the second, so one apiece in that. Danny Lauby 2-0 to the good against Paul Hogan. Let's have a quick delve into the Luke Peters game against Het De Vos. Peters has left 85, but De Vos has first to go at 1-2-2 for a 12-dart leg, but 82 leads tops. So Peters here, 85 for potential 11 or 12-dart leg to seal the victory, to break the throw, and to win 6-1. Will it go? We shall find out. No, it doesn't. 35 leads 50. So Het De Vos to take us to another leg. Tops takes it first darts, a 5-2 in that, and Peters will have the throw in the 8th.
Just going back to stage 2 where John Michael's on 150 with the throw. Danny Badish is on 170. 2 treble 20s. Oh, Danny Badish. It's just gave this signal to the TV screens because it was about that far away. It's gone into single 5. However, John Michael can't take out the 150. So Danny Badish will not mind as he's got 45 left. He was 5-1 behind. We were saying how big the day this could be for Danny Badish, and he cleans it up. And I'm not sure we are going to see a bigger celebration this weekend than what we have just saw from the Dambler. 5-1 down, 5 straight leads, and Danny Badish butts himself a place into round 3. On board 3, we also have the start of Peter Hudson and John O'Shea. And on your boards, Henry, look, Peters, 5-2 in front, edging closer and closer to that win.
Yeah, he looks as if he is. Fabian Schmutzler has sealed victory in his game. Yeah, Peters now 52 for the match. De Vos all the way back on 298. Only hits 45 to 253. So Luke Peters here, 52 to get himself into the 3rd round of the UK Open. Which way is he going to go? Will it be 12 tops or 20 double 16? $36 leaves double 8. We'll come back though with Het De Vos all the way back on 253. Peters did have the throw in this leg. 95 leaves 158. But Peters now 3 more in hand at double 8 to seal his place in the 3rd round with a 6-2 victory. And gets it last dart in hand, and Luke Peters is through to the 3rd round of the UK Open. A convincing 6-2 victory over Het De Vos. Watch out for him as the afternoon unfolds.
Yeah, while the storylines, it doesn't look like we are close to finishing any of the games, so we are going to go to a quick ad break. Just before we do, I'll give you a quick round the board. So on the main stage, Connor Stott is 3-2 in front, and then Van Doden. On board 3, John O'Shea is 1-0 in front against Peter Hudson. On the steps boards, Paul Holden finds himself 3-2 behind against Danny Leby. Anthony Nians against Jimmy Hybret. It's the Belgium who is 2-1 in front on that one. So we are going to go to a quick ad break, and then we will be back to keep you updated on all stores and all the happenings going on at the UK Open. Welcome back to Online Darts coverage of the UK Open. It's myself, Lee Boyce, joined by Henry Deaton. I am looking at boards 1 to 4. Henry's looking at boards 5 to 8. Currently, the Dames currently have a couple of 4-2 store lines, but none really that close to the line. So I'm going to come to you, Henry, on your highlights so far of today. We've seen a lot of action, or what players really caught your eye if you had to pick one out?
Interestingly, for 100 different reasons, Sebastian Bielecki kind of does it again, doesn't he, at the UK Open? There's just something about him in this tournament that just seems to resonate. Look, it's hard to pass the story of Jelle Klaassen, isn't it, so far in this event? I mean, I had a look at a tweet of his last game, and was it saying like it was something like he didn't go beyond 15 darts and a leg he won? I mean, and just remember, this is not Jelle Klaassen, a PDC tour card holder. This is Jelle Klaassen, who had to come through Riley's. And to be fair, you look at the quality of qualifiers that come through that this year, and we're seeing 2 of them now on 5, Hogan and Lauby. Is probably the best who's ever come through. And it's kind of told in the standard that we've seen so far.
Yeah, 100%. I think the 2 you've picked out, the story we've just had from Danny Badish on stage 2, the beating of John Michael probably wouldn't be the story, but beating him 5-1, beating him 6-5, being 5-1 behind, is one of those that we've seen before when Danny Badish is on the brink of being knocked out or being on the brink of not qualifying, and it's a huge result that can certainly turn his day. And as you can see on our screens now, he's ready to go back on the stage. So that emotion that he's got from reeling off those leads, he's coming back to one of your stages on board 6.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll go into the action, which is live right now, Henry. Just give you a quick update on the scores on mine, as Tanner Stott is 4-3 in front on the main stage. We have a very, very intriguing game on board 2 with Jack Main and Ted Everett about to get underway. John O'Shea, a friend of the show, is 2-1 in front of them, Peter Hudson on board 3. And Graham Hall, who's just come through a very good game, beating Andrew Dilding 6-5, has just got underway against Steve Beaton and takes the opening leg. Henry, steps boards, sorry, I should say H, steps boards, what's happening, my friend?
Tragedy, isn't it?
No, we really need to stop, but we won't.
We do. What is going on here? So on board 5, Danny Lauby looks as if he might be closing on victory on Paul Hogan. He leads by 5 legs to 2. Board 8, Kenny Nayans, 3-1 up, now 4-1 up on Jimi Hendrix, and warming up on board 6. We mentioned it a moment or 2 ago, Juan Murenkamp and Danny Baggish. But let's just quickly delve into Hogan against Lauby, because this has been a good leg. Lauby with the darts, ton 96.59. Paul Hogan's hit 2 140s, a ton sandwich in the middle of that. So 1-2-1 here for Hogan for a potential 12 dart leg. And to break the throw and to put it back to 5-3. Gets the 1-2-1 as well. Paul Hogan The man that loves the UK Open will not surrender his place in this field without a fight. He brings it back to 5-3, a 1-2-1, breaking the throw. Well, could he pull off another comeback? We've seen 1 or 2 this afternoon. Will it be another on board 5?
Just talking about the dames that we've currently got ongoing, it's a mixture of round 2 and round 3 dames. So every dame we've spoken about currently going on is round 2, other than the Graham Hall and Steve Beaton dame. Stage 4 is a bit in front. We do have our first player who was won dames today in the draw for round 4. Obviously, we've got 32 players already in there, but Keen Barry beat Jeffrey Deswan 6-2 on stage 4, and he has progressed through to this evening's draw and joins the top 32 players in the world in that draw. Also, Graham Hall and Steve Beaton, as I mentioned, is a round 3 dame. All other dames that are currently taking place are round 2. So all these players who get over the line with that win will be returning to a stage very shortly after the win, as we've seen with Graham Hall. It was just at a 10-minute break after going all 11 legs with Andrew Dilding, and he's returned to the stage and then Steve Beaton. And Henry, we've spoke about this can be positive for some people, not so much for the others. For Graham Hall, it's looking very well so far. He's 2-0 in front of than Steve Beaton. Indeed,
he's one of those players that maybe not too many people may have seen too much of. I've seen him once or twice play, and he's a tidy enough player. And this is what the UK Open should be. It should be a breakout moment for some players, and it certainly seems to be for. Oh my goodness gracious me, Danny Lauby. Take a bow, son. Take a bow. Tom 40, followed by 1-2-1 in 3 darts to win the match against Paul Hogan. And just when Crocodile Dundee looked as if he was going to mount a comeback, that's not a comeback, mate, because I've won the match. Danny Lauby through by 6 legs to 3 in the Battle of the Wileys qualifiers.
And another result on board 1, Thomas comes through and he wins it with a bullseye finish. However, it wasn't your traditional 91, 1-2-1, those type of finishes. It was a 72. He missed the bid number with his first start, but ended up on ball and cleaned it up to come through a 6-3 winner. On board 2, early advantage goes the way of Ted Evans. That's the first leg on the board and hold a throw. He's setting up here from 1-2-1, and it's very good setup play, leaving double 8 with Jack Main back on 1-7-1. So Ted Evans looking to go in to the early stage of this 2-0 in front. John O'Shea is in front against Peter Hudson, winning 3-1. So John O'Shea's got the early advantage in this, with both players averaging around that 80 mark. However, Peter Hudson looks likely here to get an older throw for a 3-2 deficit instead of the 3-1 he's currently got. Ted Evans does take out his finish, so he's 2-0 in front. Hudson takes out his, so he's 3-2 behind. Graham Hall misses darts at double 10. Came inside with one of those darts to leave Steve Beaton tops. Steve Beaton doesn't miss this time, so 2-1 to Graham Hall. Back to you, Henry.
Indeed, let's go to a game that could see its conclusion very soon. Kenny Nayans against Jimi Hendrix. Nayans on 88 with Hendrix back on 173. So Hendrix he'll set it up perfectly. 1-3-3 leaving topped. But Nayans here has 88 to seal a 6-1 victory here. 63 leaves 25. So Hendrix tops to save the match and to make it 5-2. And does so. Second dart. So there's still life in this match. Jimi Hendrix has a throw in the 8th leg, trailing 5-2.
Henry, I'm just going to state it, as looking at the dames warming up, we spoke about Badish's name already. Mm-hmm. But that dame on board 5, the reason I'm coming to you on it is because it's the player that you've picked out who's had a very good day so far, but a very difficult draw against Stephen Brown, who maybe isn't in the form we've seen previously when he had his when he was in the top 32, I believe. Mm-hmm. But still a very, very difficult draw for Sebastian Bialetti.
Yeah, this is a tough game for both players. Again, another one of those pick-em matches that we've been talking about. As I say, Keegan Brown hasn't quite had the form that he's had of recent years, but still comes up with a tournament every now and then that kind of reignites what we know he's got. And again, he's another one of those players that we talk about. Could this tournament be a springboard for him for 2022? Well, it could be, but I think both players be looking at that draw and thinking, please no. But it's not the nicest of draws. It's an even game on paper, but then at the end, also you look at it and think, look, you get through that, you win the last 64, and then for both of those players, I think once you get there, they kind of want a little bit of a free roll, more so Bielecki than Brown.
I'm talking about players who have dropped off form wise. We've got two coming up on the main stage. James Wilson, who we'd seen lose his tour card, but regained it back. Coming up against current World Cup winner, who since his exploits in picking up that World Cup, we haven't quite seen the same from Jen Anderson. So another one where it's a big weekend for both players because they're not really in the form that we've seen previously from the pair.
And John Henderson is in serious danger of losing his tour card come the end of the year. And that's something that probably 12 months ago we thought was absolutely unthinkable. So he needs a big tournament here. I suppose the one saving grace, and this is the same for every player, is you're going to have a period where there was no darts in 2020. So all you're going to do is accumulate money and not lose money. So that's going to be a help for players like Henderson. But yeah, he needs to find a couple of runs this year, find some form, because he's a big name to lose his tour card. A bit like Jelle Klaassen was last year. This PDC tour, it waits for no one.
Yeah, certainly does. And then Ted Evans is leading now into a 3-0 against Jack Main. Another player we've seen with a tour card lose it and then regain it. He's currently 3-0 in front against Jack Main. John O'Shea, I said, friend of the show, is 4-2 in front against Peter Hudson. And Steve Beaton has reeled off back-to-back legs to make it 2 apiece against Graham Hall. That game on board 8, Henry, between Teddy Niaz and Jimi Hendrix, hedging closer to a finish, or is it another one where we could see a fight back?
Well, let me just delve into it because we could well do. Jimi Hendrix has held his throw. He makes it 5-3, but Kenny Niaz once again has the throw in the 9th leg to seal victory, but only kicks off for 57. So Jimi Hendrix now has a brilliant opportunity to take the darts in what could be the final leg of the match. And does so, hits a maximum. We'll stay with this, just in case Hendrix could do something completely unthinkable.
We can only hope.
Nayans replied with his own 180. This is a quality leg. Can Hendrix reply? Can you reply? No, he can't. 67. It was fun whilst it lasted.
John O'Shea moves 1 away against Peter Hudson. Both averaging around the same marks, but John O'Shea is more clinical and is 5-2 in front against Peter Hudson. Just seeing if Graham Hall can let another break. No, he's missed 2. Steve Beaton's coming back for 58. Just see if Steve Beaton can take this out. And then I'll come to you, Henry, on that board 7. The game we haven't really discussed. Let's see if Beaton can take this. No, Beaton can't. So Graham Hall, another opportunity for a break. He takes it out 3-2 in front. As I was saying, Henry, game on board 7. One we've not really spoken about that much, but that's no disrespect to either of these players. There's just so much happening elsewhere. But Ryan Joyce against Mike Dedecker. Ryan Joyce starts off the game very well.
Indeed, 3-0 up on Mike Dedecker, averaging 98. So really good darts there from Ryan Joyce. And he's one of those players that we just wonder what we're going to get in 2022 from Ryan. Had some good years previously, but 2021 was perhaps a bit of a mixed bag for him. So it'll be interesting to see what this year holds for him. And as we said with a lot of players, this is something that this is a tournament which can change very, very quickly and change seasons very, very quickly. So I've just been off put here because apparently Shane Warne has died, the cricketer.
Oh,
it's just flashed up on Sky News.
Very surprised, very young.
Yeah, that's why I just quickly I saw it flash up and just
sad to hear. Just going back to the action at Minehead, Jack Mayne's got his first leg on the board. Still finds himself 3-1 behind. John O'Shea's left double 8. And will be coming back for it as Peter Hudson's just missed 2 darts to close the gap to just the 2 legs. But then John O'Shea get this one. John O'Shea's got double 8 for the Dame. No, he can't. Pete Hudson's coming back. It's not a nice double though. Double 3. We've seen it earlier with Yellow Class and having trouble on it. Pete Hudson goes straight for it and takes it out first dart. So John O'Shea still favourite as he's 5-3 in front. However, those doubles missed may play in his mind as this Dame goes on. Going back to board 1, as I said, James Wilson and John Henderson will be underway very, very shortly. Board 2, Ted Evans looks like he's down to take a 4-1 lead. John O'Shea is 1 away, then to Peter Hudson. And Graham Hall is 4-2 in front of then Steve Beaton. But if the Dame continues the way it has done, Graham Hall takes 2 leads, Steve Beaton takes 2 leads, Graham Hall takes 2 leads. You would think that the next 2 are down to Steve Beaton, and he certainly hopes so if it continues in that way. It means he would be all level, and it's a good start from the Bronze Adonis, fighting a 1-3-4. Some very good names on the steps boards, Henry, with the Ryan Joyce one. We was talking about the level of that performance. We've got Keegan Brown and Sebastian Bialetti. But the man of the moment in Danny Badish is now, looks like he's getting underway. Is that correct? Oh no, still warming up on that.
Still warming up. Still warming up. The board 2 game is on against John Michaels, still on the live, which is very, very confusing. But Sebastian Bialecki and ton averages just go hand in glove at the UK Open, don't they? 2-1 he leads Keegan Brown, averaging 103.92. Keegan Brown averaging a respectable 94.71. Ryan Joyce looks as if he's running towards victory. He leads Mike DeDecker by 4 legs to 0 on board 7. Board 8, Kenny Nayans is 5-4 up on Jimi Hendrix. And Hendricks now needs this 160 with throw to win the match, with Nayans all the way back on 20. Tom 40, so he may have had a dart at tops and missed. So Nayans back for double 10 to seal the match of a 6-4 victory. Can he take it out? No, hits 6, leaves 14. Hendricks 20 now, double 10. To take us to a noble from nowhere. Goes inside, leaves 5. So Nayans, his best chance yet, double 7. To finally get over the line.
Must do, surely.
Still waiting for this to upload and gets it. Last dart in hand. Kenny Nayans eventually gets over the line against Jimi Hendrix. Gets the victory in the end. 6 legs to 4. Was made to work for it eventually. But the victory is there. He's into the 3rd round of the UK Open. 6 legs to 4. He is the victor.
And earlier on, Henry, I was talking about friend of the show, John O'Shea. I do apologise to Laura and all the rest of the O'Sheas who are now our friends of the show, as well as Laura's in the chat room and cheering on John O'Shea, who does that over the line with a 6-3 win. And what a way to do it. 11 dart lead, 100, 180, 140, 81 out. So John O'Shea, after beating Nathan Rafferty in round 1, beats Peter Hudson in round 2. And will now take on Mike Tyvenhoven in round 4, which will follow the Steve Beaton game. So John O'Shea will be back on a stage very, very soon, as Steve Beaton is currently 4-3 behind against Graham Hall. But as soon as that one is done, John O'Shea will return back to the games on stages. Ted Evans finds himself now 5-1 in front against Jack Mayne. And we are just seeing the Whartons for Wilson and John Henderson. So they will be underway very shortly. So the two games that are currently on boards 1, 2, 4 are Steve Beaton 3, Graham Hall 4, Ted Evans 5, Jack Main 1, and we have a result. Is it a result on yours?
Indeed,
Henry?
Ryan Joyce has got it done with a noble in the end. So 6-0 victory for Ryan Joyce against Mike De Decker. So the Belgian is heading home in the opening session here in Minehead. Ryan Joyce is through to tonight's session. That's the top 96. So he's through to the last 64, the fourth round of the UK Open. Just sticking with the steps boards. Sebastian Bielecki has now opened up a 4-1 lead on Keegan Brown, whilst Danny Baggish is a leg to the good against Ron Mullencamp.
Graham Hall has stopped the run in that game of 2 legs apiece all the way, because Graham Hall has now taken a 5-3 lead. If you are John O'Shea now, Henry, who has just won his game, but knows he's next up on stage 4, if he's aware of this, are you wanting Steve Beaton to take this all the way to a decider so you have a bit more of a breather, or would you want to get straight back on there?
Personally, I think you'd want to at least have a few minutes. So he probably wanted to go all the way and then kind of go straight back on. Otherwise, I think mentally, if you're going off one stage then straight onto another, I can imagine that could be quite disorientating. So personally, I'd like that game to go 5-5 all the way to the noble. Just gives you a couple of minutes just to prepare, have a bit of a breather, have a little bit of a break, do what you've got to do in preparation for your next game, and then you can go in there kind of, at least he's got the adrenaline, but also feeling a little bit fresh. If you go straight from one to the other, then I can imagine mentally it can skew you 110 ways.
And as we promised throughout the days, we would be joined by Phil from Minehead. I can see the tents in the background. I can see a bit of sunshine, which we definitely don't normally talk about when we go about Minehead. But we are joined then by Mr. Bars. First of all, Phil, Cameron Menzies, Yellow Klassen. Talk to me about Yellow Klassen.
What a game. Where has Yellow Klassen pulled that from? Absolutely sensational. And interestingly, I don't know if you guys saw it on the stage and there. He's using a dart that looks very much like the ones he won the World Championships. Very spring onion-like, very round, going very, very thin, which is interesting that he's gone back to that. But look, he was unplayable, 104 average. Cammy's done nothing wrong, but blown away by the brilliance of Klassen over on boards 3 to 8.
Yeah, is there anything that from watching it on the dart to net and seeing the scores come through, it looked like there was nothing that Cameron Menzies could do. Was there anything that you saw that he could have done in that? Because the finishing was just unreal.
Not a chance. Look, one of those games where Klassen was just too good. End of.
And then we've seen the fast-paced games on stage 4, and it's miles ahead of everywhere else. However, Yellow Klassen, when he returns, will be on stage 3 against Jason Lowe. I've got a feeling you might be moving from that stage 4 place onto stage 3, Phil.
We're just trying to get around everything. Obviously, at the moment, Connor Scott just looked really, really good on the main stage as well against Jules Van Dongen. So it's impressive from the sniper. Big Hendo just walked on as well, which is good. And look, Minehead's filling up now as well. People who are arriving, they've been travelling all day. It's getting busier and busier, which is great. And the sun is out, as you can see.
I'm so jealous, Mr. Bars. Just one player I want to touch on. I'm not sure if you saw the result come through because you was joining at the time. But John O'Shea, who obviously you spoke about in the first game, beat Rafferty, has just come through now against Pete Hudson. He's got a third round tie against Mike Tovenhoven. If you have seen any, how much of O'Shea have you seen and what's he looking like today?
Not seen an awful lot. I've seen bits and bobs and he's looked decent in spells, to be fair. And look, we all know John O'Shea has got that in the locker. You don't win a World Master if you can't play. And look, the longer it goes, over the longer format, he is going to be a danger. He thrives on the big stage, as we've seen. And look, he can do some damage here at Minehead this weekend.
I just want to come to you about a game on the main stage we've got coming up. We knew we was having this game in round 3, but it's Willie Borland, 9-dart hero from the World Championships, taking on Raymond van Barneveld. Got a feeling around that time you'll be near the main stage, mate.
We will, and I just think that I think Raymond nicks it, to be fair. Look, Willie Borland, the 9-dart at the World, was amazing against Bradley Brooks, but we saw in the next match, when he was favourite, when there was a little bit of pressure on, didn't handle it particularly well. And I just worry, will the occasion get to Willie Borland here, playing a legend in Raymond van Barneveld, all the experience in the world, you can't buy that. So I just think it may be a little bit too much for Willie Borland this afternoon.
And I don't want to pull you away from the action too much, Phil, so I know you're going to head back in, but one more player to talk about. Two more, sorry. First of all, Sebastian Bialetti, who has been outstanding today, and Henry's watching his games. He's talking 5-2 up against Stephen Brown. How good is that young man? How good can he be?
We've said it for a while here on Nine Darts. The boy has got unbelievable ability. He hit the 9 darter in the UK Open at Milton Keynes, last year. He just turned 18, I think, or bordering 18. The boy has unbelievable potential, and we're seeing that again here. Again, if he can keep his composure, I say this about a lot of youngsters, you can't buy experience. So it's can they keep their composure, their temperament at the biggest moments here in this tournament? If he can, an absolute danger.
Just one quick result in the going into tonight's draw is Graham Hall has just beat Steve Beaton. Just one last question, Phil, before I let you go. I'm not sure what room you was in at the time, but I don't care where you was in Minehead. I'm sure you would have heard that Danny Baddish roar when he came back from 5-1 behind to win 6-5. What can that man do now? We've seen it so many times at Q-Stall. What can he go and achieve this weekend?
Yeah, look, it's incredible the way he does it. However, my eyes are on a different American. Danny Lauby's looking a little bit tasty for me. Look, I'm not convinced about the Danny Baggish action at the moment. It's very stuttery, very jerky. When it's on, he gets away with it. But for me, out of the Americans, it's Lauby that's impressed me more.
So, just quick updates for yourself and everyone who is listening. Ted Everett is 5-3 in front against Jack Main. John Henderson's got an early lead against James Wilson. Jim Williams is just underway on his boards. And we have a result, Henry, on board 5.
Indeed, Sebastian Bialecki through 6-2 against Keegan Brown. Another impressive performance from the pole, 98 average from him. He is going through to tonight's action here in Minehead, and he is going to be a dangerous draw for anyone. 6-2 Victor Bialecki.
Cheers, Mr. Steps himself. Mr. Bars, thank you very much for joining us again. I am so jealous seeing the sunshine there in Minehead.
And he hasn't been attacked by a swan yet.
No, it's been all right so far.
The one thing I'm saying, and the reason I'm going to cut you off here, Phil, is I'm worried, as we all know, Ginger's in the sun. We can't have you out there too long. So we need to get you back inside very soon.
I was about to say, I am taking my life in my own hands coming out here because I didn't pack back to 50. So there could be an issue if I don't get inside soon.
We will then leave you to go back inside, Mr. Bars. I'm sure you'll join us before the afternoon's over again.
Will do. See you all soon, boys. See you later, chat room. Cheers.
Thank you very much. So that is Mr. Bars. Oh, there he is. He's just done. Talking from Minehead as Ted Evans gets over the line as he comes through his win against Jack Main. Also, James Wilson's got a 2-0 lead now over John Henderson. Has got a 2-0 lead over James Wilson. Jim Williams 1-0 in front. And for the people in the chat room who are here for John O'Shea, he's back underway against Mike Talvenhoven on board 4. I will keep you updated on that one. Henry, on your board, you've got a couple of games underway and then one warming up.
Indeed, I do. So, board 6, one Moonacamp against Danny Baggish. Quality affair this. Moonacamp averaging 98. He's 3-2 up on Baggish, who's having just under 92. Board 8, decent looking tie this. Boris Kretschmar against Zoran Lurchbacker, 1 apiece in that one. And on board 5, Damien Mole, who's played well this afternoon, he takes on Steve West on board 5.
Just looking. The amount of times I've seen a bus store today, Henry, and it's not the standard on a double. There's a 96 from Van der Velde against Jim Williams. Comes back to them but can't take it out. So Jim Williams has got an opportunity here for a 1-4-6 to get a 2-0 lead. Just see if Jim Williams can take this out. And I said these games are a mixture of round 2 and round 3 games. Myself and Henry will let you know when the players have progressed into the draw for round 4. which will happen straight after tonight's action. On the Velda break to then. So Jim Williams is come back to 48 for a 2-0 lead. Just to let you know, the 4 players who so far have progressed into round 4. Team Barry was the first, being followed by Graham Hall, Sebastian Bialetti, and Ryan Joyce. Jim Williams now moves 2-0 in front on board 2.
Indeed. So there's nothing much has changed on boards 5 to 8. The West Daymore has gone underway. Kretschmar now 2-1 up on Zorn Lurchback, and Wise Mullenkamp and Baggish is still at 3-2.
Mike Hoven has got the first lead. Just having a quick look at that. Has got his first lead against John O'Shea. That was a break to throw, and it was a 14-dart lead from Mike to get the break to throw from the Dutchman against John O'Shea. Just seeing here if Jim Williams can push on for a 3-0 lead. Talking about someone who has got a 3-0 lead, it is it is John Henderson. John Henderson on the main stage is now 3-0 in front. And Jim Williams back-to-back 140s of the Dens team. Coming up now on stage 2, Roby John Rodriguez, so impressive in his first game, average of 108.66 to get through his first game. So now coming up against Gordon Mathers in the last round 2 game on stage 2. That break for Roby John, will it benefit him so he can then come back and hit that again, or a similar sort of standard, or will the break have an impact? Because what I would say, Emery, that seemed a very, very long time ago when he fired in that 108.
Yeah, and this is the thing about these sorts of afternoons is, yes, he's had this fantastic average today, but he's had to sit around for an hour. He doesn't know when, he has a rough idea when he's coming on, but, do you go back to the practice room? Do you take a bit of a breather? And then when you come back, then lose that bit? It's a really tough one to, I suppose, psychologically look at, because you just never know, do you? Because say you can play like that 1 minute, but because you've had that break, you could come back and then you've had too long of a break and you feel a bit cold again.
Yeah, looking at the timings of it, I'm not sure exactly when he left the stage, but he was first time on, would have left about 20 past 12. We're now getting to 2:45. So it's over time. 2 hours. Over 2 hours that he's been not on a stage. I'm sure he's been on the practice boards. I'm sure he's had little breaks in between. But it'll be interesting to see how that has an impact on him. Just going to board 4, where John O'Shea has just missed 2 darts at a double to get the break to throw back. And it's the Dutchman who now leads 2-0. John O'Shea's 10 points behind on the average. Big leg upcoming for John O'Shea. Finds himself 2-0 behind. Still plenty of opportunity here. Really, really needs a hold of throw to get into this game. John Henderson moves 4-0 in front. Looking very good on the main stage against James Wilson. Jim Williams is 2-1 in front. And as I said, Roby John, just looking at the early stages of that one. And Gordon Mathers has thrown in a 180 in this lead, but then follows it up with a 45. So opportunities for Roby John. One I'm going to look at very closely, because if he gets through this one, the turnaround is going to be certainly different to the first game.
Complete opposites.
It'll be back to back with them. Yeah, probably couldn't be any more. I'm just going to have a quick look to see on what stage Roby John is back on. I think he's back on the bottom boards. Yeah, he would be on stage 8 against Ryan Meikle. And Boris Turchmar against Lurchback are currently playing. We then have Thomas Stuck versus William O'Connor, and then it'd be the one after that. So probably would only have a 1-game break window, which would follow a 2-hour window that he's previously had.
Which is ridiculous if you think about it. So Danny Baggish here needs tops to save the match, because Ron Mullenkamp has missed those 3 darts at double. So Ron Mullenkamp back for tops to seal a 6-2 victory, and his place into tonight's session at the UK Open. He only needs one, and Juan Mullenkamp is through to the fourth round of this year's UK Open. 6-2 victor against Danny Baggish. The American will go home now, but Juan Mullenkamp will fight tonight for a place in the last 32. He is in to the fourth round.
James Wilson on 160 finds the first treble, but just short on the second, and a bounce out with the third, and he's showing his frustrations on the stage with Endo coming back for 80. I love the tops route myself, as long as you don't go out the board. It's tops with the first one, too high with the second, drops in. My preferred route on 80 is that tops. Like I said, as long as you play the right way, you are a little lower throwing us. On stage 2, Robert John Rodriguez gets a early lead, and he's 1-0 in front with a hold of throw. He's got 1-2-7 here. Just going to see if he can take that out. No treble on the 20, but there is on the 19s. Just the 25 for the young Austrian. So Mathers coming back for 80. James Williams is 3-1 in front. And John O'Shea, who we saw was impressive in round 2. Struggling in this round 3 game and finds himself 3-0 behind. Only an average of 78. John O'Shea can do a lot better in that one. That dame on board 6 warming up. Ricky Evans and Stanley Janssen. That would be up there as well with one of the dames of the day, Henry.
Whatever happens, it won't last long.
Very true. Yes, I'm surprised it's not on board 4, because that's been the board for that, actually, hasn't it?
If it was on board 4, we'd be done by now. But yeah, and Danny Jansen's beaten some good players as well. Today, he's played himself into form, and this is a tricky territory for a player like Ricky Evans, who could do it for one at this event to get a little bit of confidence. But he's playing a player who's won 2 games already today, and it's going to go and really fancy the task against Ricky. So this is where these players that come in at the third round probably are more disadvantaged than the players that come in tonight, because they've had 2 wins already today, and they're just going back to back to back in the afternoon session.
Henry, what is happening on board 7? That average after 3 legs is absolutely ridiculous from Luke Woodhouse. Coming up against someone who was only just left stage 2.
Ridiculous dart. But Luke Woodhouse has this game in him, doesn't he? You see it every now and then on the Pro Tour, where he'll poke in this ridiculously big average, and then in the next game you may see him go out. So the big thing with Luke is the consistency element of it. We know what he can do. An unbelievably good player, but saying that, he's averaging 119 and he's kicked off this leg 45. So, and again, another 45. So we put the blinkers on it a little bit. But 3-0 against Ted Evans, who, by the way, he's averaging 102 himself. And he's not even getting a look in this match so far. So you just sense that if Woodhouse plateaus and Everett stays at the level he's at, he will get chances. But it might just be the case of because Woodhouse has just come out the traps flying, he might be able to get over the line that way.
Yeah, just run through the dames as they are all looking a bit one-sided at the moment. John Henderson is 4-1 in front against James Wilson on the main stage. On board 2 has only just started. Robert John is 2-1 in front, and that is on throw. However, this is where the store lines are a little one-sided. Jim Williams is 4-1 up against Van der Velde. John O'Shea has just had his first lead on the board. It was a 12-dot lead, but he finds himself 4-1 behind against Mike Covenhaven. On board 5, which Emery's coming, Steve West is totally dominating and is 4-0 in front. On board 7, Luke is the dame that we've just spoken about Luke Woodhouse. He's 3-0 in front. But Emery, it's a dame on board 8, where Boris Turchmar is just 1 away than Soren Lerchbacher.
Yes, indeed. Boris Kirchmar, who I think, again, another one of those players that we looked at and thought, he's had a good start to the year, got to semi-final on the Pro Tour. It's an event, if he can get some nice draws, he can feed his way into the event. Jordan Lerchbacher, we've seen already play today and played okay, kind of playing to the average he has before, 94, 95. But Kretschmar here, 96, 97 average, 220 here for the Croatian. With the darts in this 7th leg. Hits a ton 40 to leave himself on 80 after 12. Lurchbacker back on 246. Needs a big score here. Needs a mammoth score here. $96 leaves at least a finish on 150, but Kretschmar now the favourite. 80 for the match to see himself into the 4th round of the 2022 UK Open in Minehead. 80 the target. But it doesn't go. Leaves double 10. Can Lurchbacker save the match on a 150? His opponent in the last game hit a 152 to save the match. Ton 32 leaves double 9. So Kretschmar, 2 10s, and this time your sensor has to go for the match. And does go. Last dart in hand. Boris Kretschmar is through to the 4th round of the UK Open. The Croat will see himself into the evening session in Minehead. He beat Zoran Lurchbacker by 6 legs to 2.
And on boards 1 to 4, 3 of those 4 are edging ever closer to one-sided victories, where John Henderson's 5-2 up against James Wilson. Jim Williams is also 5-2 up, and Mike Talvenhaven is beating John O'Shea 5-1. So we could be edging closer and closer to a few more players butting their places into tonight's draw or today's draw. Just one game that isn't as close to the end, but it started a little later, is Roby John Rodriguez, who is 2 apiece with other Mathers. All 4 have done on throw. Mathers the opportunity here at 154. Can't take it. So Roby John will be coming back for 5 to take a 3-2 lead. Can he take it out? Missed that by quite a distance. Double 1. Can't take it. So could have our first break of throw on stage 2. And John O'Shea needs 106 to save the match here, with the Dutchman on 94. Can't take it, but leaves double 8. Mike Talvenhaven can't take this out. Then John O'Shea will have double 8 to level it up. Mike Talvenhaven takes it out the 94. So that is defeat then for John O'Shea. Jack, regarding your question around the top 10 players are most done playing tonight, the top 32 players in the world enter at stage 4. So once today's games are all over with, we will have our draw, which will include the top 32 players in the world on rankings. And that draw will be made live straight after the games are finished. Henry, just coming to you. Any players getting closer and closer to being in that draw?
Well, Steve West 5-2 up on Damien Mole. Mole's won the last leg to stay in it, but West with the darts in the 8th leg. Ton followed by Ton 40 leads him on 2-6-1 after 6, but Mole replies with a maximum. This leg very much in the offing, a leg that Mole has to win to stay in the match. What can West riposte with? 80 leads 1-8-1. Not a bad position to be in. Mole 266 needs 2 trebles in this visit. We'll come back to that in just a second. Elsewhere on our board, Ricky Evans 2-1 up on Danny Jansen, averaging 107 so far. Luke Woodhouse, Ted Everts. This has been a really good game thus far. 4-1 up is Woodhouse, averaging 99. It was around 118 mark a couple of legs ago. But back to West against Mole, because a 1-3-5 from Simply Steve West leaves him on 46 after 12. But that's backed up by a 1-3-3 from Mole to leave double 16. So Steve West, this 46, you said, has to go to win the match 6-2. 26 leaves 20. So Mole now to save the match and to take us to a 9th leg wants double 16 get double 16. We're not done yet, folks. 5-3.
Where we are done is on stage 3, where Jim Williams progresses through with a 6-3 win. That is the last, I believe, in Munster and Henry. I'm sure you will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that is the last of the round 2 dames. So every dame we have got left now will be progressing into the draw once all the action is done today, to be back on one of those 8 stages tonight.
Absolutely. So the pressure is on for all of these players to win today, win their final game of the afternoon, and then get themselves into the all-important evening session where the top 32 players in the world enter the draw, and that will be live on ITV4 following the conclusion of the last game on the main stage. So, and of course, completely open draw. So theoretically, Gerwyn Price could draw Peter Wright. James Wade could draw Michael Van Gerwen. Michael Smith could draw Gary Anderson. It's a completely open draw. Anything can happen.
Would you want all 3 on night 1?
Depends whether you're greedy or not, because you never know if you actually get another chance for them to all be in the draw.
Very true. Very true. And as we've said, people, there's obviously the players who are going in off the bat of today will be going in with that confidence. But we've seen that the Dapton impacts some people as well, because there is a big gap between the 2 sessions. Potentially, you could have got through, first name through, I believe, was Keane Barry. If he then doesn't play till last time on tonight, it is a huge gap without those competitive darts. We've seen one player who's had the biggest gap, I would probably say, since he's from his first round down to his second, which is Roby John Rodriguez. Sorry, that would be the last one through of round 2. He's currently 4-3 in front of them, Storden Mathers. Just can't seem to get rid of him. He's not been able to break throw. He's held comfortably. However, he's not been able to just move him. And as we know, as we've seen today with plenty of these games, when they've gone to the Noble, that throw hasn't been a massive advantage. It's been the pressure and which way that can swing. We've got 3 dames warming up. Was going to be 4, but Connor Stutt and William O'Connor, as Jason has mentioned, should be the dame, and I believe will be the dame, which is one that Henry's looking at on board 8. We've also got Matt Top, Richie Eddowes, Jose Estida, Alan Dorlas, and Steve Lennon, Ryan Harrington. However, 2 of the dames that are into it a lot more are 2 on your boards, Henry.
Indeed.
Richie Evans, Jansen, and Woodhouse and Everts. Steve
West is through to the next round. He's beaten Damien Mould 6-3. Ted Everts has hit a 56 finish, I believe it was, to make it 5-2 against Woodhouse. Woodhouse was putting all heaps of pressure on him in that leg. Woodhouse has the throw in the 8th leg. As you mentioned, Connor Scott and William O'Connor getting underway. What a tie that is for this stage in the tournament. And Ricky Evans against Danny Jansen living up to the billing. Evans with around a ton average so far, leading 3-2. We knew whatever happened, this was going to be quick fire, fast paced, and it's certainly showing that so far.
Dud, Dart Boy, Dud and Mavs at double 18. I was saying Robbie John Rodriguez hasn't had many opportunities against the throw. He had one then but missed them, and Dud and Mavs takes out 18s to level things up at 4 apiece. We are just getting underway on board 4 between Alan Dorlas and Jose Estida, and also on board 3 between Matt Opp and Richie Eddowes. So 3 of my 4 are underway. We are just waiting for Florian Hempel and Minehead on the main stage, which will then be followed by Raymond van Barneveld, who will take on Willie Borland. That will be on the main stage. And then Adrian Lewis will then return to the main stage to close proceedings on the afternoon sessions main stage. As I see Roby John Rodriguez, I should say, throwing a 180 and control the 9th lead, which will see him move just 1 lead away.
Luke Woodhouse has now double 16 to beat Ted Everts 6-2 in a high quality affair. 98, 93 averages in the end for the pair. 98, 95 average in the end for the pair in that one. So Luke Woodhouse is through to the next round. Ricky Evans is 5-2 up on Danny Jansen now over on board 6, averaging a ton. So good start for Ricky Evans to his UK Open campaign. Connor Scott 1 up on William O'Connor in that game that everybody's looking forward to over on board 8. And then let's have a look at boards 5 and 7 because there's 2 games warming up on that. Steve Lennon up against Ryan Harrington and Martijn Kleermaker against Jason Heaver.
Just waiting for this game, the last round 2 game between Robert Rodriguez and Gordon Mathers. It's going the same way. We've just had 9 holes of throw. Can't remember a game today, Henry. There may have been, but I can't remember a game where we've just seen holes of throw throughout. But it is looking more and more likely that Mathers is going to hold throw here, and we will be going to the decider. That doesn't mean we will be staying that way, as Mathers stood heap on the pressure in that last leg.
We don't.
Go on, mate.
I was going to say, you don't often see it at all anymore at this level, do you? The hold fest that used to be such a commonplace. Holes of throw they're not as key as what they were back in the day. Of course, you don't want to be broken, but you don't often see hold fest. I'm just going to continue here because Ricky Evans has got the job done against Danny Jansen. He wins by 6 legs to 2. Rapid, quick, and rapidly through to the next round is Ricky Evans. He's going to be in the draw for round 4 and another one of those players that nobody want to draw.
Roby John has just missed ball for a 1-2-7, but then Gordon Mathers has come inside on the 5s, opened up the opportunity to have our first break of the game, and Roby John takes it and takes the match. So we're saying it's very unlikely that we see it happen where there's 11 straight holes of throw. We've not had it yet as Roby John comes through. This one sits for and will be returning very shortly. Big celebration from Little John, but he will be coming back. As on board 2, it's an early lead for Matt Sarp and Adam Dorlas. Another one that's warming up on yours on board 6, Emery. This one would probably be quite an even one you'd be talking about before the draw was made. But the performance that John Henderson's just put in now against James Wilson would probably edge him just in front of being favourite against Labanowski.
Yeah, really good game this. And again, a surprise this is one that's not been given streaming board coverage. But then we said that all day today. But Darius Labanauskas is one of those players that perhaps doesn't get the recognition he deserves. He's always someone that does things at TV events. World Championship quarterfinalist. Done well at the match play in the past. Done okay here in the past. He does have this eye for TV events a little bit. So he's going to be another one of those players we spoke about. Just watch. If the draw opens up a little bit, some of the big guns play each other or some of the big guns go out, he could just be a player you want to look out for as the tournament progresses because he's a quality player, likes the TV screen. But as you say, John Henderson played well in his first game. Big event for his season on what is a big season for him. Trying to keep his tour card and kind of stop that little rot that he's had the last couple of years. So an intriguing match, a very intriguing match on paper.
So while we are in the early stages of a few games, only 2 legs is the match that have been played. Sorry, mate, that 3 is trying to stuck those in to a 3-0 lead against William O'Connor. We will just head to a quick break, and when we are back, we will continue to talk you through all the 3rd round games in the UK Open before we have the open draw for round 4. welcome back as we both rush back to our seats. Welcome back to Online Darts UK Open coverage, sponsored by Boyle Sports. Henry, very good day so far. Still a lot of action to play before we get into the round 4. One of the dames that is fully into it now, we've seen play well on the main stage now, all the way down to board 18 kind of stuff. In control on that one.
Indeed he is, and a player that we all know about his quality. And he's showing it here against William O'Connor, 3-0 to the good. Averages aren't quite what we'd normally associate with these two, 82 and 78 respectively. But Connor is just going about his business and he's just getting the job done, which is the most important thing first and foremost. So Connor here, 76 to bring it back to 3-1. This is with the darts. Gets it, last dart in hand. So 3-1. A crucial a crucial hold and throw there for William O'Connor. Couldn't have afforded to have been broken again. So Scott has the darts here for a 4-1 lead. Kicks off turn 40. It's been a real consistent performance thus far. Colin Scott doing what he has to do, leading 3-1.
On boards 1 to 4, main stage currently has no action on it as we are waiting for the All German Affair. On board 4, Jose Steve, there's 2-1 in front of them to Adam Darlas and just starts this lead with a 118. Matt's up at the first lead, but then now finds himself 2-1 behind. And then I promise there will be no bias from me. As a local lad to me, Jamie Hughes just comes on to board 2 as he takes on MODUS Razma. I haven't seen Jamie Hughes with the facial hair like that before. Very fit beard. Player we've seen drop quite a little due to injury. I believe it was an elbow injury that Yoz had for quite a while. Going to be interesting to see how we can perform today against Razma, which is a very difficult third round tie, as both of which come in at this stage of the draw.
Yeah, and MODUS Razma, one of those players that we've seen can do great things and does well in Pro Tour events, and we just want to see that kind of transcribe into onto the TV stage. And yeah, I mean, there's a few players that wouldn't have liked the sort of draws they got in that third round, but because, I mean, we mentioned earlier, didn't we? Do you want to play a player who's played in the third round? You probably do, but then the other side of the bargain is you're playing another top player. So it's almost like a double-edged sword to a certain extent, isn't it, with those sorts of draws? But I'm intrigued to see how MODUS Razma does this weekend, because we've seen what you can do on the Pro Tour. I just want to see it moved onto the TV stage, because I think that's the next step in his development.
Yeah, I think it's a better draw for Razma just based on the injury that we've seen with Hughes. But we haven't seen Hughes for a while, so I'm not sure even locally how well that Hughes is performing. Was a slow start from both players, but they're both fired in big numbers. However, they're both, and I haven't seen this before, Henry, or certainly for a very long time. First lead, they both left 165 when both of them had opportunities to not leave 165. What are they doing?
Were they having accommodating apartments either side of Jose de Souza?
I have no idea. Jamie Hughes has done 2 treble 20s and then has switched to the 19s. It was blocking the bed, I understand that. But surely you'd make the switch to 17s. They're just following each other. They've both now left 108. Anyway, we'll move away from the frustrations of the bogey number being left. As Headhouse and Jose Steve that another lead on the board, so both of them are currently winning 3-1. And on the main stage, we are just seeing Florian Hempel come to that main stage as he takes on Luther Feinhead in. There's 3 games left on the main stage as we see Barney and Lewis not play each other, but both are on that main stage. Before then, we will see the 4th round draw. This first leg is still ongoing, as they have both had poor stores. From that 165, they both had 6 darts and neither of them had a double. Now, Rasmus missed 2. Hughes cleans up 52. It's not a great start by both players, but it's Yozaru cleans it up for a 1-0 lead. As Reined and Hampel that underway, Richie Headhouse lead those 4-1 in front. And Jose Ostida is still 3-1 with Adam Dolas, the favourite to close that to 3-2. Henry, round your boards, are we closer to a winner on board 8?
It looks as if it's going in Connor Scott's direction, really, in that one. He's just doing what he needs to do. Connor's taken the 6th, but Scott has the throw here, in leg 7, so he wins that. He is 1 away. I've just been looking at the, I've been having a little look at Justicia Gavin. That is one of your boards, but that's been a real good game. Lennon, 3-2 up. Steve Lennon, 3-0 up on Ryan Hamilton, who, again, another one of those players who's come through the qualifiers. For Riley's, he's done well here today, got himself into the 3rd round. Steve Lennon, 3-2 up in that. Martijn Kleermaker, 2-0 up on Jason Heaver. We've seen Heaver pick up a couple of impressive results this afternoon. So those are the games currently in progress. Labanowskis Henderson is still warming up. Now, that's been warming up for quite a while. I don't know why that is the case, but them two have been warming up for a little while now. So we'll see what happens there. But just another little look at Scott against O'Connor. It's not a bad leg from Scott thus far, but not a bad leg from either player. For Scott, 177, 139, 58. O'Connor, ton 40, ton 40. Scott with first poke at 127 for a 12 dart leg. And this would put him within 1 of the victory post.
I'm just looking at board 6 to see if there's a reason why that is delayed. I can't think of any. However, what I have come across is Henry on board 6. What a way you've got to finish with Jim Williams taking on Alan Sousa.
Oh,
what will be a very, very good round 3 tie.
Proper game.
With Jim coming through early and Alan Sousa, we've seen what magic he can create, as we've seen at the World Championships.
Absolutely. And Jim Williams, again, another one of those players that we think, big year for him this year, coming up to the Pro Tour from the Challenge Tour. He's shown as well, if he beat Gern Price in his first outing on the Pro Tour, he's had some good runs already. Alan Sousa, we just know what he's all about. Absolute quality. Last 16 World Championships on debut. And he's a player that just seems, every time we see him, goes from strength to strength, and he just gets better every time we watch him. And I'm intrigued to see where he is in the world rankings come the end of his full 2-year cycle, because I think by the end of it, he could put himself definitely top 32, maybe push himself top 20. I think he's good enough to be potentially in the future a top 16 player. That's how good I think Suits is.
Yeah, it's hard to display. The one thing that will come is when he is potentially in more competitions, how that conflicts with Wirt and all the stuff he does outside of the darting scene. But he can still make a very, very good living out of darts, as well as all the work he does, firefighting, all the charity stuff he does.
Indeed.
But I'm with you on that. I can see him being it's certainly within that top 32 shout, if not more, but it depends on what he can commit to.
Exactly.
Just having a look on the main stage with Hempel and Luthers Minehead. I'm not sure if you've got a stream in front of you, Henry, on the game, or if it's in that one. Minehead's first time I think I've seen him. How he's holding the dart, how he grips the dart seems to be right towards the bottom. And it seems a bit springy, the dart he's using, which is Deet Hedman light, which I'm very opposed to. Not sure if you've got it or can come across.
Yeah, I'm just having a little look now. It's an interesting action. I'm going to assume that he's left eye dominant, because the way he's bringing and I'm left eye, so this could look really weird. So he's bringing the dart back to his left eye. So I'm assuming that he's left eye dominant, but laterally is right-handed, because Phil Taylor used to do that a lot, didn't he, back in the day?
Yeah.
So I'm wondering whether that's the reason why he brings it back to the left eye, as opposed to like most players would if they're right-handed, they bring it back to their shoulder or near their right eye line.
Yeah, it's more of a straight pose for Hempel. Obviously, there's a lean forward, but for Minehead, it's certainly something different. Going back to round the boards, on board 2, Jamie Hughes finds himself 2-0 in front and leaving 36, with Rasma not on a finish. Leaves a finish here, but Hughes will have darts for 36 for a 3-0 lead. Richie Headhouse has just left double 16 after 12. If he didn't take this out, excuse me, which he does take out for a 6-2 win over Matt Top. That's his place in the draw. And Jose Ostida finds himself 4-2 in front. Now, this was one Emery you kept looking at on my boards.
Mhm.
You spot on, though. It is a very good game. Jose Ostida's playing very well. Oh, 4-3 now, Adam Dolas. Average is 96, plays at 85. But that's just unreal in the last upper legs where we've seen a lot of missed starts at a double. Scoring wise would be a lot higher in that one. Jose Ostida is 4-3 in front. Just before I come to your boards, Henry, we've got one warming up on mine as we've just seen a finish on board 3. It's Martin Lutman taking on Adam Hunt, which is another intriguing round 3 game. Henry, over to your boards.
Indeed.
Just seen one there for William O'Connor.
And Connor Scott has missed match darts in that 9th leg. William O'Connor brings it back to 5-4. O'Connor has the throw in leg 10. So if it does go all the way, Scott has the darts in the decider. But match darts for the sniper have come and gone in Minehead. So 5-4 in that one. We are finally underway in that game between Darius Labanauskas and John Henderson. That's been warming up for a little while now, but we are finally underway in that. Martijn Kleermaker, 4-1 up on Jason Heaver on board 7. Make that 4-2 now. Jason Heaver's won the 6th. And as we mentioned, on board 8, Scott 5, O'Connor 4, warming up. Actually, that's on board 3, not any of my boards, because all my boards are currently in play. Lukeman and Hunt is warming up on board 3. But Scott 5, O'Connor 4. We're coming towards the finishing post in that one. Scott's kicked off 134 and 46. O'Connor with the darts in his leg 125 60. He is back at the Ocking now with a 5-point lead, 316 to 321. It's 84 to leave 232. So Scott here, even 321 after 6. What can he do from here? Ton leaves 221. So O'Connor here, big visit means he'll be on a finish and will take us all the way to the deciding leg here on board 8 here in Minehead. Connor Scott has gone all the way from the main stage to the back of the stage from board 1 to board 8. O'Connor hits 84 to leave 148. Scott here would love a biggie. Ton 40 or something like that would be massive. 96 leaves 125, so it's not a bad leave there for Scott. O'Connor here wants 148 to take us to a deciding leg. 60 leaves 88, so Scott here wants 125. Can we see a board 25 bull? It's a 25 first dart. He'll go treble 20 tops. Can he take it out? 60 leaves 65. So O'Connor back for 88 to take us all the way to the deciding leg here in Minehead. 88 is what he wants. And 88 is what he gets. Final dart in hand. And we are going all the way to the decider. Connor Scott has the darts in the 11th and final leg. Who will hold their nerve?
Henry, I'll just interrupt and I'll round all the boards and then I'll come back to you to talk us through the final stage of that one. So on board 1, Florian Hempel is 2-1 in front, then Saluters. Minehead. On board 2, Jamie Hughes is 3-1 in front, and Matters Rasma, and looking likely for a 4-1 lead here. Martin Lutman and Adam Hunt are warming up on board 3. That will be underway shortly. Jose Ostida is 5-3 in front against Adam Dolas. However, it looks like Adam Dolas will be getting a lead back on the board, so we'll take that to 5-4. Board 5, Ryan Harrington is 4-3 in front against Steve Lennon. What a day for the Riley's qualifier so far. See if he can progress through on there. Board 6, as Emery said, was warming up for a very, very long time, which John Henderson, and that's the first lead against Darius Labanauskas. And on board 7, Martin Kleermaker is 4-3 in front against Jason Heaver. But we have a noble lead. Emery's keeping us up to date with that one, so we'll come back to you, Emery, for Connor Scott versus William O'Connor at 5 apiece.
And Connor Scott on 289 against William O'Connor's 208. Scott's last 2 visits to the board have been 140, 140 to leave 149. William O'Connor, though, 2:08 he has. Scut through first in this deciding leg. O'Connor hits a 180 to leave double 14 for a 13-dart leg in the decider. This 149 for Connor Scut has to go. 93 leaves 56, so O'Connor 28 to win a game that Scut was in full control of. Does it go? Does go. Clutch last start in hand. How important was that maximum for William O'Connor right at the very end to leave double 14? He hits that target with his last dart in hand, and he comes back from behind to beat Connor Scut by 6 legs to 5.
On board 4, Adam Darlis has got double 6 to make this 5-4. He's already missed 3. Can he take it now? Yes, he does. So Jose Steeders 5-4 in front. Henry, I know you've just had a noble that was went all the way, but you might have another one, my friend, on board 7. Martin Clearmaster and Jason Heaver are 4 apiece, and it's been nip and tuck on that one.
Indeed, it has. Obviously, I've been looking at it in bits and bobs. Now, Clearmaker was 4-1 in front in this game, but Heaver has come back. Just having a quick look at the 9th. I haven't followed the last couple of days, obviously, because we were following the adventures of William O'Connor and Connor Scut. Clearmaker then in this leg, 198 to Heaver's 182. Clearmaker averaging 91, Heaver 96. And this really is a game up in the offing, so that could take us all the way. Board 5, Ryan Harrington is closing in on victory against Steve Lennon, though in this leg, Lennon has 64 of Harrington back on 160 to bring the arrears back to 1. 32 leaves, double 16 for Lennon. Harrington has 160 here to win the match in sensational fashion and get himself into the 4th round of the UK Open. Halves his score to leave 80. So Lennon has a chance on double 16, which he takes for the first dart in hand to bring us back to 5-4. And then elsewhere, Darius Labanauskas against John Henderson. That is currently 1 apiece.
On board 2, Jamie Hughes was unsure what Yozza within a that. He's just fired in a 104 chet out. Did down the 18s to leave double 16. And it looked very, very clean chet out. Smack bang in the middle of the bed on the treble, which was his second dart, and then the third one into double 16. And Jamie Hughes is looking in complete control. Just seeing how Rasmus just thrown that third dart, it was a bit of a chut towards the bottom of the board, which for me means that Yozza is in total control. Another 140 there leaves him on 140 with Rasmus back on 319 and being chut at a faster pace than I've seen him chutting before. So it looks like it's on the way of Jamie Hughes. The old German clash, she's Florian Hempel, 3-2 in front on the main stage and looking in control in lead sits. Can Yozza complete a 140 for the match? Just outside on double 10, but will be returning for at least another 3, if not 6. It will be 6. He will get to wrap up the game and a place in round 4. Martin Luckman stuck an early lead against Adam Hunt and finds himself 1-0 in front. But on board 4, Adam Dorlas has got 60 to take us all the way. If he doesn't, Jose Steeders on 20 for the match. We are going all the way. We have got a noble on board 4 as Jamie Hughes misses match darts, but returns for another 3. And Tatum out. Jamie Hughes is through with a 6-1 win.
Could have a noble here between Martin Clearmaker and Jason Heaver. Heaver 2-4-1, Clearmaker 3-2-7. Heaver has the darts in this leg. Clearmaker leads by 5 legs to 4 in this one, but Heaver's just slipped and hit 25 to the door. Maybe just a jar here for Clearmaker, but it looks as if that one is heading all the way to a decider, or is it? Because Clearmaker's just hit a max to leave 147 after 12. Just a quick roundup of the games else, where Ryan Harrington has busted his score to beat Steve Lennon, and Lennon is hit 88. So we've got another noble. We've got 2 live nobles on the cards across the stream. 107 leads 40 for Clearmaker. We could have 3 because Heaver wants double 18 for 1. And does. So we got 3 noble legs live.
And in this one, Henry, Adam Dorlas has done 180, 100 to open up a 150 lead, with Jose Steeder just down 85 and 45. I'm fortunate enough right now just to have the 1 noble, but Henry, you have 2. Adam Dorlas fires in 64, a 161 leave after 9 darts. Jose Steeder is back on 371. On the main stage, Florian Hempel is 4-2 in front. But for now, we are going to stay with the nobles. Adam Dorlas on 161. Jose Steeder on 271. I think mine's just a little in front of yours, Henry, so I'll continue. But if anything happens, feel free to interrupt in yours. Adam Dorlas hits 81 to leave 80 after 12. Jose Steeder with a ton in his last visit leaves 271. Should be using those 19s here, potentially 25. He hasn't. He's just used a straight 100, which has meant he's on 171. It's 100, but it's not a great visit because it means Adam Dorlas lets 6 darts to put his place in round 4. Can he take it out in these 3? If not, just make sure he sets it up. Just stay straight to at least leave tops. And he takes it out. Adam Dorlas wins 6-5. Steve Lennon and Ryan Harrington is also 5 apiece. Henry, do we have a result?
Indeed we do, because Steve Lennon has hit a 1-4-2 checkout to win the match against Ryan Harrington. Lennon was behind going into that noble, but my word, that is some way to win. A 1-4-2 checkout. But we've got another one in progress here between Martijn Kleermaker and Jason Heaver. Kleermaker at the hockey, wanting 78 to win the match. 58 leaves him on 20. So Heaver will get his chance on 58 to win the match. The man who's been behind for most of this game and gets it 2 darts in hand. Jason Heaver comes back from 4-1 behind to beat Martijn Kleermaker in a deciding leg by 6 legs to 5. He is the latest name in the hat for the 4th round draw.
All happening, Henry, on UK Open afternoon. Who would have thought that would happen?
It's a bit chaotic, isn't it?
Just looking at the main stage, Florian Hempel is 5-2 in front now. He's got the throw. Only 3-6-2 after 6 starts. But it's Hempel who is in control there. Martin Luckman is 2-1 in front. We also have a game while all that was happening that started on board 8. And it was one that we'd spoke about earlier, Emery, where it's the very, very impressive Roby John Rodriguez coming up against Ryan Meetler. We're yet to see today, but it's a good start from the Englishman.
Indeed it is. Obviously, I haven't had the chance to probably look at this yet, but having a look at this start, 116 place 92, and looking in this second leg, Meekle's hit a 134, 99 and 84. So he's getting a treble a visit pretty much every visit at the minute. We mentioned, didn't we, how well Roby John Rodriguez played in his first game, averaging 108, but how he would feel then going into his next game, having such a prolonged break because he played so early in the day and being scheduled to play so later on in the afternoon. Well, he's averaging 92, which, to be fair, by usual standards, we say is quite steady, but we're comparing this with a 108 average in the end, aren't we? But he leaves the big fish. Meekle on 92 to win the second leg here, to hold throw and to consolidate the break that he got in the opening leg. 52 leads tops.
Oh, mate.
So Rodriguez here. Can he reel in the big fish? Could you? No, he couldn't. So Meekle on tops for a 2-0 lead.
Just looking at the game warming up on board 4. It's a player we've seen Playing your board so far today in Ross Montgomery's done through a couple of ties. Taking on Jermaine Watamina, a player who's not in the best form at all. So it could be a very interesting time with the two dames. Ross Montgomery this afternoon. Could see him have the advantage down into that one. Florian Hempel is 5-3 in front now. On board two, very, very good game upcoming between Ross Smith and Christian de Chut. And then we still have a couple more games to be played on stage two. Nathan, to answer your question, there has not been a 9-darter yet, but Henry promised one at the start of the show, so we must have one incoming very soon. Yes, Henry, I'm not letting you forget about that. However, what we have seen is we saw a big fish early on in this tournament, and we also seen a yellow Classen masterclass. Can't say it was that good, Henry. A yellow Classen masterclass this afternoon in finishing, and we'll see him back this afternoon. So some top quality scoring, top quality 180 hitting. However, yet to see that 9-darter that Hate from Steps has promised us today.
I don't know why you're taking my opinion seriously. I tried to eat cornflakes and a fork this morning.
Very true. Normally, I would take them seriously. Maybe not today. I'll just let you off for one day and not take them seriously, Emery. That's the way we'll go. Adam Hunter's got his second lead on the board, but finds himself 3-2 behind against Martin Luckman. As I said, the Chut and Smith are just underway. However, we are edging close to a result on the main stage. Florian Hempel, 76. 2 single 20s for double 18. And he cleans it up comfortably. 6-3 win over Butlins Minehead. So what that means is next up on the main stage is Raymond van Barneveld against William Borland. We are in for absolute cracker on the main stage.
Do we have a Barney alarm?
I don't think we do have a Barney alarm.
Ah!
I know, yeah. I'm sure you can do one.
You don't want to hear that. My farewell appearance at Online Darts.
But yes, Barney will be coming up against William Borland on the main stage very, very shortly. The Watamina Montgomery game is just underway. It's Montgomery who's got the throw, but it's Watamina who's got the early advantage. And I'm going to come to you, Henry, and your game on board 8. Like says, a player we've seen who's been very, very impressive today, Roby John Rodriguez. Has he run out of steam?
It is a little bit, isn't it? After the Lord Mayor's show for Roby John Rodriguez, we saw that scintillating 108 average in his opening game. But here against Ryan Meikle is 3-0 down, averaging just 77. How the displays from first to second couldn't have been more contrasting. Ryan Meikle here, though, is averaging 96. Steady average thus far. Hit a 135 as he throws at the start of leg 4. But Roby John Rodriguez, from the high of the big score, the big average on the main stage, has been brought down to the steps stages. And unfortunately, it's not quite happening. It's a bit like, can you hack it at Stoke on a cold, wet Tuesday night? And at the minute, it's not quite heading Rodriguez's way. And he's going to be in more trouble here because Meikle's backed up that 135 with a 134.
Just seeing if Martin Ludman can take a double 10 here. Tanning 2 darts for a 4-2 lead over Adam Hunt. A very impressive win for Martin Ludman. Even though both players are not playing to the standard that we've seen before, with Martin averaging 86 and Adam just averaging 79. On stage 2, Smith not started the best. He should got the first one on throw. However, there's an opportunity here if the Chut can put in a decent score to take advantage. It's only a 95, but it edges him in front. And the Chut, as we've seen with his short format, there's not many who have came back from a big lead. I think Danny Badish was one. The one in your game from 5-2, Henry, earlier? 5-2, 5-3 maybe?
Yeah, I can't remember who, but there was a 5-2, yes. Yeah, I can't remember which one, but yeah.
5-2, 5-1 we've seen a couple of times. But with his short format, especially in the early rounds of the UK Open, it is important to start well. And to Chut here was left 112 with Ross Smith on 179. Can Ross Smith, only 39, he's got another dart in hand. All dud last, leaves 80 to chuck me 1-1-2. Didn't see the check out from Martin Lukeman, but he goes 5-2 in front against Adam Hunt as Ross Montgomery fires in a 1-1-6 to level things up against Jermaine Watamina. Christian to Chut just had, I hope they've got the graphics run, because if it's correct, he's just hit single 18 and they zoomed in on Bull. I'm assuming they've got the graphics run. But Ross Smith cleans up 80 anyway, so we are level at 1 apiece. Yes, Christian to Chut. I'm not sure, I don't remember what the check out was, but with a dart in hand, had 50 and refused a dart at Bull, while Ross Smith was sat on 80, and Ross Smith has just cleaned it up. Seen people refuse a dart at Bull before, but normally it's a lot bigger check out, a 120 plus maybe, Henry.
Yeah.
But I've never seen it with 80.
No, straight up. I have just got a tweet here of a 9 dart alert. So Jose Justicia has hit a 9 darter in his last match on board 4. So Jose Justicia has hit a 9 dart leg at the UK Open. It's the 13th at the competition, and it is the first to be hit on the outer board since the tournament has moved to Minehead.
Yes, he has, and it was my board. How have I missed that? I will not be able to live that one down. I'm just checking on dark.
Me and my opinions.
Yeah, it was in lead. It was in lead 4. It was in lead 4, and it was for us, Jose to go 3-1 in front. He was 5-3 in front, and then lost the game to Adam Dorlas. But yes, there was a 9 darter. Thank you very much, Mr. Deacon, for the update. Christian to Chut just takes out 96 for a 2-1 lead over Ross Smith. Martin Luckman is 1 away, and he fires in a 180 on throw against Adam Hunt and follows it up with 100. Unspat on 2-6-4. Martin Luckman's on 1-6-4.
Back here, we've got a couple of games that could be nearing its conclusion. Ryan Meikle 5-0 up now on Rowby John Rodriguez. It's been a real contrast of performances for the Austrian now. Darius Labanauskas needs 1-2-6 to beat John Henderson 6-3. 54 leads 72. Henderson averaging 85. Now one of those players that we saw on the main stage play really well. That hasn't quite transpired in the second game of the afternoon. But I will head back to your game, Lukeman against Hunt.
Yeah, Luckman has just, from 70, would have had dart at a double and has left double 4. Adam Hunt is now on 68. Can Adam Hunt clean up 68? No, he can't. So Martin Luckman's got 3 darts at double 4 for a 6-3 win. Reason I paused, I've just seen Ross Smith turn down Bull, but the Chut's back on 3-4-4. And Martin Luckman does seal the win against Adam Hunt. 91 average in the All English affair, but it's Martin Luckman who comes through with a 6-3 win. Also taking place at the moment, Ross Smith missed those 3, so the Chut's still 2-1 in front, but he's back on 2-10. Also on board 4, Ross Montgomery's 2-1 in front against Jermaine Watamina. But there is a couple of games that seem to be edging close to an ending, and they are both on yours, Buds, Henry, with one complete demolition, it seems, and one a lot closer.
Indeed. We'll quickly touch upon Darius Labanauskas against John Henderson. Henderson called that back from 5-3 to 5-4. But in the game between Rowby John Rodriguez and Ryan Meikle, it looks as if this could be done. And done now. Meikle wants 104 with the darts in this 6th leg, with Rowby John back on 158 to seal the victory. He could well get 6 darts at this, unless Rodriguez can find something inspirational. 84 leaves double 10. So Rodriguez here needs to find a finish from the gods to stay in this match. He doesn't. 60 leads 98. So Ryan Meikle now wants double 10 to seal a whitewash victory. And it is a bagel for the barber. Last dart in hand at double 10. And he completes a 6-0 victory over Rauby John Rodriguez, who played so well earlier on this afternoon, petered out in his second game. He has been eliminated. So Ryan Meikle, he's had a good start to 2022, continues in Minehead. He's through 6-0.
Just seen in this one, to Chut on throw is looking a lot more comfortable. So it's now that sit starts from 164 with Ross Smith back on 210. Doesn't need the bid out, but would like to set it up at least a ton to leave 64 would be nice. To only store 60, so pressure to be put on here by Ross Smith. On board 4, Jermaine Watamina and Ross Montgomery are 2 apiece. However, there's a great opportunity here for Watamina with stores of 30, 45, 43 and 90 from Ross Montgomery. Watamina's now on 67 with you would expect 6 starts here. Warming up on board 8 is Brian Roman and Stott Waits. Also on board 3 is the man of the moment, the Riley's qualifier, the amateur Yella Klassen is taking on J-Lo on board 3. That is just warming up. Ross Smith, take out 76. No, he can't. So, great opportunity missed by Ross Smith. The Chut's coming back for double 8 for a 3-2 lead. Cleans it up in 1. And we are underway with Jason Lowe and Yella Klassen. Henry, coming back to you on board 6. Labanowski's 5-4 in front. Are we down to a noble, or is it looking like Labanowski's will get the win?
We could well be, because Henderson wants double 9. There's also a bit of breaking news in the world of darts as well, which I'll bring to you in a second. So Henderson wants double 9. Both players are on double 9 here. Henderson's at the hockey first. Bus his score. So Labanowski's now a chance to win the match on double 9 to seal a 6-4 victory. And does so first start in hand. So Darius Labanauskas is through to the 4th round of the UK Open. He wins by 6 legs to 4. Now, I did tell you that there's some breaking news. Now, this is just come out from the World Darts Federation, who have said that based on the resolution of the International Olympic Committee, the World Darts Federation is following the IOC recommendation that no Russian or Belarusian players or officials are permitted to participate in WDF events or ranked tournaments with immediate effect and until further notice.
So
which had huge implications. Huge implications. I mean, I don't know what PDC will do. And now they have said about, obviously, you got the Lakeside in a few weeks' time. They've said the WDF are now in the process of redetermining that the lineup for the 2022 Lakeside WDF World Championships, with a further announcement to follow in due course. They're continuously monitoring the situation and will update their position if things change. Now, that is a huge bit of news in the world of darts.
Yeah, it certainly is. It impacts potentially 4 players, if memory serves me correct, Emery. Is it 3 in the men's draw and Anastasia potentially?
Anastasia, and I believe there's another Russian player as well involved in the women's part of the draw. So,
is it 2 from both?
I think it might be 2 from both, yeah. But the interesting one with in the men's, obviously, in the men's competition, one of them is seeded, one of them is unseeded. We don't know, obviously, about Anastasia's seed in the women's draw, and then the other players unseeded. So there's a lot of that's a lot to potentially think about for the WDF for Lakeside.
Yes, certainly, and obviously for the PDC. But the concern, I guess, right now is the WDF world and how they will fill that field with obviously a mixture of seeds and invited and that sort of thing. How that will come along, and I'm sure it's something that we will talk about a lot more as the weekend progresses and on Monday. And I'm sure you'll see a lot from myself and the team on social media talking about it, because it's going to be something that is not just impacting the world of darts, but it also impacts all sports and many other ways. So for the time being, we will return, but thanks very much, Henry, for the update on that. We will return right now to the action from Minehead as Zonneveld on board 5 just moves one away from Berry Vampire, Henry.
Indeed, he does. So let me have a little look over there. Yes, Neil Zonneveld 5-2 up on Berry Van Peer. Because of all the nobles, it's kind of been one of those games that's kind of lurched in the corner a little bit. But Neil Zonneveld is one of those... Again, he's another player that seems to like TV events when he qualifies for it. The issue he has is qualifiers isn't quite his thing. But when he actually gets onto the stage in these events, he actually does quite well. So 5-2 up on Barry Van Peer, leaves 30 for the match. So Van Peer back on 110. Elsewhere, Kenny Nayans on board 7, 4-1 up on Gert Nenchez. And a good game on board 8 getting underway. Brian Raman against Scott Waits. That could be a good battle there. And warming up Jim Williams, Alan Suter on my board. Van Peer then 110 to stay in the match. Can he take it out with Zonneveld back on double 15? Says he has to. So we're waiting for Dark Cadet to go through. Only scores 30, leaves 80. So Zonneveld then, double 15, takes it first. He's through in the Battle of the Dutchman against Barry Van Peer. A convincing victor in the end. A bit of a gap in the averages. He's through by 6 legs to 2.
And we might not have the alarm, but I can tell you that Raymond van Barneveld is underway on the main stage and has fired in a 140 against the throw, against the young start, Big Willie Borland. On board 2, not sure many would have predicted this down the way that it has done so far. Swishing to Chuck is 5-2 in front. Got the break, a couple of legs though, and then in this one, Ross Smith has started slowly. Tachut has thrown in a 180. So it's Tachut who's in control here. Ross Smith needs a big visit and finds a big visit. Not quite the 180, but a 140 certainly lets him back into the lead. On to board 3. It's one we've spoken about recently. It started very slowly after a couple of legs, but it's Yellow Klassen versus Jason Lowe. Both are averaging in the 70s, but I can tell you that is soon going to change with Yellow Klassen firing in back-to-back 140s and J-Lo firing a 180 himself. Jermaine Watamina and Ross Montgomery are currently 4-3 to Jermaine Watamina. And the first leather's done the way of Big Willie on the main stage. Willie Borland, that's a hold of throw, and he's 1-0 in front against Raymond van Barneveld.
Interesting indeed. Well, Jim Williams, 125.25 average in the first leg against Alan Suter, 113.33. Quiet start in that one. I think we can both agree. Board 8, Brian Raman, 1-0 up on Scott Waits. Waits is now equalised in that one, so 1 apiece. Board 7, Kenny Nayan still has that 4-2 lead against Gert Nenchez. So that's the updates on board 5 to 8 at the minute. But I'm going to keep tabs on that William Suter game because that looks a belter.
Tachuti's on 80, Ross Smith's on 40, and Ross Smith has missed 3 darts to reduce the deficit to just 2. So Tachut should have a match dart at least, if not 2. He will get 2. Treble 20, comes inside on the 10s, twisting Tachut for a 6-2 win against Ross Smith. Oh, he's missed it. Ross Smith will be coming back. Can Ross Smith... Oh, he's come inside. He's only going to have 1 dart. I believe at double 2. It will be at double 2. And Ross Smith takes it. To keep himself in the game, Ross Smith is now 5-3 behind. It's just a hold of throw. But it's a hold that he certainly needed. As the shot is only 1 lead away. Just going back to the main stage as Willie Borland has got Raymond van Barneveld. Barney's on 74. Big Willie's on 72. Barney single 14. No, it doesn't, sorry. Apologise, it's the treble. Andy gets a double at 16. Comes inside but cleans it up on double 8. So we are all square on the main stage. Yella Klassen, who was sensational in round 2, indifferent in round 1 but got the win. Not started greater than JLo, finds himself 2-1 behind, with JLo averaging just 80 and in front, with Yella Klassen back on 77. In the Watamina Ross Montgomery game, tight game 4 apiece. Jermaine Watamina has just missed 5 darts at a double for a break of throw and a 5-4 lead. Ross Montgomery now to win 5-4. Not to win 5-4, to move 1 away from the win. It's been that long of a day, Henry.
It's been a very, very, very long day.
Ross Montgomery, 87. Can he take it out? No. So Jermaine Watamina, who's missed 5 already for a 5-4 lead, misses a 6th, but not a 7th, and it's Watamina 5-4 in front in that one. So we are now coming to the last. We've got these games and potentially 1, maybe 2 more on the stages. Then, just to let you all know, we will then be staying on just for the draw for the 4th round. Then, once the 4th round is done, we will be having a little break, and we will be returning this evening. Online darts will be returning this evening. It will be myself and Jack Dobby Darwood. Hopefully, we'll have a few visitors as well. Mr. Bars may be joining us from Minehead. Cam, Charlie, a few of the team may be jumping on as well, as everyone loves the UK Open and wants to be involved in all the action. But we still have games, we still have a lot of drama, and we've certainly seen it in this Montgomery Watamina game. It's Watamina who's in front and got the throw, but it's Montgomery who's got the darts. So we could be going to a noble in this one. One game we haven't talked about much since it started, and I know it's in the early stages, Henry, but one on your boards. Board sits. Suits versus Jim Williams. Very, very difficult 3rd round tie. Probably one of the best 3rd round ties we will see today in the levels that both of these can play. How's that one started?
Tasty is what I'd say. 109 average Williams, 93 Suter, 1 apiece so far. In the 3rd leg, Williams with the advantage of thrower making it count, although Suter's just fired in a 1-3-1 to leave 110 after 12. So Williams here on 188 after 12, 85 leaves 103. So good quality contest between these two thus far. But Scott Waits is opening up, has opened up a 3-1 lead over Brian Roman, the former WDF world number 1. 66 start there for the Belgian. Again, Scott Waits, another one of those players, obviously lost his tour card at the end of last year, won it back this year, and is another player that 2nd time round in his rotation as a tour card holder knows that he needs to make some progress. But I'm going to stop because I have seen that there is a noble on board 4.
Yeah, it's been swinging both ways, and it's now 5 apiece between Jermaine Watamina and Ross Montgomery. We are just in the early stages. It's Montgomery who's got the advantage of the throw and starts with a 1-2-3. Just give you update on the other board as Ross Smith is getting back into this game. It's now 5-4 twisting to Chuck, but Smith got the advantage in this 10th lead and nothing likely to level things up. So we could have 2 nobles in a very short space of time. Barney is now taking control on the main stage as he's 3-1 in front with a break, but Willie Borland starts lead 5 with a 180, and Yella Klassen has upped it and is 3-2 in front now against JLo. But back to the noble we know we have, which is Watamina and Montgomery. And Watamina against the throwers on 96, 180, whereas Ross Montgomery is on 123, 100. Then he's on 62, 118. So advantage Watamina who fires in a 174 for 51. But before we go to that one, Christian Tachuk, 109 for the match against Ross Smith. Finds the treble 20 and single 17. More match darts. Tantachuk, clean it up. No. Ross Smith is back on 72. Ross Smith was 5-2 down. Can Ross Smith take out 72? 2 single 20s. Well, he's done outside, so Tristan to Chut. He's coming back for the 6-4 win. Ross Montgomery's got 78 for a 7-5 win. Watamina's on double 4 after missing 2 match starts. Ross Montgomery take out 78. Can Christian Tkachuk take out 32 in that game? Yes, he can. Tkachuk beats Ross Smith. Montgomery misses a dart, to beat Jermaine Watamina. Watamina's already missed 2 for the game. Can he now clean it up for a 6-5 win? Jermaine Watamina to win it in 13. What mind if he wins it in 15 as long as that's over the line? Can Jermaine Watamina take out double 4, 2 or 1? Just bear with me one moment, Henry, and we will be back your way. Watamina does take out either double 4 or double 2 as he cleans it up in 2 darts. Jermaine Watamina beats Ross Montgomery 6-5. J-Lo and Yella Klassen are 3 apiece. And Willie Borland holds throw to make it 3-2 now. But Barney's in control of lead 6. Henry, over to the steps boards.
5, 6, 7, 8. And it could be Kenny Nayans through to round 4. Nenchez takes out 56, though, to make it 5 apiece. So we've got another no ball here. So we'll follow that in just a second. But before we do that, just a quick check-in on our other games. So Brian Roman, he's 3-2 down to Scott Waite. Scott Waite's just taken an 80 out shot to make it 4-2 in that one. Jim Williams and Alan Suter can't really split these two. It's 2 apiece at the minute, and it's as level and as even as you can get. The cider here, Naines has kicked off 93. Both players averaging 85 so far in this game. So that is the tail of the tape on 5-8.
And that is also a close, I believe, on boards 5, which the last time was Zonneval getting through Barry Vampire, which we saw a few moments ago. Also on board 4, Jermaine Watamina getting the last lead win. We've seen that result come through. So boards 4 and 5 are now complete for this afternoon. So we just have 6 boards remaining. As I said, we will stay on the stream all the way to and including the 4th round draw. I mean, Henry will be talking you through that 4th round draw, and then we will have a little dap, little breather, something to eat, and maybe get our breaths back, and then we will be back. Online Darts will be returning then this evening for the evening session. So, Henry, Barney's 4-2 in front. Yellow Klassen is 4-3 in front. Make that Barney 4-3 in front after Willie Borland hits double 19 with a big celebration. Could be going deep in these 2 games. On board 7, we are going all the way.
We are going all the way, and we're getting to the nitty-gritty of the deciding leg as Gert Nenchez hits successive visits of 134 and 140 to leave 50 for the match. Kenny Nayans 167, but can only hit 40. So Gert Nenchez now has 50 to seal the victory and to get himself through to the 4th round of the UK Open. It's been a good start to 2022 for him. Can he continue it here? Be a big victory, but he's missed 2 darts at tops. He's only scored 10. So Kenny Nayans, the Belgian, can he nick it with a 1-2-7? 54 leaves 73. So Nenchez gets a second bite at the cherry. This time, though, you feel it has to go. Tops for the match. And Tops is hit. First dart in hand for Gert Nenchez. He is through to the 4th round of the UK Open. He will join the big boys in the draw as a big top very shortly. He is victor over Kenny Nayans in a decider by 6 legs to 5.
And we are joined by Charlie in the chat room, who hopefully will be seen on our screens today. Charlie, I'm sure if you wasn't with us earlier, we have had a 9-darter. However, it was missed by myself. I know that wouldn't happen if you was here. That's why we need you on this show, my friend, to make sure we are calling them in. As he just mentioned there, in the Barney Borland game, We are 4 apiece, and that was the chat out that done it. It was a 1-5-6 by Big Willie. Not quite the celebration we're seeing from the 9-darter, which is understandable. However, still a big celebration from the Stocksman, as we are 4 apiece in that game. Jason Lowe is that dart at double 16 and tated out for 4 apiece. So both Dutchmen who had the lead just for 3 are now levelled up. Yellow class and 4 apiece, with J-Lo and Barney and Borland are 4 apiece. 2 dames on your boards, Henry. 2 very good dames as well.
Yeah, let's go to Scott Rates, Brian Roman first, because Rates is closing in on victory. Wants 52 for a 6-2 victory. Will he go 20 double 16? He likes it down that part of the board, or will he go 12 for tops? Goes in 2, and so goes Brian Roman. Scott Waite is into the 4th round of the UK Open. We sensed this year was a big one for Scotty Too Hotty, and it is a result that will make him feel much better about himself. He's with the big boys in the draw in a few minutes' time. Victor over Brian Roman by 6 legs to 2, an 88 average.
Advantage Willie Borland on stage. Willie Borland's got 66. Barney's bat on 183. Borland tight out 66. Not real pressure by Barney, bat on 118. Borland loves that double 18, and we've seen it there with 66 out and a 5-4 lead. Yellow Klassen has edged, or looks like he's going to edge in front of then J-Lo. Finds himself 4 apiece currently, but he's on 68 after 12. The lead that's included a 180 from the Dutchman. J-Lo's bat on 134. On stage, both players have fired in a 140. On Barney's throw, a must-win lead for Barney. Otherwise, it will be Big Willie who progresses to the 4th round. Yellow Klassen can't take out 68, but leaves double 10. Can J-Lo take out 134? No, it's just 58 for J-Lo. So Yellow Klassen, 20. Tated out in 2. Yellow Klassen moves 1 away from making it a very, very successful afternoon, Henry.
Exactly that. It's been an interesting afternoon here at Minehead for the UK Open. So let's have a look then, drop in on Williams against Suter, because that's my last game of the afternoon still to be completed. And we might still have some legs to go. Alan Suter's pulled it back to 4-3. Williams was trying to mount a charge to go 5-2 in front, but Suits is still in this. We thought this would be a tight game. It's certainly living up to the billing. It's Williams 4, Suter 3.
Yellow class. Barney and Borland, have done to the Noble lead. So we are going all the way on the main stage as Jason Lowe with the throw against Yellow Klassen can only find 13 with his first 3 darts. He's followed that up with a 101.37. However, Yellow Klassen is now coming to the board only 21 points behind. Yellow Klassen is now only 21 points in front after only firing a score of 42. So J-Lo's back on 251. Keeping you updated on both of these. Anything that happens in yours, and we feel free to dive in at any points, but it's J-Lo with a 180. The lead 71. Yellow Klassen is back on 230. Yellow Klassen fires in a 180. Both players finding a 180. It's a crucial part in this game. J-Lo got 71 left to take us to a Noble, or Yellow Klassen will be coming back for 50 in the Noble on the main stage. J-Lo cannot take it out. So Yellow Klassen is coming back for 450 for the win. Barney's got 140 for the win, with Borland back on 189. Barney can't take it out, but will be returning. Yellow Klassen can't take it out, so J-Lo will be returning. It's J-Lo with tops to take us all the way. It will be Yellow who'd have the throw in the final lead. However, we might not be going there because J-Lo can't take it out, but Yellow Klassen can. 32 in 2. It's Yellow Klassen who progresses and made it a very, very successful afternoon. On main stage, Barney's missed 3. Borland on 89. Oh, he can't take it out. It's treble 19 first start. Just outside on the 16 with a second. Has to move for the third dart. And just comes inside. Raymond van Barneveld. Stop. 5s for the Dane. Comes inside first dart. Single 1. Double 2. Oh no. Raymond. Raymond has missed darts for the win. Willie Borland, double 8. 2 outside. Each one that's further and further away. So Barney's returning for MODUS for a 6-5 win. Two outside. 3. Oh, it's inside. Barney has missed more darts to beat Willie Borland. Willie Borland has got double 8 for a place in the 4th round. Outside again. Inside this time, double 4, change of target. And Willie Borland, that's the win. Big Willie defeats Raymond van Barneveld 6-4.
I thought I was having some excitement between Williams and Suter. Suter 180, backs out of a 140. Almost for a second, I thought we were being greedy, asking for 2 9s in the same session.
Just a question from James. When's Andy Bolton playing? They are slightly behind on board 3. So Andy Bolton is just warming up against Danny Levy. Henry, if you would like, feel free to take on that dame as well as your board 6, and I'll look after boards 1 and 2 while we are on reduced boards. Or you can take one of the stream boards if you are keeping an eye on one of those.
More than happy to take board 3 because Bolton and Lowby could be a little bit special.
I thought you might. That's why I'd offer it. Just on stage 2, we've got Martin Schindler. He's 2-1 in front against Jeff Smith. But for now, Henry, we will come to you as Jim Williams and Alan Suter are coming to the final stages of that 3rd round game.
Indeed, they are. 5-4. Williams leads in this one. Suter broke the throw in the last leg with an 84 finish. Kicks off this leg with an 87. So Williams here can put pressure on this. Hits a ton. So it's put something on, but nothing major. Not put a major dent in that 87 that Suter's kicked off the leg with. 4-1-4 play 4-0-1. And this the 10th leg. Williams needs just this leg to see himself through to the 4th round. Suter wins this leg. Williams will have the darts and the decider. Suter's followed up his 87 with a 99. It's solid, if not spectacular. Williams failed to hit a treble. Only 60 in this turn. You can just sense from here it's getting a little bit nervy between these two players. They know what's at stake. A place in the next round of the UK Open. Solid ton there for Alan Suter. Brings him on to 2-1-5. Jim Williams back on 3-4-1. The Scot with the advantage of throw in this 10th leg. No mind, the winner of this will see himself in the 4th round draw tonight. The draw will take place in a few minutes' time. We'll give you all the reaction and to that, all the reaction and the draw to that very, very shortly. But Suter here, 2-1-5, playing the 2-8-1 of Williams. 5-4 in Williams' favour in legs here. What can Suter muster? Only 31 to the 1-8-4. So the door is ajar now for Jim Williams on 2-8-1. A 2 treble visit with Meanies on a finish, but only 97. These 1-8-4s are both players on 1-8-4. Suter with the advantage of throw in this leg. A leg he has to win to keep his UK Open hopes alive. Hits a ton, down to 84. What can Williams do in response to this? Only 60 to leave 1-2-4. So Suter now, 84 to take us to a deciding leg. $59 leaves 25. So I'm assuming he's missed a dart to the bullseye. Jim Williams now, 124 for the match. and a place in round 4 of the UK Open in 2022. 99 leaves 25. So both players have had a dart at the bull in this leg. More crucially, Jim Williams has had a dart for the match. Suitor now, 25, 9-8. Taken! We go all the way to the decider, where Jim Williams has the darts. Reminder, in our other game, on the outside boards, Danny Lauby leads Andy Bolton by a leg to 0. What's happening over on the other boards, on the streaming boards?
So Martin Schindler is 2 apiece with Jeff Smith. We've seen all darts dull with throw. However, opportunity here for Smith. Doesn't take it. It's Martin Schindler's returning for double 4 for a 3-2 lead. I know you was taking on this one on board 3, Henry, but I've tapped on it while you're watching your final one initially. And Lauby started to strun this, firing in 3 tons. I thought we was going to have that 15 dart lead we spoke about earlier, but he did spoil it by throwing in a 140 to lead 61. Danny Lauby leads 1-0 currently with a break to throw and is now in control in this second lead. Martin Schindler did take the 5th lead, so he's 3-2 in front. All 5 leads have done with throw. But we will return to you, Henry. Jim Williams, Alan Suter, 5 apiece. Which way is it going?
Because this is hotting up nicely. Jim Williams, 139, ton 40 to lead 122 after 9. Has the advantage of throw. Suter kicked off 60 for the ball, 121, 140. He leads 180 after 9. So Jim Williams has 6 darts here from 122 to seal the victory. Missed a dart at the bullseye in the last leg to secure it. Can he win it this time round? 90 leaves 32. We'll have a crack at it. Alan Suter can only set up from 180 here. He knows what he'll want. He'll want a ton 40. Ton leaves 80. But Jim Williams now steps up to the oche, wanting double 16 for a place in the 4th round and hits it with the first dart in hand. Jim Williams, the quiff, is through to the 4th round of the UK Open in a last leg thriller against Alan Suter. 95 average for Williams, 93 average for Suter, but it is the quiff that is through to the last 64 here in Minehead.
Just to give you an update on main stage, Adrian Lewis and the young German Fabian Schmitzler is just making his way to the stage now. On board, is it more missed starts for Jeff Smith? It is. Tom inside on 18s then. Not his friend today's favourite double. And we have our first break by Martin Schindler. Those 4-2 in front. On the dame that Henry will be taking over, it's Danny Lauby who's currently in control as he's 2-0 in front against Andy Bolton. But Andy Bolton has stepped it up in this one. Currently, there's 20 points in the average. But Henry, I'll tell you, that was from the heavy scoring from Danny Lauby in that first leg. And a very comfortable hold of throw. Looking like this one to do the way of Andy Bolton, Henry.
Indeed, it does. 75 after 12. Lauby back on 196. Needs this leg, Bolton. Couldn't have been afforded to be broken for a second time in this match. Ton for Lauby leaves him handy enough on 96 if this 75 doesn't go. So Bolton here, 75 to take the 3rd leg. Does it with 2 darts. So Andy Bolton is in this match. 2-1 it is at the minute. Danny Lauby kicks off with a maximum in leg 4 with the darts.
Martin Schindler is 4-2 in front now with Jeff Smith. And see what Jeff Smith can do here. Martin Schindler's 220 to Jeff Smith's 170. So Martin Schindler can find a 140 here. Would put on pressure on Jeff Smith to hit that big fish. Martin Schindler does hit the 140, so Jeff Smith 170. Can he take out the big fish? No, he can't. So it's Martin Schindler who will be coming back. Poor last start by Jeff Smith. Left him on 126, only a score of 44. Martin Schindler, very clinical so far. And he's then 5-2 to Martin Schindler. And he's just 1 lead away from knocking out the Canadian and butting his place into the 4th round. Henry, back to you, as we only have these 2 games. The third one is just starting between Adrian Lewis and Fabian Schmidtler. These are the last 3 games of round 4.
Indeed, they are. So, Danny Lauby, 1-2-2 for 3-1, 38 leads, 84. Bolton not on a finish. We'll see what dent he can put in this, though, if at all. Well, he'll put some dent in it. Is it a max? So, Lauby now, 84 for 3-1 lead. If not, Bolton has a great chance to break back, but takes it last dart in hand. Danny Lauby reestablishes that 2-leg cushion at 3-1.
Martin Schindler is edging closer and closer to the win. He's on 187 after 9 darts. Jeff Smith's only on 237. Throws in another ton. Martin Schindler 87 now. Jeff Smith 237. What pressure can he apply? Can he apply any pressure? No pressure really, just a 60 store. Martin Schindler 87, 17. Those treble tenors, he doesn't need the ball route. Tom's inside though on the 20. So Martin Schindler's coming back for double 10. For the Dane, what pressure can Smith apply? 105 stores, 72. Martin Schindler, double 10 for the win. And he comes through. So Martin Schindler wins 6-2. On the main stage, Adrian Lewis is now 1-0 in front. Early break against Fabian Schmidtler. And on your board, Henry, do you think, can you see Andy Bolton come back?
Well, he's throwing darts that could certainly give Danny Lauby problems. 180 ton this leg, leaves 60 after 12. Lauby languishing all the way back on 317. So there's certainly signs here for Bolton, but I think the problem he's going to have is the fact he was broken so early. And the way this game's going, it seems to be seesaw from this point, and he's going to have to find that break back at some point. Does hold in this leg to make it 3-2, but he's going to have to find that break, which I think against Lauby playing in this sort of move is going to be a bit difficult. But you look at the averages, they've kind of gone the other way. Bolton averaging 97 now, and Lauby averaging 93. So the averages have gone the other way of each other here.
Just now looking at the main stage with Adrian Lewis, got 50 left. Can he clean it up? Yes. Very confident finish from Adrian Lewis. 2-0 in front now against the young German. You know, very, very busy Minehead. I know there's only one game happening on the side stages and one on the main one, but it's looking a jam-packed Minehead for this weekend, which can only create a great atmosphere, especially going into tonight, Henry, when the bid star, shall we call them, arrive to the party.
Absolutely, and that is why Minehead is on my darting bucket list, because it just seems somewhere that is absolutely nuts, especially on UK Open weekend. The first 2 days is always carnage. That's why it's one of the best tournaments of the year, and you just never know what you're going to follow up. And obviously, we're going to cover the 4th round draw at the end of this broadcast. And we mentioned earlier, Gerwyn Price could draw Peter Wright, Michael Van Gerwen could draw James Wade, but likewise, you could have a Riley's Amateur Qualified draw Gerwyn Price or Peter Wright or Michael Van Gerwen. And that is the joy of this tournament. And I love tournaments as well. You just get to see different players you don't normally get to see on the big stages. And that's certainly what we're getting here. Now, just back in this leg, 149 for Andy Bolton to break the throw. Danny Lauby's back on 80 here. 3-2 Lauby leads in this one. 97 leads 52. So Lauby now has 80 to re-establish his 2-leg cushion. Half the score to lead 40. So Bolton now has a big chance to get that break that he lost in the opening leg back. Which way does he go? Does he go 20 double 16 or does he go 12 tops? Those are the options in the mind of the X Factor, who shows he has the X Factor by hitting the outshot. And to make it 3-3, we are none the wiser here as to who's going to be the victor.
Can the young German Schmitzler fire in a 167? No, he can't. So Adrian Lewis is returning for double 10 for a 3-0 lead. It's been a very good day for the young German, Henry. However, this just one step too far. It's looking like one step too far, but a great experience for the young man at the age of 16, 17, to go and play at Minehead. And as you've said, an experience for a fan. Just imagine what that would be for a player.
Exactly, and these are only bonuses, isn't it, for Fabian Schmutzler at the end of the day? You go there, if you do well, then that's brilliant. If not, then you just put it down to experience and you go back again next year, don't you? The fact that you're playing the likes of Adrian Lewis on a big stage in front of the TV cameras. I know he's had the experience of Ali Pali before, but these little experiences at such a young age is only going to help him go forward. You know, sometimes it's the better the devil you know than the devil you don't, because once you know what it's like on that TV stage, you can learn to adapt to it. And a lot of players say that once you get on that big stage, we kind of said about Connor Scott earlier, didn't we? That once you get on that stage, it could be a completely different sport compared to playing on Pro Tour events or floor events or Euro Tour events. So it'd be a nice little sizer to kind of see where he's at, and he can learn and grow from it.
James, just to answer your question in the chat room about anywhere we can watch the darts live. So if you are based in the UK, ITV4 are showing the main stage. Other countries, you can see it on PDC TV, but you just need to go onto PDC TV and see what countries are showing stage 1. Stage 2 is available all around the world, but there is no more play on stage 2 currently today. That will return this evening. And then stages 3 to 8 are currently covered by ourselves, but there will be no live streaming of those boards. And one of those boards, and the only board of those that are in action, is in board 3, and it's Laby versus Andy Bolton. And coming back to you, Henry, on this one.
And that break that Andy Bolton won back has been lost straight away. Danny Lauby has snatched it from his leisure. He is now 4-3 up. In this one is the American, and a poor start to leg 8 from Bolton, only a 40, and Lauby kicks off ton 3-4, so he is in full command of this, the 8th leg, which if he wins, he'll go within one of the victory posts. Another player which you marvel and think, how is he not a PDC Tour card holder? Such is the quality that he has got. Again, a Riley's amateur qualifier, Danny Lauby. Another one to add in that bracket of, wow, how's he got through that? And Bolton here, 3-2-1. And we mentioned earlier as well, Bolton obviously hasn't played so far. Lauby went into this probably as a favourite, but I'm going to head to you because there's a round of applause.
And that is because Adrian Lewis has just taken out a 1-4-3 after Fabian Schmidt has just missed double 8 for a 1-3-6. Fantastic darts by both players. However, this is some fine darting action from Adrian Lewis, looking very, very confident. And this is the Adrian Lewis that we want to see back on our stage. It's a different game for Adrian Lewis when he's playing someone, inexperienced Adrian Lewis. He's playing someone with a bit of inexperience. We want to see this when he's playing the best in the world, which they've done this weekend. He's currently averaging 108 and he's winning 5-0. And we're talking about the young German gaining experience and maybe not at the quality we've seen from him today. But this is some sensational darts by Adrian Lewis, who is now on 2-2-4 after 6 for a 6-0 win. Let's see what he can follow this up with. I'll come to you in a second, Henry. Another ton, so leads 1-2-4. Schmitzler's back on 3-1-8. Back with you, mate.
So Danny Lauby is a leg away from victory against Andy Bolton. Solidate the break with a hold in the 8th. So only a 58 start though for Lauby in this leg. Bolton kicks off with an 81. So it could be the fact that the last 2 games at the UK Open could be finishing very, very quickly, which means we'll get the draw for the 4th round, which we will, of course, bring you all the details of live here on the stream.
We certainly will. And Lewis is looking to butt his place into the 4th round, and he does it with a 13 dart leg. Both players shake hands, a smile on the face on both players. there's not much there that Fabian could do, because that was some sensational darts by AD Lewis, and hopefully we'll get to see him back on our screens this weekend a lot more, putting in performances like that. So that's a 6-0 win. We have one game remaining, which Henry will sort you through. Will it be Danny Lowby, who can be another Riley's qualifier into round 4, or can Andy Bolton get a comeback and win this one in a noble leg?
Well, it looks as if this leg could be going to Andy Bolton. He's on 120. He'll be back on 227. It won't be a disaster for the American, because he'll have the throw in the 10th leg. So he get there. 80 leaves 40 for Bolton. Now be back on 227. So we'll get 3 darts at this to take this game to 5-4 and to keep his hopes of UK Open success alive. So tops here for Andy Bolton, gets it first dart. So Danny Lowby will throw for a place in the 4th round of the UK Open to be ball number 64 of 64, the last man through to that elite lineup where the big boys will join the fray. Kicks off 65 there on this leg, which gives Andy Bolton just a slight chance, especially as he hits a ton 40. The door was ajar. He's cracked it right open, has Andy Bolton.
Henry, I'm just taking a quick call. I am leaving it with you to talk us through. I will make sure I'm back before this action finishes, hopefully in a noble.
Fingers crossed. So, Lowby hitting a ton to respond to his 65. 58 for Bolton. So 336 Lowby, 303 Bolton here. This is the last game of the 3rd round. Lowby responds with a ton 40 to leave 196 after 9. Bolton on 303, where he will be going down to the 19s range. 4 of them will leave a finish. 99 leaves 204. So Danny Lowby now will have at least 6 darts to win this match. Hits a ton to leave 96. Andy Bolton now on 204. Needs a big score to keep himself interested, with Lowby back with the opportunity to win the match. 45 leaves 159. So he's left himself on a bogey number. So Danny Lowby will have another 6 for the match. 56 leaves tops. So all Bolton can do from here is apply the pressure. Cannot believe it. 97 leaves 62. Danny Lowby now for a place in the 4th round. The last spot in the 4th round. Wants tops but missed 3 darts. He's missed 3 darts for the match. He'll come back to double 5 if he does. Bolton back on 62. And gets the 62. Oh my word. Andy Bolton looked as if he was out of this year's UK Open. Danny Lowby had 3 visits at the board to dispatch him, but he couldn't. And Andy Bolton only needed 1 chance in that leg. And it takes us all the way to a decider. It's 5 apiece. Bolton kicks off with a ton.
I told you I would be back, H. I told you.
Well, it can't get any closer if you try. Ton 99, the first visits in this leg, this deciding leg, this last leg of the afternoon session. And for James Bambino, a leg which has everything on the line. Apparently, he's got 10,000 Australian dollars on Andy Bolton to win this leg. Incredibly. Well, sit comfortably, because Bolton's hit a ton 37, Lowby's hit 135, 264 plays 267. This couldn't be any tighter if you tried. These two have thrown hammer tongs at each other for 11 legs, and we are no closer to knowing who the victor is. Bolton hits a 97 to leave 167. So the door is open here for Lowby, but he hits a ton. So both players are on 167 apiece after 9 darts, after 10 legs of darts. You cannot separate these 2 players. Bolton gets first dibs at this big outshot. Hits 59 to leave 108. Danny Lowby then will have his chance at 167 to win the match. He's had chances to win it. They've come and gone. Only hits 99 to leave 68. So Bolton now 108 for his chance to win the match. Remember, he has been behind he has been behind all the way. He's not led at all in the match. 84 leads 24. So Danny Lauby, is this your moment at long last? 68 to see off the X Factor. No. 48 leaves 20. So Andy Bolton, double 12 for a place in the 4th round of the UK Open. And to steal the place from Danny Lauby, and does so second dart in hand. Andy Bolton, who had led at no point in this match until that last dart at double 12 goes in to seal a 6-5 victory over Danny Lauby. Some dramatic way to finish the opening session of the 2022 UK Open.
Henry, I have made a little bit of a mistake, and it's not the closing game of the 3rd round. There is actually a game on board 2 that I thought was further down the pecking order, and Tim Hybrecht is playing Luke Peters, and he's currently 3-2 in front. So as you said, Andy Bolton is in the hat, but he's not the last number in the hat. We have one more game just to add to today's drama before we bring you the draw. The draw will be following Tim Hybrecht versus Luke Peters, and it's Tim Hybrecht who is currently winning, but the game is on throw. So we are currently 3-2 in this one. We are just going to go to a very, very quick ad break. When we are back, we'll talk you through the final stages of Tim Hybrecht and Luke Peters. But please stay with us, as me and Henry will be bringing you the 4th round draw. So just going to go to a quick ad break. Welcome back to the UK Open coverage from Online Darts, brought to you from Bowl Sports, as we have one game remaining in round 3 before we bring you the draw for round 4. Today I've been joined by Henry Deaton, who's just popped for a very quick break, as Tim Hybrecht sets the first break in this one to move 4-2 in front. Thank you very much for everyone who's joined us throughout the day. We will be staying with you probably for about the next 15-20 minutes as we bring you, as the final stages of this one and the 4th round draw. There will then be around a 2-hour gap. We'll be back then on your screens about 10-7, where Jack Dobby Darwood will be joining me, and hopefully a few members from the team will be jumping as well throughout the day, as we will be bringing you the 4th round action across all 8 boards. Just while we're coming to a close potentially in this game, Henry, UK Open, day 1, what a day.
It's never quiet, is it? It's been good fun today. There's been some great stories. I mean, I can hardly remember the games from 11 o'clock this morning. That is how quick it has flown the last few hours. And it just feels weird because it feels like we've had such a storm. And now, okay, we're going to have the draw in a minute, but it just feels like a bit of a calmness about it now. There's like a calm before the 4th round storm a little bit. And for the players who've won on boards 1 to 3, it's a chance to go back to their chalets, have a little bite to eat, just maybe have a lie down, have a nap, however they want to prepare. Because the players, especially those Riley's qualifiers that made their way through, that's a long afternoon to play 3 matches, best of 11, big TV stage, being moved from one place to another. So, you know, they just need to have a bit of a relax, a rest, and then they'll come back this evening. That was for the guys in the 4th round, just go up there and just show it's just us that's going to dominate this tournament like any other tournament.
And one player who's looking to put his place into that fourth round is Tim Hybrecht, who's looking very, very impressive as he moves into a 5-2 lead. Just while I talk through the final stages of this, Henry, I'm going to come to you with a couple of players' names I want for you. There's one player you'd want to avoid who's coming in the draw tonight. Who would that one player be? And if there's one player who's played today, who would you want to avoid? Who would that one player be? I will leave you with that thought while we are just in the final part, potentially, of this game on stage 2, as Tim Hybrecht is only 136 points away from victory. Look, Peter's on 2-6-4, fires in a 1-2-3, so leaves himself on 1-4-1. Can Hybrecht finish the day in style for us all with a 1-3-6? Of course he can. It's the UK Open, and we finish in style with Tim Hybrecht coming through with a 1-3-6 checkout and butting his place in round 4. And we will find out now from Henry Deaton if that will change what he was going to do as his answer. So firstly, one player from the top 32 who you would want to avoid right now. Would it be world number 1, world champion, or last night's Premier League winner in that mix?
I'm going to pull one away from the usual Premier League suspects, because I imagine every player wants to avoid one of them. Someone that has had a good start to 2022, but perhaps hasn't been spoken up too much because of it, is Dimitri. He's won on the Pro Tour. I think the Premier League ambition, I think it's given him a little bit of a fire in his belly. And I think he's a player to avoid. Him and Damon Heta, probably the two outside the Premier League gate you look at and think, no thanks. Whereas
on your second answer, I'm going to rush you just for a name as the draw is about to get underway.
Jelle Klassen.
I thought you would dull there, mate. Very understandable why you have. So the first name out the hat is number 63. And number 63 is, if the graphic is going to work, it would help, is Andy Bolton. He will take on Damon Heta.
Not what you would have wanted.
Is Mike Hovenhoven, who has played this afternoon and beat John O'Shea. He will take on Simon Whitlock. Lute Woodhouse will be taking on Boris Turchmar, two players who have come through today's action. Big names yet to come out early on, Henry.
Indeed. I love the new wooden balls that they're using for the draw. I don't know about you.
Ron Merlenkamp will take on Christian Tachuk. A lot of players who are playing today are meeting each other, which can only mean that the top 32 will be colliding. Richie Eddowes, ball number 43, will meet ball number 36. Sebastian Bialetti, not the draw that Richie Eddowes would have wanted. Very difficult for Bialetti.
I think I'm just in front of you, boys. See, watch this.
Joe Cullen will take on Peter Rice. If you are in front of me, Henry, feel free to take it away.
So Jason Heaver's got William O'Connor. Next out of the bag, 58. Jelle Klassen. He's got 25. Devon Peterson. I think Jelle will fancy that.
Yes, I think you will.
Number 40 is Steve West against number 7. That is Jose de Souza. 21 next out of the hat. That's Darryl Gurney, a player that could maybe go under the radar here. He's taken on number 9, Dimitri Vandenberg. That is a horror draw. Mason Dello are doing all sorts of mischief. Chris Dobie, number 32, takes on Michael Smith. Oh my word. This is a brutal draw. Remember, apart from the world champion, all the other big names have kind of been left out of the hat so far. Still got Ryan Joyce, Martin Shilley, still got Gando, still got Price, got Van Gerwen still on the draw. Number 31, Glenn Durrant, former Premier League champion, takes on 57. Scott Waits, a repeat of the 2019 BDO World Final. Number 24, Brendan Dolan's had a bit of a renaissance recently. He's got number 13, Dave Chisnell. Ouch. 19. That's Danny Noppert. He plays number 51. Ryan Meekles. A tough tie that for Ryan. Danny's been playing very well recently. 17 next out the hat. That is Mervyn King. He gets number 20. That's Stephen Bunting. Good tie, that.
Very good tie.
56. Kurt Nenches. Gets number 49. Florian Hempel. They're keeping the big boys back. 45. Jamie Hughes. 46 is Adam Gavlas. 26 next out of the hat. Ian White. Takes on number 18. Luke Humphreys. There's some horrible draws here.
It's only going to get more horrible, Emery, because of the names that are left in.
Ryan Searle, number 16, will take on number 62, Adrian Lewis. Good luck picking the balls tonight. Number 12 is Christoph Ratajski. It's got Gerwin Price.
That draw.
This is a stinking draw. Darius, so the world number 1 and world number 2 got tough draws here. Labanauskas against Evans. Good luck picking the boards because there's going to be some carnage here. I mean, Mason and Della are laughing with John McDonald. Number 14 is Dirk van Duivenbode. He will take on number 59. That's Willie Borland. Decent game. Number 10 next out the hat. That's Rob Cross. He will take on number 22. Gabriel Clemens. Again, decent tie that. Number 60 is Jim Williams, who takes on number 53. That is Niels Zonneveld.
Henry. I've just seen on social media this next draw. Oh my God.
No. What did I tell you about? Anyone can draw anyone?
We haven't said it. We've just said, oh my God, but it is Michael van der Wijn versus Gary Anderson.
Mind you're not as good as Steve Millen against James Wade.
Not for Dobb, it's not. Not for Dobb, it's not. That's what we need to remember.
You know there'll be no 9 data tonight.
MVG, Gary Anderson. What a draw.
And we said that he's defending money and he won a nice... That is a hot... I mean, you can definitely guarantee 3 games that are going to be picked.
Yep.
Price for Tysky, Wright against Cullen, and then you've got Van Gerwen against Anderson. And you've got some really good choices for game 4. I don't know who gets in there.
So
But
just to continue the draw while we have it. So Tim Hybrechts has drew Mensur Sulovic. Keen Barry has drew Graham Hall. Jermaine Watamina has drew Vincent van der Voort. Talon Rids. Oh, what another tie. Talon Rids has drew Nathan Aspinall. What an incredible tie that is as well.
In another draw, that'd be main stage, but no chance tonight.
Unlikely, I would say. Martin Lutman will take on Johnny Clayton, and that is the full draw of the 4th round of the Zoo UK Open. Henry, we won't go through it all, but I would like one main stage sort of game from that draw that you are really, really looking forward to. And I've said one because I know there's a few in there and you can only give me one. And one which will be probably to be towards, stages 4 onwards, that is one that you're going to be keeping an eye on. Probably one that's sort of got an interest to what you've seen today.
Can we not look forward to Van Gerwen Anderson? My goodness, that is both of them would have looked at their TV screen. To be honest, their TV's probably not intact at the minute. They probably find the remote at the wall or something like that. That is an absolute stinker of a draw for both of them. I mean, whoever's got tickets for the main stage tonight, is being treated royally with the draw they've got. I mean, I like the look of Callum Ridd's Nathan Aspinall. I don't think it'll be main stage, might get stage 2, but I think it'll probably be out on the outer boards. Just have another quick look at the draw in full.
I'll just run through it. I'll just run through it, and then if you'd like, I'm for it, and then you can have a bit through. So, Andy Bolton versus Damon Heta, Mike Tarvenhoven, Simon Whitlott, Luke Woodhouse, Boris Turchmar, Ron Muhlenkamp takes on Christian Tachut, Richie Headhouse will take on Sebastian Bialetti, Joe Cullen will take on Peter Wright, Jason Heaver versus William O'Connor, Yella Klassen versus Devon Peterson, Steve West versus Jose versus Dimitri Vandenberg, Chris Dobie versus Michael Smith, Ryan Joyce versus Martin Schindler, Glenn Durrant, Stott Waits, Brendan Dolan will take on Dave Chisnell, Danny Nopper will take on Ryan Meathall, Mervyn King versus Stephen Bunting, Dirk Nenches will take on Florian Hempel, Jamie Hughes versus Adam Dorlas, Ian White versus Lou Humphries, Ryan Searle versus Adrian Lewis, Christoph Ratoisty takes on current world number 1 Derwin Price, Darius Labanostis will take on Ricky Evans, Dirk van Duivenbode takes on William Borland, Rob Cross versus Gabriel Clemens, Jim Williams versus Noel Zonneveld, the big one, or one of the big ones, Michael Van Derwin will take on Darry Anderson, Steve Lennon versus James Wade, Kim Hybretts versus Mensur Sulovic, Keane Barry versus Graham Hall, Jermaine Watamina versus Vincent van der Voort, Talon Ridge versus Nathan Aspinall, and Martin Lukeman takes on the man of 2021 in Johnny Clayton, and that is the full UK Open 4th round draw.
Yikes.
That Darry Anderson MVG stands out.
Oh.
But Peter Wright versus Joe Cullen as well. It's going to be one hell of a game. I know these are games that we're saying, and these are from a draw where the Premier League has now been reduced to 8 players. We've got 2 Premier League players who will be out tonight. Mm-hmm. We have 2 Premier League games as such happening on the opening night of the draw. In that, there's also some very, very interesting clashes. We got Nathan Aspinall. We wasn't sure what we'd see from him last weekend with his injury, and there was stages last weekend. He looked very good coming up against Talon Ridge. Christoph Ratoisty coming up against Derwin Price. All round the draw is very open in the sense of it seemed that the top 32 collided a lot, and 33 to 64 collided a lot, which means we was talking about the players who have played today. A lot of them are playing each other, and it certainly opens up the draw and opens up what we should have a great night tonight.
Absolutely, and whoever gets board 1 on your coverage tonight is going to do well. But I mean, you look at games like Darryl Gurney against Dimitri, Chris Derby, Michael Smith, which during most draws we'd be saying, well, this could be board 1, this could be board 2. They're probably going to be dumped elsewhere, stage 3, stage 4 potentially. You know, these types of games. I mean, everywhere you look, there's evenly matched contests, and you don't often see it with the draw. Sometimes you get, not being disrespectful, but 1 or 2 mismatches in these types of draws, but they were bunched together rather nicely this time. And my word, tonight could be absolutely special. Could be one of the greatest nights in UK Open history.
I think that seems like the perfect way to end this afternoon session. Henry, thank you very much for your time today. I'm sure you'll be tuning in with us this evening, as Dob will be on tonight with myself, and like I said, hopefully a couple of the team members will be joining on throughout today. Thank you very much for everyone who's joined us from the start when we was on this morning at 11 o'clock or has been jumping in throughout the day. We will be back again this evening at around 10 to 7 to talk you through what, as Henry's just said, is going to be a fantastic evening. Thank you very much for joining us, Henry. As I said, thank you very much, and I will see you all this evening. Oh, you can't do it on Teams. It's live.
Take it to the next level.
Hopes have had us to the stream, doesn't it? I was trying to set up the extra window to add the live scores in as I'm doing. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Online Darts for the UK Open Live. Lee, I'll let you say hello to the folks who talk us through the afternoon quickly whilst I set up the additional screen so we can see the live scores as we go along, buddy. But smashing job this afternoon yourself and Henry, who is busy this evening. So I have to jump on and sit and talk nonsense with you for the next couple of hours as we do.
It's not a couple of hours in a live stream, Mr. Dog. It is a good 4 hours. You know this. Yeah, what a day. We had a 9-darter that, yes, I missed. It was on my boards, but I missed it. We had a 9-darter, 170. We had some fantastic thumbs bats, as we've seen with Danny Badish. Outstanding performances from Jelle Klassen. Fabian Smutsler, good day for him. Obviously, disappointment in the end by Adrian Lewis, getting the better of him. 6-0. We've got 2 Royalist qualifiers. I don't really want to use the word amateur Royalist qualifiers, because one of them is a world champion in Jelle Klassen. But we have 2 Royalist qualifiers who are in tonight's action. And speaking to Emery, when the draw was made, we have really 33 to 64, all meeting in round 4 as good as, and 1 to 32 meeting in the draw as it worked out, because we have 2 Premier League clashes. We have so many ties. To think that so many great ties. To think that Johnny Clayton, Player of the Year in 2021, is only on board. He's on board 8. Just probably says how good of a draw it was. The games are just outstanding, going all the way down. I'm looking at the boards I'm covering tonight. There's some tracking downs from 5 to 8, and I don't even know where to begin with that draw, Dob.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how he's ended up all the way over there on board number 8, as you said. I knew we were going to talk about the draw, and it's one thing I don't have open and ready. It did throw up some absolute stinkers. 4 players in the field, plenty of the top boys in inverted brackets, the top 32 being matched up with each other. Here we go, the 4th round draw then. So we will have Andy Bolton versus Damon Heta, Luke Woodhouse against Boris Kirchmar, Richie Edhouse, Sebastian Bielecki, Jason Heaver against Willie O'Connor, Steve West against Jose de Souza, Chris Dobie against Michael Smith. That'll be your opener up on stage number 1. Glenn Durrant will take on Scott Waite, both former BDO world champions. Danny Noppert against Ryan Meikle, Gert Nenchez against Florian Hempel, Ian White against Luke Humphreys, Christoph Ratajski against Gerwin Price, Dirk van Dijvenbode against Willie Borland, Jim Williams against Neil Zonneveld, Steve Lennon, James Wade, Keane Barry against Graham Hall, one of 2 Riley's qualifiers still in the competition, and probably the one that you would actually refer to as an amateur Lee. The other one we'll get onto in a minute. Callum Ridds against Nathan Aspinall. Bottom half of the draw, Mike Hyvenhoven against Simon Whitlock, Ron Moulenkamp, Christoph Kachuk, Joe Cullen will take on Peter Wright in one of the standout ties of the round. Jelle Klassen will take on your mate Devon Peterson, Daryl Gurney against Dimitri Vandenberg, Ryan Joyce against Martin Schindler, Brendan Dolan against Dave Chisnell, Mervyn King will take on Stephen Bunting, Jamie Hughes will take on Adam Gaulas, Ryan Searle against Adrian Lewis, what a tie that could be, Darius Labanauskas against Ricky Evans, Rob Cross against Gabriel Clemens, Michael Van Gerwen against Gary Anderson. We get the El Clasico of darts in round number 1. Kim Hybrex will take on Mensur Sulovic, Jermaine Watermain will take on Vincent van der Voort, and Martin Lukman will take on Johnny Clayton. As we said, an absolute stinker of a draw for some of those players. Some great ties tonight, says Simon. Yeah, absolutely. Daniel's in, big Ryan Searle fan. Adam Ola says, hello, folks. Hello to you too, buddy. Bill says, evening. How is Searle Lewis not on stage 2 while Watermain of Vandervoort is speed of game? We don't make the rules, unfortunately. We have this debate pretty much every time this event rolls round. You could have predicted 3 of the players going up on stage 1 tonight before they were even drawn out. The fact they got pretty tasty ties around it, I guess, definitely helped their cause. But if you told me that Michael van Gerwen, Gerwin Price, and Peter Wright were going up on stage 1 tonight, even before they did the draw, I'd have believed you, because that's just the way it goes.
Yeah, it is the way it goes. However, the one defence I will do on tonight, they're not bad ties that they're in.
No, they're not bad at all.
The only argument would be, is that these are 2 of the 4 are Premier League ties as such. So we are seeing these more frequently, so for the viewer, but not for the ITV4 viewer, the ones who don't have Sky and don't see this footage all around the world. If you don't get to see the Premier League, then I guess not. But the games, probably other than Jermaine Watermain and Vincent van der Voort, the 8 games that are on streaming boards, you can't really make an argument that they shouldn't be on there. The other one that would probably come up in normal would be Steve Lennon and James Wade. However, James Wade is currently the UK Open champion, so for me, it's only right that he's on a streaming board. But 7 out of them 8, it's very hard to argue. But yeah, looking at stage 7 alone, where Ryan Searle, Adrian Lewis Dame is on, that stage in a normal UK Open could probably be your board 2. With Labanosi's Ricky Evans, Dirt versus Willie Borland and Rob Frost, Gabrielle Clemens. To think they are now stage 7 probably just shows the ties that this draw has opened up, and we're in for a really, really good night across the 8 boards.
It does indeed. I can see Kirk Bevins calling the players to the stage over on stage number 2. So they're just getting underway in Reds Bar. That's Jermaine Watermain making his way to the stage. A little bit hesitancy about which table he's going on. We don't want any more table gate. We've seen that enough in the past. So Vincent van der Voort will be on his way out shortly. That also means the outside boards should be about to get underway. They'll probably set boards 3 to 8 off simultaneously. I can't lie, I was a little bit of a big fan of the steps boards, as you were referring to Henry's boards earlier. I was a big fan of that 5, 6, 7, 8. We have lost H from steps this afternoon, but fair enough. Simon, apart from board 1 and board 2, they've placed the players in order how they came out. Clayton was last out on board 8. Yeah, that's not the first time we've seen that, actually, now that you mention it. If they're not on one of the 2 showcase boards, you never know. If one of these rattles off really quickly, they might start promoting games up and moving them across to the main room. If board 4 goes a bit slowly and board 1 absolutely flies through a little bit one-sided, we might see Johnny Clayton sneak onto the main stage as well. They do like to try and put more games on there, get more on the broadcast. So yeah, that's definitely one to consider. We are underway on board 4 and board 6, Lee. I've just got to get all these loaded up. No sign of board 3 warming up.
What a start as well to board 6. Mervyn King and Stephen Bunting. Bunting 180, Mervyn King 140. If you didn't have darts like that all night, we could be in for a barnstormer. But yeah, Bunting, Mervyn King on the way. Bialetti is certainly one to watch tonight. We know he's very short history, but good history with the UK Open in hitting that 9-darter and then the run that he's had today. We are also underway on board 8, where it's not as good a start for Zonneveld, who got the throw but started with a 21, and then Jim Williams. And probably the dame of these first set of dames for me is on board 7, where it's just got underway. Lewis has got the dart, and it's Adrian Lewis taking on Ryan Searle.
To disagree with that one. I'm trying to get board 5 set up for me. I'm waiting on board 3 as well, like we said.
You don't want...
What game are we waiting on?
We are waiting on Andy Bolton, Damon Heta.
Damon Heta is a lot of people's outside tip for this weekend. He looked very, very good at the Pro Tours a couple of weeks ago. Seems to have added an extra level of scoring to his game so far this year.
Which one are you looking forward to tonight then, Dob? One standout title from these? Just one?
Sheesh. I mean, there is two belters up on that main stage. The Ando MVG and Dobie Michael Smith obviously just stand out from a million miles away. What else do I fancy? Hybrex versus Sulovic could be a sneaky good game, I think.
Yeah, I think it does in there.
Lewis opening up with a 14 dart leg.
Yeah, very good start from AD. I said he started it with 140. He started this lead with a 140 as well. Stephen Bunton, who started his game with a 180, lost the lead. Started the second lead with a 180, only follows it up with a 45. But it's Mervyn Tins who got the early break. Adrian Lewis, 140, Solani, Ton, and 81. Back-to-back 140s from AD Lewis. I was saying it earlier on when we was on with Henry. Adrian Lewis on that stage, I know we averaged 108.65, I think, only beaten by 0.01 by Roby John today on the average. It was more about how he looked on stage. I don't know how much of it you saw, Dob, but confidence from AD Lewis, how he was releasing his darts. It seemed like a bit of AD from old, and I don't want to jump on that straight away off just one performance, but there's good signs there.
Yeah, I think the thing to be wary about when we say that about AD Lewis is we've said that a couple of times in the last 18 months, and we're still waiting for that next level of effort, aren't we? That next kick on. We've seen him produce these moments where you think, is that the moment we get AD Lewis back? Is this his chance to kick on? Doesn't quite deliver in the next round. Tough game against Ryan Searle, obviously. Ryan Searle is a fantastic player, had a great year last year. Hasn't quite hit the heights early this year so far, but is still a very, very capable dart player, obviously. But yeah, this is another good performance here from AD Lewis. Would not hurt him at all as he goes back to back 14 dart legs.
Yes, he does. Also, on the Ryan Joyce Martin Schindler game, which started a bit later, Ryan Joyce has left double 4 after 12. Martin Schindler's left tops after 12. We've had 3 140s and a 180 in the first lead in that game. The scoring on these step stages, we'll stick with that, though, why not? On these step stages early on is phenomenal. We're only like 1-2 leads into these, but it is Ryan Joyce who gets the early lead in that. Bunting broke back, and then it's Mervyn Tind, and it's Zonnevelder that's an early lead, and then Jim Williams on boards 5-8.
It works. Why didn't I come to this earlier? Well, we were calling Henry H from Steps. Do you know what the other male member was called?
Lee
Latchford Evans. You're Lee from Steps. Brilliant.
Like it was planned. To be honest,
it's really bad that I didn't remember that off the top of my head. Like, oh yeah, this is a brilliant. No, it works.
I'm going to say I'm quite disappointed with the chat room. Because normally with stuff like this, the chat room will jump over all of these. The fact that no one has brought it up this afternoon, unless I've missed it, I've missed the 9, so there's a strong possibility I did. But yeah, what? We had a 9 darter this afternoon, and I missed it.
Who?
Jose Ostida.
It was at a 9.
Against Adam Dorlas to put himself at the time 3-1 up and lost the game 6-5. However, it was about half hour after he did it that I was informed by our very own H that it happened. I'm going to say it was the time that Phil was on and I was chatting to Phil, so I didn't see. But I'll pass the blame somewhere.
Well, you missed it on stream. I was sat watching ITV4 on one TV, PDC TV on my personal laptop, and I had you guys going in the corner of my work laptop as well. Didn't even notice. and a bit on Twitter on and off. But yes, congratulations. Superb. Andy Bolton just leveled up at 1 apiece with Damon Heta on board number 3. Bielecki leads Richie Edhouse 2-1. Again, the young Polish star absolutely loves this tournament, Lee.
I thought he'd peaked last year when he'd fired in the 9 darter very early on in our streaming show last year. As I said, it was the first one I thought, so one I will remember. But today he's just been so good. The start, I don't think his average was great in the first time, but he stepped past Matt Tamble 6-1. Matt Tamble is no mud at all, so to get that win, and then his performances throughout, especially the first 3 or 4 leads in them games, been averaging around 110. I know it dropped off as those games progressed, but he's still been around that late 90s mark. So he's certainly one to watch out for, as he can cause some damage in this competition. Just a few updates. Ryan Searles got his first lead on the board, and that is now 2-1 to Adrian Lewis. Mervyn Kind, that's another break. That's 3 consecutive breaks between Kind and Bunting. It's Kind that leads 2-1. Joyce and Schindler are 1 apiece, and Zonneveld 2-0 against Jim Williams.
Yeah, I was about to berate Mervyn King for you for leaving 162, but he hit a 180 to do so, which means I'm going to berate him even more for not swapping to the 17s on the first visit. 59 ton 180 leaves you a bogey finish.
Yeah, we've seen it a lot today, but they have been more around.
He's won the leg anyway, and he's averaging 100. Can't lie, I've leg backed against him today, thinking he's not playing very well. He's averaging 100 and is 3-1 up on Stephen Bunting.
You should know that Mervyn King loves an ITV4 event. That should have certainly crossed the mind when he was looking at that. But yeah, it's a good start by both players. Both are averaging 101. However, it's the first hold of throw, and it's from Mervyn King, who now leads 3-1. Jim Williams has just missed a dart for his first lead on the board. However, he's coming back to Zonneveld, can't take out tops, and goes into the double 5, and Jim Williams left his first lead on the board. Ryan Searle and Adi Lewis are 2 apiece, and Ryan Joyce and Schindler. Schindler takes out 76 for a 2-1 lead, and I can see, Dob, we are about to get underway on the main stage.
We are about to get underway on the main stage. I just turned my TV up a little bit. Hopefully, we didn't catch it in the background. It'll probably get done for copyright. I just wanted to check that Chris Dobie does still have the best walk-on in darts, and he does, so it's fine.
5, 6, 7, 8.
No, his local hero. Every walk-on. It's not even local hero, is it? It's Hollywood.
I don't know what it's called. Bunting has left 32 for his first hold of throw. That's it now, so he's 3-2 behind. Martin Schindler is thrown in another 180. That's 3 in 4 leads from Martin Schindler. Ryan Searle has missed darts. 2 darts to take a 3-2 lead and break the throw. Then to Adi Lewis. Adi Lewis has got 68. Can jackpot take out 68. Dob, it's just on out my mind. Breaks on the sideboards. Do they have a break? Is it after 10 leads?
I think it's after 10. I think we'll get a TV break after 5 and 10 on the main stage, and I'm pretty sure we'll get a break after 10 on all the outside boards.
I thought it was. And Lewis does take it out. So Lewis is leading 3-2. Mervyn King is leading 3-2. And Jim Williams is making a right mess of the doubles. And Zonneveld, 1-2 sits. That's a dart of ball, but just outside. So Jim Williams is coming back for double 6 for 2 apiece. And Martin Schindler goes into a 3-1 lead against Ryan Joyce. I've got a feeling that young German could be in for a good weekend. Playing some good stuff at the minute, Martin Schindler. But he's one who we tip quite often to have good runs and doesn't always come to fruition. But he started well against Ryan Joyce on board 5.
he's a player whose ceiling is incredibly high, but his B game needs to catch up to that for him to be that little bit more consistent, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There is a chance Andy Bolton fired in the big fish to go 2 legs all with Damon Hector. I saw him leave 170. Don't know how long we were talking for, and next thing you know, he's won the leg. So I'm not sure if he set it up and then hit it first time afterwards, or if he did take out the fish to level up at 2 apiece with Damon Hector, excuse me. Sebastian Bielecki, potentially about to go 5-2 up here. He wants 92. Ed House finds himself on 6. Double 3 is an absolute nightmare. Just a 60 from Bielecki, though, so he could be back to be pinned back just a little bit. And I should probably start telling you about Vincent van der Voort and Jermaine Wattermainer. I forget that because I could see it, not necessarily everybody else watching can. Vinny, the big Dutchman, I say that, they're both quite... they're not small gentlemen, either of them. Vinny is 4-2 up at the minute, though, averaging 91 to Wattermainer's 90. Good pace of play, though, from these two. Bielecki does go 5-2 up on Richie Edhouse.
As soon as I say that Martin Chinley was in for a good weekend, he's just gets broken by Ryan Joyce. It came from absolutely nowhere, but sums it up. But Ryan Joyce now closed that deficit to just 1. Jim Williams does back-to-back leads to make that 2 apiece. And Adrian Lewis is 4-2 on Ryan Searle, as is Mervyn King on Stephen Bunting. Just staying with the Lewis one for now. He's 4-2 in front, and he's got the darts here. We saw back on 2-4-1, but darts in hand currently. Lewis is on 104. So Adrian Lewis will be coming back for 104. See if he can take this ton plus check out. Searle only hits 34, so no pressure. Lewis takes it out, so Lewis is now 5-2 in front, and then it's Ryan Searle.
For me, that one's all about how long Lewis can stay ahead. The minute that Searle picks up a little bit of head of steam and starts coming back at him, not convinced at the minute.
Yeah, the one thing that is watching this game is seeing a lot of that I'm not used to with Ryan Searle at the moment. Is there's a lot of treble-less visits. I know it's a stat we see on Sky a lot, but with Ryan's, we did at the Worlds, I should say. But we've seen an awful lot of treble-less visits. The 140s and 180s are there, but in between them, there's a lot of 57s, 59s from Ryan Searle, and Lewis has just capitalised on that at the moment. So he's averaging a ton. And then we've seen Searle 57 and a ton in this one. So potential opportunity for Adrian Lewis again.
Bielecki gets another one back, so he's just 5-3 behind as Van der Voort extends his lead. He's now 5-3 to the good as well. And tell me you're watching a Chris Dobie match without telling me you're watching a Chris Dobie match. 107 average plays, 104 average. Okay, it's only after 2 legs, but that's just what Chris Dobie is fast becoming known for. Ridiculous 103 plus averages.
Certainly is, and it looks like he's running to one of them. He would be another player who would not be happy with Chris Mason when that draw was made, because facing Michael Smith in an open draw is not the draw you want, especially after yesterday. If he would have come into tonight's action after losing his first 4 Premier League nights, but getting the first win on the bounce, a bit of confidence there. Adrian Lewis is now 6-2 in front of them to Ryan Searle. Sonneveld moves 4-2 in front of them to Jim Williams.
Absolutely flying. Right, I appreciate this. There is darts on, but I was waiting on this clip. I didn't realise it had come in. After the draw was made, PB went and caught up with Chris Mason, one of the 2 people that did catch up with the draw. So we're going to play that for you now before it's too late and we don't get to use it. Just a little bit of Chris Mason talking about the draw and all the big ties before we get too far into the night that it's not relevant.
Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone. We're between sessions here at Butlins Minehead. And this man here is The
not
culprit
popular.
is the culprit for some absolute brutal ties in round 4. Mace, what have you done?
I know. I mean, I'm looking down it now, and Michael Van Gogh and Gary Anderson, a last 64 tie is just an immense draw. Apologies, lads. One of you is going to go. Dobie, Michael Smith, another one, absolute cracker. They're on the main stage tonight, as is Ratajski, Gerwin Price, and Joe Cullen against Peter Wright. And then I'm looking down, and I'm seeing games like Kim Ibritz, Minter Silovic, on board 8.
Rob Cross on board 7, last on board 7.
Yeah. Some cracking draws. It's just the nature of this tournament, which is why we love it.
Ridge Aspinall as well.
Yeah, another good to see. It was good to see Nathan back playing last weekend on the Euro Tour. Looked okay as well. Looked reasonably comfortable, but tough draw, as we know. Callum Ridge is playing some great darts at the minute.
Says it all when Johnny Clayton can only make it to stage 8.
I mean, Ryan Searle, Adrian Lewis out on board 7.
How good was 80 this afternoon on that main stage?
108.65, second highest average of the day, 108.66. I think it was Robbie John Rodriguez in their opening game. There's Gary, he's not talking to me either.
Yeah, we're going to spin round quickly. Gary, what's your thoughts on Macy's draw?
You can pick the balls, can't you?
There we have. So yeah, you're on Mr. Popular here.
Yeah, I've not gone out into the players' practice area yet. I've been hiding away in our production office because I'm sure I was called a few names. But yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of this tournament. That's why we love it. And a great opportunity for other players to sort of go under the radar. We've got 2 of the Riley's qualifiers left in Graham Hall and Jenna Klassen. Yeah, it's nice for the players who may not sort of been fancied early on to go deep. But, you know, we do another draw after tonight's matches, and you know, there'll be guys there who dodge a few bullets along the way, and we might have another Barry Lynn, the bin man.
Oh, absolutely. Mace, thanks for taking time out.
Pleasure.
Remember, follow us at Online Darts, all social media platforms. We have you covered this weekend here at Minehead.
There we go then, folks. Not Mr. Popular, is Mr. Chris Mason after completing the draw earlier on. Good to see Gary taking it with good spirits, though. Let's run through all the boards then quickly to catch you up on any of the action we may have just missed for the last couple of minutes. Michael Smith leads Chris Dobie 3-1 on the main stage. Both players averaging around the 100 mark. The first player to the mid-session break is Vincent van der Voort. He's 7-3 up on Jermaine Watermain. Comfort break for a couple of minutes. Back out shortly, hoping to wrap up those 3 legs he needs to get on very, very quickly. Damon Heta leads Andy Bolton 4-3. The odd loose leg from Damon Heta after 5 legs. He was just averaging 88. Seems to have started to find his scoring boots just that little bit more now the last couple of legs. And Sebastian Bielecki and Richie Edhouse have also just hit the break. The young Polish player is 6-4 up, so he has a 2-leg lead heading into the second half of that match. What have you got for us, Lee?
On the steps board, Schindler's just done 5-4 in front, but then to find Joyce that is back on throw. Stephen Bunting has taken the lead, then against Mervyn King. He's also 5-4 in front. Jim Williams has just taken out a 101 check out to close it from 5-2 to 5-3. Adrian Lewis is 6-3 in front, but that doesn't quite tell the story because Adrian Lewis should have been 7-2 in front. Missed 5 darts at a double. Ryan Searle then found tops and is then held throw to close that now to 6-4. Should have been 7-2 if Searle would have then held 7-3. But as we was talking earlier on about Adrian Lewis, can he hold on to that victory and push on? Those 5 missed darts could be crucial for Adrian Lewis. But he goes into the interval 6-4.
I was going to say, that's not the time to start throwing legs away going into that interval as well, because he's got a couple of minutes now to go and think about it. Ryan Searle can just go and recompose, understand that he's just won the last couple of legs, get his head on to really have a charge at Adrian Lewis in the second half of that match. Edhouse and Bielecki didn't take the biggest break in the world. They're both back underway now, 6-4 in that one as a reminder. Van der Voort and Watermain are back out on stage 2 as well. That board is absolutely flying so far, which perhaps does lead into one of the questions earlier on. Said, do we think that one was picked because of speed of game? 100% there is a chance he might sneak a fifth game on that one, I believe. Wouldn't be the first time we'd seen that at the UK Open if this board continues to go quickly.
Ryan Joyce has just taken out 86 to level things up with Martin Schindler. That is going in 5-all at the break. Stephen Bunting has stopped darts at 46 to make sure this one doesn't go in all square. Mervington sitting on double 8. Stephen Bunting takes it out. Stephen Bunting leads 6-4 at the break. Adrian Lewis leads 6-4 at the break. Ryan Joyce and Martin Schindler are 5 apiece. Just stay with me a sec, Dob, as Zonneveld has already missed 3. Dart at a double. He's now got double 2 for a 6-3 leader. Then Jim Williams, who is just come inside on double 8 for a 1-3-6. And it's punished. So Zonneveld is now 6-3 in front. Then Jim Williams, the only Dane that's currently active, with the other 3 all on their break.
Yeah, all 3 of mine. Michael Smith, Chris Dobie is still at the interval in that one. It's 4-1 to the Bully Boy. Dobie's just dropped a bit of a level here. He's down to a 95 average through the first 5 legs. Just 1 from 9 on the outer ring. Bully Boy 4 from 5. So we know what's going wrong for Chris Dobie there and what he needs to put right once he gets back out on that stage. Damon Heta 5-4 up against Andy Bolton. That one's still on throw, so nothing too big to report there. Bielecki darts at 32 now for a 7-5 lead and gets it, so he still does have the advantage of that break of throw. What a story it would be if the young Polish player was in the draw for the 5th round later on this evening.
Yeah, just waiting on to see if Williams can let a lead bat. And then what it would mean if Williams does hold his throw here is that from these 4 games on the steps board is that there would only be 2 leads separating players in either of these games, with them being 6-4 or either 5 apiece. Jim Williams fired in 140 back-to-back tons and then a 99 to leave 62. Zonneveld's bat on 220 can only hit a score of 60. So Jim Williams with 62 for his 4th lead on the board and to close the deficit 2-2 as Adrian Lewis and Ryan Searle that bat underway, and Lewis, who has got the throw, fires in a 1-3-9 to start the lead. Jim Williams does, so that is now 6-4. So we are 6-4 on boards 6, 7 and 8, and 5 is all-star at 5 apiece, Dob.
It is indeed. 139, 140 from AD Lewis. I was about to berate him for not hitting that treble, that cover dart, because if it doesn't go, you find yourself in a bit of trouble. Van der Voort is just 2 legs away. Him and Jermaine Watermain have shared the next 2 legs since they've come back out on stage, and it looks like the Dutch Destroyer is going to be the first man into the hat for the 5th round draw to take place later on this evening. Bielecki now 8-5 up. That was another break of throw, and he's looking well in ascendancy against Richie Edhouse. Damon Heta has just got a crucial break against Andy Bolton. He leads 6-4 at the interval in that one. The slowest of the 4 boards, not the slowest, second slowest, Michael Smith, Chris Dobie, obviously the slowest. They're up on the TV stage and they get extra breaks. Heta hits his interval 6-4 ahead.
Not very often Michael Smith and Chris Dobie that told slow, is it?
I don't think they're playing slow. It's just that that board is behind it. So
yeah, it started 5 minutes after, and obviously you've had another interval. Lewis has just missed another 3 darts and celebrates, so he's now 6-5. I said that should have been 7-2 after the 9th lead. However, Searle did win that one and has then pushed on since, got an early break, now hitting a 1-2-3. As I said early on, Ryan Searle was missing treble on a few visits. Not seeing that as much now. He started this off with a 1-2-3, but Jackpot returns with a 180. So I've got a feeling in all of these we could be doing very close, and we'll have a noble in one of these, Dob.
Yeah, look, it's good to see, I think. Sometimes, even at this stage, you do get the odd blowout and somebody absolutely runs away with it. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. Oh, okay, maybe Vincent could be considered that. He's 9-4 up. But other than that, every game is pretty nip and tuck at the break. And even that one was 7-3. It wasn't an absolute demolition, if you get what I mean. So it is good to see just how competitive these games are.
Yeah, it's anything really short of halfway is at first to 10 is what you'd class as a demolition.
Yeah.
Anything 4 or 5 sort of onwards. Did it a dame. Searle's on 150 after 9, Lewis on 130 after 9. Bid led this. Lewis needs to stop the rot to Searle has won the last 3. Searle's at 98 to leave 52. Tan jackpot take out the 130. Be disappointed if he didn't at least have a dart at the ball. He has a dart at 5 and comes just inside. So Ryan Searle is coming back for 52 to level this up, which at 6-2, it was looking a bit one-sided. But we did say Adrian Lewis can dip. But credit must also go to Ryan Searle, who has put in a fight, but he's missed starts here. So Adrian Lewis, if he didn't impose himself now, needs 5 to go 7-5 in front, and it would be a great straight back. Oh, AD Lewis. Doesn't take it out. Ryan Searle does in 1. We are 6 apiece, and even though Adrian Lewis has got the advantage of the throw, I would say the advantage in this game has now gone to Ryan Searle, who was reeled off the last 4 legs.
The non-existent momentum that Rod Studd will argue with you day in, day out that does not exist. But like you said, the swing of legs seems to be going in Ryan Searle's direction right now, and just a 45 from AD Lewis is not what he would have wanted to open up with. We have our first result lead. Vincent van der Voort defeats Jermaine Watermain at 10-5 to progress. Superb from the big Dutchman, 96.8 match average, 10 from 21 on the outer ring, 9 180s. 9 180s in 15 legs. How good a performance is that from Vincent van der Voort? He is the first man into the hat for the 5th round later, and Chris Mason will be, well, petrified of pulling out Big Vinny, a dodgy draw, I tell you that.
Yeah, probably one player you don't want to do that to, because you will know about it. And I've got a feeling Vincent wouldn't be saying it in jest like Darry Anderson did. It would be slightly different. Stephen Bunton is pushing away here from Irvington. He's now 7-4 in front. Sorry, Dobb, to tell you that news, but Bunton is now 7-4 in front. Martin Schindler and Ryan Joyce are back underway, and Schindler holds throw in that one. Jim Williams and Neil Zonneveld are back underway. It's down the way of the Dutchman. Zonneveld now 7-4 as well. Just going to stick with this AD Lewis Ryan Searle game at the moment, as we are now 6 apiece. Ryan Searle has only had his first 2 visits to the board in this include a treble, but his next 2 didn't, and then he's found 96. He's on 114 with Adrian Lewis on 78 to stop the run from Searle, who's won the last 4 legs. Another missed start to double from Lewis. Do feel for Lewis if Ryan Searle takes out this 114, as it would be 5 legs on the spin, and Ryan Searle takes out 114. 7-6 to Searle.
As a man who has put Damon Hector, Stephen Bunton and Ryan Searle in his accumulator, I'm not horrendous right now. Oi! You're not getting presenting power if you're going to flash up messages like that. I saw that. The absolute cheek of it. Yes, I am here. Don't worry, I won't stop there. Well, I might stop there being a 9-darter, but Lee Boyce wouldn't have seen it anyway.
I've seen that many. I don't even need to notice that they're happening. They just happen around me. That's all it is.
Lee Latchford Evans, I'm going to call you from now on. Bialecki is next over the line. He beats Richie Edhouse 10-6. He absolutely loves the UK Open. What a story for the youngster.
Do you think, Dob, for Sebastian Bialecki, for whoever he plays tomorrow and potentially tomorrow evening, he would like to have a tie where he avoids going on that main stage? Because at the moment, he's just going through the motions at the back end. Obviously, Sunday afternoon, he would have to be there playing the main stage anyway. But do you think he would be looking at this thinking, I'll avoid that for now?
yeah, look, that's the beauty of this tournament, isn't it? Until that very last day, you might not have to be in front of the TV cameras, which means it's as good as playing at a Pro Tour. There's a little bit more noise behind you up in centre stage. And obviously there is only just the 4 outside boards tomorrow? They cut it down to 2 up there.
Yeah,
They cut that down further in the evening session because obviously that's used for entertainment on site tomorrow evening, which is normally a good crack as well, by the way. Not that I'm biased, having been there before. Michael Smith, by the way, 6-2 up on Chris Dobie right now. Dobes needs to find something. That's 6-3. That is something, and it's a start. We'll keep it going from there. Damon Hatter, 7-4 up on Andy Bolton. Waiting on Jason Heaver and Willie O'Connor to get going on board number 4. I do have the stages for everybody. So stage 1, there we go. Chris Dobie, Mark Smith on now. Then we'll see Christoph Ratajski, Gerwin Price, Marco van Gerwen against Gary Anderson, and Joe Cullen against Peter Wright to end the night on stage number 1. On stage 2, we've just seen Jermaine Watermain defeat Vincent van der Voort. We're just waiting on Dimitri Vandenberg and Daryl Gurney. Then we'll see Steve Lennon take on the reigning champion James Wade, and Callum Ridds against Nathan Aspinall round out the action on stage number 2. And then here is all of your outside boards. We have winners on board number 4, Bialecki. It's looking like we might get another couple in a minute. Neil Zonneveld heading for a win. Stephen Bunting looking the same, as is Ryan Searle at the minute. So all of those guys are looking like they are going to progress. Drop down in the comments which game you're looking forward to the most from the outside boards. There we go. I'll leave it up for another couple of seconds for you guys. Which one would you have loved to have seen streamed? Because obviously these are the ones that won't be available for you to watch. You might get the odd update on ITV4 from Ned Bolton and the team. But let us know which of these games you would have loved to have seen on the TV.
Adrian Lewis has just stopped the rot. So Ryan Searle has reeled off 6 on the bounce, but Adrian Lewis has finally got one back. It's only a hold. He only needs one break, and if there's one way to do it, it's to start with that 180, which is just fighting against Ryan Searle's 81. So if Lewis can find a bit of consistency in this lead, will it swing back into his favour? Searle responds with a 140. But a big follow-up here from Adrian Lewis needed. Even if he just stays straight, I think it will put him in good stead. If there needs a solid turn, anything more is a bonus. He gets the 100, so 2-2-1. As Zonneveld moves 1 away, then it's Jim Williams. Stephen Bunting is 1 away, then it's Mervyn King. And Ryan Joyce and Martin Schindler, there's not much between them. As Schindler currently in front, but it is on throw. Back to Searle and Lewis. Searle fires in 85. Leaves him on 195. Lewis finds a 91, 130 after 9 darts, which in most scenarios you would definitely take. Coming up against Ryan Searle, who's won 6 of the last 7 legs. He leaves 100 after 12. Opportunity for Adrian Lewis to take out 130. Second time he's done that in the day, missed ball for the 130. So Ryan Searle coming back for 100 for a 9-7 lead. And we have a result on board 6. Stephen Bunting takes out 108 to beat Mervyn King. Just stay with this one. Ryan Searle can't take out a dart at 10s or tops. And Lewis again, more missed darts for Adrian Lewis. Ryan Searle is coming back for 20 for a 9-7 lead. And once then, Ryan Searle just mops it up. It's 9-7 to Ryan Searle. It's 9-4 to Neil Zonneveld. And on board 5, Martin Schindler got that break. And his 8 sits in front of them to Ryan Joyce.
Indeed. Damon Hetter is 1 away. He's now 9-4 up on Andy Bolton, averaging 98. Superb performance from the heat so far. Good final potential leg from Neil Zonneveld. Jim Williams just left 32 after 12, Lee, on that one. Zonneveld back on 201 after 9. I was hoping we might see the 5-ton leg, but he does fire in the 105, so we won't see it no matter what. And just before the break on stage number 1, Chris Dobie got a break of throw back. He's now 6-4 behind to the bully boy Michael Smith. So that one looking a lot better than it was after the first 5 legs, which he trailed 4-1. So a good second mini session for Hollywood. He's back in contention right now. Dimitri van den Berg has just thrown the very first dart in the match on stage number 2. My tip for an outside run, actually, when I was chatting to Charlie on the Fallout board last night. Lewis says, did Stephen Bunting win? He did. He just checked out 108 to beat Mervyn King. Andrew, hello, buddy. Good to see you. We won't tell you off for being late. It's fine. We know other people have lives. We can just drop on and off as and when you want us. Bram, interesting question, because there's so many layers to this one at the UK Open. For stage 1, it is ITV4 in the UK. For stage 2, it is PDC TV. And for stages 3 to 8, you have to follow along on Dart Connect and just watch the scores as they're put in by the referees.
We have a result, and Ryan Searle wins 8 of the last 9 legs to beat Adrian Lewis 10-7. Wins it in style with an 11 dart break to throw, to win that one 10-7. Talking about winning it in style, Zonneveld's done 3 140s on the spin in this potential final leg. 10, he takes out 81. Jim Williams is back on 216. You would expect Zonneveld to do it, if not in this visit, but the next. He sets it up to leave double 12. On board 5, Ryan Joyce and Martin Schindler. Not much to separate these. Schindler's currently 8-7 in front. Joyce has just stopped the break, but Schindler's now got a chance of 74 to go one away. If not, Joyce will be coming back for double 6. Schindler takes it, so Martin Schindler's one away. 9-7 against Ryan Joyce. And Zonneveld is coming back now for double 12. Takes out the double, or a double, with his last start to beat Jim Williams 10-5.
He does indeed. Opening leg on stage 2. What a leg, by the way. Dimmy wins the leg in 11, taking out 100 in 2. Gurney was sat on 94 after 9. Got 140, 96, 171. Didn't get a look in. I appreciate it. We are only midway through the second leg, but Dimitri van den Berg right now is averaging 136.
It's not bad, is it?
It's not bad at all.
Just seeing if Martin Schindler can dead over the line. Here, I said it's been nip and tuck. No player has been more than 2 leads in front, but it is Schindler who's 2 in front right now, and he's only 1 lead away. He's got the throw, but he's only started 60-100. Ryan Joyce has started 97-140. Martin Schindler just with a 47, so Ryan Joyce has got 30 points advantage, and he's now got the dart of 5 in a 100 to leave 164. This is the one, Dob, because it's just doing back and forth. And when someone's got the momentum in this, it seems, then throws in darts of 47. We've seen a few 45s, 41s. It's been a very good standard, apart from when that player's 1 or 2 leads in front and then they fell apart. They're both averaging 95, so I don't want that to sound like the standard hasn't been there, because it clearly has. But Ryan Joyce now will be coming back for 100 to make this 9-8, and Joyce will have the throw in the next leg.
In that one, Van den Berg won the second leg in 12 darts, 2 legs, 23 darts.
Ryan Joyce takes out the 100, and that is now 9-8. Ryan Joyce has got the darts. We could be going all the way on stage 5.
We're not going all the way on stage number 3. Damon Heta, the Heat, are just beating Andy Bolton 10-5, 97 match average for the Australian, who joins Vincent van der Voort, Ryan Searle, and Stephen Bunting in the hat for the draw later on this evening.
So 3 of my boards are warming up. Hempel, Nenchez, Labanostis, Ricky Evans, and Kim Hybrechts, Mensur Sulovic. One you highlighted earlier was the Hybrechts and Sulovic Damon. How Kim looked earlier on today, if we can see the Sulovic of the World Cup last year, performance-wise, that could be an absolute cracker. The one that is still going on the steps boards is Joyce and Schindler as I say, someone's got the chance to then heap that pressure on, and Ryan Joyce starts to lead with a 59, 96 and 95. Schindler 59, 180, 98 to leave 164 after 9. Ryan Joyce has currently got the darts, but he's back on 251. Needs a big visit here. Only finds 42. Huge advantage now to Schindler to wrap this game up. Martin Schindler hasn't done for that, surely. He left 164, and he's now left 25, which obviously would normally mean he's done for ball, but Ryan Joyce wasn't on the finish. This time of the game, I'm not sure that's the right shot to play, if I'm being honest.
You never know. Darryl Gurney has a leg on the board against Dimitri van den Berg. It comes in 15 darts. Superchain is averaging 104 and is 2-1 down. Dimitri averaging 120 still.
Martin Schindler, that's the result, and it's a 10-8 win against Ryan Joyce. So the German will be back on Saturday. Nearly lost track of my days then.
Indeed. Sam says, has Max Hott played today? He will have.
Yeah. Max Hott has played today.
I can't see his name on the draw for this evening. So who did he lose to, Lee?
Richie Edhouse.
Richie Edhouse, there we go. Edhouse has just fallen the victim to Sebastian Bielecki as well.
Yeah, lost 6. I need to check it. I need 2 or 3. 2. 6-2.
The fact that Chris Dobie and Michael Smith have played 13 legs and have only hit 6 maximums between them, 2 of the biggest 180 hitters in the game, when they're on foe at the minute, comfortably, certainly up there, have played 13 legs and have only hit 6 between them. Van der Voort played 15 legs against Jermaine Watermain and hit 9 on his own. Just how staggering a performance that was from Big Vinny. It is 7-6 to Michael Smith right now, though. Dobie in desperate need of finding a break, but it doesn't look like he's going to get it in this leg, so he'll need a hold and then a break to follow, but he's running out of opportunities to get that final break back that he needs. Michael Smith has just left 41 after 9, I think.
We are underway on boards 6, 7 and 8 with Nentres in the first lead on the board against Temple. Labanostis in the first lead on the board against Ricky Evans, and Kim Hybrechts and Mensur Sulovic are just getting underway, and it's Mensur who has the throw.
Remember the James Bond game, everything or nothing? I think that's what we might get from Mike Kyvenhoven and Simon Whitlock. They both had 2 visits to the board each. They've had a 180 each and a trebleless visit each, a 58 and a 57 to match. Gert Nenches has taken the opener against Florian Hempel. Sorry, that one's not my game. What is Willie O'Connor and Jason Heaver. Gone under the radar a little bit. That one, both averaging mid to 80s. That's possibly why Willie O'Connor leads that one 2-1 on throw.
They're off my boards. They're off. They're off.
I apologise. I'm just over everything, I know. That's what I do.
Board 5 warming up. Even though neither of these are in the form we've seen previously, it's still a game that intrigues me, probably for that reason. Glenn Durrant then Stockwaiter, BDO final of 2019, I believe.
5 more between them and a sick final, maybe?
Yeah, and what Glenn Durrant performance are we going to see? I think we've seen Stockwaiter early on. He got the bye in the first round and then got his 2 wins. So he will be coming into this, I would expect, as a strong favourite. However, if we can see good signs from Glenn, which is the important thing here, and hopefully push Stockwaiter, and then if we're in the back end of the game, absolutely anything can happen.
Indeed. On your stream boards, Chris Dobie does hit double 1 to once again get one leg behind Michael Smith. Just a 57 to open up from Smith, though. 59, sorry. Dobin responds with a 57, and you feel like that maybe was his chance to fire in a big score. As Smith finds the maximum, although goes trebleless once again the visit afterwards. So, chance for Chris Dobie to put some pressure on with a 2 treble visit. After 5 legs, Dimitri van den Berg leads Daryl Gurney 4-1. He's still averaging 111. Daryl Gurney is averaging 107 and change, and is 4-1 behind. I did see van den Berg missed the bullseye for the 1-3-2. He hit the 25, treble 19, and then went to the right of the bullseye, but he wrapped up the 25 in the last leg to go 4-1 up. Mike Kyvenhoven's taken the opener against Simon Whitlock in 16 darts, and Heaver and O'Connor are 2 apiece. Marcus Smith finds himself on the awkward double 13, but hits it with Dobie sat on 100 to go 9-7 up and just 1 away.
It was a game that we was both looking forward to, but the first leg took its time. Menzel Sulovic wins it in 20. I think it was 22. I might be wrong, but I think it was 22 darts. But Menzel Sulovic, that's the first leg on the board. We had the question mark against Glenn Durrant. We've seen inconsistencies early on in this first leg. It goes in the shape of 45, 140, 60, 140. So, bit hit and miss early on from Glenn, but hopefully we'll see levels of that improve throughout this game, as he has got the advantage in this first leg. Labanowski is 2-0 in front against Ricky Evans, and then is 2-1 up against Temple.
If he does that for the entire match, he'll average 95. He'll be more than happy with that.
Yeah, I'm not too sure the question marks are totally round his scoring when we've seen some of his doubling. The scoring, we've seen it before. Obviously, there's a few ways, but he's just finding a ton here to leave double 8. But the question marks, stop weights, behave. 137 with Glenn Durrant sitting on double 8. We asked if there's question marks around that Durrant doubling. Well, he might not that many opportunities. His stop weights is going to finish like that. But stop weights who moved into a 1-0 lead and nearly break the throw.
You know the phrase, it never rains, it pours?
Just a little. Just a little.
Sorry for that. Marcus Smith has just missed a match start against Chris Dobie, but he'll be returning for 2 more, and he blanks both of them as well. Dobie needs to check out 91 to stay in this match. He hits the 25. Single 16, needs the bullseye. And hits the 25. And Mark Smith coming back once again with 3 in hand at double 10. Takes out the red bit and wins the match 10-7. A good win for Bully Boy. 100 match average for him. 95 for Chris Dobie. Punished for that slow start. Did well to fight back into the match. But Marcus Smith just had that little bit too much firepower. I mentioned after 13 legs, they'd hit 6 180s between them. Mark Smith then had another 4 in the next few legs himself. Superb display of power scoring from him. 10 from 21 on the doubles, just 7 from 26 on the outer ring for Chris Dobie. Still a solid enough performance from him, though. Dimitri van den Berg is still averaging 106 after 6 legs. It is starting to drop off a little bit. Obviously, incredibly difficult to maintain that ridiculous standard throughout the entire match. And as he starts to miss the odd dart at the double, he's still 4 from 8, to be fair. 3 in hand at double 16 coming up for a 5-2 lead, which he gets. A 5-2 lead for the young Belgian. He is halfway to the 5th round draw. Whitlock, Kyvenhoven 1 apiece. Mike Kyvenhoven 3 in hand at 25 to take the lead again. That one's on throw. And Willie O'Connor has opened up a 2-leg gap on Jason Heaver. Still averaging below 90 for both of them. 89 and 87 in that one.
On boards 5-7. Stop Waite is 1-0 up on Glenn Durrant. Waite has just missed the top of the darts for a 2-0 lead. Glenn's back on 1-4-3. Can't take that, so Waite will be returning for double 8 and 2-0 lead. The Nenchez is 3-1 in front against Florian Hempel. Darius Labanowski is 3-0 in front against Ricky Evans, a very under par Ricky Evans, only averaging 80 in the early stage of this one. and Mensur Suljovic Team Hybrids. Bit of a slow burner as well. 1 apiece here. Back to board 5, and Waits does make it 2-0. And Hempel, that's 1 batter, then Nenches.
He does indeed. Simon says, why has Dart Connect put up the Van der Voort match? Because the streaming boards, board 1 and board 2, are being scored via live darts data. There's an input from somebody behind the stage for both of those games. Obviously, they're marked by hand up on stage. The rest of the boards are being done on Dart Connect. But so that all of the tournament is stored in one central place, they're retroactively adding the data for stream boards 1 and 2, so you can find all the results in one place. So there might be a little bit of a delay on it. Eventually, you will see all of the scores leg by leg if you want to look into it. For the rest of it, just ignore it, basically. If you see any board 1 or board 2 pop up on Dart Connect, just blank it, basically.
Yep.
What has he done there?
This is better, Glenn. 32 left after 12 darts. And then it's being consistent with a 140, 58, 180, 95. However, he's got an opportunity. This is first dart at a double. 3 clear darts at 32 with Waits on 78 after hitting a 140 there and heaping a bit of pressure on Duzza. Duzza cleans it up in 2. So not a bad start from Glendurant. Waits averaging 95, Glendurant averaging 98. Finds himself 2-1 behind and a break behind. Hempel is now 4-2 behind against Nenches. Ricky Evans, though from bad to worse, he's 4-0 behind. Made that 4-1. Finally that's his first leg on the board. And this Mensur Suljovic Team Hybrid Stain not started great. We are currently 2 apiece.
We are indeed. As per, we're just going to head to a little bit of an ad break to keep all the guys that keep us going as happy as they can be. We'll be back after this. Big thanks to the guys over at Winmore. Also, don't forget our coverage is brought to you in association with Boyle Sports throughout a few weeks whilst we're running alongside the Premier League. They're also giving us a helping hand throughout the UK Open. If you're having a bet, please do so responsibly, though, of course. Back to the action then. Lee, just waiting on Ratajski versus Gerwin Price. 6 months ago, I'd been really, really looking forward to this one up on the main stage, but there are obviously slight concerns about Christoph Ratajski's action starting to look a little bit ropey. I think it's fair to say he struggled a little bit. Let's wait and see what he turns up with today. When he gets that first start out of hand pretty quickly, he looks okay, but the rest of it has been a little bit of a struggle for the Polish Eagle of late. Dimitri van den Berg absolutely flying against Darryl Gurney. 7-2 up now is the young Belgian, looking calm, looking composed. Just the 3 maximums from him so far. and 1 ton plus checkout, but he's 50% on the outer ring and just consistently doing what he's capable of. Mike Kivenhoven leads Simon Whitlock 3-2 on board on stage number 3. Keep saying board, but they are stages, little mini stages, but they are stages. And on stage number 4, Willie O'Connor 5-4 with Jason Heaver now.
On the steps boards, although backwards this time, so on board 8, stage 8, whatever we're calling it tonight, Dob, it's Mentor Sulovic who's 3-2 in front of them Team Hybrids. Has it got any better for Ricky Evans, who finds himself 5-1 behind against Darius Labanowski? Nenchez is 5-3 in front of them Florian Hempel. And on stage 5, where Glendor and Tate on stop weights, it's 3-1 to stop weights. And for me, this is a very, very important length. It's on the Durham throw. Needs to follow up the hold he got previously. And he started it with back-to-back 100 with weights only hitting 30. So that's the update on the steps board. Back to your one coming up on the main stage, Dob, Price and Ratajski. I agree. So 6 months ago, we'd have either had fantastic or very, very poor from Ratajski. And I feel like at the moment, he would love to have that inconsistency in his game because he's very consistent, but not at the top end of his game. It's more towards that B game for Christoph.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that in a minute. He's had a torrid 3 to 4 months, maybe. There were times last year when he did look like he was starting to bring that floor game onto TV. His floor game sort of disappeared a bit through that period. It took him forever to win a Pro Tour last year. I think it was the very, very last one of the year, which is relatively unheard of for Ratajski. Did pick one up in the end. I was nearly jumping out of my seat. I saw Gert Nenchez go 5-3 up Lee, and I think it was a 1-5-1, or it was something very, very big. It was a 3-figure checkout. I was thought Willie O'Connor was about to do something similar because he went 180, and it took an awful long time for the next score to come through. 109 to leave 32. I thought I was actually going to catch one. I got all excited. It just didn't happen.
Yes, I did see a big chat out from Nenchez, but I didn't see what it was as I was looking at the Dozer weight name. But Hempel, that's one back with a 12 dart for himself, so that is now 5-4 between Nenchez and Hempel, which has turned out to be a very, very good day. Ricky Evans has got a lead back on the board. As I was saying with Dozer, he's looking to be a bit more consistent with those back-to-back 100s at the start of this lead, but he's followed that up with a 43, 95 and 92, but he does hold throw, so it's 3-2 now to stop weights. Tim Ibretz and Mentor Sulovic is getting better. We've now seen a 180 and a 174 to start this lead from the two players. It is 3 apiece, but for Ricky Evans, he would love to find that scoring because right now it just isn't going his way. Finds himself 5-2 behind, and Darius Labanowski coming back for 57 for a 6-2 lead. Just see if Darius can take this out, Dob. Yes, he can. So it's 6-2 to Darius against Ricky Evans.
Feeling yellow indeed. I am at a little bit of an impasse at the minute. We're just waiting for the walk-ons for Christoph Ratajski and Gerwin Price. I might whack the volume up a little bit to see how the Minehead crowd react to the possibly soon-to-be world number 2. The current world number 1 needs to go on an absolute rampage once again this weekend if he's about to keep that title. Dimitri van der Berg is 8-2 up at the break. We were just saying how good it was, Lee, that the majority of these games have been pretty good contests. Daryl Gurney has not played badly at all. His average has dropped to 92 now. A couple of bad legs to close out that second part of the last 10, perhaps. But Dimitri van der Berg has been insatiable. He's been superb. Simon Whitlock, 4-3 behind to Mike Kivenhoven. And Willie O'Connor and Jason Heaver have hit their interval with the Magpie 6-4 up.
Can Glendoran get a break? He's on 170 with weights on 160. He's to dense the throw. You'd expect doesn't need to take it out, but would be nice to set it up with weights back at 160. Does it can only hit 58. Tim Ibretz was on 154 and couldn't take that out as he hits 130. So it's for Mentor Sulovic to get the hold and Mensor's 4-1 in front. Darius did take the 6-2 leader then to Ricky Evans. So that is looking a bit one-sided. Then just sits 4 up against Florine. Hempel down into the break in that one. And back to Duzza. Can he take out a 112? Can't take it out. Leaves 24. Stock weights 38. Stock weights, I would probably expect, would split this, Dob.
Yes, I think that might be why he's just taking 3 darts. Sorry, I've just whacked the volume up a little bit on TV. I'm trying to hear how the crowd are responding to Gerwyn Price. It may be because I've got it on pretty quiet and it's over in the corner. I don't want us to get copyright or anything like that. It says whacking it up full quality, brilliant. We can hear that. I don't think he's been booed there.
No, I don't. I don't know if you can hear my TV, but I don't.
A little bit, yeah. I appreciate it is one of the closer ones to that. You always get a good good pack of the Welsh fans travelling to Minehead in support. But yeah, I don't think the Iceman was booed then.
And the coverage has shown an awful lot of Welsh flags. So yeah, I think there's a lot of support there for him. If we think back to the Players' Championships and we think of players not expected to be booed, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was Peter Wright who was being booed in November, Dob, and a play we don't expect very often. So the Minehead crowd could be supporting Desi on his attempt to hold on to world number 1.
He could indeed. Back underway then in what we expect to be a little bit of a procession for the next couple of legs. Not that Darrell Gurney is playing that badly, perhaps that's a harsh adjective, but Dimitri Vandenberg wants just 2 legs to wrap up the match. Coming back from the interval in that one, he's 8-2 up. Kyvenhoven and Whitlock are locked in at 4 apiece, both just below the 90 mark. And Willie O'Connor is starting to add an extra level to his game now. There was a point when both of these were averaging 85, 86. O'Connor now up to 97. So consistency improving a lot more for the Magpie, who now leads 6-4. They're back out on stage number 4 also.
On board 5, it seems that every time it unspeeds, an important hold is required by Duzza. And this time he's shutting another 180, which 96 after 12, with weights on 64, both averaging around that 90 mark. Duzza just can't find that big chet out, which Waite has found a couple of times. So leaves tops, but Waite is on 64. And this could be a 5-2 lead for Stock Waits. Can't take it out, so Duzza's coming back. Could be another important hold. It seems like it's that every time for Glenn. Darius Lebanostis is 7-2 in front of them to Ricky Evans, with both players currently on 130. And it's Darius going at it first. In the down between Hybretts and Mensur Sulovic, Tim Hybretts has got 42 here to hold and level things up. Can't take it. Mensur coming back for 14s. Old Mensur, you would expect to take this out. Current
Mensur to take it out. It's his baby.
You would expect. Oh, Darius Labanostis, 130 to go in the interval. 8-2 in front. Dartstanet is making us wait for this 28 from Mensur Sulovic.
I think that's just Mensur. That's just what he does.
Yeah, quite possibly. But I always think when it makes you wait like this and it's on a check out like that, it's that Mensur's come inside and Mensur's having to think about what to do. And that could have happened because he's just bust 28, which potentially is the first time ever Mensur Sulovic has missed 3 when he's had 3 darts and on 28. But Tim Hybrett's 32 now. 2 hold throw. You wouldn't expect him to miss a den. That is now 4 apiece. Glenn Durrant did hold his throw, and that is 4-3. And the performance so far of Stock Waits, they're both around that 90 mark, but he's giving opportunities for Glenn. And it's a break that is needed very, very soon, though. So I feel like the longer the game goes on, it does play into Waits' hands.
It does indeed. Opening leg of the Price Ratajski matchup on stage. Ratajski leads 47 against the darts. Gerwyn Price checks out 102. Clean as a whistle. One of them moments where you just know, don't you? Dimitri Vandenberg potentially about to get match darts. He wants 121 to seal victory over Darrell Gurney. He won the last leg on double 9. Went inside on double 18 for a 156 checkout. Oh my God, it's gone. 1-2-1, treble 20, single 11. Bullseye for Dimitri Vandenberg. It's a 10-2 victory over Daryl Gurney. It's 103 average for the Dreammaker. A stunning performance from Dimitri, who goes into the hat for the 5th round draw.
It's not bad, is it, that?
Not bad at all. Is Clivenhaven and Whitlock the first one that's gone in at 5 each?
No. Martin Schindler, Ryan Joyce was 5 apiece as well. And then the others on mine were 6-4. I just know I think they had 3 6-4s and a 5-5 in the early games. And we could potentially have another with Mensur and Kim Hybretts at 4 apiece. Stop weight here, 65 for a 5-3 lead and takes it out. So a bit more clinical than Glenn, means he's 5-3 in front against Duzza. Does it and at least win one of these two down into the break at 6-4 wouldn't be the end of the world for Glenn, but would need a big push upon his return. Nenchez and Hempel are back underway. They've had their little break. It's Nenchez who leads 6-4 in that one. Is Price looking up for it, Dob?
Well, he's just missed double 8 for a 92 checker. He went 25-51 outside on double 8, and Ratajski responds 82 in 2. Bullseye double 16. There was back-to-back 180s in that leg from Gerwin Price. Unfortunately, it was visit number 2 and 3. But yes, I think he's looking up for it. And if this stays close throughout the match, I'll be pleasantly surprised, because it just looks that little bit ominous right now. Even at 1 apiece, that Gerwin Price just looks like he is in the mood for this one. Sharon says, what's the Gurney score? He's just been beaten 10-2 by Dimitri Vandenberg. Superb performance from the young Belgian. 104 average, pretty much. 103.98 from the Dreammaker to make it into the draw for the 5th round. Whitlock Clivenhaven still locked in at 5 apiece. William Connor 7-6 up on Jason Heaver. And the rest is up to you, Lee.
Yeah, Glenn Durant and Stop Waits just seem to be mirroring each other with the story. Back to then, there's no real change. We've seen a 60, then 140-45 for Glenn, 60-81 Stop Waits. The inconsistencies there for both players. It's just Waits who's a bit more clinical and why he's 5-3 in front. Then Ches's come out and broke Florine Hempel, who missed starts in led 11. Then Ches is now 7-4 in front. Labanowski is running away with this one. Then to Ricky Evans. He's left 32 here after 15. Ricky Evans back on 110. And it's on the Evans throw. And the last leg before the break between Hybretts and Sulovic. Tutsi, our 3rd game of the night so far, down in at 5 apiece. But Team Hybretts has just had back-to-back scores of 39 when he started the leg with a 139. So a slight advantage for Mensur Sulovic in that one. Just going to see if Darius Labanowski can take out this 32, and he can't. So Ricky Evans is coming back for tops, and we've just seen Glenn Durant's hold throw, but with a 1-2-4 check out for Duzza. So it is 5-4. Talked about these big holder throw from Glenn Durant. There's no one coming in the way of Stop Waits. The Stop Waits is 5-4 in front, but just before the break, it is Waits who needs to hold for that lead, and he only scores 59.
Life in the old does yet. Ominous. 101 average for Ratajski, 103 for Gerwin Price. Ratajski leaves 110 against the throw this time, expecting to get a look at it, because Gerwin Price on 150, and the Welshman goes treble 20, double 15 for a 2-1 lead. He's had 2 ton plus jackouts, 102 and 150, and he's missed the dart at double 8 for a 92 as well.
The Nenchez moves 2 away, 8-4 now against Florine Hempel. Labanowski, it's, as I said, was 8-3, but Ricky Evans is 96 points in front here against the throw. Could we see a big comeback in this game? The inconsistencies, I'm not sure how much of the game you've got in front of you between Duzza and Waits. Every leg you come to me, there's a couple of 140s, the odd 180, a couple of 59s, 58s or 57s, the odd 90 stores. They are just following each other, And Glenn Durrant's here. Oh, Glenn. 2 sits 8, 3 darts in hand. You should not believe in 1 sits 8.
Yeah, I've got all the games on. You know, I said a minute ago it was ominous. Ratajski left 110 against the Gezi throw. Price found himself on 150. Treble 20, double 15. Ratajski leaves 108 on his own throw. Goen Price leaves 150, and this time puts it on the outside wire of the double 15. It hits both the 2 trebles. Ratajski takes out 108 for 2 apiece, hitting double 16, 19, treble 19, double 16. This is 4 legs in, 3 ton plus checkouts, 99 average plays, 104. Superb game so far, 100% on the outer ring for Krzysztof Ratajski, and you feel like he might have to stay somewhere near that if he's going to have a chance the way that Kerwin Price is playing right now.
Oh, Glenn, missing darts there. 60-80, add 4 to level things up, and then his first break on the board. One name that he's done into the break is Kim Hybrechts and Mensur Sulovic. And it isn't 5 apiece. Mensur, that's the break. And that one is 6-4, as well as the stop weights and Glenn Durrant Dane. That one is also 6-4, as both go into the break. The other 2 names that are currently playing are between Darius Labanestis and Ricky Evans, and Dirk Nenchez and Florian Hempel. Labanestis 8-4 and Nenchez 8-4 in those 2 games. They could be coming close to an end. However, Ricky Evans has won back-to-back leads and he's got the throw in this one. So we could be seeing a little comeback from Ricky Evans.
Yeah, and a big hold required from Florian Hempel as well. He wants 70. Doesn't go.
No.
And Nenchez potentially about to be 1 away and thrown for the match. Someone that is 1 away, Willie O'Connor. He is 9-7 up on Jason Heaver, and he is now throwing for the match. Simon Whitlock leads Mike Kyvenhoven 6-5 in the other one. And Stephen Lennon has just taken the opening leg against the defending champion in 11 darts. Very, very good.
Thoughts on the reigning champion not being on the main stage, Dob?
It's an absolute disgrace. But I did it to Gary as world champion and whatever before. Not surprised. If your face doesn't fit, you're not going to be up there, are you? And to be fair, there has been a pretty good set of matches up on stage 1 today. Wadey is streamed. Can't complain. A massive amount.
Ricky Evans, as I said, won back-to-back leads in this one, has done 96. And then we've had them 2 180s that you've mentioned we've saw before, but in visits 2 and 3. Ricky Evans cleans it up in 11 darts, and now that story is 8-5. However, not the same for Hempel. Nenchez gets the lead on the board and he's 9-4 and just 1 away. Hempel needs to reel off 6. If not, it will be going the way of Dirk Nenchez into round 5.
Indeed. Potential incoming match darts for Willie O'Connor. Well, not quite yet. He's on 201, but he was back on 202, and it is O'Connor with the advantage of throw. Fires in at 140 to leave 61. Match darts 100% incoming for Willie O'Connor, 61 points away from the 5th round. How much pressure will it be under a ton from Heber to leave 102? It's good. It's not great. And you expect O'Connor to get at least 1 dart, if not 2, out of double here to put himself. Doesn't go. Leaves 16. So Heber needs 102 to save the match. James Wade levels up at 1 apiece, 14 dart leg of his own. That's a leg back for Florian Hempel, a breaker throw, but needs another one. Heaver can't take this 102, leaves tops, 3 in hand at double 8 for Willie O'Connor, which he duly takes. That's a 10-7 win for Willie O'Connor, the Magpie, and he is into that 5th round draw. Simon Whitlock, Mike Kyvenhoven, 6 apiece. Not anymore, 7-6 Simon Whitlock with a timely breaker throw. Steve Lennon just missed double 5 for a 130, by the way, against James Wade. He would have been 2-0 up. Instead, Wadey punishes, hits that top that he was so good on in the Premier League midweek, by the way. Yes, he didn't have the best semi-final, but to get to that point, and even then in the semi-final, when he did get chances at double, he was not a million miles away from his favoured tops, of course. And Gerwin Price does lead at the first interval 3-2 over Christoph Ratajski. That one's still on throw. 102 average plays 100.
On the steps board, Nenches is one away. However, it looks like this one is going. This lad is down the way of Hempel, who's fighting back-to-back 140s. Ricky Evans, who was 8-2 behind, it's now 8-6. The Tombat is on for Rapid Ricky, and Hybrid 2 that broken just before we went into the interval has broken back, and it is now 6-5 to Mensur Sulovic. Team Hybrid has now got the darts in hand. Hempel leaves double 8 after 4 visits. Then Chess fires in a 180 to put some pressure on the German. But if the German can take out double 8, we'll then only need 4 leads. Hempel can't take it. The 180 does pressure the throw, so to Nenches that this game won with an 81 to seal a 10-5 win. Just stay with me, Darb, of course you can. Very solid performance by the Nenches to beat Florian Hempel, and it's a 10-5 victor on board 6.
Yeah, thanks for that. 4 out of 4 in the first round of fixtures tonight in my accumulator, but that one has just gone against me. The rest of them looking pretty promising as well. Simon Whitlock leading, Kim Hybrex just 6-5 behind the Mensur on throw at the minute. I've got Scott Waits over Glenn Doran as well. James Wade is 2-1 up in a most James Wade leg you'll see. 140, 140, 180, leaves 41, 1 single 20 is favourite double 10.
Is this an opportunity for Darius? Ricky Evans is on 140, 100, but can't find a treble and leaves 202 after 9. Darius went back-to-back 140s to it, then an 82, and he's coming now for a 139 to stop this run of 4 leads from Ricky Evans. Evans is on 121 himself. See if Darius can take this out as we are back underway between Duzza and Scott Waits. Big couple of moments here. Darius Labanowski is only 43. Very disappointing there. He was on 139. Ricky Evans, 121. I would assume that's a missed dart at ball as Darius Labanowski is coming back for 96. This to be one of the most important visits to the board all game in this one. As Glenn Durant, that's the first lead on the board. And that is another older throw. Darius misses. Doesn't even net a double potentially. And it's Ricky Evans who cleans it up. That's 5 on the spin for Rapid Ricky. Most important lead incoming. Because if Darius doesn't hold his throw, it will be down 8 apiece and the advantage will down the way of Rapid Ricky.
Would you like to guess which player in the tournament at the minute, his opponent is averaging 117, but he's currently 3-1 up against them?
I would guess that would be in the Steve Lennon, James Wade then.
It would indeed. Wade averaging 109, Steve Lennon 117.
Why does that
not back to 3-2. That's a 1-2-1 checkout for Steve Lennon. But that was just a holder throw. Wade not too hot on the scoring in that leg. Connor Scott is in. Hello, buddy. Great to see you, pal. How did you enjoy it so far?
Well done, Connor, and well done on your win on the bid stage in round 2, and unlucky in following game. Just seen in this game on board 7, Darius Labanowski has said 8-7 in front. That was 8-2, but since the break, Ricky Evans has won 5 on the bounce. Crucial lead here as Labanowski leaves 80 after 12. Ricky Evans is back on 182. It's looking likely that Scott Waits will move 7-5 in front. Talking about people 7-5 in front on board 8, it's Mensur Sulovic who's got the advantage over Team Hybrid.
Home already? No, you've got to stay in Minehead. Enjoy the weekend, mate. It's the best thing about it.
I have to agree with you, Dob. I have to agree with you.
It is superb. Steve Lennon's just got us back at 3 apiece on stage number 2. Going price 4-2 up on Christopher Tice. He wins the opening leg after the break, or the mini interval, shall I say, in a break of throw. That one's going the Welshman's way. Simon Whitlock 8-7 up on Mike Hyvenhoven, and Yellow Klassen Lee 12 dart leg against Devon Peterson to open, who barely found a treble and is averaging 59 through the first leg. 125 average plays a 59 average. That's quite a gap. Appreciate just the first leg, and it does look a lot better in leg number 2 for Devon Peterson. But after struggling a little bit on the main stage in the first round earlier against Mark Rice, Yellow Klassen seems to have found Yellow Klassen of old form that took him to the Premier League almost. He looks superb.
Yeah, and I know there was an announcement about his equipment, so it'd be interesting. I know we're not going to see it unless he wins and he moves on to the main stage, but it'd be interesting to see what equipment that Devon's using today. But Yellow has just been sensational. Hard to deny that he's been the performer of the day. That you can only really round that up if he completes it with a win this evening. But certainly, if Devon is to get the better of Yellow, he will need to find a better performance than a 57 average. And just back to the Damien board 7, Ricky Evans reeled off 5 leads on the spin, but Darius Labanosi's hold throw. So that is now 9-7 to Darius. Ricky Evans in control in this one. So looking likely to those a 9-8. But Ricky Evans has certainly upped his game. So a lot of pressure will go into that next lead. Maybe Darius is just preparing himself for that. Mensur Sulovic is 8-5 in front against Tim Hybretts. And Stockwaiter is 7-5 up against Duzza. And has left 50 here against the throw. With Duzza best score only being of 83 in his 3 visits. Means that we could be seeing Stockwaiter edging closer and closer to that victory.
Would it be disrespectful to go for it here? 1 dart, 10 dart leg.
No.
This is not on a finish. He's left 175. Just ping it. 10 darter. Thanks for coming. All right, goes in 12 instead.
It's not a bad way to finish, is it? But yeah, I don't think it'd be disrespectful. Why not? Showmanship. Maybe if we're on stage, maybe it's a bit different. But there is still crowds there watching them. It's just that we can't see it on a streaming board. But who knows? He finished it in 3, so he might have done that way. Just one down that did that underway. While we was discussing those is Jamie Hughes, a local lad to me. Yosru put in a sensational performance today. Say that again, sorry, Dob?
So commiserations to Jamie Hughes.
He finds himself 1-0 in front, averaging 116 early on against Adam Dorlas, but had a bit of an injury with his elbow, but seems to be getting back to the levels we saw previously in the what we saw in the BDL, what we saw at the Grand Slam of Darts. Seems to be able to find in that form, and then even a Euro Tour winner, I believe.
Indeed, averages have dropped a little bit in the stage game, but leg number 7, Ratajski with a break, I believe, to get back to behind with 1. Obviously, he will need a second one if he's going to go ahead and win the match, but he stays just 1 behind and is now throwing to level us up at 4 apiece. James Wade leads 5-3 against Steve Lennon. It's 10 points behind, and the average is still 71% on the double. Steve Lennon is averaging 114. It's 50% on the outer ring. Has a ton plus checkout, 2 180s, 7 140s, and 14 tons in 8 legs, and is 5-3 behind. How?
Well,
Make it make sense.
This is why I don't feel sorry for James Wade about the number of 9 darters he has against him, because when you looked at the other way around about the performances that people have, but Wade finds a way to win. Swings and roundabouts and these sort of games just always seem to go the way of James Wade. And Ricky Evans finds a break of throw, was 8-2 behind. We are now all square, and Ricky Evans has got the darts as we have is it our first Noble of the night, Dob?
I think it might be, you know.
Seems strange to say that at 8:30. And obviously I've had a few today, but it seems very strange. But I believe it is our first noble of the night. And Ricky Evans starts with a solid 95.
Yeah, it is the first to go the distance. The closest we've had before that was Martin Schindler and Ryan Joyce at 10.8, a couple of 10.7s, a few 10.6s. Simon Whitlock, Mike Kyvenhoven potentially heading that way also, although Whitlock has the darts in leg number 18 and is currently about 72 points ahead. So we'll see where that one ends up. Yellow, Devon Peterson locked in at 2 apiece. It's a bit James Wade at the minute, that. Yellow Klassen averaging 106, Devon Peterson averaging 82, 2 apiece. Again, this is possibly why there's a lot of talk around the darting world at the minute about how averages aren't the best marker of a level of performance, as James Wade takes out 160 to go 6-3 up. It's just ridiculous. How perhaps the better barometer of performance is how many visits to the board you need on your own throw and how many visits to the board you take on your opponent's throw to win legs. That would be a better barometer of level of performance. If you only need 4 visits against your opponent's throw and 5 on your own, your opponent's got to break in 12 and holding 12, etc. That's just how that metric would start working. Klassen goes 3-2 ahead. Simon Whitlock potentially about to get match darts unless Mike Kyvenhoven can take out 120. Shanghai for the Dutchman. And it goes. We're going to another noble 9-9 in that one.
Just in the noble in this one, Ricky Evans has left 32 after 15 darts with Labanosi's on 185 after 12. Come back to that one shortly. Stop Waite is 1 away, then Glenn Durrant is now 9-5 to Waite. Also 1 away is Mensur Sulovic against Tim Hybretts. That is 9-6. And Jamie Hughes and Adam Dorlas are 1 apiece. Back to the Ricky Evans game. Darius Labanosi's fired in 88 to leave 97. Ricky Evans was 8-2 behind. Can he take 32 out to win? The answer is no. Darius Labanosi's, what a day this has been for drama. As I said, Darius looked like he was running away with it. Now he's got 97 to win the game. Can he take out the 97 with Rapid Ricky sat on double 4 darts to net? He's certainly making us wait for this one. No, he can't. So Rapid Ricky, he's coming back for double 4. He won't mind if he finished this on 4-2s or 1s for Rapid Ricky. Can he win it? Rapid Ricky does it in all 3. So Ricky Evans is 10-9 Vita after being 8-2 down. Mensur needs a 1-2-4 here to let this one 10-6. Doesn't do it, so Tim Hybretts has got double 8 to close the gap to 9-7. Stop Waite 60 for the match and cleans it up. So Stop Waite beat Glenn Durrant 10-5.
Does indeed. Simon Whitlock, the next closest at the minute. He wants 84 after 9. Kyvenhoven has thrown 12 darts and left 1-3-2. I'm going to update you on both stayed TV boards very, very shortly once we get the final dart in this one. 84 then for the Wizard. Leaves 36, so a chance then for Kyvenhoven at the champagne shot. 1-3-2 for Mike Kyvenhoven to steal the match. It's on his darts. Whitlock produced a better leg so far. Will it go yellow? Does not. 107 scored. Looks like he's missed the bullseye for the match. And Simon Whitlock 3 in hand at double 18. You expect this one to go yellow. Gets a little bit edgy if you start sneaking inside. Taking its time, but it does go in 2 darts. Simon Whitlock defeats Mike Kyvenhoven 10-9, 93 match average for the Wizard. Quickly on the 2 TV boards before we start heading towards potentially the final moments of the Mensur Sulovic Kim Hybretts match. Gerwin Price leads 7-3 against Krzysztof Ratajski, spending an awful lot of time, Lee, in the bottom left-hand corner of the board. He hates 16s. He hates double 8. A slip on a 62 checkout. He went 14, tried to go 8 for tops, hit the 16 to leave double 16. Find himself on double 8 a couple of times in this match already, but it is going well for him. Krzysztof Ratajski is still 100% on the doubles. He's just not getting the chances at it at the minute. His scoring power has dropped off an awful lot. And James Wade is 7-3 up on Steve Lennon, highest checkout of 160. Still 6.5 points behind in the averages for Wadey, doing what he does best. He's 7 out of 10 on the doubles. Just won 180 from him as well. That was from that leg where he went 140, 140, 180, 41 in 3 for a 12 dart. And that's really set the tone for James Wade in this one. The other game I've got eyes on is Devon Peterson, Jelle Klassen. There is still 15 points difference in the average, but there is still just one leg between them, potentially none, if Peterson can take out 71. However, big moment potentially for Mensur Suljovic.
Yeah, Mentor's got 105 for the Dane. Tim Hybrett's fires in a 180 to leave 41. Mensur can't take it, so Tim Hybrett's 41 to get the break of throw. Another down where if he can then hold, we will be going to the noble end. Just seeing back-to-back breaks between Hughes and Dorlas that sees that now at 2 apiece. Tim Hybrett's big visit to the board. 41 to close the deficit to just 1, and he just does that. And I saw on your board 4 that now is all square. A bit of wading on 2 boards, Dob.
Yeah, 71 checkout for Devon Peterson, 4 apiece. Like I said, there's still 14 points difference in the averages in this one. But somehow, Devon Peterson is clinging on to Jelle Klassen for dear life. Wadey and Steve Lennon are back out up on stage number 2 in red, the defending champ, putting in a performance that suggests he's a little bit aggrieved with being over there. However, if he keeps playing like this, away from all the big crowds, he'll be more than happy to keep progressing through the tournament. Going Price retires, he's still on an ad break at the minute. And on stage number 3 shortly, I'm going to have Luke Woodhouse and Boris Kirchmar for you.
Going back to board 8, Mensur Suljovic has just hit a 177. However, he only started with a 58. Which leaves him on 2 sit-sits. So Tim Hybrett's now fires in 58 himself. And that now leaves 209. So can Mensur fire in a big store? If not, advantage will go to Tim. And then we could be going all the way to another noble.
Good indeed. I appreciate I said ignore it. But the fact that Michael Smith-Chris Dobie game is still just churning itself out of Darknet is a little bit weird to me. How long does it take to actually just sit there and type it in? Unless it's scraping the data on a delay and they've got a way to automate it, but you have to do it in real time. If somebody sat there just going through live darts data going, this is what they scored, 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 shouldn't be taking that long, surely.
So this afternoon, the first one didn't come on because we didn't know that obviously that's what they was doing. The first one didn't come on until about match 5. So it was about the 5th game today that we finally saw the first game of the first one come through that system, and we was a bit confused then. So don't be surprised if you're going to see that throughout the night. However, away from that, we have got a no-ball led as Tim Hybrett's and Mensur Suljovic are now going all the way. And Dob, have I ever told you how much I love a bit of wading?
It's just delightful. All right, Baron. Oh, Devon, how is he leading? He's 10 points behind in the averages.
I certainly wasn't on about James Wade. I was on about the terminology that we call wading.
Although, yeah, I couldn't get it back level with a big fish. This should just be like 496 for him.
We've got games that have just started between Brendan Dolan and Dave Chisnell on board 5 and board 6. Jamie Hughes is 3-2 in front against Adam Dorlas. Board 7, Dirk van Duivenbode and Willie Borland, who defeated Raymond van Barneveld earlier on this afternoon on the main stage, is just underway. And in this last lead decider, I will talk you through the final stages of this one. As Mensur
Suljovic on the screen for you, Lee.
as Mensur Suljovic has done back-to-back 140s. Tim Hybrechts has started with a 140 himself, but couldn't follow suit with a ton. Mensur Suljovic, that is a bit special, that in a last leg decider, 140, then uses the bullseye for a 145 to leave 76 after 9. Pressure is applied by Tim Hybrechts. 2 140s from the Belgian in this last leg, but it may not be enough as Mensur Suljovic 76 for a 10-9 victory. And Mensur Suljovic does it in 2. It was worth putting on the bid screens. It's an 11 dart lead for Mensur Suljovic to beat Tim Hybrechts 10-9.
Yeah, 1-2-1 checkout for Steve Lennon. Just got him back to within 2 legs against James Wade. He now trails 7-5, but Gerwyn Price has won the next leg back up on the stage on throw. He's now 8-3 up on Krzysztof Ratajski. And all of those worries we had about this being a mighty good game about 6 months ago, not quite there right now for us. That's the closest one to finishing by the looks of things. So our esteemed ginger colleague himself, Bill Bars, has been out about in a venue. We've got a short interview clip from Vincent van der Voort, who was the first man through to the 5th round. Let's hear from the Big Dutchman right now.
Yeah, we have to. We done something about his throw first, and then we talked about it a lot, and then you have to. After the first match, he was really happy, and I said it's nice to be happy, and you play well, but the next one is more important than the last one, and I kept him focused and everything, and just go for it. And if somebody beats you, he has to beat you because he was amazing. Not because you played bad and something. And we did a lot of games, and we were sitting separately, and he played amazing.
Peter Wright and Gerwyn Price got a problem now. Michael's returning to winning ways.
It's only up to Michael. Michael has to prove that every week. It's not. It's 1 week is nice, but if he loses next week or loses here today, and whatever, then everybody would say, "Oh, it was a one-off." So he has to prove that, and he has to be on his mind, on his game every time.
Work being done behind the scenes then for Michael van Gerwen through Vincent van der Voort. Interesting insight into what goes on in that friendship. Next closest to finish then is looking likely to be Gerwyn Price. He leads 8-4 against Krzysztof Ratajski. James Wade was having it pretty much all his own way before they went off for a break. Now he is not. He's 7-6 behind. 1-2-1 checkout and then a 102 from Steve Lennon means this one's back at 7-6. Wade has just left 47 against the darts with Steve Lennon. No, with the darts, sorry. Steve Lennon back on 2-2-9. Can only leave 170. So this should be 7 for tops for James Wade, and it should be 8-6 to the machine, the defending champion. If this doesn't go and Lennon pins to 170, we're in a world of trouble over in Reds, but we are not. It's 8-6 to James Wade. Steve Lennon keep going back at him. Let's see what Gerwyn Price can produce. I suspect he will be the next man into the hat the way things are going. Yellow Class and Devon Peterson 5 apiece, and I don't think they had that big of a break either. They seem to have got on with the job in hand. Luke Woodhouse takes the opener against Boris Kirchmar. He leaves that one 1-0. Then you've got some cracking games underway. Dave Chisnell against Brendan Dolan. Dirk van Dijvenbode against Willie Borland. Gaulasser Hughes and Keane Barry warming up against Graham Hall.
How much before the qualifiers did you know about Graham Hall, Dom?
The only thing I knew about him was when Cam, one of the team earlier, mentioned that he was at the same qualifier that he was earlier in the year. That's it.
Yeah, and that for me, which I thought was the case, and the same with me, is that is what the UK Open qualifier are all about. And this is not me knocking the professionals who drop back into it, because they are well within the right to do so. But from a story perspective, let's hope that Graham Hall has steadied himself throughout the day in regards to that his preparation rise, not over or under practice, but he's in a position now going in against Team Barry in what could have been a lot worse a draw with the players who've come in tonight. However, we'll see this as an opportunity, and with a win now would then fancy his chance of being on that main stage. Going back to the professionals in Dirk van Duivenbode and Willie Borland, is 2-1 in front Dirk with a 105 average and a huge gap in the averages. But Willie Borland has started this leg a lot stronger. Jamie Hughes is 4-3 in front. And Chizzy started very strongly, then it's Brendan Dolan and finds himself 2-0 in front, and he's coming back for double 8 for a 3-0 lead.
Is that the resistance broken? It's going to be a bit of a race to the finishing line between Gerwyn Price and James Wade. Both players are on 9 legs so far. Gerwyn Price is absolutely motoring through his leg. It looks like the resistance to Steve Lennon has been broken. Wadey now 9-6 up. Devon Peterson has just held after breaking yellow class, and he's 7-5 up against the Dutchman Luke Woodhouse, 2-0 up. Also, Henry says, so you never watch me commentate on him at Chelsea. I know a couple of things about Chelsea, Henry. One, I've played pool there a couple of times, not darts. Two, I believe it's the biggest caravan site in Europe because it is absolutely massive. There's a bus every 45 minutes to take you to the furthest caravan away from the main centre because it's just ridiculously vast. And three, there's not a lot going on down there anymore. I used to play outside in a gazebo for half the tournament. But yeah, sorry, mate. Didn't watch you commentate on him at Chelsea at all. Ratajski has just potentially allowed James Wade to nip ahead of Gerwyn Price because he's just won the 14th leg. Gerwyn Price suffered a bounce out of 82. And Ratajski pins a 1-1-1 to stay alive, but he will need 5 perfect legs from here if he is going to stop Gerwyn Price from knocking him out in what is their first round.
Dud start by Barry Keane, who gets the opener against the qualified Ryan Hall. Starts the second leg with a 180 as well, only follows it with a 58 against the front, but is in control in this one. Dave Chisnall has just fired in back-to-back 180s, Dob. However, once then it's in visit 2 and visit 3. Started it with a 100 though, so it's 41 after 9. And Adam Dorlas fires in a 101 check out to level things up against Jamie Hughes. Dirk van Duivenbode moves 1 ahead against Willie Borland. Surely Dave Chisnall to not lose this lead after hitting back-to-back 180s and a ton. But he can't take out 41. So Brendan Dolan's coming back for 1-2-2. Let's just wait to see if Brendan Dolan can take this out. Miss a dart at ball. So Chizzy's got a dart at 10s for a 3-1 lead. Can Chizzy take out 10s or even 5s for a 3-1 lead against Brendan Dolan? And Dob, board 6. Jamie Hughes has done 177, 180 against Adam Dorlas. So we have, from what I can remember, the first time that we've had 6 perfect darts, and it's come from Yoza.
No, Willie O'Connor had 6, but I missed it. Well, I didn't take it out. It 109.
I'm saying that we've seen, I know there's been a 9 darter, but I missed that one. So Jamie Hughes, oh, boo.
You made me not tell the people that James Wade has won for a 60. For a 60, a score of 60. James Wade has beaten Steve Lennon 10-6 and shortly followed by Gerwyn Price defeating Christoph Ratajski 10-5. The reigning world number 1 and the reigning champion are both in to the 5th round. How long either of those titles will last, Lee, is your guess.
I don't want to guess, Vance. Not
because there's a
at
potential
all.
both of those are gone within about 48 hours.
Yeah.
Gerwyn Price would need to take James Wade to keep on to his own title.
Yeah, well, both can't stay.
Exactly.
So one will definitely go, if not both. And some of the performances we've seen today.
A loss for Wright later and a Wade victory over Price in the final would allow Price to keep world number 1 and Wade to keep his title. That is the only outcome.
Dirk van Duivenbode fires in a 1-2-5 to go 4-2 in front against Willie Borland. And the qualifier, Graham Hall, as I said, Team Barry started lead 2 with a 180. Didn't win the lead. Now, Graham Hall has got 36. Can't take it out, but Team Barry is back on 170. So you would expect Graham Hall to be returning for a 2-1 lead and return of... Oh, can he take this out for a 2-1 lead? Graham Hall against Team Barry. Just bear with me, Dob, to see if he can fire this in. Yes, he can. Needs all three. But Graham Hall takes an early lead and an early break against Team Barry. And we will return to you, Dob, as I believe it's getting close to be time for Africa, maybe.
It is. We will wait for that one. Then we will have a quick ad break. Let's see if Devon Peterson can take out... Well, we'll wait until Devon Peterson wraps up this match, unless Yellow Classer starts winning 2 or 3. And then he's going to completely mess up our ad break schedule. Who would have thought that? Next game's up on the TV for me. El Clasico of Darts itself, Michael Van Gerwen against Gary Anderson and Callan Ridds taking on Nathan Aspinall also. And there's a chance you might sneak an extra game onto board number 2 as well, Lee. Let's not forget this is the draw for number 2. We're already through 3 of those games. Vincent van der Voort defeating Jermaine Watermaina, Dimitri van den Berg with a sterling performance against Darryl Gurney, and James Wade beating Steve Lennon. If this one goes very, very quickly, there's a potential that I think Johnny Clayton does not stay on board number 8 for very long.
Yeah, that is a potential. I'm just seeing if we're underway on game 3 with all of those, I think. The rest of which, yeah, seems to be underway. It would probably be board 8 would be the pit, not just because it's Johnny Clayton, but looking at the other boards, there seem to be...
Just looking at the scores in this one as well, they've only played 3 legs. We've had 6 in the Dirk game, 10 in the Hughes Dowlas game, 5 in Chisnell Dolan. That one might start slowing down a little bit, you never know. Looking like we're about to fly through the Devon and Yellow Classen game as well. Devon Peterson with the darts in leg number 16 has gone 91-140. He still has an average deficit of 5 points against Yellow Classen, but he is 3 legs better off and has just left 130 after 9. It is looking like Devon Peterson is heading to the 5th round, something after today's performances and recent form perhaps we would not have expected. Yellow fires in a maximum, but it leaves 180. So 6 darts from here for Devon Peterson if he needs him to take out the 130. 98 leaves 32. Sensible setup shot. I have no idea why the main Dart Connect screen is only showing 2 games. There are definitely 6 of them underway at the minute. I'll try and refresh that in a moment. But as I said, Devon Peterson, match darts incoming. 140 from Yellow to leave tops. 3 in hand at Devon Peterson. 4 double 16 to get over the line. No score. This is then for 9-7 for Yellow Classen. 3 in hand at 40. If this goes, it'd be 9-8. He'd be throwing for 9-all. 9-7, sorry. He'd be throwing for 9-8, and that's when the pressure starts to creep in a little bit. And Yellow Classen goes inside all the way to leave 10. Devon then second bite at the cherry, 432. Taking its time. And it goes first dart for Devon Peterson. He wins 10-6 against Yellow Classen, meaning Graham Hall is the last standing Riley's qualifier. For how much longer, we do not know. He's currently 2 apiece with Keen Barry. Let's then head to a quick ad break for you guys. We'll be back after this one. Very, very quick, that one. Indeed. Welcome back then, folks, to UK Open Live here with us at Online Dart. Lee's rush back. See, when we asked the boss man to put both the ads together and then he doesn't, I don't know how long they're going to last. So that one just absolutely flew through. Just underway then on stage 2, Callum Ridds against Nathan Aspinall. The Asp, freshly back from injury, looked very, very good at the Euro Tour, actually, in his first return. Used that as match practice to get ready for this event, an event he's done remarkably well in the past. Let's not forget, Callum Ridds, though, not an easy task at all. Van Gerwen, Gary Anderson, next up on the main stage. I think I've got that right. I have, haven't I?
Yes.
Boris Kirchmar takes a 5-2 lead on Luke Woodhouse. Lee Boyce says it's time for Africa. I'm going to start calling you Lee Latchford Evans, actually. That means next up on stage number 4, we'll have Steve West against Jose de Souza. But there we go, Lee from Steps. How are your boards doing?
Dave Chisnell is in total control against Brendan Dolan. I think we've done it quite a lot today. I did it earlier on with Emery, and we was looking at some games and we was doing, this one should be close, this one should be quite close, and we've seen like a 6-0, I think O'Shea then to Rafferty, a couple of 6, Matt Campbell losing 6-1 a few early on. Chisnell Dolan, I think we was both saying that this would be quite close. Dave Chisnell 6-1 in front and absolutely rampant. But both players are averaging 100, just Chizzy's finishing, as we know. If he's finding them doubles, it's going to be very hard to stop. On board 6, Jamie Hughes is 6-4 in front. On board 7, Dirk van Duivenbode is in control against Big Willie, not being able to replicate what he done on the main stage earlier today, only averaging 84 and finds himself 6-3 behind. And a story potentially brewing on board 8, where Graham Hall is 3-2 in front against Team Barry, and we could have a Riley's qualifier going into Saturday's action. But Team Barry's got an opportunity here to break back and make it 3 apiece, and he does do that. A very good performance by both players on board 8. It's 95 average each, and we are currently 3-all on the steps stages.
We love a bit of steps. God knows what is going on with Darknet right now. There's definitely 5 games underway. We're back to seeing 4 of them on the feature screen in the middle. And apparently Chris Dobie and Michael Smith are now warming up. I think somebody's pressed the wrong button somewhere. I can still see all the boards that I need to, though. Maybe if we dropped it into board calls, you might be able to access them separately. But now that I've got them all set up, I'm absolutely not touching them until we need to, or something is bound to go wrong. Interval then on board 7, leader Van Duivenbode 6-4 up. Boris Kirchmar cruise control against Luke Woodhouse, who's only averaging 84 at the minute. We've got Ricky Evans being interviewed on ITV4 right now after his stunning comeback against Darius Labanauskas. Rapid looked down and out for a large part of that game, but rescued it and winning in a deciding leg. Other than that, we're waiting on El Clasico to walk on. Nathan Aspinall took the opener, 77 average in the first leg for Nathan. 84 for Callum Ridds. Both players struggling in that opener. But look, these 2 players are absolutely quality. It will not stay at that level for this entire match.
Jamie Hughes extends his lead over Adam Dorlas. And Yoza is now 7-4 in front, 10 points in front on the average for Yoza. Just seeing Graham all not able to take that 1-2 sits and leaves sits as Team Barry edges in front of this one. No one's able to really get a hold of this game, but the averages are keep going up in that one. Both are around the 98 mark. It's on throw currently as Team Barry leads 4-3. And Brendan Dolan, Dob would be fuming if he could see board 5 as he's left a 1-6-8. However, he set it up very nicely with a 1-2-8 with Chizzy back on 1-4-2. How Chizzy is performing today, if the first trebles go in, we'd expect him to take this out.
Indeed, Steve West, Jose de Souza are underway in the first 3 darts. The Steve West campaign is a 180. Expect that from Jose de Sousa. But Steve West looked pretty sharp at the last set of Pro Tours, actually. So let's see how that one entails. I'm going to chuck in a cheeky flash poll for you guys. Who wins, Michael van Gerwen or Gary Anderson? And let us know your score predictions in the chat. Also, no maximum for Jose de Sousa, but he does leave 120 after 12 darts. Jump around indeed, Gary Anderson. Aspinall Ridge, one apiece. Boris Kirchmar just coasting towards that victory line right now. 7-2 up.
Barry Keane fires in a 1-2-1 checkout, and the averages, I keep saying in this one, going up and up. Barry Keane is 5-3 in front with both players averaging a 101. I am going to go for Michael van Gerwen to win 10-6, Dob.
I think you're in the right ballpark. He did look very, very good last night, Michael van Gerwen. Obviously, I think this one is all about how early Gary Anderson can push Michael van Gerwen.
And on board 5, Dave Chisnall is 5-1. That would be nice for Brendan Dolan. However, it is 8-1 for Dave Chisnall.
Imagine hoping you're only 5-1 down.
I know. Well,
what have you done to the man?
And not only that, he's 8-1 down and averaging more. How do you average more than someone and be losing like now 8-2? You are now absolutely ridiculous. However, it is 8-2 to Dave Chisnall. Jamie Hughes is 8-4. And Yoza is putting some top performances today and he's only 2 leads away from being in round 5. Dirk van Duivenbode is 6-4 up against Willie Borland. And as I was talking up the hopes of Graham Hall, Team Barry's reeled off the last 3 leads. And it's looking like it could be 4 to be 6-3 in front. Do on, Willie. There's 1-180. 1-3-7. That'd have been nice.
Callum Ridge now 2-1 up against Nathan Aspinall. Whilst we won't hope this one stays one-sided or goes one-sided, if there is an opportunity to sneak Johnny Clayton onto a streaming board this evening, this one would need to be done before the Keane Barry Graham Hall match, which is currently 6-3. I'm not sure if they'll hold it back or not. Aspinall looking a little bit jumpy, a little bit ropey, like he doesn't quite trust that arm again, Lee. We saw this in the early stages of the Euro Tour at the weekend, but once he got going, he looked a lot sharper and a lot better and like he trusted it a little bit more. I thought that might translate straight into this UK Open campaign as he played more competitive darts. However, still looks just that little bit edgy to me.
Yeah, and I think we need to understand as well how big of an injury it was, that just because he seemed to turn it around the weekend, that doesn't now mean, Nathan Aspinall's back to the level that Nathan Aspinall was at and to now perform at that consistently. It was a good weekend from him because he came from a difficult period, got through and then started playing really well. But if you remember, his, I want to say semi-final, was it quarter-final? I can't remember what round he got knocked out. That then dropped to then, the level dropped quite significantly back down to those 80 scoring. So he's one to watch. However, it's going to take a lot more time than I think people are expecting from someone who can be competing with the best in the world.
Indeed. It's not relevant, but I think it's a little bit funny. After 6 darts each, you won't see this very often. Michael van Gerwen was averaging 59. Gary Anderson was averaging 57.5.
They might both be taking confidence from. I'm sure you said that was the same after one leg for Devon Peterson to Yellow Klassen, who was averaging 116.
57. You just won't see that, will you? You won't. Oh, Gary, what? What have you done? Van Gogh leaves 16 from 150, goes treble 20, single, treble 18 to leave the double 8. Gary Anderson wants 46, strays it into the double 10 and then hits double 13 for a one-leg lead.
Bead, hold and throw for Graham Hall incoming. And it's hated out. Reason it's a bead, hold and throws, but Team Barry has just reeled off 4 legs on the spin, but Graham Hall gets 1 back, which closes the gap to just 2. So down into the break, Team Barry sits 4 up. But what a game we've seen from both players. Graham Hall is averaging 100, Team Barry 102. Very, very high quality game in that one. On board 7, Dirk van Duivenbode is 7-4 up against Willie Borland. And Jamie Hughes is just 1 away against Adam Dorlas. Dave Chisnell 2 away against Brendan Dolan. I would desktop that the averages on the main stage have done up slightly from 57.
Yeah, Van Gogh has just left 8 after 9, maybe, and is now averaging 111.
Yeah, I had a feeling they might move
8
up.
after 12, sorry, yeah. And then he wins at the second leg. 1 apiece. He's definitely made adjustments to his technique, hasn't he? He looks like he's leaning a lot more forward than he has been, which is, he did it a lot in his early career, then had back issues and started to stand up straighter. He looks like he's gone back to that more over-pronounced lean in his technique, which means his darts look like they're looping out the hand a little bit more because his elbow is so low. His follow-through is decent, but because his elbow is starting so low, he's having to push upwards a little bit. It's working for him at the minute. I did see a couple of comments on Thursday saying that's the best they've seen the Van Gogh in action for a while. I thought he was a little bit jumpy at times as well. Don't get me wrong. Darts went where he wanted them to go. But it's not the most textbook Marco Van Gogh in action that we've seen, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It was one that I wasn't sure after the first game yesterday, but then to put in the performances he did as he continued, I'd like to think there's not going to be many changes then to that throw this weekend.
Yeah.
And he's a serious, it's an obvious statement, I guess, but he's a serious contender now for the UK Open title after last night. Such a big impact. Talking about someone who's going to put himself into that contender, Dave Chisnell's 9-2 now up against Brendan Dolan. Both around the 98 average. How can you be around the same average with someone who only won 2 legs out of 11? Probably save it all out clinical that Chizzy's been on his doubles. Jamie Hughes is also 1 away against Adam Dorlas. Dirk van Duivenbode is 2 away against Willie Borland. And as I said, we are at the break with our only Riley's qualifier left in Graham Hall, who is 6-4 behind against Team Barry, or Barry Teen, however you would like to call it.
A little bit out on social media, so a few more people drop in and join us.
And we have a result on board 6. It is the local man, as I said to me, Jamie Hughes, who comes through a very solid performance. Another one we was talking about, similar to the Asp in regards to just returning back from injury. But Jamie Hughes has had a very, very impressive day and puts himself a place into round 5. Brendan Dolan that are led back on the board would close the gap to 9-3. Chizzy back on 1-4-8. Brendan Dolan can. Brendan Dolan just needs 7 more leads on the spin. However, once again, moves in front of Chizzy on the average. And he's 6 leads behind. Dirk van Duivenbode needs 1 as well. He's 9-4 up against Willie Borland, so it's just a 6 for Borland, 7 for Dolan. And we are back underway on board 8 as Team Barry takes on Graham Hall. Board 6 is just warming up, and it is Ian White who will be taking on Lou Humphries. don't want to say it to them, but it's another player who's not long since returned from injury, and it's Ian White. Takes on Luke Humphries, who had a run to the final here last year. Had a run to the final, at the UK Open last year. He wasn't here. It was obviously at Minehead.
Indeed. Nathan Aspinall's 4-3 up on Callan Ridds, and Michael Van Gerwen, foot on the acceleration pedal already, 3-1 up against Gary Anderson, has just opened leg number 5 with a maximum. And I'm just looking a little bit rusty on the action once again. Quite as smooth in the release. 4 perfect darts from Van Gerwen, but no more. Someone who needs virtually perfect darts for 7 legs in a row is Luke Woodhouse. He is 9-3 behind to Boris Krčmar, who I believe is the first Croatian to play in the UK Open.
Keen Barry extends his lead 7-4 now against Graham Hall. Dirk van Duivenbode, one of the players who just needs one. One lead. Dave Chisnell is the other. And it's Dave Chisnell who'll have darts at it first. And Chizzy takes him out. So Chizzy's through with a 10-3 win against Brendan Dolan. Dirk van Duivenbode could be joining him soon as he's fighting a 180 at the start of lead 15. Followed that up with a 93. So Dirt will be coming back for 2-8 with Big Willie back on 3-02 and fires in a 140 Dirt van Duivenbode. So 88 left. Willie Borland will need a 132 here. As I say, he hits it, Willie Borland, to leave a 170. Can Dirt find 88 for the 10-5 victory? Can't find it. If there's someone who's going to hit a 170 and a big reaction on one of the backboards, it would probably be Willie Borland. As I say it, Willie Borland fires in a 170. Dob, I can never call anything. What a time to call one as Willie Borland fires in a 170. It's a great throw. Still needs 4 more legs.
I bet stage
What
one
a way
has
to
just
start
gone
your
for
comeback. What a way to start your comeback.
Centre stage, sorry, not stage 1. The names are bloody confusing, aren't they? Or they can be. Are we seeing Boris Krčmar? He's got a 6-leg cushion. 5-leg cushion, sorry. And then Luke Woodhouse only finds a 43. Krčmar had gone 1-2-3 ton, and then just a 26. Only an opportunity to leave a finish. Finds himself on 2-5-2. He is just 1 leg away, remember. So is Dirk van Duivenbode, who's gone 96-93 against the darts. Krčmar leaves 107. However, Robert Marjanovic will not like that. Nobody represents Germany now because there's better opportunities for him, Malachy. So that's his choice. Can't switch and then be disappointed. I thought we were going to have it, Lee. I thought we were going to have it back-to-back 180s from Steve West. And then just finds a 65 to leave 76. Dirks has found a 180 of his own. And we're at the first TV break on the main stage. Michael Van Gerwen leads Gary Anderson 3-2. Dirk van Duivenbode there 1-3-2 for the match. Sorry, that's your game. What am I doing? Luke Woodhouse has just got another leg back. 9-5 behind. Boris has the darts here in leg number 15.
Dirk van Duivenbode missed a dart at Bull for a 10-6 win. We've just seen Willie Borland take out 170. Can he take out 142? No, we can't. Dirk van Duivenbode 25 for the victory. We're underway between Ian White and Luke Humphries. Luke Humphries has got the throw in that game, and he's got the first lead with a 16 dart holder throw. Dirk van Duivenbode 25 takes it out. The Aubergenius is through to the 5th round with a 10-6 win. Then Willie Borland, who fired in a 170. The The Riley's qualifier, Graham Hall, finds himself 8-5 behind now against Team Barry. Is his race run? And just starts with a 45 in lead 14. Team Barry only a 58. Graham Hall step it. It's been a very good day, very high quality day from both players. But Graham Hall will need to find another deer if he's going to get the better of Team Barry.
He will indeed. Reminder that, well, Callum Ridds and Nathan Aspel are currently 5-4. That's the second stream game, or stream board, stage 2. I think there might be a chance. 9:15. If this goes close, then probably not. But we're just looking at the possibility of Johnny Clayton potentially moving across to stage number 2. Luke Woodhouse finds a maximum against the throw, but unfortunately for him, Kirchmar had already found a 177 and a 134. Boris takes out 56 for a 10-5 victory over Woody and puts himself in the draw for the 5th round later on this evening. And we've got a cheeky little stat for you regarding James Wade's current run of form at the UK Open, courtesy of Philip Wolf. If you're in the chat room, hello, buddy. If not, we'll just pinch it off your Twitter, but we'll give you credit for it anyway. James Wade is at 55.91% of his attempts at double during his last 5 UK Open games. During tonight's match, he finished every single leg on either double 20 or double 10.
That's not bad, is it?
Wadey's den indeed.
Considering, as we've seen him on the Premier League so far this season, at times, not always, at times, struggle with his 20s and 10s. Not as prolific as we've seen him on there. For him to then come into the opening stage of the UK Open and not miss or finish all his leads on 20s and 10s, pretty impressive.
Pretty impressive indeed. We've hit the break on stage number 2. Callum Ridds leads that one 6-4 as the players take a comfort break over there. Danny Noppert and Ryan Meikle are underway, Lee. That's one of yours now. Jose de Souza leads Steve West 5-3 still, before Steve West was on for a 9-darter a few moments ago. Ian White, Luke Humphreys also underway for you. Rob Cross, Gabriel Clemens warming up. But King Barry is edging closer to the draw for the 5th round, Lee.
Yeah, just moved one away. The standards just dropped for Graham Hall. I don't want to come across too harsh because at stages he was averaging around 101 to Barry's 102, 103. But Graham Hall's just dropped down and not getting the opportunities he was at that stage. But Team Barry's just been relentless. Not moved away from that 100 mark, really. He started this one off with a 134. What a fantastic day for Graham Hall, who obviously come through the Riley's qualifier that one of our colleagues, Cam, was at. Not thrown in the towel just yet. However, still know how to produce something special because Team Barry is very consistent. It's a 134 and a ton. With Graham Hall finding a 140, say something special, 140, 180. Does need to reel off 5 leads, but this would be a nice break to throw. We are also getting underway on board 7. And after last weekend, we will be looking for a reaction from Rob Cross. As Rob Cross takes on Gabriel Clemens. Last weekend, he lost 6-1. Dob, I'm sure you're going to tell me who his opponent was, so it's just come out my head. But he lost 6-1. So looking for a response from Voltage. Back to the qualifier.
Christoph Kachuk, who was about to take on Ron Moulenkamp.
There we go. It was in my head. Literally there. As I started that sentence, it was there and it just disappeared. As I started explaining, I thought, I'm done with it now. I'm done with it. Team Barry missed a dart at ball for the match. And Graham Hall take out 88 for a 11 or 12 dart egg. Yes, he can. 9-6 to Team Barry now. Graham Hall has got the throw in this one. Would need 4 more leads. However, very good way to start.
Liam is in. Good to see you, buddy.
Evening, Liam.
Van Gerwen now 5-2 up on Gary Anderson. He's won the last 3 legs. Gary Anderson missing a dart at tops to get back to 4-3 and duly punished by his long-time rival. Don't adjust your sets either if you're watching via Stream 2. I think they put up the wrong graphic. They said this channel is now finished during the ad break, rather than we will resume shortly. But they are back underway. Callum Ridds against Nathan Aspinall. A little bit more determination in the eyes of Callum Ridds right now. Both players averaging below 90 at the minute. You just feel if either one of them starts playing the game that we know they're capable of, there is a very, very good chance they can run away with the back end of this match. Callum seems to just be thrown a little bit quick for my liking, trying to G himself up a little bit, but there is that loss of accuracy when you add in the aggression, I think.
I've only got the one streaming board on, Dub, and it is not that one. Obviously, it's the El Clasico, as I am looking at the other games. Team Barry. I don't know, all had just taken out the 88 for a 12 dart, I believe it was. Just not giving in though. It started the lead with just a 60, then throw, but fires in a 180, a 131 to leave 130. With Graham All now on 74. Voltage, that's the first lead on the board. Ian White and Luke Humphries are 2 apiece. And Danny Noppert is 2-0 against Ryan Meatle. Dobton, you explain to me what has happened on board 8, because Team Barry was on 130 and he's been to the board and he's still on 130.
I don't know, maybe he dragged it into the 20.
Must do. I don't think busting 130, you are going to do.
There's literally no other way. You have to have gone 120 and then a drag into the 12 or the 20. There is no other way. Because you'd be aiming up for the last one. You'd have to hit a 51 or better to.
Unless it's a ridiculous pull of some way from, I don't know, he's left tops and he's gone.
He didn't even have time, so he wouldn't have even gone something as aggressive as like
treble 20, treble 10 tops.
Or double 8 or anything. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. However, he's been given more opportunities. Doesn't take it out with his next visit, but sets up tops. As Graham All has a missed dart at a double to close the gap to just 2. Team Barry can't take it out. Can Graham All take this out to close it to just 2 leads? Surely this time, if not, you would expect it being done now. Vienna, Graham All does take it. Damon and still on board 8. Team Barry 9, Graham All 7.
If you get a chance of a 7-visit leg at this level and it doesn't go while you're trying to defend your throats for the match, you probably don't deserve to stay in the match at that point. Yes, it gets nervous. Yes, it gets a little bit edgy. But at this level, if you get presented the opportunity of 7 visits to the board in a leg, you have to make sure that your opponent does not get the same offering. Gary Anderson is back to 5-4 behind now. He was 5-2 behind, back-to-back legs for Gando as they approach their second interval on the main stage. Callum Ridds, Nathan Aspinall, 6 apiece. Lee, I think this one might be heading for a noble. Neither player can really shake their opponent off. They do something good, then they have a bad visit. There's a lot of ropey darts involved in this one, still averaging 88 and 89 between them, but it is a good battle, a good scrap, and something that Nathan Aspinall is renowned for a little bit, I think. Ron Moulenkamp has taken the opener against Christoph Kachuk against the darts, but then he's gone 5, 140, 59 ton on his own. Kachuk sat on 81 after 9. So expecting this one to be 1 apiece. And Steve West, 6-4 behind now to Jose de Souza. I'll let you talk through the rest of the steps boards.
So Danny Noppert is 3-0 in front against Ryan Meatle, currently averaging 102. That's only going to double as he started the 4th leg with a 180. Ian White finds himself 3-2 behind. Made that 3-3 with a 119 checked out against Luke Humphries. Rob Frost and Gabriel Clemens are in the early stages, as that is just 1 apiece. And board 8 is where we are having a bit of drama. Graham All can't take out 102, so Team Barry's going to have more match darts. This time for a 10-7 win, 65. He does it that time. That is the end of our Riley's qualifiers. We had 2 down in tonight, but Devon Peterson got the better of Yellow Classen, and then Keane Barry's got the better of Graham Hall, 10-7. So all that is remaining in the UK Open is the professionals.
Yes, both of the Riley's amateurs have fallen in the 4th round that were remaining. Previous years, we've seen breakthroughs for Louis Williams. We've seen Fallon Sherrick represent the Riley's qualifiers. Let's not forget Rob Cross's story started at the UK Open. Barry Lynn was sensational that year. Also, who else? We've got Paul Hogan, the professional amateur. Alex Roy kept up his record of appearing in every single UK Open for a long, long time by entering the Riley's qualifiers. Wayne Jones was another that nearly added to that this year. But as it stands, there have only been 2 players that have played in every single UK Open now. Lee, do you know who they are?
James Wade.
He is one of them.
Steve Beaton.
He is the second one. Ooh.
Honestly, I was
about to say, you're not just a pretty face, but you're definitely not that. So let's move on pretty quickly. Second interval on stage number 1. Van Gerwen does have the advantage. He is 6-4 up against Gary Anderson, 97 average. Plays 93. It's not been the free-flowing, brilliant best that we saw from Van Gerwen in the Premier League last night, but so far it is enough. He just seems to have it in those key moments. Gary Anderson finding himself with too much to do too often to keep the pressure on. Nathan Aspinall has hit the front against Callum Ridds, but I expect the lead to change in this one a couple of times again, if it's possible, in the short amount of legs we have remaining. This has been a little bit of a battle between the 2 players. Ron Moulenkamp, again, is that 3 breaks a throw in a row as Ron the Bomb takes a 2-1 lead on Christoph Kachuk. And Steve West is staying with Jose de Souza right now. Both their averages have dropped, just 87 each. But it is 6-5 to the Portuguese man of scores. And he has the advantage of throw here in leg number 12. But Steve West is battling away on stage number 4.
With stage number 2 currently being 7-6 and board stage 8 being done, does Johnny Clayton play on stage 8 or move to stage 2? Because not just those considering it, however, we are still in the, when you look at MVG and Anderson, we're obviously only in the 2nd break. So it's not just obviously with those boards that could move Clayton to after Aspinall and Ridge, which would finish before MVG and Anderson. And you would assume Clayton and Luckman to finish before that last game on the main stage.
I was just having exactly the same thought. Obviously, they can run simultaneously. It's 25 past 9. What time are... Cullen vs. Wright is not scheduled to start, according to Live Darts data, until 10 p.m. They've allowed an hour per match. I don't think we're going to take 35 minutes to get that one started. And stage 2 is potentially 3 legs, a maximum of 5 legs, away from being over.
I knew you was going to say 6 then.
Just so stupid, isn't it? But you know what I mean.
Well,
they're not being moved because it's game on stage number 8.
Exactly.
Just underway. So we won't get an extra game, which is a little bit surprising. I thought if there was a chance, I thought they might do it, but no.
Yeah, just what I was about to say, that Johnny Clayton is underway.
Are we waiting on anymore? Let's just flash the draw up for you guys as a reminder. No, that one's underway. Mikel and Noppert is underway, and Noppert is absolutely flying, by the way. He's 4-0 up. Steve West, Jose, Ron Moulenkamp, Christoph Kachuk. No, we will not be sneaking an extra game onto any of the televised boards. Ooh.
Ryan Meatle needed that one. Danny Noppert average drops from 105 to 99, and that was due to missed starts in that one. However, Ryan Meatle cuts the gap to just 3 leads behind now. Could have been 5-0. It's now 4-1. Luke Humphries finds himself 5-3 behind against Ian White. And Rob Cross is 3-1 up against Gabriel Clemens.
So speaking of 105, that's exactly what Callum Ridds has just taken out to go 8-7 ahead of Nathan Aspinall. I told you the lead would change a couple of times in this one. Aspinall led 7-6. Ridge now leads 8-7 and has the advantage of throw, but the better opening couple of visits have gone the way of the Asp, looking potentially like 8-8. He's got 6 darts from 2-10 and finds a treble 20 with his first dart. This is looking good. Gando wants the big fish and only hits treble 5. Got excited over nothing in that one. 2 apiece in Ron Moulenkamp, Christoph Kachuk. I think that one is one that's just going to keep going and going and going throughout the rest of the evening. Jose de Souza, 2-leg cushion over Steve West and wants 107 to break the throw. Doesn't go 74, then crucial for West to get back within 1. We said, Lee, how much of a response we were looking for from Rob Cross. He's leading against Gabriel Clemens, but it's not pretty. It's an 88 average, plays an 84 for voltage after 5 legs.
Yeah, it's not pretty at all. But if Rob Cross was offered performance or result going into this one, as much as it didn't go his way last week for either of those, I think that especially coming in at your first game off the UK Open, you would take that result. So if he can get away with winning at 88, he will take a little bit of confidence and just get his name in the hat for Saturday. But if he wants to be a contender, that certainly needs to be upped, because at the moment being around that 88 mark isn't great. I do expect that to go up. How much is the question, but I would expect that to move upwards. I'm just seeing if Luke Humphries can take out Sitstein to old thrower then Ian White. Yes, he can. So Ian White's 5-4 in front now. Clayton takes the early leader, then Smart and Lukeman, and Danny Noppert has got an opportunity for a 167 to only store 40. Ryan Meikle back on 87. So the Barbat can tut the DAP to just 2 behind. Lukeman levels up against Clayton. That is now 1 apiece.
I think, Johnny, you're trying to say, what was the Chizzy score, please? He won 10-3 over Brendan Nolan.
Big visit for Frost. Can he take out 72? If not, Clemens is coming back for 96. Yes, he can. Better led from Frost. Just a hold, 15 dart holder throw, but looked a lot more comfortable straight at dart. So Rob Frost 4-2 in front now, and then Gabriel Clemens. That average around the 90 mark. What I led. Sorry, Dom. We'll come back to you in a second. What I led from Luke Humphries against the throw just before the interval. Ian White was 5-3 up. Humphries has just held throw, and the dense throws on 140, 180, 145 to leave 36 after 9. However, Ian White's on opportunity of 101 to hold. Can't take it out. So Luke Humphries to close, to level the store and get the break back. He does it. Tall hand is now 5 apiece with Ian White. Stood down this one, both around the mid-90s mark. But a lot of quality within there as Luke Humphries levels the store against Ian White.
You were going to say close the gap then, but there is no longer a gap, weren't you? Michael van Gerwen leads Gary Anderson 7-5, and that was the first real glimpse of the Michael that was struggling of old. 58, he went 18 outside, returned for the 40 after Gary couldn't take 150. Bit of a deflection on a second dart to drop it just below the treble, or he would have got dart at double 15. He went inside, outside, and then hit the double 10 final dart in hand. So the first time we've perhaps seen that little glimpse from Michael van Gerwen, and opportunities are going to present themselves if you can put pressure on Gary Anderson with a very comfortable hold, or so it looks like. There we go. So back to 7-6. He will need to break the Michael van Gerwen throw if he is going to win this match. That was a 13 dart leg from the Flying Scotsman. Still 95 average, plays a 94. I warned you this lead was going to change hands multiple times. Aspinall now leads again. He was 7-6 up. Then Rids led 8-7. Now Aspinall leads 9-8. And Rids wants 89 to force us to a decider.
Change once more. Rids wins. Flip completely back.
Potentially. That is 9-all, but Nathan Aspinall does have the darts in yet another noble leg. Can't really call it a noble leg, though, because I believe he's refereeing on stage 3 or stage 4, because on the main stage we have Hugh, and on stage number 2 we have Kirk Bevins. Definitely didn't forget Hugh's name. See that moment of hesitation. Deciding leg then between Rids and Aspinall, 9 apiece. Aspinall opens up with a 140. Rids responds with a 96. Sorry, I'm still... Apple Watch absolutely suck. Just a 60 from Aspinall, but then a terrible visit from Callum Rids. A 5 of 3 and a treble 19. Rescues it. 340s, 39 points behind. Was that the opportunity for Callum Rids to sneak ahead? Aspinall finds 90 something. I can't remember what he was on. 301, so that'd be a 96. And again, a troubleless visit from Callum Rids, just 40. Finds himself 95 points behind, plus these from Nathan Aspinall. It is looking like the Asp is going to hold on to his throw in the deciding leg. Leaves 145 after 12. Rids back in the treble bed. Needs to compose himself a little bit. 140 leaves a finish. Just a ton puts him on 200. Aspinall 145 then for the match. Doesn't need to go. But he finds a treble 20. He finds the treble 15. He wants tops for the match. Goes outside. Aspinall, though, Rids back on 200. Can only pressure the throw. Finds a 135 to leave 65, but you feel like it may be a little too late. Aspinall 3 in hand at double 20 for the Asp to win a decided leg. And he finds the double 1 first dart outside. Double 19 to save it. Doesn't go. And Callum Rids stuck with him in this leg. Wants 65. Finds a single 7, 58, 18 for tops. 1 dart then for the match. And it goes. Callum Rids does defeat Nathan Aspinall 10-9. The Asp missed the 4 match darts. Missed the tops from the 145 and then 3 in hand from 40. And Callum Rids comes for a scrappy affair with Nathan Aspinall 10-9. Both players under the 90 average mark, but superb in that one. I believe Michael Van Gerwen took out a 115 a few moments ago. Ball 15 ball. Gary Anderson responds with the next leg. And for the first time in a while, Michael Van Gerwen does not find at least a ton to open on his own darts. Just a 58, slight opening for Gary Anderson to get the break back that he needs, level up at 8 apiece, and then Gary would have the darts in the final 3 legs. He would have the advantage of throw in effectively a best of 3, but he has to break Michael Van Gerwen.
On the steps boards, Johnny Clayton is 3-2 in front of then Martin Luthman. And on board 7, we was talking previously about Rob Cross. That performance is very inconsistent. He's now 4 apiece with Gabriel Clemens. Clemens has got himself back into the game. We are back underway on board 6 as Lou Humphries and Ian White are 5 apiece. And Danny Noppert has then, after Ryan Meatle won back-to-back legs, it's now Noppert's turn to do exactly the same. And he sits 2 in front on that one. Clayton now extends his lead to 4-2. So Johnny Clayton is 4-2 in front. And Lou Humphries holds throw for a 6-5 lead on board 6. Just to see what Rob Frost and firing here is on 2-6-5. Finds a 95, so leaves the big fish. Comes back on 2-08.
Result then, Jose de Souza beats Steve West 10-7. He takes out 120 for the match. Sorry, I was just getting a little bit excited. Van Gerwen left 68. He went inside on tops to leave 20. Anderson wanted 72, but he's also made a mess of it and left himself on 20. Is that the chance to get back level? It certainly looks it. Van Gerwen, last start in hand, double 5, takes a 9-7 lead. Gary Anderson, what have you done, sir? I mean, he's opened up 180 in the next leg. These next legs have not been an issue for Gary Anderson. He has held his throw pretty comfortably since the second interval. However, he still needs to find a break of the Michael Van Gerwen throw. He needs to win 3 legs straight from here. 180 to open, not horrendous. But what did he do? He went single 16, single 16. The cameraman missed both. Finally zoomed in on the treble, on the tops, and dropped it low. However, leaves 181 after 6. Elsewhere on my boards, there is no more play on stage number 2. Waiting for the draw. That board has absolutely flown through. Bit of a shame that. Christoph Kachuk 4-3 up on Romelu Campbell. Said this one might take a while. Kachuk's averaging 100, but it does not look like that game was going to be played at any sort of pace whatsoever. And Van Gerwen cannot leave a finish. So 6 darts for Gary Anderson from 139 as a minimum. Making a hash of it. Just 43 to leave 96. 140 from Michael Van Gerwen or 137 would be real pressure. However, he finds a 42. Let's not talk about that game anymore, Lee. What have you got for the moment?
So Danny Nopper is running away on board 5 as he's 7-2 now in front. However, on board 7, the one I'm looking at the moment is Rob Frost, who finds himself behind for the first time since the opening stages, as he's 5-4 behind against the German giant. Just seeing what Frost can do on throw. Back-to-back 140s and then a 57. Clemens turn 135, 140 to leave 126. Big visit needed by Cross. If he doesn't take it, needs to leave it nicely, as Clemens is on 126. 94, I'm not sure that's quite good enough. Clemens on 126. Would fancy him to get a dart at the bull at a minimum. If the Doin sits 4 at the break, put a lot of pressure on Rob Cross. Clemens can't take it out. So we are now waiting on Rob Frost. Clemens missed a dart at a double. While we are waiting for Frost to do that, I've just seen Louis Humphries take out a ton plus finish. Didn't quite see what it was. Think it might have been a 112. As
Van Gerwen has taken out 48 to knock out Gary Anderson. The Flying Scotsman looked comfortable as anything in that final leg, but 12 darts in a row, went 42, 43, 56, 35, made a real hash of that last leg in the end, and allowed Michael Van Gerwen to just walk through the door with a 10-7 victory. Certainly looked like we'd seen signs of Gary Anderson of old once again in that match, especially after that second break. He looked so good on his own throw and pressure in the Michael Van Gerwen throw. But the Green Machine, the winner in Exeter last night, who potentially could have dropped to world number 6 by the end of this weekend, absolutely unheard of for him, has come through 10-7. Danny Nopper is closing in on a win, but as we just had a result on the stage, you know what time it is. Time for a cheeky little ad break. We'll be back in about 60 seconds.
Welcome back to Online Darts UK Open coverage as we are into the deep end of round 4. Thank you for Winmau for the continued support, as well as Bowl Sports who continue to support Online Darts. Just going to run you through a couple of storylines. Well, Dob has just gone for a quick break. Johnny Clayton is 5-4 against Martin Lukeman. However, Lukeman's just broke Johnny Clayton. Finds himself 110 here to then potentially level it up at 5 apiece. Clayton's back on 2-2-2. So it's not 4. Doesn't need to take it out in this visit. We have a break in the Clemens and Cross game. Clemens is 6-4 in front. Ian White against Lute Humphreys is 8-7 to Lute Humphreys, but it's White who's now got the throw, and Danny Noppert has done into the break, 8-2 in front. Martin Lukeman couldn't take out the threat out. However, following a Johnny Clayton 180, Martin Lukeman clears it up. So we are now 5 apiece on board 8. So we've got 3 games that are currently on a break, which is Martin Luckman, Johnny Clayton, 5 apiece, Gabriel Clemens, 6, Rob Cross, 4, and Danny Noppert, 8, Ryan Meikle, 2. Ian White and Lute Humphreys, as I said, is 8-7 to Lute Humphreys. And just having a look on Dobbs boards, we have a break on board 3, which is twist off to shut against Ron Meulenkamp. That is totally 3 apiece. On board 2, all the action is finished on there. But on board 1, we have 1 game remaining. As we've just seen Michael van der Owen beat Darry Anderson. But the remaining game sees world champion take on the 2022 Masters champion in Joe Cullen. So we have 1 game remaining on the main board. Just seeing now if Lute Humphreys can get a very important break against Ian White, and yes, he does. So Lute Humphreys moves 1 away. It's now 9-7 to tall hand. As we are seeing on the main screen, Michael van der Owen being interviewed as he's just got the better of Darry Anderson. He will be hoping for a bit of a nicer draw in round 5. Danny Noppert is 2 away, but Ryan Meikle looks like he's done that another lead on the board. And as me and Dob were talking about earlier on, Rob Frost, we needed to see an improved performance after his defeat last week to Twisted to Chut 6-1. We've not quite seen that yet. He finds himself 6-4 behind. And he can't take out the 1-2-2. Had a darter to double, but missed it. Gabriel Clemens coming back for a 1-0-1. Would only be an old for Clemens, but it would be a big old. Can't take it, so Rob Frost, double 7. Will he split it in those 6, double 4, or those straight 4, the 7s? Just see if Rob Frost can take this out as Dob returns.
Hello.
Rob Frost, 14. Can he take this out and break back? Yes, he does. Straight after the interval, Rob Frost is now 6-5 behind, but that's that important break back. As Lute Humphreys is just 87 points away from victory. Dob, I believe you just have the 1 game in play on your boards, and it is at the break at 5 apiece.
I believe you are right. Although I'm waiting on one more. Obviously, Joe Cullen against Peter Wright will be up on the main stage very, very shortly.
Someone having a mid-interval snap, my friend?
Yes, mate. I bought Domino's earlier, and I've still got some dough balls left.
My takeaway is being ordered.
Nice of the pizza back there as well, but I'll get on them once we are finished. I was just having a quick look at the world rankings. Obviously, we know there is a potential for Peter Wright to become world number 1 at the minute. And despite how brutal this draw has been, they're not all safe yet. We're obviously going to lose either Peter Wright or Joe Cullen. But in terms of top 16, so far we have only lost Nathan Aspinall, Christoph Ratajski, and Gary Anderson. Luke Humphreys looking pretty sharp, but he's not anywhere near that yet. Rob Cross potentially in trouble. He is world number 10. Johnny Clayton, 5 apiece, and Martin Lukeman. And then we are 100% guaranteed to lose one of Peter Wright or Joe Cullen, as I said. But other than that, that's not a bad return for the top 16, despite knowing how brutal this event and draw can be.
Yeah, and what we've seen today is, like it says, the matchups. But it can open up a draw for some players to climb up with a prize money of 100k. I'm sure we was talking about it on Monday, but there's opportunities there for big earnings from the UK Open. It puts you into a stage in the PDC Tour that we probably, well, hopefully we never have again, where you've got 3-4 months of just earning money that will go on your rankings for all players, where nothing will be coming off because you've got no Pro Tour events that was there 2 years ago. I think there's only 2 in a 3-month period. So it's a good opportunity for players to get in that right form, because they can build on that over the next few Pro Tours, Euro Tours, and build themselves up that average without worrying about any money coming off.
They can indeed. Just chuck another poll in the chat room for you folks. Want to know who you think wins the last game up on stage 1? Peter Wright or Joe Cullen?
Danny Noppert moves 1 lead away. That is now 9-2. Louis Humphries, as we know, is 1 lead away. That is 9-8 against Ian White. Ian White's got 1-4-3 to save the day. If he can't take it out, Humphries will be coming back for 76. And he can't take it out. Opportunity for Humphries. Humphries can't take it. Will Ian White be taking us all the way? 84 needed for Ian White. As Rob Frost level things up against Gabriel Clemens. Can Ian White take out an 84 check out? Yes, he can. So we have a Noble in the Ian White Louis Humphries name. Noble's not going to happen on board 5 as Danny Noppert's 9-2 in front and has now got 3 match darts. Have a Noble. Can Noppy take out double 12 for a very impressive win? No, we can't. Ryan Meikle will be coming back. You would think he will have plenty more opportunities to cut out the barber from the UK Open.
Oh, I like it.
Surprised I've got anything left in me, but there we go. There's one. In the Noble lead, Louis Humphries has done back-to-back 100. Ian White only finds a score of 58. $180 by Louis Humphries. Total control now on stage 6 in this Noble lead. 1-2-1 left after 9. Ian White fires in 58 and 140. But he needs a minimum of 1-3-3 to leave a finish. And he finds a 1-3-3. So Ian White's on the big fish. Louis Humphries is on 1-2-1. It's Louis Humphries who will be coming to the board first. Louis Humphries can't take it out. Leaves 38. Would assume a missed start at ball there and is just at the 12. Rob Frost and Gabriel Clemens sits apiece. Martin Luckman and Johnny Clayton sits apiece. Potentially have a few stories brewing across 7 and 6. And Ian White has just beat Louis Humphries by taking out the big fish. What a finish by Ian White. I did not see that come in as I moved on to the other boards. But Ian White with a 12 dart lead to beat Louis Humphries 10-9.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And actually, Danny Noppert could be about to do exactly the same against Ryan Meikle.
Just where I was looking to see if he could. Oh, big check out by Johnny Clayton. It's only a hold of throw, but a 100 check out means he stays in front. And then it's Martin Luckman. Johnny Clayton 7 sits up. Rob Frost 7 sits up. But as you mentioned, can Noppy take out a 170 to win the game? As he would have probably just heard the roar from board 6 of Ian White. Not sure a roar.
To it. He might have even watched it. Instead of watching what Ryan Meikle was doing, he would have glanced across.
Go on, Noppy.
Surely not. Surely not. No, just the one
Not-
3-4 to leave 36. Superb setup shot, and you fully expect. Actually, no, Ryan Meikle could take out the 97, but you still expect Danny Noppert to get over the line in this one. Peter Wright is on stage in that extremely colourful, trippy
I want those trousers.
60s get up that I think, did he wear that in the Premier League as well, or is that just his new range of shirts? Are they his own shirts now? Is that what he's going for?
I think I'm assuming his new range shirt. I think they look slightly different. The
Them
arms.
trousers are very bizarre. Joe
However,
Cullen,
instead of,
one of the best walk-ons in the sport, I think.
instead of talking about trousers for now, otherwise we'll be down on to Keith Della shortly if we carry on talking about trousers.
So we can be started on Della's trousers.
Stage 5, we have the result, and Danny Noppert beats Ryan Meikle 10-3. So that will be the end of darts on stage 5 and stage 6. Gabriel Clemens just fires in a 170. The big fish are just coming in absolutely everywhere. As Gabriel Clemens, it's a 170 to break Rob Cross, and we are now 7 apiece. We have 2 games left on the steps boards for this weekend, and they are both 7 each, with Rob Cross 7, Gabriel Clemens 7, Martin Luthman 7, Johnny Clayton 7. I think after these 2 finish, I'm down for a little nap, Dob, and I'll come back for the draw.
It's mental.
Clemens has now its 6 perfect darts. Finished that one with a 170 and has started this one with the throw, firing in a 180. What a way this
This
would be.
isn't a thing in our stream so far, but
Say that again.
ta-da!
There we go.
We have a fishing gif.
That could have been out an awful lot today. Awful lot.
Mental. How do you
Um,
get 2 and potentially a third within the space of 3 boards? They're all next to each other.
Yeah. And one to win it as well with your opponent on a finish. It was a 3 dart finish, however, still a finish. The firing a 170 in a last leg decider is very, very special. To not only be beaten by a 9 dart, I would say, which we've also saw very, very recently, just a few months back. However, with both these games at 7 apiece, it looks like Clemens is going to take an 8-7 lead if he can take out 32. And a potential opportunity for Martin Luthman on board 8. Clemens does go 8-7 in front. Clayton cannot take out Shandai, only stores 41 to leave 79. Martin Luthman for an 8-7 win. With only a couple of games left on these stages, we could have a big story coming in on board 8 if Martin Luthman can take it out. No, we can't. Johnny Clayton's coming back for 79.
Dan says, the saying on ITV, right, not 100%. Is that his back or is that through illness? Because he did look like he was holding his back in pain during parts of the Premier League in the semi-final against James Wade. Obviously, he did go on to win that match pretty comfortably, but then his level dropped off significantly in the final. Cameron, please don't swear in the chat room. We'll just have to remove it. We are not that sort of channel. Snakebite does take the first leg though in 19 darts, and then he fires in a 180. He had gallstones. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Christoph Kachuk goes 7-6 up on Ron Mullicabley. I told you this one would go on all night and probably be one of the last to finish, didn't I? They've just been level trading holds for a long, long time in this one. And oh my, for a man that doesn't feel very well, Peter Hart has gone 180, 177. Rob Cross has just missed bullseye for a 161 to level up at 8 apiece, with Clemens sat on 76. However, Snakebite wants 144 for the perfect leg, and he finds a single 21st dart. Snakey, what you doing to me? Gabriel Clemens, what you doing to Rob Crossley?
Performance from Gabriel Clemens at the back end of this game has just been sensational, as we saw with the big fish. But he's storing in here as well. He's now 9-7, just one lead away, and then going into this leg, where he's got the throw. However, he's expected a bit of pressure from Cross. He's just alleviated that with a 180, which I would feel that has just hit Rob Cross like a haymaker, because he can only return with a 44. Gabriel Clemens fires in a 100. As on board 8, Johnny Clayton is making sure that Luckman doesn't get the better of him with a 105 check out to move one away. So both of these were at 7-7, but it's now Clemens 9, Rob Cross 7, and Johnny Clayton 9, Martin Luckman 7. Will we have a twist in the towel on any of these boards?
We might get it on the stage board. Peter Wright left himself 9 after 9 darts. After 12 darts, sorry. Then misses and leaves 4. And Collins steals the leg in 17 darts, hitting double 6 himself. Literally, after Peter Wright had gone 180, 177, Ron Moulenkamp did the inverse. He went 177, 180. But he's also then gone 30, 86 to leave 28 after 12. Kachuk back on 118. So an outside chance that he does still pinch this leg. Gabriel Clemens Lee, 32 points away from the match against Rob Cross. And you have to say, the last 3 legs, there isn't an awful lot Rob Cross could do about it. He missed bullseye for a 161. That is the only criticism you can find of him.
Yeah, and he's got another opportunity because, as you said, Clemens had matched darts. However, he's now left double 2, but it needs a big one from Rob Cross. How things have happened on these stages recently, you wouldn't bat against Rob Cross taking this out. You can't know, but Clemens has got double 2 for the match. And as you said, 15 darts to leave 60 out from Rob Cross. You would like to think you would get an opportunity. However, Clemens cleans it up in 16. So Gabriel Clemens wins this one 10-7, and Johnny Clayton looks like he could be edging closer as he leaves double 18. If you just want to stay with me, Dob, Johnny Clayton leaves double 18 for a 10-7 lead, a 10-7 win over Martin Luckman. He can't take out 144, but does leave double 8. So apply some pressure on the ferret. Can the ferret take it out? No, he can't. Oh, did not see that coming. He's come inside on 18s and 9s. Come inside on the 9 with his last start to leave 9. And Martin Luckman, that's a break. We are now 9-8. So we do continue on stage 8. And Dob, I'm not sure if you've seen it on Twitter, but a tweet went out around words exchanged between Mensur Sulovic and Tim Hybretts.
Shock!
Tim Hybretts has come back out and says there were no words exchanged. Both of us said that the stage was a disgrace. You could feel every step taken on there. We are really good friends and still are. So it's fake news. So there's no dispute between the players. However,
former stablemates are very, very good friends from what I know.
Yeah, so he's just confirming that there were no words said between the two players. However, he's not very happy, and it seems like both players wasn't very happy with the stage, which was stage 8, I believe, where the action is still ongoing.
Johnny Clayton is now. Clemens has beaten Rob Cross, by the way, folks. He takes out 4 with 1 dart. Rob vaulted Cross in a little bit of trouble right now, Lee, considering the noise that his camp was making after being overlooked for the Premier League this year. He has not had the best start to 2022. Just anywhere near suggest to those people that maybe they were wrong to leave him out.
I will come back to you. I will come back to you on that very point shortly. However, Johnny Clayton has just shown his class. He's just been broken for the gap to be closing to just 1. However, against the throw, he's done 3 throws of 140 to leave 81. Again, though, say he's shown his class, but on them crucial doubles, he's missed on the past 2 legs. So Martin Luckman, 70, to take us to a noble lead. I'd love a noble lead to finish off on the steps board for this weekend at the UK Open. And Martin Luckman listens to me and takes out 70 in 3. We are going all the way in this Johnny Clayton, Martin Luckman day. Back to Rob Cross. It seemed, Dob, we was talking about it, I believe, on Monday, about the players when we was previewing the UK Open, and there's players who need to react to not being in this year's Premier League. With Cross, who was the obvious one, but your Dimmy, your Jose's, there's a few others in that mix. Probably not on performances, but Cheesy's always in and around there. The players like that who always you expect a reaction when they're not in, whether it be vocal or on the dartboard. I think with Rob Cross, what we've seen is his management team have been very vocal. And then we saw a comment, we saw on the back of the interview with Matt Porter and Phil around that the top 4 is still a rule. And Rob come out and made a comment, I believe, saying that, okay, well, that's the aim. Rob, top 4, as simple as that. He's very vocal about it. However, his player just isn't performing at the moment. Today wasn't great. However, the last 3 legs was outstanding by Clemens. But a normal Rob Cross wouldn't be in that situation because he wouldn't be averaging around 87, 88. He would have stepped up that level to get in that position. So hopefully we'll see Rob Cross return because when he played at the European Championships, he was just outstanding the back end of last year.
Yeah, just a little bit of a blip, perhaps.
Yeah, just to go back to stage 8, Clayton then finds a couple of 140s, 78 and 59 in between it. But he leads 84, mate. That's 16 now after 5 visits to the board. And unfortunately for Martin Luckman, he's done himself back in the game. But his first 3 visits to the board didn't find a treble, then found 95. And it looks like he's had an unfortunate bounce out to only 120 to leave 162. So Johnny Clayton will have 6 starts to make sure there's no upset on stage 8 and put himself a place into the 5th round. Can the ferret take it out? Yes, he does. First start in hand. Johnny Clayton, that's the better of Martin Luckman. So on boards 5, 6, 7 and 8, we are all done and there was no tragedy for Johnny Clayton.
2 multiplied by 10 plus 1. Romeo done.
I'm disappointed that wasn't steps, by the way. I've seen the back end and I'll steps.
Don't find me steps, so put it at the back end and I'll play you steps. But make sure it's a short enough clip that we don't get done for copyright. Indeed, Johnny Clayton through then. Would have been interesting if had that not gone, obviously. But he does progress nonetheless. So we are at most going to lose 4 players in the top 16 after round number 4, either Peter Wright or Joe Cullen, Gary Anderson, Christoph Ratajski, and Nathan Aspinall. And a reminder, Gary Anderson faced off against Michael Van Gerwen, who was also in the top 16, so whatever happened, we're going to lose that one. And Christoph Ratajski faced off against Gerwin Price, who also in the top 16, so we're guaranteed to lose that one. The only player to have fallen in the top 16 that did not face a fellow top 16 player is Nathan Aspinall. He lost 10-9 to Callan Ridds in an absolute slogfest over on stage number 2. Christoph Kachuk then 1 leg away from joining the hat. Ron Moolenkamp needs 3 on the spin. %79% of you back in Peter Wright to win this one. I'm going to end that one there. I shall start adding on. Oh, look who I voted for when he's 9-6 up or something ridiculous. Opportunity.
I voted for Peter Wright, I believe, but that was just before someone mentioned that ITV4 have mentioned he's got an injury. So
yeah, I can't lie, so did I.
Yeah, so I did vote for Peter Wright. I probably still would because, like I said, I think he had a bit of one yesterday. He's not playing bad, is he? So probably still would have stuck with Wright, but as it's the last game, or well, will be the last game on, I can see it going very, very close in what looks now a jam-packed Minehead main stage.
It does. It could be it for the long haul, and this is where potentially we could have been watching Johnny Clayton against Martin Lukeman on stage 2.
What I find quite strange is that they seem to get it around spot on as they have done today, with the other boards 2 to 8 starting a little earlier. And they seem to have timed that very well, but then they move to the night game and they just 4 across all boards and we'll start exactly at the same time, where obviously you've got more breaks. So either include a break after 5 in the other boards, or start the other boards at 6:45 and the main stage at 7 o'clock. Even if it's 15-20 minutes, surely it would change us being in this situation where we are 1 break in at that first game and we are nearly finished in all other games.
Yeah. I guess from ITV's point of view, all eyes are now on their coverage, which is what they pay for. So, it does go in their favour a little bit. But yeah, like for those of us that have access to everything else and know that it's been done in the past, normally the games get moved on to stage 1, to be fair, if you get absolutely flown through. And results on stage 2, most of them, apart from the Aspinall Ridge game, have been quick enough. I don't think you expect Dimitri van der Berg to beat Darryl Gurney 10-2 every time they play. Vincent van der Voort was pretty quick against Jermaine Watamena, although that could have gone all the way and we'd still have had time to move the game. And I know, look, it could have been anyone. We were just saying Johnny Clayton because it happened that stage 8 was the one that was running the longest and he was sat ready to go. If anybody was sat there with potentially 2 or 3 legs left on a streaming game and knowing that we had another game to go on that board as well, etc., it just would have made sense to give us something else to be watching at the same time. However, we do get to see Peter Wright against Joe Cullen, which is brilliant, but given the new Premier League format, we've sort of been there and done that, haven't we?
Yeah, and that was one, and I guess it's something we can sort of debate while there's only that one game on, is a lot of people were talking about these Premier League games being too often maybe, and that, on average you could meet 5 or 6 times across the Premier League season. What people wasn't considering at that stage is that in between the Premier Leagues, we have Pro Tours, we have Euro Tours, mainly Euro Tours and stuff like the UK Open, which means we could see these face 10 times in a 3-month period. We saw Derwin Price and Peter Wright in the final on Sunday, and then meet them in the quarterfinal or last 8 game, if we're not calling it a quarterfinal anymore in the Premier League.
We could be 6 legs from Peter Wright away from potentially seeing Peter Wright and Gerwyn Price for the 3rd time in 7 days, and then them running into each other in the Premier League again on Thursday night in Brighton.
I'm not opposed to meeting them at any point. I just want to see
not in this tournament, because there is the underlying story of World Number 1. If the World Number 1 wasn't on the table, I think we'd be sat here going, I'm a bit bored of this matchup. This should be special. The number 1 and the number 2 player in the world should be special occurrences. They should be meeting late on in tournaments for the biggest trophies.
Yes. Yeah. I agree. I'm losing to, when I'm looking at the Premier League and reviewing the Premier League with piece on our website and talking about it, I'm excited about that night's action. What I'm not really excited about is looking at the league table and seeing who's positioned here and who's positioned there, because that league table has no impact at all really until week 11, 12 maybe. Week 8 is it when they clash and you meet seeded 8. But at the moment, there's just a huge gap appearing. So it's that one night that I'm interested about. But the Premier League format just doesn't feel right for me as it is. You've got to include more players than the 8.
Completely agree.
However, Peter Wright and Joe Cullen might not be the last game to be played in this UK Open if he carries on.
No, this final leg would have to take 5 legs of Peter Wright's time. Moulenkamp has levelled up with Chris.
Would you be surprised if that happened?
There'd be an awful lot of doubles missed, unless these boys are just going to stop hitting steady 60s and completely fall apart. I don't think Peter Wright's that quick anyway. If it was maybe Cameron Menzies against, I don't know, a Bunting or a Ricky Evans, then I could potentially see it. Well, saying that, Kachuk scored 60 about 45 seconds ago. And a 43 from Ron Moulenkamp. We are going all the way. In fact, why are we sat watching just that? Here you go, guys.
Two-time
Pick
dub.
that one for you instead.
I've just seen the clip from ITV of Jose de Souza and Steve West that when he won the Dame, I'm not sure if you see it on the screen at the time, that when he won his Dame, I think it was 10-7, but Jose didn't know he'd won, so when he hit his final dart, he went and stood behind Steve West, waiting for Steve West to throw his darts for the next lead. However, Steve West didn't react straight away, and we just stood there staring at the board.
That is the most Jose thing I've potentially ever heard. Wouldn't be the first time either. We've seen it the other way around, haven't we? We've seen him celebrate as if he's won, but not realise it's too clear, etc. Or
yeah, I love the man Jose. I think he's great. He's great for the sport. There's parts of his game, obviously, we wouldn't like to see. I'm all for the fantastic different ways of checking out the story. I understand people's views of not finding it entertaining. I'm with that. Once or twice it happening, you can get it. When it's continuous, then it's a bit of a problem. But I'm a huge fan with Rose of Jose de Souza. I'm a huge fan and would love to see him get another title under his belt.
I'm a bit worried he might have missed the boat on that. I'm not sure he's top 8, top 4 level at the moment.
I'm not sure you have to be that level to pick up a title. You have the weekends of a shot winner. You have UK Open draws. If tonight we see another one where, if it's right price or MVG, there could be windows potentially open up for players. This is sort of the tournament you'd expect that to happen. But I think Jose could have a deep run. I've not seen him. I didn't see his name tonight. I believe it must have been on one of your boards, Dob. But
Beat Steve West, didn't it? We just spoke about it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what board it was on. Sorry, I'm assuming it was one of yours. But it's one I would love to see pick up another title.
I'm not sure he's got the battling qualities of a Rob Cross or a Nathan Aspinall, which to me means he needs to produce his top game for an entire weekend. And I just think there's a few too many inconsistencies in his game creeping in right now for him to be able to pick up one of those, even on a weekend, like you said. And he seems to be a player that hasn't really responded well to crowds being back. Let's not forget, a lot of his success was behind closed doors.
Which I find crazy because the support he gets
is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. And maybe that might be the case because he's feeling the pressure of all the fans on his side. We've seen good performances from him, but not the quality we've seen behind closed doors. As we look to be coming to a close in this Noble Lead Dog.
Thought that, but that just took forever to take that last visit from Ron Moulenkamp. Christoph Kachuk wants 88 for the match. He's been in control for an awful lot of this match, had the better average from the very get-go, but it's looking like he might only get a dart at the bullseye. He doesn't. He goes 20, treble 4, treble 18, and inside on the double 7. And Ron Moulenkamp has 3 darts in hand, 424. I think this will be his 4th straight leg in a row. At least his 3rd. He was 9-7 behind. For Ron the Bomb to defeat Christoph Kachuk and leave Sebastian Bielecki as the last remaining Polish representative in the UK Open. We lost Krzysztof Ratajski. We've now lost Christoph Kachuk. And we also lost Radek Cyganski earlier on in the day as Ron Moulenkamp does defeat Christoph Kachuk 10-9. Another decided leg lead. We didn't get any in the opening round of fixtures tonight, but the next 3 round of fixtures have certainly produced a few. Ron the Bomb defeats Christoph Kachuk 10-9 and progresses into the draw for the fifth round, and he will be ball number 31. I think they're numbered in order of when they win their games this evening. And we're big again.
Yeah, I think they did today. Obviously, minus the top 32 were...
Top 32 where there was 32, and then 33 to 64 were in the order that they won their game. So I believe that's what we get for the draw for the rest of the day. So if you want to work out what number your favourite players are ahead of the draw, so you can hear the number before Johnny Mac struggles to read out some of their names. Bless him that he did make a hash of some of those pronunciations. It was like watching Lee Boyce in his first week of EUQ school. I
thought he was going to say like the first day of the UK Open today. I'd have took that as well. Something that was the same.
Your first day of EUQ school. I definitely remember dropping you a couple of messages going, that's not how you say that one.
Oh, yeah, you wasn't the only one to do that, whether it be on the stream. I will give it a go, and I will always apologise beforehand that I'm probably going to let it run before I let it run, because I know I am now to let it run. However, I will always give it a go and try my best not to offend anyone on the way of doing that. But we are now going to another break. And Dob, your showing is in front of mine. So when we come to the draw, I will leave you to do the honours if that's okay.
Of course. I did wonder where we'd be with that one. I'm watching for ITV Player. So some of you at home might see it just before us. Please don't spoil in the chat when we do get to the draw. We'll only be a couple of seconds either way from all of you guys, but we will take it in together.
I will just check on my other one to see.
Now, let's do a very... We are going to stay live for the draw. Obviously, we won't have graphics up on screen. We will talk you through it as we see it on TV. Let's list the players in the hat already then. These are in board order. Marco Van Gogh is not up there yet. Let's refresh and see if all the top 60. Oh, no, because we're still waiting on some from the board 1 and board 2 to go into Dark Connect, aren't we? So I can't do it that way. I was just going to try and list who's still in the competition. We do see Van der Voort. It felt like a long time ago, Lee, that he was the first man through. Dimitri Van den Berg, absolutely superb in his demolition of Daryl Gurney as well. Damon Heta, many people's outside pick for a run, is joined in the last 32 by his compatriot Simon Whitlock. Boris Kirchmar, 10-5 victor over Luke Woodhouse. We've just seen Ron the Bomb, 10-9 victory over Krzysztof Kachuk. Sebastian Bielecki, as I said, the last remaining Polish player in the competition. The youngster hit that 9-darter last year famously, then lost in the round afterwards to somebody else hitting a 9-darter. He beat Richie Headhouse 10-6. We know Connors into the next round. Devon Peterson, despite averaging nearly 10 points less than Jelle Klassen for an awful lot of the match, defeats the Dutchman 10-6. Very good victory for Big Dev. Jose de Salz's into the next round, as is Martin Schindler, who beat Ryan Joyce. Not been the best start to 2022 for Relentless. Scott Waite, just an 87 average, but he does get over the line 10-5 against Glenn Duran in a battle of former BDO world champions. Dave Chisnell was superb in a 10-3 victory over Brendan Dolan. Dolan with the better average, despite only winning 3 legs. Again, they are just a guide. Danny Nopper, again, brilliant 10-3 victory over Ryan Meikle. Stephen Bunting, 10-4 over Mervyn King. Gert Nenches was the man to obviously kill my accumulator tonight. That's just the way some of these things go. He defeated Florian Hempel 10-5. Jamie Hughes with a victory over Adam Gaulas, who had one of the better celebrations over in centre stage. Huge reaction from Ron Moulenkamp, by the way, who leaps off the stage to celebrate with people after winning that final leg against Krzysztof Kachuk. Charlie Korstefin, the man refereeing. Excellent to see him involved in the PDC side of the game. Ian White with possibly the moment of the tournament earlier on, Lee. He took out the big fish to beat Luke Humphreys, locked in at 9 apiece. Luke had just taken out something pretty decent to get us level. I forget, but it was one of your games. And Ian White fires in 12 dart leg with the big fish to win the match. We then saw it again very, very shortly afterwards from Gabriel Clemens. And we very, very nearly saw it from Danny Nopper to win his match as well. All on adjacent boards. That would have been something special over in centre stage in Minehead. Ricky Evans, 10-9 victory over Darius Labanauskas. That was a huge comeback from Rapid Ricky. He was miles behind at one point, 7-1, 7-2 maybe, something like that.
8-2.
8-2 behind, wins 8 of the next 9 legs to get over the line. Dirk van Dijvenbode, a 10-6 win over Willie Borland, avenging his fellow compatriot Raymond van Barneveld. Gabriel Clemens with that victory over Rob Cross. Neil Zonneveld beating Jim Williams. That one just seemed to sneak under the radar a little bit. Kim Huybrecht is out. He lost to Mensur Sudovic 10-9. Graham Hall, one of 2 Riley's qualifiers to make it into the draw for the 4th round, is out. Him and Yella Class are both out. Keen Barry, the man to do the damage in that one, with just under 100 average. And we saw Johnny Clayton wrap up a 10-9 victory over Martin Lukeman. Names I haven't mentioned in there because they haven't been added to this just yet. Michael Van Gerwen defeating Gary Anderson 10-7, and Nathan Aspinall. No, that one's there. What one are we missing? 1, 2, 3. What was the last game on board 2?
It was, I will tell you very quickly, it was Talon Riggs and Nathan Aspinall.
That one's there. No, all 4 of them are there. Maybe that's
Riggs,
all we're missing. Perfect.
Aspinall, Lennon Wade, Dimitri Durney, and Van der Voort. What a meeting.
So that's everybody in the draw then for you guys, potentially about to be joined by, well, not potentially, will definitely be joined by either Peter Wright or Joe Cullen. Yes. If you got any questions about the day, drop them in the chat room. We'll do our best to answer them for you as Peter Wright opens up his lead just that little bit more now. 7-4 to the good for Snakebite.
I've got now a friend. I was about to have a question for you, but I've found my answer. So it's fine.
Oh, okay.
I was about to ask what time proceedings are starting tomorrow. Was it? It's 11:45 day 1 and 12:45 day 2, isn't it?
Oh, thanks. I didn't know that. I was going to have to try and dig it out later and try and work out what time to set my alarm for, because I have no intention of waking up early tomorrow.
Neither do I can tell you that for sure. I've got takeaway incoming, maybe a glass of wine this evening, but I will make sure I am fresh and raring to go as it is me and you then tomorrow.
Yes.
I'm trying to think back to who I tipped to win this weekend.
No idea. Lee says Scott Waite's going to win.
I didn't say him. No, definitely didn't say him.
He had the second worst average of anybody that has won so far in the last 64. So I admire your optimism, but form would suggest possibly not.
Do you think we have the Premier League boys meter then in this draw?
We might see one.
And also, now we are talking about the draw, one thing I've noticed that I've not seen before, those wooden balls that they were using for
instead
the
of
draw.
the black, like almost like snooker balls normally, aren't they?
Yeah. I liked them. I like the look of them. I thought it was something a bit different.
Very rustic.
Yes, very much so. Obviously, you were saying there's a few errors with John McDonald and the names, but we didn't have the sound on as we was bringing the draw to you. It seemed like there was a bit of an error early on with the graphic. The first one took an awful lot of time to load on the screen. I think it was by the time the third player was announced, we'd finally saw the first 2 names, but we then got the draw, and it is looking more and more likely.
It's going to be Peter Wright, Joe Cullen, missing darts for 71, believe it was, and Peter Wright punishing with a 120. Shanghai checkout of his own. He's 8-4 up, just 2 legs away from joining Peter Wright, from joining Gerwin Price, Michael Van Gerwen, and co. in the draw for the 5th round. Do you know what, Henry? I'll give you that. You're chucking the eyes up there, but it is certainly one of the more aesthetically pleasing kazoo stage sets we have had.
I'm still not a huge fan. However, it is better and getting better. I was there at Leicester. I was with you at Leicester, Dob. And that stage... No. The grey kazoo stage, the completely grey. This
Mate,
one.
That event was sponsored by Boyle Sports.
Was it? What am I on about? Grand Slam. There we are. Grand Slam.
We were at the Grand Prix, mate. That was sponsored by our current sponsors, Boyle Sports. Do check them out this weekend. Please make sure you do so responsibly. You just wanted to set me up for that, didn't you? That's what it was.
Yeah, I knew exactly what I was doing. It was the Grand Slam. It was just, I don't know why, but it was me talking about the Grand Slam and thinking Leicester. No idea why I did that. However, that was something that just come to mind. But it certainly looked a better setup and stage. However, I'm not still fully convinced.
I like the logo. I think that's the issue. It's just a bit garish and quite big in the corner. Superb checkup, by the way, from Joseph Cullen, 125 ball, 25 bull. It just looks so good when it goes that way, rather than the 25 treble 20 tops. Just firing it all in on that bullseye. Reminds me of that clip of Eric Bristow and John Lowe just firing in 150 followed by another 150 on the bullseye. Just brilliant that. Speaking of John Lowe, Eric Bristow, World Seniors heading to Lakeside in 12 weeks exactly for the Seniors Masters. The draw came, or the order of play came out earlier in the week. Tickets start from just £30. If you fancy a trip to Lakeside to see the legends in action. Phil Taylor headlining the Friday night's action. Robert Thornton, the reigning Seniors World Champion, will be in action potentially against Kevin Painter, a rematch of that semi-final that was so good at the Circus Tavern.
Yeah, great draw. After the build-up to the World Seniors World Championship, we felt like we was talking about it for 8 months, but it certainly delivered. And I think now, obviously, we're lucky enough to work closely with it. But I'm just looking forward to more and more events. We've seen like people like Andy Hamilton was soon on social media this week that he's now got his Seniors Tour card. There's someone else, I believe.
Within the space of a week, Andy Hamilton and Alan Norris both.
Alan Norris, there we go, yeah.
World Seniors Tour card. Hopefully going to see both of those boys in Newbury at the first Open Series, then the qualifier in Reading, and then we'll be at the Lakeside.
What I would say is, I think they would have seen it and realised that it's not just I'm turning up for like an exhibition tournament. The level was a lot better than I thought. I was expecting a range of games with some really high quality, but the level that Rob Thornton put in to lift that title was just sensational. And I don't think Rob Thornton's performance-wise is going to go anywhere at all this year. Not saying he's going to go and pitch everyone else, but people like Kevin Painter will be down away thinking, you know, I need to up my game to push him further. There's people who would have got knocked out first round and think, I want a bit more of that action. I don't want to be there for one night, just open up the show and then disappear. Because all round, the crowd was great. The performances was very good. So I think the Seniors is only going to go down to that better and better. And to see people like Andy Hamilton and Chuck Norris potentially throwing themselves into qualifiers and opens is only going to make people more and more want to get involved in this.
I completely agree. That being said, Henry makes a good point, and it all sort of links into one. He says Seniors Week at the Lively. To an extent, we've seen that a little bit. Jim McEwen is the first man sat waiting for finals night in Champions Week tomorrow evening. He came through Group A to begin. Let's not forget, Robert Thornton did not make it to Champions Week, the reigning World Seniors World Champion. Lisa Ashton did, but she missed out on leg difference earlier today to sneak in that qualifier, to seek in the action tomorrow night as well. Once we finish about 11 o'clock, the live league will be live on our YouTube channel, so make sure you jump over and stay tuned for that one. The final part of Group B action, to give you the final few players that will take part in Champions Week finals night tomorrow. The winner, of course, will take home £6,000. And then we restart again, and then potentially we could have a Seniors Week. It would be nice to start getting themed weeks, I think.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I know there's been a lot of talk about a ladies' week. Seniors being there. Potentially a youth week when we talked about under 25s. Probably be another option that we could do.
They have to be over 18, but yes, it's definitely on the
yeah, between that 18 and 25 bracket, there's surely enough players who are in that. Or if we extend it to under 30s, it's not as if we maybe not label it then a youth, but you know what I mean in regards to that category. And we can certainly have some of those. Some ideas for Mr. Bars. I'm sure he's listening in the background in Minehead.
Well, he should be doing some interviews if he knows what's good for him. We need some more content up on the YouTube channel. If you haven't done so already, please do drop us a like and subscribe to the channel. That would really help us out massively. Then you won't miss us when we go live tomorrow. In terms of coverage tomorrow, we're going to be live as long as there is multi-board action. That will drop off later in the evening. So we're going to be live throughout the day as a minimum. Once we're down to 2 boards, we'll probably drop off. But we're just going to play it by ear as we go tomorrow. There's no point covering and sit here talking for stuff that all of you guys can view the same way that you would a Euro Tour, Pro Tour, etc. Once you don't need us to tell you what's going on. So we're going to go until that moment tomorrow. And we'll know who we're talking about very, very soon. As the match is now over, Lee. We've been talking over the last couple of legs. Joe Cullen just missed tops for a 1.57 to keep this one going a bit longer. Peter Wright does not miss tops, 13 dart leg to get over the line. That's a 10-6 victory for Snakebite, 97 match average, and he becomes the 32nd man into the draw for the 5th round.
He certainly does, and we are soon going to have the draw for round 5.
We are indeed. We're just going to fire in one more quick little ad break for you guys. Once we're done with that, they'll be back ready on stage in Minehead for the draw for the 5th round. You've heard that often enough to know when you need to be back and sat down in that seat, haven't you, Lee? I see you sneaking in and out of shot every single time.
Time to perfection, some would say. Time to perfection. However, I'm not sure which ad it was. One is awfully a lot longer than the other one. That's the problem.
I'm not sure I'm ever going to describe you as perfection, but you'll do.
All I was doing is just popping out to make sure that the food was ordered, to be honest. I'm looking forward to my pizza.
Is that what you've ordered?
Yeah, I made the mistake of not really eating between the two streams today. So that has meant that other than my breakfast this morning and the patch of hula hoops, I have not eaten. And a guy of my size certainly needs a bit more food than that during the day. So the pizza will be welcome when it arrives shortly.
Certainly will. I'm going to finish mine up there. Finish what Poppy left as well, I can't lie.
Sounds a good idea. And Dessin, Dob, you're in front of me. Dessin, we are moments away from that draw.
I hope so. I'm still watching adverts at the minute. Nobody likes adverts. I say that as we've just come back from an ad break. But, pays the bills around here. Big thank you to Ball Sports once again for their help with all of our coverage throughout the weekend and all of the Premier League also. Still watching adverts. I was about to say only in the UK, but I've seen American TV. It'll be a lot worse. They'd go back, tell us the draw's coming, and then disappear for more adverts. It's just the way that they work in the good old US of A. Go on in the chat room. What has been your biggest surprise or upset of the day? I want to know. Get it in that chat room below for us. We'll flash them up on screen. We'll talk you through them as well. Lee, get thinking. In fact, no, not get thinking. You've been sat here all day. What's been your biggest surprise while we wait for everyone else to put comments in?
Top, really. Probably a couple of mine. Wasn't as much the result itself, but it's more been the manner of the result in a couple of games that we saw early on today. And the one that was a game I was expecting to see closer between O'Shea and Rafferty, that O'Shea beat him 6-0. Not surprised that O'Shea has beaten him, but we've seen a lot from Rafferty recently. And the other one being on the main stage, I think it was about in the 4th or 5th game. Louis Williams against Martin Schindler. We know what Martin Schindler can do, but equally Louis Williams is probably one of the youngsters who eagerly watching, especially how high Wales is on the darting map at the moment. So I was probably expecting a little bit more from Louis Williams. Going into tonight's...
You've not got time for that. We're about to go live.
There we go.
No Chris Mason to get daggers this week. We have Keith Deller and Martin Webster doing the draw. I'm going to bring my mic in a little bit more. First ball out, number 31, Ron Moulenkamp. So that confirms it will be in the order that the players progress to this draw. Ron Moulenkamp will take on James Wade, the defending champion, as the second ball out. Number 19, Jamie Hughes, Yozza from your end, Lee.
Come on, Yozza.
Number 17, Gerwin Price. You might retract that. Go on, Yozza.
However, he's been playing very, very well today, but we'll need to step it up against Gerwin Price.
Number 4, Ryan So, after that comeback victory over Adrian Lewis earlier on today. Sorry. His reward, Dimitri Vandenberg, a 10-2 winner over Daryl Gurney to start proceeded over on stage 2. Number 20, Dave Chisnell, comfortable winner over Brendan Dolan. Certainly got more in the tank. Number 22 is his reward, Boris Kirchmar. Damon Hatter, the Heat. Hoping to see him up on the big stage this weekend. Drawing Michael Van Gogh certainly might make that happen. What a tie that is. Damon Hatter against Michael Van Gogh. And Juanita, if you're watching, we apologise for that one. Number 21, Dirk van Dijvenbode, World Grand Prix runner-up. Number 7, Martin Schindler. That'll be an interesting one. Those two have been on the Dev Tour at similar times. The 32, Peter Wright, Keith Deller pulls him out. Who's Mark Webster cursed? Simon the Wizard Whitlock. Neil Zonneveld is next out, the young Dutchman. Against Keane Barry. That's an interesting one. Niels is not the quickest. A real clash of styles in that one. Callum Ridd's next out. Victor over. Nathan Aspinall takes on Vincent van der Voort. Be interesting to see which stage they place that one on. Johnny Clayton is the next man out. I'm trying to think who's still in terms of the big boys. Michael Smith, maybe? Jose de Souza instead, Lee. There you go. You said you wanted a run for the Portuguese man of scores. He'll have to get through the ferret. Danny Noppert went about his business pretty comfortably, pretty quietly earlier, Lee. Will take on big Devon Peterson. Not so big, by the way. Looking fantastic as Dev. Lost a bit of weight. 13, Scott Waits, a man whose beard is rivaling Simon Whitlock's at the moment. Takes on Ricky Evans. Mensur Sudovic next out. Will take on Gert Nenchez. Expect that one on board 3 or 4, and it will not be very quick.
You've got 3 and 4 tomorrow, mate.
Ian White next out. Yeah, this one's going on there as well. Sebastian Bielecki. That probably suits Sebastian.
Yes. It probably falls into another, board 3 or 4 day, and an opponent he'll fancy his chance with. However, that big fish from Ian White got him the victory and will give him a lot of confidence tomorrow.
Clemens gets Bully Boy. Michael Smith. Just trying to think who's not been called out yet. Willie O'Connor. Stephen Bunting, maybe? Is that the last man? It is Stephen Bunting. Look at that. What knowledge that was. That's the draw over them, folks. Let us know what you think of that in the chat. Again, another couple of tasty ties in there. Johnny Clayton, Jose de Souza springs to mind, Lee.
Yeah, Peter Wright Whitlock should be a good one. Looking forward to seeing the one for me is the form that Damon Hector has been in. I think we saw, I'm sure it was this week or last week, the averages in the past 100 leads, it maybe was in the PDC, and it was MVG 1, Damon Hector 2. They're now clashing in the 5th round of the UK Open. Got a feeling that will be on the main stage. And if they're both in that form, rightfully so, we could see a top down between those two players.
We could indeed. Yeah, Peter Pan, MVG is just drawn out against Damon Hector. So an interesting tie in that one. A few more stories to come than Danny Noppert against Devon Peterson. Sebastian Bielecki still in the tournament against Ian White. Callum Rids against Vincent van der Voort. Johnny Clayton, Jose de Souza, Willie O'Connor, Stephen Bunting. That'll be a nice little scrap in there. Gabriel Clemens, Michael Smith after Clemens has just beaten Rob Cross. Quite an interesting little draw, that. Still not matched up any of the real big boys, Lee. They've avoided each other for another round, I think. Clayton D'Souza probably the 2 highest ranked that will clash. In fact, the fact that Jose's higher ranked than Johnny Clayton still seems a bit staggering, doesn't it, at times, because of all of the success of the ferret in recent times. Barry says Keane Barry all the way. Peter Wright, the only Scottish player left. Is that right? No Bolton, no Henderson, no Gando, no Suits.
No Borland.
Holy.
Yeah, must be the case. Just looking as well at the draw and some of the ties that have come out, Dob, we saw today that the reigning champion not on the main stage. Not the most enticing draw to put the reigning champion back on as James Wade drew Ron Moreland.
It won't be very quick, will it? Yeah, I'm with you on that. I definitely think after being neglected for it earlier today, James Wade should be on the main stage tomorrow afternoon. I guess the saving grace is the afternoon session is normally watched by fewer people than the evening session, and that is the main one to get that draw and get those headline games on tomorrow night.
If I had to predict my 4 right now, I'm guessing it would be Derwin Price, Jamie Hughes, Michael van Derwin versus Damon Heta, world champion Peter Wright, and then Simon Whitlock, and John Clayton against Jose de Souza, where obviously got 2 clashing. The only one potentially there would be Johnny and Jose dropping out, but I don't see the main stage not including MVG, Peter Wright, or Derwin Price.
But that's the issue. I think it shouldn't include 1 or 2 of them. Don't get me wrong, they're fantastic, but like we said, there's potential that we watch them in every single round here that we've just done in the Premier League for 4 weeks already, and potentially again later on. I want to see some others.
I didn't say that was the boards I would pick. I said that's the boards that I would expect PDC pick to be tomorrow afternoon. There is other games in there. The only one I would raise, though, is if we are just swapping one of those out to include James Wade, we're still falling into that same category. However, I do think there should be some sort of right that the reigning champion should be on that main stage. A bit more difficult tonight because of the games that were on there, but still, reigning champion in most other competitions, you would see it certain ones opens up the competition, plays opening night. Slightly different in mine, enters as different stages, but I would have expected James Wade to be on there if he was a different player who was reigning champion, shall we say.
Indeed. We're going to finish up in a couple of moments then. Just a reminder, tomorrow we do drop down to just the 4 boards. It's still best of 19, first to 10 tomorrow. Then we start creeping up as we hit the semi-final stage. So best of 19s for a couple of rounds now. That's about it. 4 boards tomorrow. Myself and Lee will be split across both of those. Once we drop down to just the 2 stage boards in the evening, the quarterfinals, they'll play 2 and 2, I think, at least.
Saturday then, sorry?
The 6th round tomorrow, won't it? There'll be 4 games on stage 1 and 4 games on stage 2 when I take it down.
Yeah.
They've already set up centre stage. It's just boards 3 and boards 4 remaining. A few more people can see those action up there. And then obviously that'll be set up for entertainment if you're on site tomorrow evening. Lee, massive thank you. You've been superb all day, Mr. Boyce. We are approaching 12 hours of streaming. M4XH says, what time is it starting tomorrow? Outer board start at 12:45. Play on stage 1 will start at 1. So we'll be here about 12:30. We can talk through the stage draws then. We won't have them just yet. I believe they're not up on social media. But even if they are, we're going to give it a risk. We're going to talk about them tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon once we start. A massive thank you to everybody in the chat room that's joined us throughout the day or joined us at any part of this stream. You guys have been absolutely superb. Massive shout out to all of you guys. And we will see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
To the next level.